Chapter 461. In order to ensure the secrecy and suddenness of the operation, Sherman also specially ordered the Quick Reaction Fleet to first clear out the reconnaissance fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union that infiltrated into the Bermudan star field. With the Marshall-level anti-stealth equipment, these reconnaissance ships that were hiding deep in the subspace to monitor the movement of the galaxy were quickly removed. Coupled with the electronic suppression interference of the entire galaxy, they were even unable to send out intelligence when they were destroyed. After clearing these flies, Cormac Vaga led the Shadow Sky Serpent's first super flagship fleet through several inductions, and quickly arrived at the familiar place of the 11 St Galaxy. All flagships were equipped with stealth devices, so they immediately entered the subspace and waited after entering the standby galaxy. Then, Cormac Vaga reported to the headquarters. Report to the headquarters. The first super flagship of the Shadow Serpent is in place. Lying in wait for orders. Yes. At this time, the Black Hidden Special Service fleet led by 3 other officers also quietly sneaked into the standby position, after avoiding several blockades. After several secret inductions by Settler Charlon, the 2 Black Hidden Special Service fleets finally arrived at the forward base of the Kelson Star region, outside the Kelson Star City. Outside Star City, 2 super flagships are guarding the safety of Star City on the left and right, and their 40 huge warships stand out from the crowd. The Settler Charlon fleet has arrived at the designated location. The enemy's guard fleet is 2 super flagships. The location of the remaining super flagships is unknown. It is suspected that they are anchored in Star City. Send out the reconnaissance ship, and be sure to find the location of the other 3 super flagships. At the same time, prepare the induction and wait for orders. Yes. Sherman looked at the picture projected by the Settler Charlon fleet, and his heart tightened. The Eastern Commercial Union has deployed a total of 5 super flagship fleets in the Kelson Star field, but only 2 have been seen so far, and the situation of the other 3 is unknown. If these 3 super flagship fleets come out at a critical moment, the situation will be bad. At the same time, the Black Hidden Special Service fleets of the other 2 star fields also arrived at the designated location and reported one after another. As the Fast Reaction Fleet blocked the entire 11 St Galaxy, Cormac Vargas' Shadow Serpent first super flagship fleet also jumped out of the subspace and replaced the cloaking device with standard battle equipment, ready for battle. Some reconnaissance ships that were chased by the Quick Reaction Fleet also discovered this situation at the first time, but because of the all-round electronic suppression interference and the Quick Reaction Fleet that was constantly chasing behind, they wanted to report this information but couldn't send it out. Although everything was ready, because the location of the other 3 super flagship fleets in the Kelson Star field was unknown, Sherman did not issue an attack order for a long time, and was quietly waiting for Settler Charlon's reconnaissance intelligence. Time passed by minute, and Guto also quickly assembled the Foreign Legion under Sherman's instructions, blocked all the traffic star systems in the Bermudan star field, and the entire Tianchi group began to implement martial law and entered a state of war readiness. Time passed by minute, and everyone waited patiently for Sherman's order. Sherman's brows were furrowed tightly, and his heart was not as calm as his face. "My lord, I found it." Settler Charlon's voice appeared in the command channel, like the sound of nature. Then Sherman looked at the picture sent by Settler Charlon, and saw that 2 super flagship fleets were slowly driving out of Kelson Star City to take turns on duty with the 2 outside. Now at least 4 super flagship fleets can be confirmed to be here. Enough. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, my lord. Everyone obeyed the order, and their eyes burst into a burning desire to fight. Because the 2 super flagship teams were taking turns to go in and out, and the Kelson Star City was not a super large star city, they could only go in and out one by one, and the speed was very slow. Just when the teammates of the 2 super flagship teams were discussing where to go to relax during the holidays, the Star City and the fleet suddenly sounded a rapid alarm. The people who had not yet entered the Star City berthing port quickly turned on the scanning monitoring equipment, and saw that a guard fleet that had never been seen before suddenly jumped out of the subspace and fired hundreds of torpedo-like things at them. After the alarm sounded, the commander-in-chief of the Kelson Star region and the Eastern Star region also quickly took his position. After seeing that the enemy was a convoy, his vigilance was relaxed a little, and he gave orders to the 2 super flagship fleets that had just gone on combat duty. Kelson's first fleet dispatched interceptors to intercept these little guys, and then sent 2 battle fleets and anti-aircraft cruiser fleets to play with them. Yes. Because the other 2 super flagship fleets were entering the Star City, the Star City shield could not be activated, so he only activated the Star City's air defense equipment to intercept these slow torpedoes, and the fleet continued to enter the Star City. It was just a fleet of escort class, And it was not enough to force the two super flagship fleets that were preparing to take a rest to return. The anti-ballistic missiles on the Star City quickly took off, rushing towards the torpedoes with long tail flames. Without any surprise, all these slow-flying torpedoes were intercepted, but the result was beyond their expectations. After the explosion, these intercepted torpedoes directly produced blue energy pulse waves, sweeping across a large area of the starry sky. The powerful electromagnetic interference even caused the Star City's locking system to temporarily fail, and the battleship's locking system was even more gray. Electromagnetic interference bomb? Looking at this situation, the commander-in-chief of the Kelson Star Field couldn't help but frown slightly. What do these guys want to do? But before he could continue to issue orders, he saw another escort fleet leaping out of the subspace hundreds of kilometers away from the Star City, and firing more than 200 torpedoes at the two super flagship fleets that were returning to anchor. And because of the electromagnetic pulse bomb just now, the locking system of the Star City and the warship was temporarily paralyzed, so the more than 200 bombs were not intercepted again and rushed straight towards them. The bombs launched by these stealth bombers are not like ordinary missiles with intelligent locking systems, but very primitive mechanical devices. They will automatically detonate after reaching a certain distance, so they will not be affected by electromagnetic interference. More than 200 bombs rushed straight into the channel of Star City, and then exploded at the same time in an instant. The violent explosion quickly swept the two super flagship fleets that were anchoring. All conventional warships were turned into fragments in an instant, and the flagship was also severely damaged. The most serious thing is that the explosion here also spread to the harbor of Star City along the channel, and lifted up the warships and spaceships in it. The channel of Star City also collapsed and blocked due to the explosion, and many large flagships were trapped inside. It can be said that this Kelson Star City was temporarily scrapped under these 200 bombs. The flesh on the face of the commander-in-chief of the Kelson Star region twitched slightly, and his eyes quickly filled with blood. He ordered the two super flagship fleets outside the Star City. "Catch them for me, I will grind all of them to ashes." But after completing the operation, the two stealth bombers jumped directly to the deep space point in the galaxy, and activated the covert action device during the jump, quickly disappearing from everyone's scanner. At this time, several Victor-class reconnaissance ships jumped out of the subspace, and started the induction next to the super flagship fleet on the left side of the Star City. The cross-shaped induction of the command was like a small star, illuminating the entire starry sky. Then, countless interceptors and conventional fleets entered the battlefield first, and rushed directly into the fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union. The huge bubble supported by the jump interception probes covered the entire battlefield. Then, red energy waves vibrated in the starry sky, and 20 Conqueror Titans crushed the entire starry sky with the flagship fleet. After the first fleet of Cormac Vaga's Shadow Serpents landed, he activated the Doomsday weapon against the Titans in the enemy's super flagship fleet without hesitation. After the 20 Conqueror-class Titans activated the Doomsday weapon, they generated strong capacitor interference waves around the warships. After the Doomsday weapon was activated, the distorted energy seemed to condense the energy of the entire universe, illuminating the space. Then, 20 scorching Doomsday beams hit the Titan of the Eastern Commercial Union fiercely, breaking the energy shield of the Force Demon Titan in an instant, and effortlessly melting its armor and hull structure, tearing it into several pieces. This is not the end. The Fierce-class Dreadnought fleet also quickly activated the battle module, launching Doomsday weapons and anti-flagship cannons against the Force Demon Titan. The originally dark space was illuminated for a full few minutes under these rounds of Doomsday weapons. Seeing the Kelson First Fleet, which had 7 Titans destroyed in an instant, the commander in Star City felt distressed. While organizing the First Fleet and the Second Fleet to counterattack, he reported to Hut Rupert. "Commander, the Serpentis group has launched an attack on our Kelson Star region, and the other side has dispatched a super flagship fleet. Request support." "Repeat, request support." Hut Rupert, who was having a banquet with the envoy of the demon civilization, suddenly changed his face after receiving the battle report of the Kelson Star region, and shouted in a suppressed voice, "So what if the Serpentis group has a super flagship fleet? They only have one, and you have 5. No matter what, no matter how much it costs, you must leave this super flagship fleet of the Sky Serpentis group to me. Remember, at all costs." Although Hut Rupert was surprised that the Sky Serpentis group suddenly had a super flagship fleet, he was not worried. It's just that there is only one, and he has deployed 5 in the Kelson Star field. Even if they are piled up, they can be killed. And he was not surprised that the Sky Serpentis group took the initiative to start a war. After all, they have forced the Sky Serpentis group into this state. He was angry because the commander-in-chief of the Kelson Star region actually asked him for help despite a 5:1 advantage in military strength, instead of sending him a message of victory. What a waste! Although he knew that Hutt Rupert was angry, the commander-in-chief of the Kelson Star region could not care about so much, and continued to report, "Commander, the enemy caught us off guard first, and blew up the channel of the Star City, and 3 super flagship fleets were trapped in it, and could not get out. Now only 2 super flagship fleets are fighting against them. Moreover, Kelson's first fleet was immediately subjected to Doomsday's concentrated fire, and Titan has suffered almost half of its casualties. You're a piece of crap." Listening to the report, Hutt Rupert's face suddenly turned red. If there hadn't been an envoy from the demonic civilization here, he would have probably shouted angrily, "Listen, I don't care what method you use, or how many casualties there are, you must hold back the super flagship fleets of the Serpentis group for at least 2 hours, and the super flagship fleets of the other 2 star regions will go to support you." Yes. Looking at the disconnected communication, the commander-in-chief of the Kelson Star field was relieved. With such heavy casualties, he will definitely be punished after the war. But it's better than losing his life because of the Kelson Star field. The first fleet will shrink its formation to withstand the attack, and the second fleet will jump over to support the first fleet. Waste. While dispatching the super flagship fleets of the other 2 star fields, Hutt Rupert's angry scolding of the commander of the Kelson Star field immediately made the messenger of the demon civilization turn sideways. "Commander Hutt Rupert, what happened?" Looking at the person coming, Hutt Rupert immediately concealed all his unhappiness, and bowed his head respectfully. "Your Excellency, the super flagship fleet of the Sky Serpentis group just raided the Kelson Star region, and is currently in a fierce exchange of fire." Looking at the envoy's astonished face, he patted his chest and assured, "Your Excellency, don't worry, the Sky Serpentis group is just struggling before death, and it won't make any waves." Looking at the confident Hutt Rupert, Adrian Black Flag had the same thought in his heart. He raised his glass slightly, and said with a smile, "Then I wish you can unify the entire Eastern Star region in advance. Then I will take advantage of the good wishes of the envoy." Adrian Black Flag raised his glass and said easily, "Sir Hutt Rupert, can you broadcast the battlefield situation to liven up the party?" "Of course, there is no problem." Hutt Rupert knew that this was also the result of the demon civilization's desire to test their investment, so he did not dare to refuse, and could only grit his teeth and agree. But when the real-time projection of the battlefield turned around, the atmosphere of the entire cocktail party suddenly froze. Because it was just that the Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship Fleet was firing the second Doomsday salvo at the Kelson First Fleet. Seeing the Kelson First Fleet without any resistance under the Doomsday weapon, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Being beaten up at the beginning, everyone couldn't help but secretly look at Hutt Rupert and Adri Black Flag. At this time, the Ellis Star region and the Jonry Star region sent battle reports at the same time. "Commander, the Eris Star City was attacked, and the Star City channel was blown up." "Commander, the Jonry Star City was attacked, and the Star City channel was blown up." Listening to the reports from the 2 star regions, Hutt Rupert's face suddenly became very ugly. It seems that the action of the Sky Serpent group was premeditated. Hutt Rupert forced a smile on his face, and said to Adrian Black Flag, "Your Excellency the envoy, the Kelson Star region was attacked by surprise. I will go ahead to command the battle." Facing Hutt Rupert's farewell, Adrian Black Flag did not answer, but stared at the projection in a daze. Looking at the Doomsday weapon in the projection that was killing everyone, Adrian Black Flag felt his feet trembling. He was definitely not mistaken. The Doomsday weapon used by the Titan of the Sky Serpentine group in the projection in front of him, and the weapon used by the Emma Empire were all of the same technology, both of which were focused Doomsday weapons. In other words, the super flagship fleet of the Sky Serpentine group that suddenly appeared must have a close connection with New Eden. Maybe New Eden is secretly supporting it now. Thinking of this, Adrian Black Flag's eyes suddenly shrank, and he ran towards the port without saying a word. He wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Now he had forgotten all the conspiracies of using the Eastern Business Union to unify the Eastern Star region and then take over. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Because he knew that if the Sky Serpent group was really the work of New Eden, then all the plans would be in vain. Hutt Rupert looked at Adrian Black Flag, who left quickly without saying a word. He thought that the defeat on the battlefield disappointed him, so he immediately ordered the Ellis Star region and the Jonry Star region to repair the Star City channel as soon as possible and reinforce the Kelson Star region. Because Adrian Black Flag had already left, Hutt Rupert stopped pretending and said to everyone at the party with a threatening look, "Everyone, Now that the Serpentis group has come out in full force to attack the Kelson Star region, it's time for you to prove your attitude towards the demon civilization and our Eastern Business Federation. Looking at Hot Rupert with threatening eyes, the leaders of these small and medium-sized forces knew that if they didn't prove their attitude this time, they would definitely be left. Without any surprise, everyone agreed to assemble the fleet immediately, send troops to the Buiden Star Field, and attack the Sky Serpent group. Het Rupert looked at the projection of the Shadow Sky Serpent first super flagship fleet that was in the process of fleet bombardment, his eyes full of hatred. He didn't fight earlier or later, but he launched the attack at this time, which made him lose face in front of everyone. I will definitely kill all of you and turn the entire source domain into a scorched earth to relieve my hatred. Sure man didn't know that this raid made Het Rupert lose face, and scared away Adrian Black Flag, who had just returned to the Eastern Star Field. Even if he knew, he would not react, because he was now sitting in the command post, issuing combat orders to various troops. Cormac Wagga still needs time to resolve the battle, so the troops in other battlefields must do their best to delay the reinforcement fleet of the Eastern Commercial Consortium, otherwise everything will really fail. And this requires Sherman to flexibly dispatch various troops. Chapter 462. At the border of the Eastern Star region, several super flagship fleets were across the starry sky, densely packed like stars. Then, a shuttle came quickly and landed directly in a Titan. After entering the Titan, Adrian Black Flag looked at the fleet around him, and the panic in his heart was slightly relieved, but it did not disappear. A commander of the super flagship fleet looked at Adrian Black Flag, who returned early, and asked in confusion, "Prince, are we going to act early?" They were transferred from the main fleet of the demon civilization to the command of Edry Black Flag. The Black Flag Corps they were facing had 10 super flagship fleets, and they were also the main fleets with first-class combat power in the demon civilization, equipped with the latest warships and weapons. And they came out in full force this time, because Edry Black Flag made sure that New Eden withdrew from the Eastern Star region, and then brought the fleet to take over the Eastern Star region. Originally, Edry Black Flag planned to support the Eastern Commercial Union as a pioneer to unify the Eastern Star region, and then he would take over the power of Hot Rupert and occupy the Magpie's Nest. But now, Edry Black Flag shuddered and immediately ordered the fleet to withdraw to the Central Star Field. The captains of each fleet were very puzzled. "Prince, now we only need one final push to occupy the entire Eastern Star Field. Why retreat?" "Yes, Prince. They are all arrogant soldiers dispatched from the frontline troops of the demon civilization. Although they will obey the orders of Edry Black Flag, they are not convinced by this invincible pretty boy. Moreover, the great military achievement of incorporating the Eastern Star region into the territory of the demon civilization is within reach. How can they be willing to let him retreat now?" Edry Black Flag looked at everyone with solemnity in his eyes. "The Sky Snake Group has a super flagship fleet. We have 10, and they are all the latest models of the demon civilization's angry demon-class titans. The Sky Snake Group's Titan Doomsday weapon adopts a focused energy collection, and this kind of Doomsday weapon technology one have only seen in one force, and it is also its most commonly used Doomsday weapon method." "Which force?" someone asked with a frown. "Although this focused Doomsday weapon is powerful, it requires a lot of energy from the warship, and it will generate huge capacitance wave interference when it is activated, which is easy to affect friendly forces. Therefore, although the demon civilization and the angel civilization have related technologies, they have never carried out arrays, but used Doomsday weapons of another technology. In addition, this focused Doomsday weapon has extremely high requirements for warships, so ordinary forces do not have the ability to study it. The Doomsday weapons used by various forces now are mostly based on the energy corrosion of the demon civilization or the high-frequency energy beam of the angel civilization. Although these two Doomsday technologies are not as large as the focused ones, they also have their own advantages, and the energy requirements for warships are much smaller. This is also the research direction of the Doomsday miniaturization technology of the two civilizations." Adry Black Flag looked at everyone and said word by word, "New Eden." As soon as the 3 words came out, everyone's face became solemn. Although the last battle between dozens of super flagship fleets on the border of the Central Star Field was intentionally downplayed by both sides as a small friction conflict, how could they not know that it was their own bloodbath? 5 border defense armies, as well as the Princess Personal Guards, a total of 35 super flagship fleets fought against New Eden's 24 super flagship fleets, but they were defeated with such superior forces, and even the princess was captured directly. In the end, if the other party had not been cautious and did not want to expand this matter, otherwise the myth of the demon civilization would have fallen into dust. No one refuted Edry Black Flag's speculation. After all, Edry Black Flag had been dealing with New Eden for the longest time, and every time he faced the New Eden fleet directly, so he could not have been wrong. Seeing the solemn expressions of the crowd, Adrian Black Flag continued to speak. Whether the Serpentis group is the work of New Eden, we will know after the war in the Eastern Star region ends. If not, it will not affect our acquisition of the Eastern Star region, and it will only delay it for a while. There is one more thing he didn't say, that is, if it is true, then just pretend nothing happened and don't get involved. Prince is wise. Then, the Black Flag Corps quickly turned the bow and headed back to the Central Star region. Hut Rupert and Sherman didn't know about the withdrawal of the Black Flag army. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care because they were fighting fiercely and couldn't be distracted. Cormac Vaga was doing his best to clear out the defenders of the Kelson Star region, while Hut Rupert mobilized fleets from other star regions to provide support, and Sherman mobilized the interception fleet to intercept at various traffic ports. Hut Rupert was not stupid either. He ordered the garrison fleet to return to Star City for defense. Under the air defense of a large number of anti-ballistic missiles, the bomb completely lost its effect. After several launches, all the bombs were intercepted. As for the electromagnetic interference bomb, the Eastern Commercial Consortium had already prepared for it, and it was no longer effective. So we could only watch the waterway of Star City being repaired and cleared at a rapid speed. Under this situation, it will take at most a few hours to complete the passage. At that time, the super flagship fleet trapped in Star City will also quickly attack to support the Kelson Star Field, which will put the Shadow Sky Serpent First Fleet, which has already entered a white-hot battle, into a desperate situation. So after seeing that the stealth bombing fleet was ineffective, Sherman immediately ordered the 3 officers leading the Black Hidden Special Service Fleet to return to the ship, and quickly led the main fleet and the interception fleet to attack the Early Star region and the Kiangrua Star region, using the interception ships to delay the enemy's super flagship fleet's actions, while the main fleet attacked various facilities in the Star region without casualties, and used trapezoidal fighters to delay the enemy's living forces as much as possible. Faced with such tactics of the Sky Serpentis group, Hut Rupert had to order the fleet to clean up these crazy guys first, otherwise not only would the super flagship fleet be unable to go to support, but even the various facilities on the mainland would be scorched earth, which would be even more unprofitable. The 3 officials strictly followed Sherman's orders. The interception fleet was divided into dozens of groups, and equipped with stealth equipment. They would focus on the enemy's Titans to intercept them. Whenever the interception force field was about to fail, the next group of interception ships would rush out of the subspace to fill the interception force field, but the price was that they were directly destroyed. The main fleet composed of Avenger-class battleships directly attacked the space stations, spacecraft, and industrial fleets of the Eastern Commercial Federation on the border front, and tore apart the front line of defense in a short time. Facing the Serpentis fleet, the Eastern Commercial Union's garrison fleet was no match at all. As a last resort, Hut Rupert dispatched the super flagship fleet's regular fleet, and several dreadnought fleets to intercept these mad dogs. Facing the Eastern Commercial Union's main fleet, the Serpentis fleet no longer fought back, but chose a fleet as a formation, divided into more than a dozen groups to wreak havoc on the border. In order to prevent problems on the front line, Hut Rupert had to grit his teeth and continue to send more fleets to encircle and suppress. Facing the Eastern Commercial Union's blockade front line, which surrounded their Serpentis fleet, the Serpentis fleet's space for activities was rapidly compressed, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. However, they also won precious 24 hours for Cormac Vaga. Chapter 463. The other 3 officers led the Serpentis fleet to buy time for Cormac Vaga, and he saw all of this and was anxious. So he had to take the risk and launch a more radical offensive. In the space capsule, Cormac Vaga had a faint green light in his eyes, and he ran his computing power to the extreme, controlling every structure of every ship and exerting its power to the maximum. Under Cormac Vaga's control, the few interceptors of the Shadow Serpentis first super flagship fleet threw out several interception force fields within tens of thousands of kilometers of the battlefield. The defense formed by these interception force fields intercepted the enemy's second super flag fleet that was jumping over, and then they madly approached the enemy's Titan and threw out interception force fields, trapping it tightly and preventing it from approaching the main battlefield. Seeing another enemy super flagship fleet being intercepted, Cormac Vaga also controlled all warships to overload weapons and attack frantically, trying to eat up the half-destroyed first fleet in front of him before the enemy's second super flagship fleet escaped. Under the crazy attack of the Shadow Sky Serpent's first super flagship fleet, after several doomsday salvos, Kelson's first super flagship fleet's Titans had lost more than 2/3, with only 6 remaining to resist stubbornly. And because of the existence of the Dagon-class combat auxiliary ship, no matter how the enemy counterattacked, Cormac Vaga only lost some Fierce-class dreadnoughts. The Dagon-class combat support ship is the technology of the attacker group that Sherman has not yet unlocked. Because the Tianchi group does not have its own combat support, and the existing combat support ship has long been exposed, in order not to expose the identity of the Tianchi group, Sherman can only spend a lot of money to unlock the Dagon class. Fortunately, the Demon civilization has not yet fully understood the flagship shield repair device after obtaining it, and is still exploring the professional flagship logistics ship such as the combat support ship, so it has not provided the flagship repair device to the Eastern Commercial Consortium. Therefore, the attack pressure on Cormac Vaga was not great. The Conqueror-class Titans and the Fierce-class Dreadnoughts attacked the enemy Titans with all their strength, while the Hatred-class supercarriers hiding in the center, with the Dagon-class released the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to attack the enemy's Dreadnoughts, and fight with the enemy's Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group. Facing the bombardment of the flagships, the conventional fleets of both sides had to retreat to the sides to fight, and they were also fighting hard. The 2 stealth bomber fleets were not idle either, and from time to time they projected electromagnetic interference bombs to disrupt the weapon system on the Star City, or projected focused Nirvana bombs on the enemy's flagship fleet to neutralize the capacitor of the enemy flagship. Focused Nirvana bombs emit an all-round pulse wave at the same time as the explosion, which can neutralize the energy of warships around the explosion. However, this type of bomb has a smaller range than the Nirvana bomb, but the effect is much better. It is specially developed for flagships. With the perfect cooperation of various fleets, the flagship of Kelson's first super flagship was slaughtered, and only a part of the regular fleet escaped. After dealing with Kelson's first super flagship, Cormac Vaga immediately turned the fleet around and attacked Kelson's second super flagship, which was struggling in the interception field. Now Kelson Star City is under rapid repair, and the stealth bomber does not carry much ammunition, so it can only delay for a while. If the Kelson second fleet is not dealt with before the repair of the channel in this Star City is completed, then when the other 3 Kelson super flagships trapped in the Star City come out, his Shadow Sky Serpent first super flagship will win a miserable victory, even if it wins, and will be unable to control the Kelson Star region. If the Kelson Star region cannot be taken into the pocket, then this operation will also be a failure. In Sherman's plan, the first step to unify the Eastern Commercial Union is to occupy the Kelson Starfield, so as to break the blockade of the Eastern Commercial Union on the Serpentis group and obtain resources from the outside. Only when sufficient resources are obtained can the Serpentis group unscrupulously carry out military expansion, mass-produce Fierce-class dreadnoughts, and implement the Dreadnought Bomb plan. So no matter what, Cormac Vaga must occupy the Kelson Starfield and defend the Kelson Starfield. This requires the Shadow Serpentis first super flagship fleet to not only eliminate the defenders in the Kelson Starfield, but also ensure its own combat effectiveness. That's why Cormac Vaga fought so cautiously and boldly. After the destruction of Kelson's first super flagship, the Shadow Serpent's first fleet no longer faced the situation of being attacked from both sides, so it was more comfortable when facing Kelson's second super flagship. In just 1 hour, the 20 Titans of Kelson's second super flagship were destroyed by the fierce attack. Without the Titans as the main attack, the remaining aircraft carrier fleet and dreadnought fleet were very easy to deal with. The entire battle ended within 3 hours. After paying the price of more than 3 dreadnought fleets, Cormac Vaga completely wiped out the flagships of Kelson's first super flagship and Kelson's second super flagship. His own super aircraft carriers and Titans did not suffer any casualties under the protection of the Dagon-class fleet, and their combat power remained intact. After clearing out the 2 super flagship fleets outside, Cormac Vaga directly ignored the request of the Kelson Star Region Commander-in-Chief to resolve the issue through negotiations, and ordered the fleet to fire several rounds of Doomsday salvos at Star City to demolish Star City's defensive weapons. Several of the Conqueror-class Titan's Doomsday missiles directly hit the Star City's route. The scorching energy beams melted the various debris and completely blocked the navigation. The Kelson Star City also became a tin can that could only passively take a beating. Cannot enter, cannot leave, and has no armed resistance. Seeing that the overall situation was determined, Cormac Vaga left 20 Conqueror Titans and several dreadnought fleets to continue attacking the Star City, and the rest of the super aircraft carrier fleet and dreadnought fleet quickly launched attacks on other military fortresses in the entire Kelson Star region. A few hours later, with a violent explosion, Kelson Star City was reduced to nothing. The countless warships and supplies stored there were ejected into space in the explosion, but compared to those supplies, the warships were generally left with only wreckage fragments, and it was rare to see intact ones. Cormac Vaga looked at the exploding star city in front of him, and waved his hand. The range-type doomsday weapons that 20 Conqueror-class Titans had prepared were instantly activated, covering the entire wreckage area of the Star City, and finishing off the surviving enemies. In short, they just need resources. These things can only be turned into molten iron again in the doomsday, and they can still be used after being put into the refinery. As the doomsday ended, the only wreckage on this ground was steel in various shapes, and all the biomass and fibers turned into ashes in the doomsday. This time, no matter whether the enemy was really dead or pretending to be dead, they had no ability to resist. Cormac Waja connected the entire Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship Fleet, while controlling the fleet to attack the military fortress of the Kelson garrison, which had no resistance, and sent a victory report to Sherman. My lord, the 5 super flagship fleets of the Kelson Starfield garrison have been destroyed, and their Star City has also been destroyed. They are currently clearing out the remaining enemies, and building fortifications. Looking at the victory report sent by Cormac Waja, Sherman immediately stood up and clenched his fist. It's done! Chapter 464. After the Kelson Star region was taken, Sherman felt relieved. Apart from other things, at present, the Sky Serpentine group can completely rely on the Kelson Star region to open up channels to other star regions, and strategically have an additional offensive direction. Without any hesitation, Sherman immediately ordered Cormac Waja to immediately organize the defense of the Kelson Star region, and let Settler Charlon quickly take the industrial fleet to clean up the mess and transport resources into the source region. After the capture of the Kelson Starfield, Tuwin OSS and Brian Gelder, who were fighting in the Ulrus and Jonrys starfields, also breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of engaging in guerrilla warfare with the enemy, they assembled the remaining fleets and attacked a military fortress, exchanging a military fortress and several conventional fleets of the enemy for the price of annihilation of the entire army. The fall of the Kelson Starfield made Hut Rupert's face very gloomy. He never thought that he could still let the Serpentis fleet achieve its strategic goal when he had such an advantage. Now the Vanguard fleet that first went to the Kelson Starfield also encountered the Shadow Serpentis First Super Flagship Fleet at its border. The 2 Dreadnought fleets were directly annihilated, and only half of the regular fleet ran back. This means that after the battle in the Kelson Starfield, the Super Flagship Fleet of the Serpentis group still has combat power, and it has quickly completed the deployment of defense in the Kelson Starfield, which makes Hut Rupert even more angry. Are the defenders of the Kelson Starfield all trash? They can even lose a game of 5 against 1. It's okay that they lost, but they were able to keep the enemy's organization intact, and their combat effectiveness was not greatly weakened. What kind of rubbish are they? Even if they were all sent to die, the enemy would be tired of chopping them. Fortunately, none of them came back this time, otherwise I would have to punish them by military law. In the huge command post, Richter Rupert cursed at everyone, and his commanders all lowered their heads in shame. They did not participate in the battle in the Kelson Starfield, but several of their super flagship fleets were entangled by several enemy conventional fleets for a full 24 hours, missing the precious time to rescue the Kelson Starfield. Looking at the commanders under his command who were bowing their heads like ostriches, Hut Rupert drank some water, and snorted coldly with his anger still not gone. Don't just stand there, raise your heads and tell me what to do next. Hearing this, a combat staff officer stood up and reported at Hut Rupert's signal. Commander, now that the Kelson Starfield has fallen, I suggest that we withdraw the troops that went there to support it. Why? Hut Rupert asked the combat staff. Commander, the purpose of the Sky Serpentis group attacking the Kelson Starfield is to break our cage plan and open up a channel to the outside world. In fact, the Kelson Starfield is not very useful to us, so we can give it to the Sky Serpentis group. The combat staff said with a smile on his face. Commander, after receiving the news of the fall of the Kelson Starfield yesterday, our staff formulated a relevant plan overnight. We can send out several super flagship fleets to feint an attack on the Kelson Starfield, forcing the Serpentis group to continuously increase its forces in the Kelson Starfield. And our main force will directly attack the Serpentis group's headquarters, the Source Field. The Source Field is the foundation of the Serpentis group. As long as it is taken, the remaining Serpentis fleet will be like a fish out of water. At worst, we only need to take over the Buvedin Starfield and cut off the connection between the Source Field and the Kelson Starfield. At that time, the initiative of the battlefield will be back in our hands. This is an open conspiracy, and it must be poisonous. Although it is unknown how the Sky Serpent group came up with a super flagship fleet, it definitely does not have a second one at present, otherwise it would not risk attacking the Kelson Star region. And they are going to use their absolute strength to overwhelm it, first entangle the Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship Fleet in the Kelson Star region, making it unable to return for help. Then the army directly attacked the headquarters of the Sky Serpent Group. Even if they could not capture the Source region in a short time, as long as they took over the Buvedin Star region and separated the Kelson Star region and the Source region, the initiative of the battlefield would be in their hands. At that time, whether to recapture the Kelson Star field or directly attack the Source field is up to Hut Rupert to choose. Once the Buvedin Star field is lost, the Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship Fleet will not be able to return to the Source field for support. At that time, facing the siege of more than a dozen super flagship fleets of the Eastern Commercial Union, sure men can only play GG. When the combat staff told the plan, everyone immediately became excited. Commander, let my fleet take the lead. I promise to take down the Buvedin Star field. Commander, let my Genres group go. I am willing to sign a military order to take over the Buvedin Star region within 3 days. Commander, let my Earlies group come. We guarantee to capture the Source region within half a month and bring you the head of the leader of the Sky Serpent group. If the plan goes according to plan, the only threat to them, the Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship Fleet, will be contained in the Kelson Star region. Without the Super Flagship Fleet to fight, what else can stop their attack? Isn't this just talking about military achievements? Looking at the soldiers who had regained their morale, Hut Rupert also showed a smile on his face. The Sky Serpent group fought 1 against 5, and wiped out the Kelson defenders, and the casualties were not large. This made the morale of the entire Eastern Commercial Union depressed. Moreover, the rapid development of the Eastern Commercial Union during this period also made most of these expanded fleets new recruits, not to mention their combat effectiveness, and their fighting will was even worse. If we don't take this opportunity to raise morale, we won't have to fight those wars, because these new recruits might be defeated as soon as they go up. Although he was satisfied, Hut Rupert was not so smart as to let his fleet attack right away. Although we only know that the Serpentis group has a super flagship fleet, no one can be sure whether the other party has a backup plan. Therefore, someone needs to help them take the risk and test it. Hut Rupert narrowed his eyes, and gave a look to the combat staff, who also understood. Commander, although our army can directly attack the Serpentis group, the morale of the Serpentis group is high now, and our casualties will be great. Therefore, I suggest that we let those pirate groups and forces that have surrendered to us launch the attack first. This will not only consume the morale of the Tianchi group, but also let us know whether these surrendered forces are trustworthy. In a word, let these auxiliary forces go first to test the defense of the Tianchi group for their main fleet. At the very least, we can weaken these guys and consolidate the leadership of the Eastern Commercial Consortium. Chapter 465. Sure Man was surrounded by strategic masters, like Aura before. Although he didn't learn the essence, he still had good vision. He also knew the importance of the Buvedin Star field. But knowing it, he didn't have a good solution. The Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship, which can now fight against the Eastern Commercial Union Super Flagship, now needs to stay in the Kelson Star field to ensure the smooth flow of trade routes and allow resources to flow into the Source field continuously. Apart from this flagship, Sure Man had no other flagship available. But if the Buvedin Star field was lost, the resources from the Kelson Star field would no longer be able to enter the Source field, and his attack on the Kelson Star field would lose its meaning. Hut Rupert, this bastard, has given me a difficult problem. Looking at the enemy and friendly forces marks on the star map, Sure Man rubbed his brows with a headache. Now he missed the days in the Southern Star field very much. He only needed to make the final decision, and the other strategic plans would naturally be formulated by Ola and others. He didn't need to worry about the development of the war, just be content and be a salted fish. It's not like now my head hurts. Patting his face, Sure Manxiang cheered up and studied how to deal with the enemy's attack next. The enemy had more than a dozen super flagship fleets and hundreds of regular fleets, and he could only dispatch 20 foreign legions and 12 main fleets of the Sky Serpent. Even if the enemy dispatched 5 super flagship fleets to contain the Shadow Sky Serpent's first super flagship fleet, the remaining nearly 10 super flagship fleets were not something the current Sky Serpent group could deal with. Most importantly, the regular fleet of the Serpentis group is not well prepared. There are only 40 fully equipped Avenger fleets in the warehouse. And now all the resources are used to build the Fierce-class dreadnoughts, and there is no more to build regular fleets. Even if it is a competition of consumption, the Serpentis group cannot compete with the current Eastern Commercial Federation. Unless Cormac Vargas Shadow Serpent's first super flagship fleet is dispatched back, Sure Man has no good solution. But in that case, without the influx of resources, the Sky Serpent group can only survive and eventually die slowly. Now Sherman is extremely disgusted with the demon civilization's interference in the Eastern Star region, which has disrupted all his original plans. It hurts. Looking at Sherman with a frown, Gu-Tu on the side gritted his teeth and stepped forward to ask for a fight. My lord, I am willing to lead the Foreign Legion to fight the enemy. In addition to the Marine Corps, the Foreign Legion has only 20 fleets at most, and they are all regular fleets mainly composed of Avenger battleships. Let alone the more than 10 super flagship fleets of the Eastern Commercial Union, I am afraid that even against the more than 100 vassal armies, they have no chance of winning. Except for Goethe's Sky Serpentine Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet, the other foreign legions are all mortals, not clone warriors. So even if the Avenger-class battleships are stronger than the main battleships of these miscellaneous armies, the foreign legions cannot fully exert their strength. The opponent can drown them with human wave tactics. So Goethe is asking for a fight this time, just a fight to the death. Sherman wanted to refuse directly, but he couldn't say it in the end. It was because he really didn't have any other fleets to use now. The Buiden star field was connected to the Early star field and the Kiangrua star field, which meant that these two directions needed to be defended. There was only one super flagship fleet in the Kelson star field now, and Sherman needed to send an official there to ensure the smooth flow of resource trade routes. In this way, there were only 2 officials and 8 Sky Serpentine fleets left in the Buiden star field, and they could only defend one direction at most. It was completely impossible to take care of 2 battlefields at the same time. Therefore, the defense of one of these directions can only be handled by the Foreign Legion. Looking at the positions of the various galaxies on the star map, Sherman finally had a defense plan in his mind. Sherman suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu-Tu with bloodshot eyes. Gu-Tu, all the equipment and warships, as long as you ask, I will do my best to give them to you. I have only one request, to defend the Buiden star field for half a month. At least in this half month, the enemy cannot be allowed to step into the central constellation of Buiden. There are 5 constellations in the Buiden star field, divided into 5 parts, east, west, north and center. The north connects to the Jonre star field, the west connects to the LS star field, the south connects to the Kelson star field, and the east connects to the source field. In the current situation, it is not realistic to stop the enemy outside the Buiden star field. If we really fight hard, I am afraid that the Tianxi group will have to use up its resources in a few days. Therefore, it is necessary to use the strategic depth of the Buiden star field, set up defense lines along the star system, and use military fortresses and fleets to block the enemy one star system at a time. Sherman only needs to ensure the smooth flow of the 3 star fields of Kelson star field, Buiden star field, and source field, so he can appropriately give up part of the Buiden star field. He only needs to ensure that the southern, central and eastern constellations of the Buiden star field are in the hands of the Serpentis group. Half a month later, the dreadnoughts on the production line will be launched continuously, and the Serpentis group can rely on the dreadnought bomb plan to fight the enemy for damage. Therefore, no matter what, the Foreign Legion must keep the enemy out of the central constellation. And this will require a lot of casualties, which will be a great test for the fighting will of the Foreign Legion. After Sherman made the request, Gu-Tu knelt on one knee without hesitation and accepted the order. My lord, even if the Foreign Legion dies, we will keep the enemy out of the central constellation. Looking at Gu-Tu's leaving figure, Sherman turned around and said to Tuan OSS, Tuan OSS, go and secretly save the DNA and consciousness signals of all the soldiers of the Foreign Legion. Tuan OSS raised his eyebrows, accepted the order, clasped his fists, and left the combat meeting room. Sherman looked at the twinkling stars outside the window without saying anything. This was his last and final test of the Foreign Legion. Regardless of whether the battle was won or not, as long as the performance of the Foreign Legion satisfied him, he would not mind reviving the Foreign Legion after the war and officially joining the battle sequence of New Eden. And now the survivors of the Foreign Legion will also officially join New Eden, instead of being non-staff members or just citizens of the Sky Serpent Group. Citizens of New Eden and citizens of the Sky Serpent Group, these are 2 different things. On the other hand, Gu-Tu directly took away 2/3 of the Sky Serpent Group's empty fortresses and led all the fleets of the Foreign Legion to the western constellation. The enemy will launch an attack at any time, and he has no time to hold a swearing-in ceremony for the troops. Time waits for no one. Chapter 466. On the way to the western constellation of the Buiden star field, Goethe held a meeting for all soldiers and commanders in the fleet. Goethe looked at everyone with a firm face and said slowly, Brothers, I am not well educated and I can't say any great truths, but I also know what it means to repay a favor. Since those beasts entered the eastern star field, Our country has been lost for more than 100 years, and countless compatriots have died tragically. Those of us who survived have become worse than slaves. Anyone can kill them at will. We have no dignity at all. We are short of living materials, and we are in danger of losing our lives. Thanks to your Majesty's mercy, you ignored the threats and warnings of other forces and accepted us survivors. Not only did you give us land to survive, you also treated us equally and gave us dignity. Now, some of us survivors have officially become your Majesty's subjects. Even those who haven't become his subjects don't have to worry about the precarious life they had before. As long as they work hard, they will never go hungry. They can rely on their own hands to work for survival materials, instead of having to beg for the little bit of slaves like before. Now, the Tianxi group has reached a critical moment of life and death. Originally, His Majesty did not think of handing this blocking mission to my Foreign Legion. I fought for it myself just to prove to His Majesty that my Foreign Legion is not a coward. Looking at the excited people in the Legion, Gutu said again, this time, His Majesty did not hide the mission from me and asked me to think about it carefully, so I don't want to hide it from you. This is almost a mission with no chance of survival. Our mission is to hold on to this western constellation for half a month. The enemy not only has nearly 100 conventional fleets, but also a super flagship fleet, and we only have these 20 conventional fleets. After saying that, Gutu looked up at the people in the Foreign Legion and said faintly, I believe you should understand the danger of this mission. This is a mission that is almost certain to end in death. If you want to quit now, you can just say it directly, leave the warship behind and leave on your own. I won't blame you. But if someone dares to take a step back after arriving at the battlefield, you should also know the consequences. In response to Gutu's words, all the members of the Foreign Legion did not have the solemnity of going to death, but instead looked very relaxed. Gutu turned his head and looked at the fleet commanders in the front row, his eyes narrowed slightly. Boss, there is not a single coward in my Foreign Legion. Just give the order directly. That's right, boss. How come you, a big and strong man, are now doing the work of the Minister of Culture? Just give the order directly. Boss. The fleet commanders did not have any pressure before the war, but instead teased Gutu with a frivolous smile. They knew that this mission was almost certain to end in death. The current situation might be far more critical than what Gutu said, otherwise His Majesty would not have allowed their foreign legions to come, because up to now almost all the difficult battles have been handed over to the Sky Serpentine fleet, and most of their foreign legions have received ordinary garrison missions. Now that they are given such a mission, it is definitely impossible for the Sky Serpentine fleet to be transferred from other battlefields. This is a crisis of certain death, but also an opportunity to prove themselves. Death is not terrible, and they have long been prepared to die for His Majesty. The corruption of the Foreign Legion disappointed His Majesty too much. If they can now exchange their sacrifice for His Majesty's confidence and trust in the Foreign Legion, then they will die without regret. Good. Gutu looked at the fearless expressions of the crowd, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. In that case, I will tell you about the mission plan. Hearing this, everyone restrained their smiles and waited for the combat order with a serious face. Gutu did not waste words, opened the star map, pointed to the western constellation and said, Our mission this time is to hold the western constellation for half a month, and the enemy has an absolute advantage, so we can't directly fight with them. A decisive battle with fewer troops against more is certainly brave, but it cannot complete the task assigned to us by His Majesty, so I plan to divide the Foreign Legion into smaller units and conduct a phase blocking. There are a total of 20 star systems in the western constellation, and we have 20 fleets, so we will open up 21 battlefields and use our lives to stop the enemy's attack. Everyone was shocked by Gutu's bold tactics. If we do this, it means that one fleet will guard one star system, facing all the enemy's forces alone, and using lives to delay time. Although crazy, it is feasible. Everyone's eyes suddenly became very determined. Gutu looked at the people who were ready to fight, and told them the plan thoroughly. This time, I applied to His Majesty for a full 50 air fortresses and matching fortress weapons. These air fortresses will be anchored in various star systems in the western constellation, and we will fight around them. Gutu's plan was simple, breaking up the Foreign Legion into small pieces and distributing them to various star systems, using the air fortresses as military fortresses to block them in batches. If the enemy wants to attack the next galaxy, they have to remove the military fortress of this galaxy and destroy the defensive fleet of this galaxy, otherwise they will face the danger of being stolen. At this time, the commander of the first fleet of the Foreign Legion suddenly spoke. Boss, it takes time to anchor this empty fortress, so someone needs to withstand the enemy's attack in the 01 star top galaxy to buy time for the empty fortress to anchor. My first fleet is the first fleet established by the Foreign Legion, and it should also set an example for the younger generations. Let this task be handed over to us. The first fleet of the Foreign Legion was originally formed by Gutu and Winshubai. After several wars, although the personnel have been replenished again and again, its combat effectiveness is undoubtedly the highest in the entire Foreign Legion. In this regard, Gutu refused without hesitation. Get out. I will personally lead the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet to carry out the blocking mission of the number 01 system, and I will set an example. No, boss, you still need to command the battle. What is there to command in this kind of battle? Just fight hard. In a while, each fleet will receive the empty fortress from the transport team. The first line of defense will be provided by our Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet, and the second line of defense will be provided by the first fleet, and they will be arranged in sequence. Our Foreign Legion does not have the habit of soldiers charging in front and commanders hiding in the rear. Lead by example, and start with yourself. Seeing Gutu like this, everyone did not insist, but saluted Gutu. Gutu looked at everyone, and let out a heroic smile. Brothers, I will go first. Looking at the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet leaving, everyone saluted solemnly and roared in unison. For the glory of Tianxi, for the glory of your majesty, fight to the death. Chapter 467. At the border of the LS Starfield, under various threats and inducements from Herd Rupert, the fleets of various forces were assembled in a short time. Commander, the fleets of various legions have been assembled. In a Force Demon-class Titan, Herd Rupert looked at the fleets around him that were as boundless as the tide, and his heart was suddenly filled with pride. With such strength, I want to see what the Sky Serpent group can do to stop it. The combat staff on the side also laughed and said, Commander, currently the various legions have a total of 137 conventional fleets, and we have dispatched 5 super flagship fleets. This strength is enough to sweep away the Sky Serpent group, let alone the other forces in the entire Eastern Star Field. In response to the words of the combat staff, Hut Rupert's mouth suddenly curled up a smile, and his eyes were full of smiles. What is the current arrangement of the Kelson Star region and the Jonri Star region? Faced with Hut Rupert's inquiry, the combat staff quickly replied, Currently 5 super flagship fleets have approached the border of the Kelson Star region and are confronting the super flagship fleet of the Sky Serpentine group. The fleet at the border of the Jonri Star region is also ready. Now we only need your order to launch the attack. This time, Hut Rupert used all his resources to attack the Serpentis group. He even pulled up the 5 super flagship fleets that he had just formed and prepared to be his personal guard fleet, and sent them to entangle the Shadow Serpentis, first super flagship fleet, in the Kelson Star region. The border of the Jonri Star region was attacked by the fleet of his Eastern Commercial Union, which had a total of 5 super flagship fleets and 50 conventional fleets. What he had to do now was to crush the Serpentis group with absolute strength and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let the other forces in the Eastern Star region that have not yet surrendered to him see the consequences of opposing him, and clear the way for him to complete the unification of the Eastern Star region. Order: launch an attack on all fronts. Het Rupert gave the order to the staff with high spirits. Afterwards, under the conveyance of the staff, the offensive orders were transmitted to various fronts. The mighty fleet also began to move towards the Buiden Star region, like a moving steel torrent. Buiden Star region Western Constellation, Galaxy number 01. Originally, these star systems all had their own names, but in order to better plan the defense zones, Gutu directly renumbered the star systems of the entire Western Constellation, and this Defense Zone 01 is the gateway star system from the Buiden Star Field to the LS Star Field. Because when taking over the Buiden Star Field, Cormac Vaga anchored many air fortresses in various gateway star systems in the Buiden Star Field, and there were also many war preparations in them. Gutu looked at the war preparations in the 3 air fortress hangars in the 01 star system, as well as the clones that Sherman specially asked Tuwin OSS to prepare in advance for the Sky Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet personnel in these 3 air fortresses, and nodded with satisfaction. These are enough to achieve the strategic goal. There are 10 fully equipped Avenger-class fleets stored in the 3 empty fortresses, and there are also 10 clones of all the members of the Sky Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau. With their current ones, it is equivalent to them being able to fight 11 times. But before Gutu could be happy for long, the reconnaissance ship deployed at the border of the LS Star Field sent an early warning. Boss, the enemy's large force is coming to my defense zone. The enemy fleet is large in number, and the enemy is numerous. As soon as the words fell, an explosion was heard. Gutu knew that the reconnaissance fleet was discovered and destroyed by the enemy. Fleet assembly. After a loud roar, the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet assembled. Because this was a blocking battle, The Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet also used the standard Avenger-class fleet instead of the Black Hidden Special Service fleet. The Black Hidden Special Service fleet is only suitable for sneak attacks. In this kind of hard-hitting battlefield, the main battleship is more useful. The fleet had barely assembled for a while when warning sounded in the fleet. The number of enemy warships displayed in the scanning detector was terrifying. In a short while, fleets quickly assembled tens of thousands of kilometers in front of Goto's fleet. The dense fleets made Goto's mouth twitch. My goodness, there must be dozens of fleets here, right? Nonsense, there must be more than 100 fleets. Oh my god, we can fight this time, it's so exciting. Facing such a huge enemy fleet, Goto's fleet was like a lone boat in the waves. But no one was worried at all. Instead, they were chatting and commenting on the enemy's fleet with interest, which seemed to be of high quality. They all went through cloning surgery and became clone pilots, so they also knew who their majesty was. So compared to other foreign legion fleets, their combat effectiveness was naturally stronger, but they also ignored life more, whether it was the enemy's or their own. Looking at the silent fleet of the Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau in front of them, the vassal fleets formed under various threats and inducements from Herd Rupert also laughed. Commander, these guys won't want to stop us, right? The combat staff looked at the fleet of the Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau ready for attack and was stunned. 1 against 100? Who gave them the courage? Herd Rupert looked at the fleet in front of him, his eyes narrowed, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. This fleet formed by the survivors once blocked his fleet from the Kelson star field to support him in the W1 and W2 galaxies during the Second War, and forcibly defeated several fleets that he went to support. He didn't expect that the enemy would meet on a narrow road, and now it is foreseen here. Order the fleet to attack, kill them, and the military merit will be doubled. These things that were not even as good as roadside garbage actually blocked his fleet, causing him to suffer a lot of humiliation, which needs to be washed away with blood. When Hut Rupert's order was issued, the entire servant fleet cheered, waiting for the fleet's order, and they would tear apart this fleet in front of them that didn't know how to live or die. Goto looked at the enemies in front of him, who were preheating their engines and ready to move, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. A group of rabble gathered together. No matter how many there are, it is still a rabble. Goto preheated the muzzle and thruster, and shouted in the fleet, "Brothers, His Majesty's eyes are watching us, the tribesmen's eyes are watching us, we have no way to retreat, even the tribesmen are behind us. His Majesty's will guide us, for the glory of New Eden, follow me to charge." Goto's last roar, roaring with all his strength, made the whole fleet excited. "Your Majesty's will guide us. For the glory of New Eden, kill!" Led by Goto, and in the astonishment of the crowd, the fleet of the Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau charged towards the coalition forces like a countercurrent. Looking at Goto and others charging, Hut Rupert's eyes were filled with shock, and he said faintly, "Courage is commendable, but too stupid." Then he waved his arm, and nearly 100 fleets of the coalition forces rushed back like a black wave. He wanted to crush these guys and break the backbone of these survivors again. Facing the enemies surging like a tide, Goto and others showed no fear, but instead turned the thrusters to the maximum, increasing the speed a little. 2 waves, one large and one small, collided with each other, bringing up a little spray in an instant, and the continuous explosions illuminated the entire night sky. Chapter 468. The warships of both sides collided with each other. Goto took the lead, and the entire fleet charged in a cone formation. Both sides abandoned tactics and chose the most exciting and will-testing hand-to-hand combat in the Star Sea. However, the Eastern Star region wanted to crush the enemy and boost morale for its own side, while Goto wanted to tear off a piece of the enemy's flesh. 3 people in a group, 3 people in a group, choose your own target to destroy, brothers, drill through them. Goto shouted desperately. Now the fleets of both sides have collided with each other, and it depends on who is more efficient. Although the Star Sea is large, the battlefield is only so large. Although the coalition fleets are large, only about 5 to 8 can attack Goto's fleet. The other fleets are blocked by the friendly forces in front and cannot attack. Although the Avenger-class battleships equipped by Goto's fleet are synonymous with thick skin and strong firepower, they do not have the ramming ability like the Shasa battleships. Therefore, in this close-range hand-to-hand combat in the Star Sea, they can only rely on their own strong firepower to annihilate the opponent. Because the Goto fleet is in a cone formation, there are always 3 warships with the same intersecting firing range, and the enemies in this firing range are their targets. The neutron rapid guns and close defense guns of the Avenger-class battleships spewed flames at the same time, and the scorching projectiles continued to melt the enemy's warships. These regular fleets of the coalition did not receive support from the demon civilization like the Eastern Commercial Consortium, and could obtain the standard warships of the demon civilization. Most of the warships they used were miscellaneous warships sold by some arms groups. Only the customized version of this kind of miscellaneous warship can be stronger than the standard warships of the two civilizations, but the standard warships produced by themselves are much weaker. It is simply a fantasy to want to fight head-on with the Avenger-class battleship. Just a face-to-face, the entire battle line was set off with endless fireworks, which was the gorgeous scene caused by the explosion of the warship. After the collision, the soldiers of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau overloaded the thrusters and pushed forward, while activating all the weapons that could be used to attack the target. The high-rate, high-powered hybrid cannon quickly melted the enemy's warship. Under the firepower of the Avenger-class battleships composed of 3 people, the enemy's warship was destroyed almost every 3 seconds. They were originally a coalition formed temporarily by different forces, and they didn't know each other yet, let alone any tacit cooperation. They looked numerous and powerful, but the attacks that actually fell on the fleet of the Sky Serpentine Anti-Corruption Bureau were sporadic, and many of them even accidentally injured friendly forces. So the fleets of both sides collided with each other, and after a short pause, the small wave broke through the big wave and began to penetrate into the center of the big wave. It was like a river wave flowing into the ocean. It was not only not wiped out by the vast ocean, but also penetrated into it. The Avenger-class battleship started the thrusters, and the powerful power made the heavy battleship move forward, pushing the wreckage of the battleship in front to both sides. Brothers, you see, these are paper tigers. No matter how many there are, they are paper tigers that will break at the touch. That's it. Gouda laughed heartily in the fleet channel while pouring firepower wantonly. Boss, I've killed 3 of them. You have to treat me to 2 bottles of coffee this time. That's right, boss. We've been craving coffee for a long time. Yes, I want to drink. Damn it. Listening to the explosions that occurred from time to time in the fleet, the people in the Sky Snake Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet also laughed heroically. This was the sound of their teammates' warships being destroyed. They were clone pilots. Death was not the end, but just the beginning of the next battle. So they ignored death and were eager to fight. Gouda looked at the 2 enemy conventional fleets that had been defeated, with a wild smile on his face, and directly overloaded the warship's weapon system and thruster system. Brothers, follow me to drill through these guys, and I will apply to His Majesty for a special edition of Kufi when I go back, so that everyone can drink as much as they want. The Kufi that Gutu and his men were talking about was not the kind that Sherman liked to drink before, but a stimulant drink developed by the Tianxi group specifically for clone pilots. Strictly speaking, this thing is actually a medicine that can improve the combat capability of clone pilots, and soothe the discomfort of clones after consciousness conversion. However, after seeing that Sherman liked to drink Kufi drinks, these guys asked Cormac Vaga to change the packaging of this thing to Kufi packaging, saying that it was to follow the trend of His Majesty. Of course, because this thing tastes very good, and drinking more is also good for these clone pilots, it has become a special drink for them. The officials of the Tianxi group are not only excellent weapons experts, but also excellent neurology experts. That is, their territory is now short of resources, otherwise Cormac Vaga would definitely be able to produce the synergist that increases the combat effectiveness of clone pilots. Now they are limited by resources, so they can only build this thing for the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau. As for the special edition Cool Fly mentioned by Gutu, it is the only synergist that the Tianxi group can currently produce. It can enhance the clone pilot's control over the warship's weapon system, and better utilize the warship's weapon system. In other words, it can increase the weapon's firing rate by a small amount. And this special edition Cool Fly is expensive, so only 1 batch was produced. When they came this time, Sherman specially transferred a batch for them. This feeling that penetrated into the soul made them love it. So after hearing Guta's promise, the remaining Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau soldiers cheered and followed Gutu, pouring ammunition on the enemy. Lock, stagnate, beam, fire, destroy, lock again. In this close-range battle, the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau soldiers mechanically repeated this sequence, bringing explosions one after another. 3 hours later, Guta finally saw a ray of light in front of his eyes. When he looked up, he saw that there were no enemy warships around him. Looking back, there were warship wreckages all over the ground and the frightened coalition forces. They really penetrated the enemy's fleet. But that's all they can do, because now there are only a few of them left out of the more than 200 people in the entire fleet. Warning, the weapon system is completely damaged. Warning, the armored deck is 80% damaged. Warning, the propulsion system is 90% damaged. Warning, the battleship structure has been penetrated. A crazy alarm sounded in Guda's ears, reminding him that the battleship has reached its limit and will collapse at any time. Guda looked at the brothers around him, who were not much different from him, with a smile on his face, and forced the battleship's propeller to start, while starting the self-destruction program and rushing towards the enemy behind, while roaring loudly, "Glory to the snake! Glory to the snake!" The remaining few people also roared and followed Gutu, activating the self-destruction program and rushing towards the enemy fleet. Looking at the shattered warships in front of them, as if several Avenger-class battleships would collapse at any time, the Coalition fleet retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Looking at the thousands of Coalition warships being frightened by several dying enemy ships, Hut Rupert's face became very gloomy, and then he waved his right hand lightly. Several thick laser beams shot out from the dreadnought, hitting the warships of Gutu and others fiercely, completely shattering them. Chapter 469. Because Gutu and his men had penetrated the Coalition fleet and faced the Eastern Commercial Union super flagship fleet, the firing range was very clear. Without any surprise, Gutu and his men's already damaged warships were directly destroyed by a round of dreadnought fire. The dreadnought's thick lasers directly penetrated the hull of the Avenger-class battleship, vaporizing Gutu and his men's clones. Looking at Gutu and his men who had been turned into pieces, Hut Rupert had some regrets in his eyes. What a pity, they are not my people. At this moment, his inherent impression of these survivors, who were not even as good as the weeds on the roadside, was broken. Such a fierce fleet, he dared to say that there was no one in the entire Eastern Star region, even if the Angel Civilization or the Demon Civilization could have such momentum. But when he turned his head and saw the Coalition forces that were directly penetrated by the Sky Serpentine Anti-Corruption Bureau, Hut Rupert's eyes were obviously disgusted. Really a waste. More than 100 fleets can be penetrated by a fleet of others. What a shame. In this battle, although the fleet of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau was completely annihilated, it also took away all 4 Coalition fleets, and the record was excellent. This was also because the Coalition forces surrounded and grabbed the credit in the early stage, and after finding that it was a tough nut to crack, the front kept retreating, directly disrupting the formation of the entire Coalition fleet. Otherwise, even if Guda had used up all his ammunition, he would not have been able to break through. The Coalition suffered such heavy casualties, and Gutu and others found an opportunity to take it down in the chaos. Seeing Hut Rupert's face full of disgust, the combat staff on the side stepped forward at the right time. "Commander, although the fighting power of these pirate groups is not very good, but after all, they are not our own fleet. It is also good to let them help us explore the way and consume the enemy's strength. As for the war damage compensation and pensions we promised before, as long as they are all dead, there will be no one to collect those pensions." Although these Coalition forces were formed from various pirate groups by the Eastern Commercial Union through coercion and inducement. However, the compensation of the warships and the pensions of the pilots after the war will be the responsibility of his Eastern Commercial Union. If this continues, even if they take down the Serpentis group, the compensation and relief they will incur will be enough to overwhelm their already tight finances. Hearing the words of the operations staff, Hut Rupert raised his eyebrows and looked at the Coalition forces with some disdain, but no more anger. "Order the Coalition forces to come immediately and eliminate all enemies along the way. The entire Buwiden star field must be taken down within 3 days." Hut Rupert placed his hands on the table and gave the order while looking at the star map projection. The operations staff bowed and left. Now the Jonri star field has also launched an attack, and is now in a fierce battle with the main fleet of the Sky Serpent. Now Hut Rupert needs to quickly open up the southern constellation, attack the central constellation, and then support the offensive of the northern constellation. Just as the combat staff received the order and prepared to command the Coalition forces to regroup, another Avenger-class battleship fleet jumped in. It was Gutu and others who had transferred their consciousness to the clone group of the local Galaxy Space Station. After jumping in, looking at the Coalition forces that were still in chaos, Gutu did not say anything nonsense and led the fleet to charge like one quarter of the Coalition fleet. Because of the brutal performance of the Sky Serpent Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet last time, the fleet that was just about to gather began to collapse instantly. The pirate fleet selected by Gutu was even more unbearable. Facing the charging Sky Serpent Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet, they directly changed from the rear team to the front team and fled madly towards the main force. Because this pirate group was equipped with light battleships that won by speed and agility, facing this crazy fleeing enemy, Gutu could only look at the stern lights of the ships with a black face after eating more than a dozen ships. Seeing his captain leading the way, a newly joined pirate asked unconvincedly, "Captain, our coalition has more than 100 fleets, And there are 5 super flagship fleets from the Eastern Commercial Union behind us. We only need to delay the enemy for a while, then we can eat them, and make a great contribution. Why should we run? The captain rolled his eyes, and looked at the new captain unhappily without saying a word. The captain directly scolded the newcomer. We become pirates for money, but how much money did the Eastern Commercial Union give me this time? Hundreds of thousands of star coins a month. What are you buying your life for? This time, Hut Rupert coerced and lured these pirates to come here, and only gave each of them a symbolic salary of hundreds of thousands of star coins, and the management staff received more. And they are all battleship pilots. The normal price is at least several million per month, and the salary will be increased during wartime. Not to mention that they all come with their own battleship ammunition now, and they want them to fight for such a small amount of money. What are they thinking? In this situation, it can be seen that the Tianchi group is ready to fight to the death. Only the newcomers who have just entered the industry are still a little enthusiastic, and the old hands have long been ready to slip away. A bunch of cowards. Gu Tu looked at the speed of the enemy that he could not catch up with, and couldn't help spitting, then turned the bow and rushed towards another target. And Hut Rupert looked at the performance of the coalition forces, and his face was even darker. Pass the order, let the coalition forces kill the enemy, or let them die together with the enemy. After the order was issued, the coalition forces looked at the mad dog-like fleet of the Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau in front of them, and looked at the flagship cannons and doomsday weapons of the super flagship fleet behind them, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. After a little struggle, all the coalition forces attacked the Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet frantically. If they killed the enemy in front of them, they would lose a little at most. But if they retreated, they would face the doomsday weapons of hundreds of titans, and more than a dozen dreadnoughts behind them, and they would die. Even if they could escape, they would not be able to survive in the Eastern Star region. Hut Rupert would definitely hunt them down, and they would fight to the death. Both sides had no way to retreat, and they immediately collided with each other again. This time, under the threat of the super flagship fleet in the rear, the coalition forces also burst out with great combat power. They relied on the human wave tactics to capture Gutu and others. The battle lasted only an hour and ended with the destruction of the Sky Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet, and they also paid nearly twice the price of war damage. But before they could catch their breath, they saw another Avenger-class battleship fleet leaping over. Everyone's mouth twitched, and after looking at the 5 super flagship fleets behind them that were still accumulating energy, they went to meet the revived Sky Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet with great enthusiasm. Fight, destroy, fight again, and destroy again. After fighting several times for 2 whole days, the coalition forces had become numb. Looking at the Sky Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet that continued to come, the coalition forces continued to meet it numbly, but their fighting spirit was reduced by more than a little. Gutu and others were not having a good time either. Now everyone in the Sky Serpent Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet was enduring a pain that went deep into their souls, which was caused by the continuous transfer of consciousness. Now everyone in the Sky Serpent Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet was on the verge of collapse. In the command center, Sherman, who had been watching the battlefields of all parties, could not help but sigh when he saw this. Cormac Wagga, after this time, bring back the consciousness of the Sky Serpent Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet. The consciousness transfer technology is not omnipotent, and there are some cloning limits according to each person's situation. Now Gutu and others have reached their limit. If they continue to fight, they will really die. Moreover, even if they are cloned back this time, Gutu and his Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet will be useless, and can no longer board the warship to fight. Gutu and others are clone pilots, who are absolutely loyal to him. Sherman does not want them to die here. Even if these people can no longer fight for him in the future, Sherman needs to let them live a good life. This will also be the ending of every clone pilot in New Eden in the future. The previous life is given to Sherman, and he will fight for him. The last life is left to himself and his family, and they will live a rich life. This is the fate of clone pilots, and it is also the last mercy that Sherman gives them. Chapter 470. In the 2 days of fighting, although Hut Rupert's Eastern Commercial Union did not suffer any losses, the coalition suffered heavy losses, with nearly 20 fleets being defeated and crippled. This was only after the coalition faced Gutu and had no intention of fighting anymore, and Hut Rupert ordered the aircraft carrier fleet and the super flagship fleet to release the cavalry to assist in the attack, otherwise the losses would be even greater. Moreover, the 2 days of fighting had completely brought the morale of the coalition to the freezing point. If this continued, I'm afraid these guys would not be willing to be cannon fodder anymore, even if they were threatened by Hut Rupert. Commander, I suggest slowing down the offensive, advancing steadily, and eliminating the military fortresses of the Serpentis group one by one. The combat staff suggested to Hut Rupert. To be honest, he really didn't understand why so many fleets could be hidden in just 3 small military fortresses. According to this situation, if they were to rush in and attack directly, they might be ambushed by the enemies in these military fortresses. Moreover, these guys' fearlessness of death in the past 2 days made him a little nervous. Really, I don't know what price the Serpentis group offered to these guys, but they are fighting so hard. Faced with the advice of the combat staff, Hut Rupert was silent for a while, and then nodded. There was no way. In the past 2 days, the combat effectiveness of Gutu's Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet also surprised him. Their super flagship fleets are easy to say, but other conventional fleets will suffer great losses even if they are outnumbered. Moreover, the last time the 8 conventional fleets of the Serpentis group disturbed the peace of the Ella Star region and the Jonri Star region, and even entangled his super flagship fleet, the record is obvious to all, so it is better to be more stable. Order the coalition forces to rest on the spot, and the super flagship fleet will be dispatched to dismantle the space stations of the Serpentis group. Hut Rupert looked at the coalition forces that had already formed their own groups, and said with a headache, "Yes." Looking at Hut Rupert's decision, the combat staff was also relieved. Although the coalition forces formed by these pirates are cannon fodder, these cannon fodders are also forced out by their Eastern Commercial Federation. If they really let them take the lead and confront the Serpentis group head-on, no one can guarantee that these pirates, who have reached their psychological limit, will turn their guns on themselves. If it really comes to that, no matter what the result is, the reputation of his Eastern Commercial Union will be completely ruined. This will do more harm than good to their unification of the Eastern Star region. Because Gutu and others were on the verge of collapse due to multiple consciousness transfers, they were forcibly transferred to the base of the source domain by Sherman. Now there are only a few clone pilots left in the 3 military fortresses of the number 01 system. Facing the attack of Hut Rupert's 5 super flagship fleets, without the assistance of the fleet, these military fortresses had almost no resistance and were all removed one by one. After demolishing the 3 military fortresses in the 01 galaxy, Hut Rupert did not delay and ordered the fleet to move forward quickly. But just after entering the 02 galaxy, the 3 military fortresses appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the first fleet of the Foreign Legion ready to go outside the space station, Hut Rupert's mouth twitched. "Commander." The combat staff looked at this familiar standard fleet, and his heart sank. Is this the Serpentis group trying to consume them like this? Order the coalition forces. Forget it. Order the super flagship fleet to attack directly and demolish these military fortresses. Hut Rupert originally wanted to let the coalition forces attack, but after seeing the current state of the coalition forces, he immediately changed his mind. With the current state of these guys, it would be useless to let them go. When the coalition forces received the order and happily gave way to the super flagship fleet, they saw the first fleet of the Foreign Legion roaring and rushing towards the coalition forces. "Your Majesties will guide us, and His Majesty's eyes are on us. Brothers, don't let His Majesty down. Don't let the blood of the legionary commander flow in vain. Kill!" In order to prepare the fleets to fight to the death, Gutu directly cut off the connection between the fleets of the Foreign Legion. When the enemy enters the galaxy, it means that the fleet blocking the previous galaxy has been annihilated. And now the enemy has been stranded in the 01 galaxy for 2 days, and now appears in their 02 galaxy. It is not difficult to see that Gutu and others have died in the battle. Gutu has been leading them to various battlefields since more than 10 years ago, and later joined the Tianxi group and took them to participate in several battles, and his feelings are the deepest. Now that they know that Gutu led the fleet of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau and died on the battlefield to stop the enemy, how can they not be angry? Even if the anger broke through the sky, the captain of the first fleet of the Foreign Legion still knew clearly that his mission was to delay the enemy as much as possible and buy precious time for the rear. So they did not choose to fight head-on, but chose to directly attack and defend the enemy around the 3 military fortresses. The power of the military fortress is not less than that of a brigade of dreadnoughts, and it also has a stronger defense than the Titan, so this is also the reliance of the first fleet of the Foreign Legion to delay them. Moreover, they did not think of fighting the flagship of the Eastern Commercial Union, but set their sights on the conventional fleet that was assisting the attack. After all, this super flagship fleet was not just a conventional fleet. With the help of the military fortress, Hut Rupert, several conventional fleets that were assisting suffered heavy losses and had to retreat to the rear of the flagship fleet. Looking at the several conventional fleets that had suffered heavy losses, Hut Rupert was furious and immediately withdrew all the conventional fleets and ordered the flagship to attack directly. After all, this military fortress is not a star city, so facing the strong attack of the flagship fleet, it was forcibly destroyed after destroying several dreadnoughts. The first fleet of the Foreign Legion was also forced to move to another military fortress and continue to stare at the fleet of the coalition forces. Looking at this sneaky Foreign Legion fleet, a trace of powerlessness emerged in his heart. He now saw how difficult these guys are. Order the first and second super flagship fleets of Ellis to clear the remaining 2 military fortresses, and the remaining 3 super flagship fleets to anchor on the spot. Open the maintenance cabin to repair the warships for the coalition forces, and let these guys rest. The fierce battles of the past few days have exhausted them, and they have to rest. These flagships have ship maintenance cabins of different sizes, which can temporarily berth conventional warships and repair warships. It can be said that compared with military force, it is the function that each force values most. A flagship not only serves as the main firepower and shield, but also shoulders the role of temporary logistics for the fleet. Chapter 471. During the short break, the reconnaissance fleet sent out by Hunt Rupert also returned the news. Commander, according to the intelligence of the reconnaissance fleet, there are 3 to 5 military fortresses in each star system of the western constellation of the entire Buwiden star field, and there are enemy fleet activities in each star system. The reconnaissance fleet was attacked after entering the central constellation and lost its movement. It is suspected that there are enemy anti-reconnaissance facilities in it. The combat staff quickly reported the intelligence to Hunt Rupert. Hunt Rupert couldn't help but frown when he heard the intelligence. What exactly does the Serpentis group want to do? Where did they get so many fleets? According to their original intelligence, although they didn't know how many Serpentis fleets were hidden deep in the source domain, there were only 21 Foreign Legions stationed in the Buwiden star field. And they annihilated a total of 8 in the 01 galaxy, plus the one they just annihilated, that's 9. And judging from the wreckage of the 3 local space stations, there were warships of no less than 3 fleets. When did this foreign army expand to such a large number? Het Rupert shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Pass the order, the fleet will set out in 24 hours, and steadily destroy all the enemy's military fortresses and fleets in the western star field. Although I don't know what conspiracy the Serpentis group has, in the face of absolute strength, these are all clouds. Yes, Commander. The combat staff nodded and accepted the order, but then hesitated and continued, Commander, the northern constellation is also facing a very fierce resistance. Our Jonry's group's conventional fleet has been severely damaged, and a lot of dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers have also been lost. We have only just completed the occupation of the entrance star system. The northern constellation was guarded by 2 officials of the Serpentis group, and they were also facing the fleet directly under the Eastern Commercial Union. After seeing the trapezoidal tactics chosen by Gutu, the 2 also used this tactic. The military fortress stored the warship reserves and blocked the enemy along the galaxy. Because the 2 officials could directly command a full 8 fleets, and they did not have the consciousness transfer restrictions of Gutu and other clone pilots, they created the illusion that the fleet was endless for the enemy. The 5 super flagship fleets of the Jonry's group were all directly affiliated with the Eastern Commercial Union, and were formed from the old fleet of Hunt Rupert, so their combat effectiveness and fighting will were not comparable to those of the coalition composed of pirates. The 2 sides fought for 3 full days in the 01 star system of the northern constellation. The Serpentis group lost more than 30 fleets, and dozens of conventional fleets of the Jonry's group army were almost completely destroyed, and more than a dozen dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers were also lost. In the end, the Serpentis group took the initiative to withdraw because the war preparations in the local galaxy's military fortresses were exhausted and unable to block the enemy. During these 3 days, the military fortresses in the various galaxies of the northern constellation were also anchored, and a large amount of war preparations were also transported into them. Now the 2 sides are still fighting for the northern 02 galaxy. Where is the flagship fleet of the Jonry's star field? Why not just demolish the enemy's military fortress? Het Rupert gritted his teeth and looked at the combat staff viciously. The operations staff explained bitterly. The flagship fleet of the Jonry's army was intercepted by a large number of enemy interception fleets just after entering the 01 system of the northern constellation. Most of the flagships were trapped in the jump interception force field and could not move, and could not carry out combat operations at all. The enemy also fought with us around the flagship. Although he only heard the verbal description of the operations staff, Hunt Rupert could also imagine how cruel the battle in the northern constellation was. This enemy interceptor was able to stop 5 of our super flagship fleets for 3 whole days. Even with the assistance of friendly forces, it is not difficult to imagine how much the enemy had to pay. Hut Rupert sighed inwardly, and waved his hand to the operations staff. Send a telegram to the Johnry's army group, let them learn a lesson, proceed steadily, and clear the enemy's military fortresses and fleets in various galaxies along the way. Don't be afraid of wasting time, just be steady and reduce your own losses. The combat staff received the order and left. Now Hut Rupert's original idea of a quick victory was gone. Now the desperate fighting style of the Serpentis group made him a little nervous. If he continued like this, even if he conquered the Serpentis group, his foundation would be shaken. Besides, he already had an absolute advantage. As long as he was more stable, he could slowly advance the front line at a very small cost. There was no need to fight like this. Thinking of something, Hut Rupert immediately sent a telegram to the 5 super flagship fleets in the Kelson star field that were used to contain Cormac Vaga, asking them to stay alert to prevent Cormac Vaga from attacking them. Although the probability of this super flagship fleet attacking 5 fully armed super flagship fleets is very small, after seeing the resistance of the enemies in the Buwiden star field, Hut Rupert must be on guard. These guys can't be judged by common sense, they are all a group of desperate lunatics. Hut Rupert's change of tactics is undoubtedly effective. In the following battles, relying on the steady fight of the super flagship fleet, they no longer have any major casualties. At the beginning, the foreign legion that was intercepting could still block the enemy for 1 to 2 days with the defense of the military fortress, but as Hut Rupert gradually figured out the tactics to deal with it, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. After discovering that the foreign legion was using trapezoidal tactics and relying on military fortresses in the galaxy to intercept them, Hut Rupert immediately changed his tactics. He directly withdrew the conventional fleet behind the Dreadnought fleet, used Titans to withstand the firepower of the military fortresses, and the aircraft carrier fleet released the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to assist at a safe distance, or used the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group to attack the Foreign Legion fleet. Faced with this kind of play of the Eastern Commercial Union, neither the Foreign Legion nor the Serpentis main fleet led by officials had any way to deal with it. After all, only the super flagship fleet can fight against the super flagship fleet. They have no other way except to delay a little time with their lives. When the battle lasted to the 10th day, there were only 2 fleets left in the Foreign Legion, and the rest were all killed in battle, and none were captured. The front line of the Western Constellation was pushed to the 18th star system by the enemy, and there were only 2 star systems left from the Central Constellation. The front line of the Northern Constellation was also pushed forward by more than half, and this was the result of nearly 100 main fleets of the Sky Serpents. At present, the combat readiness of the Northern Constellation is almost exhausted, and it will no longer be able to block it. The Western Constellation and the Northern Constellation are in danger. Faced with this situation, Sherman could only sigh. Cormac Vaga abandoned the Kelson star field and quickly returned to defend the Buwiden star field. Chapter 472. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order from Sherman, Cormac Vaga looked at the holographic projection broadcast by the reconnaissance ship with a blank expression on his face. The densely packed warships were the newly formed Kelson Corps of the Eastern Commercial Union. The original Kelson Corps had been annihilated by the first super flagship fleet of the Shadow Serpent led by Cormac Vaga, and now this is the newly formed super flagship fleet drawn out by Hut Rupert. Now the 2 sides are confronting each other across several star systems. Because the orders received by both sides are to delay the other side, so when the fight in the Buwiden starfield is fierce, their Kelson starfield is still quite quiet. But now Cormac must retreat and go north to the Buwiden star field for support. We are incompetent. Cormac Vaga looked at the current battle report of the Buwiden star field and couldn't help but sigh. This Kelson star field is the lifeline of their Tianchi group. A large amount of supplies are transported from here to the source area every day, otherwise the Tianchi group's only super flagship fleet would not be stationed here. But now Sherman ordered them to evacuate. How bad is the battle situation in the Buwiden star field now? Now both sides are closely monitoring each other. It is not easy for Cormac Vaga to retreat now, otherwise these guys will definitely come in without hesitation to hold them back, and it will be difficult to deal with them at that time. Cormac Vaga thought about it, closed his eyes, and opened them again. His eyes were full of cyan, and a series of data flowed through his eyes, which directly entered the combat mode. Now both sides' super flagship fleets are within the range of the flagship hyperspace jump, so if you want to evacuate safely, you still need to use some tricks. I saw a fleet of dozens of light and heavy interceptors rushing towards the enemy's station position in the border system of the Kelson star field, and several reconnaissance ships beside the fleet of the new Kelson army group accidentally revealed their figures, moving in and out between the subspace and the main space, like swimming fish. Cormac Vaga's movement instantly made the nerves of the new Kelson Army group tense, and the fleet quickly assembled to complete the defense array, ready to fight at any time. Even if the opponent only has one super flagship fleet, and they have a full 5, they still dare not be careless. After all, the last Kelson army died at the hands of this fleet, so no one dares to be careless. The situation was quickly reported, and the staff quickly conveyed it to Hut Rupert after receiving the information. Commander, the enemy's super flagship fleet stationed in the Kelson star field has made a move, and is now sending light and heavy interception and reconnaissance ships to force my newly formed Kelson army group. It seems that the battle in the Buveton star field has made the enemy unable to bear it, and they want to open a way out in the Kelson star field again. Hut Rupert knocked on the table, thinking about this news, frowning slightly. The enemy in the Buveton star field is already overwhelmed. Could this be a trick by the enemy to deceive the enemy, and then quickly move into the Buveton star field to fight? Listening to Hut Rupert's analysis, everyone in the staff shook their heads. The chief of staff of the staff department even said directly, "Commander, the Kelson star field is the material transportation channel that the Serpentis group has finally opened up. The enemy's resistance in the Buveton star field is still strong, which proves that the enemy still has resistance in the Buveton star field. If the enemy abandons the Kelson star field directly, then the Kelson star field will be transferred back to our hands, and its material channels will be blocked again. Even if the enemy's super flagship fleet supports the Buveton star field, it will play a small role, and it is completely unnecessary. Now the western and northern constellations of the Buveton star field have almost been occupied by them. If the enemy abandons the Kelson star field directly, the Serpentine group will return to the situation before the war, or even worse than before the war. Now Hut Rupert's tactics are very simple, that is, to advance steadily and gradually erode the enemy's territory. The purpose is to kill the manpower of the Sky Serpentis group and consume its material reserves. Up to now, the Sky Serpentis group's warships have been destroyed. If they give up the Kelson starfield now, they can trap the opponent in the source field even if they are trapped. Even after blocking the entrance and exit, they will have the initiative on the battlefield. At that time, the Sky Serpentis group will be trapped in a jar and can be controlled as they want. Therefore, the staff would not agree with Hut Rupert's analysis. After all, this is a dead end that anyone with a discerning eye can see, and the enemy would not do this no matter how stupid they are. What does the enemy want to do by making such a move in Kelson's super flagship fleet? Hut Rupert asked puzzledly. To fight or annihilate his new Kelson army group? The staff frowned and fell into thought after hearing this. Finally, a combat staff officer hesitated and said, "What do you think? Could it be that the enemy is preparing to directly attack the new Kelson army group, and then detour into the LS star field to make a roundabout outflanking? The Kelson star region and the Erlazin star region are separated by several star systems. If the Shadow Sky Serpent first super flagship fleet defeats the new Kelson army group and then enters the Erlazin star region, then the fleets that are attacking the western constellation of the Buveton star region will be trapped in a double team, and even face the embarrassing situation of being blocked in the rear. As for whether the enemy's super flagship fleet will break through the blockade of the new Kelson army group, even if their own forces are superior, everyone has no low in their hearts. After all, the other party has already accomplished this kind of thing, and they all know how strong their combat power is. The newly formed Kelson army is composed of new recruits. They can only do some basic operations at most. Their combat effectiveness is really limited. If they really fight against this fierce army, they will probably win a miserable victory. This is not in line with the interests of the Eastern Business Union. Everyone raised their eyebrows at the speculation of the combat staff. Hut Rupert gave the order without hesitation. Order the newly formed Kelson army to quickly prepare for battle, and the Ellis army to prepare for support. If the other side really dares to attack, then eat them up. No matter what, the initiative on the battlefield is in their hands now. Hut Rupert can completely withdraw the Ellis army that is attacking the Buveton star region to defend. Even if the combat effectiveness of the newly formed Kelson army is poor, it will not be a problem to delay the enemy. And his Ellis army can completely withdraw to the Ellis star region within half an hour, and then directly engage in the battle. At that time, after eating the only super flagship fleet of the Sky Serpentine group, their attack will no longer be a concern. Chapter 473. After receiving the order from Hut Rupert, the newly formed Kelson army group immediately completed its preparations. As long as Cormac Vaga dared to come over, they would be able to hold him back and finally trap the enemy to death. And the Ellis army group, which was attacking the last defensive star system in the western constellation in the Buveton star field, was also ready to withdraw support after sending out the coalition forces to attack. Several guided reconnaissance ships were quickly deployed in various star systems in the Buvatan star field and the Ella star field. They only needed 3 flagship hyperspace jumps to arrive. Now, I hope Cormac Vaga can take the initiative to attack. As dozens of light and heavy interceptors sent by Cormac Vaga entered the galaxy where the newly formed Kelson army was stationed, they immediately plunged in without hesitation under the instructions of the reconnaissance ship. The heavy interceptor quickly jumped to the enemy Titan, and the script of the jump force field generator was activated, firmly controlling the enemy Titan. The light interceptors jumped to the enemy flagship group in a scattered manner, expanding the jump interception force fields one by one to prevent them from moving. Faced with these light and heavy interceptors, the newly formed Kelson army also responded quickly and cleared them out. At this time, several Victor-class reconnaissance ships of the Serpentis group suddenly jumped out of the subspace and started induction around the enemy's small aircraft carrier fleet and super aircraft carrier fleet. The 2 bright cross-shaped inductions were very beautiful. Afterwards, 2 Fierce-class dreadnought fleets jumped in under the guidance of the induction and activated the battle module to attack the small aircraft carrier fleet of the newly formed Kelson army. Small aircraft carriers have the weakest defense among flagships. In addition, the Eastern Commercial Union does not have a flagship-level logistics ship, such as a logistics aircraft carrier. Therefore, facing the attack of the Fierce-class dreadnought, they were destroyed almost every 10 seconds. Still a bunch of lunatics. Seeing the explosions in his own small aircraft carrier fleet from time to time, the commander of the newly formed Kelson army group could not help but curse, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Because aircraft carriers rely on iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft to attack, the attack distance is even farther than that of Titans without doomsday weapons, so he arranged the aircraft carrier group around the military fortress. But he didn't expect that just now, in order to quickly eliminate the interceptor ships around the super flagship fleet, he ordered the aircraft carrier fleet to release the cavalry carrier-based aircraft to assist in the elimination. After leaving the military fortress's energy synchronization, the enemy seized the opportunity. The super aircraft carrier fleet quickly released heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft to clear these dreadnoughts. Deputy Corps Commander, send a rescue telegram to the commander immediately. Now the aircraft carrier fleet is out of touch with the main fleet, and the Titan's firepower cannot attack the enemy. Now it can only rely on the aircraft carrier fleet itself. The heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft of this super aircraft carrier still poses a great threat to the dreadnought, and it can completely get out of the predicament on its own. But what he is most concerned about now is not the aircraft carrier fleet, but the enemy's Titans that have not yet appeared, and the super flagship fleet composed of super aircraft carriers. Now the 2 dreadnought fleets have already made him busy. If the enemy's super flagship fleet also follows, then his aircraft carrier fleet will really be lost. After receiving the intelligence of the newly formed Kelson army group, Hut Rupert did not go directly to support, but chose to continue waiting. Don't worry. The enemy has only dispatched 2 dreadnought fleets. The super flagship fleet has not yet appeared. If we go now, we may fall into a trap. Looking at the commanders around him, Hut Rupert let out a sigh and explained. At the beginning of the attack, Cormac Vaga asked Sherman to send a fast reaction fleet to clear the enemy's reconnaissance ships in the defense zone, and also carried out high-intensity electronic interference suppression, which made Hut Rupert lose the information on the movement of the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship fleet. So after facing the request for help from the newly formed Kelson army, he did not immediately give the order to go out. He was also afraid that this was a trick of the Serpentine group to lure the tiger away from the mountain. On the other side, watching the enemy aircraft carrier fleet counterattack against the Fierce-class dreadnought fleet, Cormac Vaga immediately controlled one of the Fierce-class dreadnought fleets to continue attacking the enemy's small aircraft carrier fleet, while controlling another dreadnought fleet to attack the enemy's iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft group. One after another, the dreadnoughts attacked the surrounding enemy's small aircraft carrier fleets and iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft clusters indiscriminately, causing heavy losses to the enemy's iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft group, and many small aircraft carrier fleets were also affected. Of course, in this case, Cormac Vaga's dreadnought fleet was also affected by his own doomsday and suffered damage. But after all, it was a tough dreadnought, so it was not a big problem. When looking at the report from the reconnaissance ship in the direction of the Buvatan star field, Cormac Vaga also knew that if his super flagship fleet cluster did not show up, the LS army would not move, and immediately decided to take a gamble. Several Victor-class reconnaissance ships jumped from the subspace and started several rounds of induction behind the Kelson army's aircraft carrier fleet. With the flashes of red light, 20 Conqueror-class and a Hatred-class super aircraft carrier fleet came to crush the galaxy. Without any nonsense, 20 Conqueror-class Titans used single Doomsday to attack the enemy's super aircraft carrier. The thick Doomsday beam was like a knife cutting tofu, instantly melting through the shield and armor of the super aircraft carrier and hitting it through. The 20 super aircraft carriers of the newly formed Kelson Group army fell directly, without any resistance. Afterwards, the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier fleet also quickly launched heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft and launched an attack on the enemy's aircraft carrier fleet. The gorgeous ripples that appeared after the release of the command pulse wave filled the entire battlefield, which was very beautiful. Seeing the super flagship fleet that finally appeared, the commander of the newly formed Kelson army was immediately scared to death. He sent interceptors to quickly move forward to retain the opponent and asked Hut Rupert for support. After learning that the super flagship fleet of Cormac Vogda appeared, Hut Rupert was overjoyed. Blake, no matter what method you use, you must entangle the opponent's super flagship for half an hour. Yes. Blake looked at his own aircraft carrier fleet being beaten by the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship, and his face turned green and red. He knew that these aircraft carrier fleets were doomed. If he could not hold on to the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship fleet and hold out until the arrival of the LS army led by Hut Rupert, not only would he lose his position as the Legion commander, but he would also probably be tried in a military court. Quickly strangle the enemy's interceptor ships, and the entire army will move over to rescue the aircraft carrier fleet. Chapter 474. After Blake's order was issued, the regular fleets of the newly formed Kelson army group immediately stepped up the cleaning of the interceptors around them, and watching this scene, Cormac Vogda smiled. Afterwards, a special fleet consisting of heavy interceptors and logistics ships came out of the Titan ship maintenance warehouse, and quickly jumped towards the superflag cluster of the newly formed Kelson army group. The heavy interceptors with thick skin and strong body, plus the remote maintenance of the logistics ships, will have no problem dragging it out for an hour or so. Then, the Shadow Serpent's first fleet attacked the aircraft carrier fleet of the new Kelson army in front of it with all its might. After Cormac Vogda's superflag cluster entered the field, the enemy's aircraft carrier fleet became like brittle cardboard and was quickly torn apart. However, in less than 20 minutes, the 8 small aircraft carrier fleets and 5 super aircraft carrier fleets of the new Kelson army had lost 1/5 of their strength. There was no other way. Facing the Titans and Dreadnoughts with Doomsday and anti-flagship cannons, and the Iron Cavalry cluster was being specifically watched, it would be destroyed by more than a dozen Dreadnoughts using Group Doomsday as soon as it was deployed. These aircraft carrier fleets that were trapped in place and unable to move became a piece of meat to be slaughtered. Blake looked ashen as he saw the aircraft carrier group that he was unable to fight back and was ready to be killed. Now he knew that his practice of placing the aircraft carrier group outside the protection range of the super flag group led to such a loss of the aircraft carrier group. After the war, his position as the commander of the newly formed Kelson army group was over. Then, Blake sighed and gave orders to his men. All interceptors, rush forward and cover the enemy with a jump interception force field. Now his own super flagship fleet was blocked by the enemy's heavy interceptor ships like flies, and could not enter the battlefield. In order to prevent the enemy's super flagship fleet from leaving safely after eating the aircraft carrier fleet, he could only let the interceptor ships indiscriminately block the entire battlefield. And in this way. Damn it, Blake, what are you doing? The commander of the aircraft carrier fleet watched as the interception force field that he had destroyed with a pulse bomb was restored, and it was restored by his own people. This was going to completely cut off their way of survival. Originally, they only needed to hold on for a few dozen seconds. After the interception force field was blown up and disappeared, the survivors of their aircraft carrier group could use the superflag hyperspace jump to evacuate. At that time, even if the losses were great, they would not be completely wiped out. But as their own interceptor entered the battlefield, the bubble-like interception force field was propped up again. Otherwise, they would be desperate. Cormac Vogda looked at the 2 dreadnought fleets covered by the interception force field on the main battlefield, and the enemy interceptor ships rushing towards his superflag group, and his face was slightly wrinkled. Then, Cormac Vogda waved his hand, and more than a dozen heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier suddenly took off and arrived at the middle of the main battlefield, and the super flag cluster at a very fast speed. The enemy interceptor ship pilots looked at the cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster rushing towards them, and they panicked and hurriedly used various maneuvering tactics to evade. But to their surprise, these cavalry carrier-based aircraft did not come directly towards them, but circled around them, and did not intend to approach and attack them. This made them overjoyed, and they hurriedly overloaded the warship's thrusters and headed towards the target. But just when they finally rushed to the middle position, they saw that the heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster of nearly 100 squadrons surrounding them finally moved. Hundreds of bombs were fired by the cavalry carrier-based aircraft, heading straight towards their route, blocking their various maneuvering positions. Then, hundreds of pulse waves generated by the explosion of bombs enveloped these interceptors, and almost in an instant, these dozens of interceptors turned into fragments. "What the hell is this?" Blake, who was commanding from a distance, looked at the interceptor fleet that was destroyed in an instant, and his eyes almost popped out. It's no wonder that he was shocked. This heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft is similar to the stealth bomber. Even the Demon Civilization and the Angel Civilization do not have the relevant technology. It can be said that they are the first to be used in actual combat by these two killer weapons. I don't know whether they are lucky or unlucky. Heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft is designed to make up for the attack effect of super aircraft carriers on conventional fleets. Its operating principle is similar to that of a stealth bomber. The bombs it launches all use mechanical operating principles, and will automatically explode after moving to a certain distance. Because of the number of squadrons of cavalry carrier-based aircraft that this super aircraft carrier can control, the damage effect of all these heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft on the enemy's conventional fleet after taking off is very considerable. Even at critical moments, it can also launch a few bombs at its own super flag cluster to blow up the interception force field around it, and then escape. It can be said that this heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft is very useful. Cormac Vaga, the enemy's reinforcement fleet, has returned to the central part of the LS Star field. It will take 2 more flagship hyperspace jumps to reach your battlefield. The estimated arrival time is 10 minutes. Since he was in the command room of the Serpentine Prime, Sherman was able to get all the information. After receiving the report from the reconnaissance ship in the LS Star field, Sherman immediately told Cormac Vaga about the situation. The implication was that Cormac Vaga should hurry up. "Yes, my lord." Cormac Varga nodded, indicating that he understood. Afterwards, Cormac Varga directly controlled dozens of squadrons of heavy bomber cavalry carriers to the main battlefield, while asking the dreadnoughts to stop the battle module, and controlled the heavy bomber cavalry carrier aircraft to bomb the interception force field on the main battlefield. In just a dozen seconds, the conventional warships, interceptor ships, and interception force fields on the main battlefield that were affected by the bombs were all blown up, and the 2 Fierce-class dreadnoughts used the flagship hyperspace jump to evacuate without hesitation after the battle module stopped, leaving only the space fluctuations generated by the flagship hyperspace jump. After the Fierce-class dreadnought fleet withdrew, Cormac Varga had no more scruples, and controlled all the heavy bomber carrier-based aircraft to bombard the enemy's aircraft carrier cluster one round after another, and then the Conqueror-class Titan used Doomsday to end the battle. In Blake's dull eyes, as his own aircraft carrier fleet continued to explode, Cormac Varga led the super flagship cluster to evacuate quickly, and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the aircraft carrier cluster that had lost more than half of its own fleet, and almost every ship was injured in different conditions, Blake's eyes were no longer bright. It's over. Chapter 475. Just after Cormac Vaga evacuated, within 5 minutes, several induction lights were lit up, and Hut Rupert arrived with the LS Army. Looking at the empty galaxy, and the wreckage of warships scattered around the military fortress, Hut Rupert's smile froze, and then his face became very gloomy. "Blake, where are the enemies?" Listening to Hut Rupert's questioning, Blake's face turned pale, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, it was the deputy commander of the newly formed Kelson army who sighed and went up to explain the situation. "Commander, the enemy captured the aircraft carrier fleet cluster that was out of touch with other fleets. The enemy finally completed the evacuation 5 minutes ago. However, due to the continuous electronic interference suppression of the entire galaxy, we were unable to contact you to inform you." Early before Cormac Vaga was ready to evacuate, Sherman ordered the quick reaction fleet to implement high-intensity electronic interference suppression on the entire galaxy, temporarily blocking Blake's contact with Hut Rupert, buying time for the evacuation of the Shadow Sky Serpent's first super flagship fleet. This electronic interference lasted until the induction of the LS Army led by Hut Rupert was turned on. Now Cormac Vaga led the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship squadron after 2 consecutive flagship hyperspace jumps, and now has left the Kelson starfield and entered the Buviden starfield. Listening to the report of the Deputy Legion Commander, Hut Rupert stared at Blake with anger, and wanted to eat him alive. The entire newly formed Kelson army has 5 super flagship squadrons, even pigs can hold the enemy back. Because of this guy's mistake, not only did the enemy eat up nearly half of the aircraft carrier fleet, but also evacuated safely, and the enemy's loss was not even 50 dreadnoughts. Feeling the anger of Hutt Rupert, Blake gave a bitter smile and bowed his head. Commander, after the war, I will go to the military court to accept the punishment I deserve. It's too late to say anything now. It's better to bow your head and admit your mistake. Maybe you can still save your life. Humph! Looking at Blake, who bowed his head and admitted his mistake, Hutt Rupert snorted coldly. From now on, the position of the commander of the new Kelson Army Group will be held by the former deputy commander of the army, and you will serve as the commander of a dreadnought fleet and charge forward. If you are still alive after the war, everything will be written off. Blake had been his subordinate for many years, and it was his mistake to send Blake, who had not received any training in commanding a super flagship fleet, directly to this position without considering that being good at leading a regular fleet does not mean being good at leading a super flagship fleet. Regular fleets and super flagship fleets are two different things. However, Blake is also a rare command talent. After receiving relevant training, he may become a qualified super flagship commander. The most important thing is that Blake is loyal to him. Yes, thank you for your gift, Commander. Hearing what Hutt Rupert said, Blake was relieved and his eyes suddenly brightened. At this time, the reconnaissance ship sent into the Kelson Star Field reported. Headquarters, the enemy has entered the Buwiden Star Field, and the Kelson Star Field has been completely cleared, and no enemies have been found. Looking at the news reported, Hutt Rupert's mouth twitched. This Tianchi group really chose to abandon the Kelson Star Field, and was ready to defend the base camp. Commander, without further delay, I suggest that the newly formed Kelson Army be dispatched to quickly occupy the Kelson Star region and complete the garrison, and the Ellis Army be returned the same way to completely trap the Serpentis group in the Buwiden Star region and the Source region. Seeing that the Serpentis group was seeking its own death, the Eastern Business Union staff immediately suggested. Now, as long as they take back the Kelson Star region, they can launch a siege offensive against the Serpentis group again, and completely seize the initiative on the battlefield. Even if the combat effectiveness of the newly formed Kelson Army is poor, it is completely sufficient for them to guard the W1 and W2 galaxies, the only way for Kelson Star Field to enter the Buwiden Star Field. Besides, most of the western and northern constellations of the Buwiden Star Field are in their hands now. If something really happens in the Kelson Star Field, the armies in these two directions can also directly jump over through the flagship hyperspace to provide support, and they will not need to take a detour like they did just now. Hutt Rupert also approved the suggestion of the General Staff, and immediately ordered the newly formed Kelson Army to enter the Kelson Star region, and set various military fortress space stations to it from the rear to consolidate the defense line. He led the Eris Army back along the original route, and chose to continue attacking the Buwiden Star region from the Eris Star region. Just as he left, a call for help from the Buwiden Star region came from behind. Commander, we were attacked by the enemy's super flagship fleet, and are currently trapped in an enemy ambush. We need support. What? Hutt Rupert's eyes widened when he saw the message for help. This is the rescue from the Jonry's army, which is responsible for attacking the northern constellation of the Buwiden Star Field. Moreover, this is their real direct force, and their combat effectiveness is even stronger than that of the Bilris army. Why would they send a message for help now? And the people who can serve as the staff of Hutt Rupert are not fools, and now they finally understand the tactical intentions of the Sky Serpentis group. Not good. The Sky Serpentis group's target was not the newly formed Kelson army from the beginning, but the Jonry's army. Commander, quickly order the newly formed Kelson army to quickly attack the Buwiden Star Field and rescue the Jonry's army. From the beginning, Cormac Vaga's target was not the newly formed Kelson army, but the super flagship fleet that was attacking the Buwiden Star Field, and he was just looking for an opportunity this time, so he did this. After attracting the Eris army from the Buwiden Star Field, Cormac Vaga immediately moved to the Buwiden Star Field and cooperated with the other two officials to attack the Jonry's army that was attacking the northern constellation. Now the Early's army led by Hutt Rupert is still halfway, and because of the load brought by multiple flagship hyperspace jumps, it has to stop now, otherwise the driver's body and consciousness will not be able to bear it. Now if the Early's army wants to provide support, it can only jump over on the dirt road, but with the bulky body of the super flagship fleet, it is afraid that the opportunity will be lost. So now only the newly formed Kelson army, which has not performed flagship hyperspace jumps, can provide support. As long as the newly formed Kelson army goes north into the Buwiden Star Field, it can directly enter the battlefield through induction to support the Jonry's army. After giving the order to the newly formed Kelson army to rush to the northern battlefield of the Buvatan Star region within half an hour. Hut Rupert gnashed his teeth while looking at the star map. What a Serpentis! The Serpentis group made such a plan. It is impossible that they did not consider that they would go north from the Kelson Star region for rescue, so they must have left some backup to block them. That is why Hut Rupert gave the newly formed Kelson army a death order, asking them to break through the blockade and enter the Buvatan Star region at all costs. As long as they can enter the Buvatan Star region, the dilemma of the Jonry's army can be resolved. Chapter 476. 10 minutes ago, Cormac Varga led the Shadow Serpentis first super flagship into the Buvatan Star region, and directly completed the counter-encirclement of the Jonry's group army with the assistance of 3 other officers. Because the Jonry's group army had 5 super flagship fleets, in order to expand the results of the battle, they attacked in 4 directions, and the last one was used as a backup support. Because the Serpentis group did not have a super flagship fleet in the Buvatan Star region, and even did not deploy a dreadnought fleet, so facing these defense lines composed of conventional fleets and military fortresses, a super flagship fleet was enough. But I didn't expect Cormac Varga to make a feint, abandon the Kelson Star field directly, and quickly return to the Buvatan Star field. So when Cormac Varga arrived in the Buvatan Star field, the other 3 officials led the interception fleet to intercept the super flagship fleets in the other 3 directions, so that they could not provide support at any time. Cormac Varga directly led the Shadow Sky Serpent first super flagship fleet to the side of the Jonry's first super flagship fleet, which was closest to the central constellation, through induction and warp, and launched an attack. After seeing Cormac Varga's Shadow Serpent's first super flagship, the Jonry's army also responded quickly, and lured the Jonry's 5th super flagship as a backup to rush over for support, but because the other 3 super flagships were blocked by the continuous interception fleet, they could not rush to support in time. Therefore, Cormac Varga's Shadow Serpent's first super flagship's combat targets were only the enemy's 1st and 5th super flagships, and the pressure was not great. Buvatan Star Field, Northern Constellation, Galaxy 18. The mighty warships filled the starry sky, countless interstellar steel behemoths were spewing flames wantonly, and various small conventional warships shuttled between the behemoths. The interception force field that spread across the entire battlefield was like a huge bubble, wrapping the battlefield. At the beginning of the war, Cormac Varga's goal was very clear, that is, to kill the enemy's Titan first. His Shadow Serpent first super flagship squadron has a whole fleet of logistics aircraft carriers that can ensure the safety of its own super flagship, but the enemy does not, so this is the fighter. The 3 Fierce-class dreadnought fleets inserted themselves directly into the fleets of the super flagships of the 2 super flagship fleets of the Jonry's group army, and attacked the enemy's Power Demon-class Titans wantonly. The 20 Conqueror-class Titans also fired doomsday weapons and anti-flagship cannons, and the Hatred-class super aircraft carriers also used the heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft formations to continuously attack. Although the Power Demon-class Titans are also synonymous with thick skin and flesh, they can't hold out for long in the face of such attacks. When the battle came to half an hour, half of the 20 Power Demon-class Titans of the Jonry's first super flagship fleet had been lost. If this continued, all of their warships would die here. Are you pigs? Your firepower is twice that of the enemy. Why can't you fight back? You can even exchange your life for theirs. Listening to the repeated requests for help from the Jonry's army, Hut Rupert roared angrily. Now the 1st and 5th super flagship fleets are fighting against the 1st super flagship fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpent. With twice the number of people and firepower, they can't fight so badly even if they exchange 1 for 1 with the enemy, right? The commander of the Jonry's army had a hard time saying, "Commander, the brothers are not cowards. They are fighting back desperately, but it's useless." Why not? In the center of the enemy's super flagship fleet, there is a whole fleet of flagship-class logistics ships that perform continuous remote repairs on Titans and super aircraft carriers, and the enemy's warships are too tough for us to kill instantly. So far, we have only killed 2 of the enemy's dreadnought fleets, but we have no way to deal with the enemy's super flagships. In this attack, Cormac Varga placed the logistics aircraft carriers in the center of the fleet. The first echelon is the Conqueror-class Titan and the Fierce-class dreadnought, and the second echelon is the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier. It can be said that the logistics aircraft carrier has the highest priority, and is the safest. Now the 2 super flagship fleets of the Jonry's army have entered the battlefield, and the other 3 super flagship fleets are entangled and unable to escape, and there is no way to deal with the logistics aircraft carrier fleet. The most important thing is that the Titans and super aircraft carriers of the Serpentis group are incredibly tough. The commander of the Jonry's army has organized the firepower of the 2 fleets to concentrate fire several times, but it is impossible to effectively penetrate the defense of the Conqueror Titan. Almost in the next second, the armor lost by the Conqueror Titan was quickly repaired by the logistics aircraft carrier's endless remote nano-repair. There was even a case where a piece of armor of the Conqueror Titan was shattered in the previous second, and it was repaired by the nano-repair robot in the next second. It was outrageous. Faced with this situation, the commander of the Jonri's army thought of using the supercarrier fleet's iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft formation to attack the Serpentis group's logistics carrier fleet, but these iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft clusters just made a detour and could not get close at all, because there was a full-scale Fierce-class dreadnought escorting the logistics carrier. These iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft groups had lost more than half of their range before they entered their range. If they entered again, they would face a group doomsday salvo from more than a dozen Fierce-class dreadnoughts. As for sending a conventional fleet to bypass the gaps between the enemy's super flagships and use the wolf pack tactics to effectively attack the logistics aircraft carrier, they also tried it, but after seeing that this entire Fierce-class dreadnought was equipped with sweeping guns and heavy capture beams, they did not send it again, because it was a meaningless act of suicide. Listening to the crying of the commander of the Jonri's army, Hut Rupert was also a little numb in his heart. The commander of the Jonri's army tried all means, but they were all anticipated by Cormac Vaga and were prepared. The defense of the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship fleet was like an iron barrel. Unless they could get reinforcements to the enemy's rear, they could only watch the two super flagship fleets of the Jonri's army being destroyed. Where is the new Kelson army now? Hut Rupert turned his head to look at the busy chief of staff. His bloodshot eyes looked scary. The chief of staff did not dare to delay and reported quickly. Commander, the new Kelson army has now reached the W1 and W2 galaxies, but according to the report, these two galaxies have anti-induction buildings, so they can only move forward through dirt roads, and are now entangled by the enemy's interception fleet. Chapter 477. Bang! Hearing this, Hut Rupert punched the table, and the titanium alloy tabletop was immediately dented, and Hut Rupert's hand also bleeds. The staff members heard the loud noise, and stopped immediately, lowering their heads, like quails, and not daring to speak. After a while, Hut Rupert finally collected his mind, and gave an order to the chief of staff in a calm voice. Order the newly formed Kelson army to break through and rush to support the Jonri's army within half an hour. If it fails, the commander of the corps and the commander of the fleet will be brought to the military court. Yes. Order the Early's army to set off immediately. Whether it is a dirt road or a flagship hyperspace jump, they must reach the Buvatan starfield within half an hour. Yes. As orders were issued one after another, Hut Rupert's heart became heavier and heavier. This time he assembled 4 armies, a total of 20 super flagship fleets, while the Serpentis group only had 1 super flagship fleet. But now, the original Kelson army was destroyed, and the new Kelson army was also severely damaged. At present, the 2 super flagship fleets of the Jonri's army are also on the verge of being destroyed. This kind of record is very disadvantageous to him in unifying the Eastern Star region or continuing to seek assistance from the demon civilization. If the Sky Serpent group cannot be destroyed this time, the Sky Serpent group will rise again with this record, and even get investment from the demon civilization or the angel civilization, which will really soar to the sky. Thinking of this, Hut Rupert's heart became even gloomier. But at this moment, a series of alarms sounded, and the urgent alarms pulled Hut Rupert's thoughts back. Report, an enemy interception fleet is approaching our unit. Hut Rupert's pupil shrank, but before he could give the order, he saw hundreds of light and heavy interceptors leaping from deep space, rushing straight into the super flagship cluster of the Ellis army, and countless interception force fields were ejected and stretched. Looking at the logo on the interception fleet, Hut Rupert's face suddenly became grim, and he said in a stern tone, "Foreign Legion." That's right, this is the interception fleet organized by Winshubai. Because Gutu and others can no longer transfer consciousness, Sherman rejected Gutu's request to fight, and gave the task of intercepting the Early's group army to Winshubai. There is no way. Sherman has no fleet available now. Now the 4 officials are fighting in the northern constellation, and he is personally commanding the battle in the Kelson star field. Now no one can stop the Early's group army. Therefore, Winshubai, the clerk, was ordered to summon the reserve fleet of the Foreign Legion that was still in training and came with the fleet. Brothers, His Majesty's eyes are on us. The future of the people is on our shoulders. Don't let them down. Winshubai drove a heavy interceptor ship and rushed to a forced demon-class Titan, intercepting it firmly, while maneuvering and shouting loudly in the fleet. Now, of the 20 foreign legions, only one fleet is still fighting with the coalition forces in the western constellation, and the rest have died in battle. The pilots of this interception fleet are all new recruits, and they haven't even completed their training, so it's not scientific to expect them to do some advanced tactics, but they can still perform simple interception ship driving. Victory belongs to the Serpentis. Everyone shouted and rushed into the LS army, fearless of death. The heavy interceptor entangled the enemy's Titan and maneuvered, intending to survive longer under the enemy's counterattack firepower. The light interceptor activated the cloaking device and entered the subspace after ejecting the interception probe, waiting for the next round of reloading before jumping out to replenish the interception force field. Watching the actions of the Foreign Legion's interception fleet, Hutt Rupert waved his hand with a gloomy face, and countless conventional warships rushed forward to clear the heavy interception fleet one by one, and the light interception fleet that had not yet entered the subspace could not escape the enemy. After working hard for a full half an hour, all the heavy interception ships of the Foreign Legion on the field were cleared, and the light interception ships also suffered heavy losses. Looking at the warship fragments and mutilated bodies of the Foreign Legion's interception ships, Hutt Rupert snorted coldly, and then prepared to wait for the interception force field and then move forward quickly. However, it was obvious that the Foreign Legion did not want them to evacuate so peacefully. Every time the interception force field was about to disappear, several light interception ships would jump out of the subspace to fill the interception force field. Although these interception ships of the Foreign Legion could not escape death in the end, there was no doubt that their goal was achieved. The LS army was trapped again by the interception force field. Faced with the repeated actions of these light interception ships of the Foreign Legion, Hutt Rupert was completely angry. Order the regular fleet to retreat, and the dreadnought fleet to start the mass doomsday with the super flagship cluster as the center, and kill these rats hiding in the subspace. Yes! If this continues, the entire LS army will be entangled here. They have time to slowly consume these guys, but the Jonry's army has no time. After a while, the entire LS army's regular fleet quickly evacuated to a safe area, and more than a dozen dreadnoughts and a dreadnought fleet also activated the battle module and launched the mass doomsday towards the airspace, where the Titan and the super aircraft carrier are located. The dark green energy waves surrounded the airspace, where the super flagship of the LS Group army was located without blind spots. The high-energy reaction immediately penetrated into the subspace and destroyed the light interceptor ship in it. After a round of doomsday, Hutt Rupert was still not satisfied, and then ordered 2 more rounds of doomsday to make sure to clean up the interceptors around the super flagship. Because they were all super flagships, this group doomsday had no effect on them, and the dreadnought fleet had no scruples. After the dreadnought squadron finished 3 rounds of group doomsday, countless warship wreckages were seen spewing out of the subspace, which looked very tragic. The light interceptor ships, hidden in the subspace of the Foreign Legion, were all destroyed. Looking at the fragments of the interception fleet, Hutt Rupert nodded with satisfaction, and waved his hand to support the Jonry's army group by inducing the advance. At this time, the intelligence said by the Legion commander of the Jonry's army group made his face suddenly change, and it seemed that water could drip. Commander, except for a small number of conventional fleets and dreadnought fleets, the rest of our 1st and 5th super flagship fleets were annihilated. At present, the enemy super flagship fleet has evacuated, and its whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 478. 2 super flagship fleets of the Jonry's group army were destroyed, and Hutt Rupert was furious and stepped up his attack on the Buvatan Star region. Because of the lack of troops and war reserves, Sherman did not hold on any longer, so in less than 3 days, the entire Buvatan Star region fell. Cormac Vaga led the Shadow Sky Serpent 1st Super Flagship Fleet to guard the portal system of the Source region and formed a confrontation with the Eastern Commercial Union. The other 3 officials led the Black Hidden Special Service Fleet to squat in the Buvatan Star region 24 hours a day, frantically attacking the transport fleet and regular fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union, and even ate up a super aircraft carrier that was about to return to the LS Star region for repairs. Under such pressure, and in order to preserve strength, Hutt Rupert had to order a temporary suspension of the attack, and only hoarded troops in the Buvatan Star field, preparing to trap the Tianxi group in the Source field. Hutt Rupert then began to vigorously deploy military fortresses in the Buvatan Star field, intending to completely trap the Tianxi group in it. Sherman is now powerless, and has no more war preparations to fight. Both sides also ushered in a rare period of peace. It's just that I don't know how long Hutt Rupert wants this situation to last, but Sherman will definitely not wait long. Cormac Waga, how is the construction of the dreadnought fleet going now? In the conference room, Sherman looked at Cormac Waga with a serious face. In response, Cormac Waga showed his white teeth and replied with a smile, "My lord, the 3,682 Fierce-class dreadnoughts on the production lines of various space stations in the Source Realm are now coming off the production lines one after another. It is expected that all of them will be launched and equipped with weapons tomorrow." Good. Sherman rubbed his hands when he heard this. Once this batch of dreadnought fleets rolled off the production line, the deadlock could be broken. Looking at the excited Sherman, Cormac Wadja touched his head and said tentatively, "My lord, now the clerk by is still performing the pilot cloning operation, and Gudu is still in the recuperation stage. Some survivors are now having a bad influence. What do you think?" The Foreign Legion was completely annihilated, and the clerk by and Gudu who managed the survivors are now one performing the pilot cloning operation, and the other still recuperating in the sanatorium. In addition, due to the recent defeat in the war, the Buvidan star field has fallen, so some people with ulterior motives have begun to act in secret. But now the survivors are still living in the space station, so how can they hide this from the officials? So when they just discussed, Cormac Wadja reported the matter to Sherman. Hearing this, Sherman knocked on the table. Now the Foreign Legion has just been annihilated for the Sky Serpent group. If Sherman arrests people on a large scale now, it may cause a worse impact. And if he does so, the reputation of the Sky Serpent group will be tarnished, which will be detrimental to his future unification of the Eastern Star region. Let's do this. Remember these people first, and let Guda handle it after he wakes up. This kind of thing still needs Guda to do it. Yes. Cormac Wadja nodded. Afterwards, Sherman thought about it, and sent a holographic communication request to Ola in front of all the officials. It was connected in less than a second. "My lord, long time no see, I miss you so much." As soon as the communication was connected, Ola showed a warm smile and greeted him. In response, Sherman rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Miss you? I think you want to torture me to death. Tell me, how is the batch of goods I ordered from you?" Before Aura could speak, the petite figure of Estamel Tel appeared in the mirror. "My lord, the batch of goods you ordered is now at the border of the Southern Star region. It can be delivered to you at any time, and I will deliver it to you personally." Aura looked at Estamel Tel who answered the question, and the smile on his face became very helpless, so he had to nod. During this period of time, Sherman ordered Cormac Wadja to guard the Kelson Star region, not only to transport the materials into the Source region, but also to pay the payment to Aura. This batch of goods was discussed with Aura before he brought the Sky Snake group to the Eastern Star region. Now it has been built, and he only needs to pay the payment. Looking at Estamel Tel, who looked like he was asking for credit, Sherman nodded with satisfaction. Sister E is still obedient. Unlike some people, who think about how to cheat me all day long. As he said this, Sherman glared at someone fiercely. Listening to Sherman's praise, Estamel Tel looked at Sherman with shining eyes and begged, "My lord, it's really boring recently. I'm almost moldy staying in the research institute every day. Can I take the Fiergurista's super flagship to perform the next combat mission?" Looking at the petite girl in front of him, who looked expectant as if she was begging her old father to sell candied haws, but in fact she was asking for a combat mission, Sherman couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Finally, he vaguely said that he would let her come if there was a chance, which made Estamel Tel relax. Seeing that Estamel Tel's request was approved, the bald man on the other side squeezed in with shining eyes and a silly smile on his face. "My lord, can you let my mods group go out for a walk? Now I patrol the Alpha and Omega starfields every day, which is really boring. Because now each faction has its own defense zone, and security training tasks can be handled by itself, which means that mods group can only guard the Alpha and Omega starfields, the two central starfields of New Eden. But the problem is that now, he is surrounded by various combat forces with explosive power, and each of them is a super flagship fleet for regular training. Not to mention pirates, even armed warships have to be inspected dozens of times, leaving no room for Mod to perform. Without fighting, Mod has to smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day to relieve his depression. Facing Mod's request, Sherman rolled his eyes in annoyance. "What's the matter? Are you itching for a fight?" Mod looked at Sherman with a face full of resentment. "My lord, I am your first awakened official. You can't be partial to me. Besides, I secretly send you Wazi every month." Mod's voice became smaller and smaller because he felt a death gaze. Ola looked at Mod, who was looking at him secretly with his head down, and said softly, "This Alpha Star region and Omega Star region are the bases of my New Eden, and it is also related to the safety of my lord, so I will send the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet to conduct ambush exercises in the next few days. If you can't catch it, Mod Danger." Chapter 479. Looking at Maud, who was dejected under the oppression of Aura, Sure Man chuckled and said, "Okay, come back after the exercise. I really have a task for you now." Maud immediately raised his head, with a look of expectation. "After the task is over, my wedding day will not be far away, so you have to take care of the pirates and various forces on the road from Angel Civilization to New Eden for me, so as to avoid any accidents." In other words, Sure Man wanted Maud to clean up the pirates along the way, so as to avoid any blind guys coming to make trouble. Hearing this, Maud immediately accepted the order with a serious face. This matter cannot be sloppy. He will be 100,000 times more energetic to do it well. Ola, you have to worry about this matter too. Yes, my lord. After giving a few more instructions, Sure Man hung up the communication and turned to look at Cormac Wagga and others with a serious face. Everyone, now there is still a month and a half before the end of the mission, and there is only 1 month before my wedding. I hope to solve the matter in the Eastern Star region within 20 days. I will not fail my master's trust. Everyone slammed their right hands on their chests and swore. Then, Sure Man looked at Cormac Wagga. Cormac Wagga, after the Dreadnought fleet is assembled tomorrow, immediately implement the Dreadnought bomb plan. I want you to kill at least 20 enemy Titans in the first wave of action. Yes. Cormac Wagga accepted the order with a serious face. Then, Sure Man looked at the other 3 officials. To an OS, the 3 of you put down everything you are doing now, and immediately take the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet to the border of the Eastern Star region to wait. Estamel Tell is now coming with the goods, and is expected to arrive in 3 days. After receiving the goods, you need to immediately launch an attack on the various territories of the Eastern Commercial Union. Yes, my lord. Sure Man looked at the starry sky outside the window, with a little excitement in his heart. Finally, it's over. Because the Sky Serpent group retreated to the source domain, Hut Rupert only needed to block the entrance star system of the source domain to trap the Sky Serpent group in it. The reduction of the battle line also greatly reduced the military pressure of the Eastern Commercial Union, but that was all. Although they finally captured the Buvedin star field, the losses were also very heavy. The original Kelson army was completely wiped out, the new Kelson army suffered heavy losses, and the Jonry's army lost 2 super flagship fleets. The coalition forces that originally consisted of more than 100 fleets now have less than 50 fleets left, and many participating forces were directly defeated. Such heavy losses have led to various problems in many starfields newly occupied by the Eastern Commercial Federation. In order to get a share of the cake after the fall of the 2 major alliances as soon as possible, Hut Rupert used force to suppress and coerce and lure other forces to join the Eastern Business Union. At that time, the Eastern Business Union had more than 20 super flagship fleets, and it was naturally able to suppress these people with absolute power. Originally, Hut Rupert wanted to wait until the Sky Serpent group, the Thorn, was solved and ready to kill the chicken to scare the monkey for the unification of the Eastern Star region before dealing with these problems. But he didn't expect that the Sky Serpent group was so difficult to deal with, and caused him such a huge loss. Faced with the fire in the backyard, Hut Rupert could only temporarily suspend the attack on the Serpentis group and ordered the 3 remaining super flagship fleets of the Jonry's group army to garrison the Buvedin Star region and block the entrance to the Source region. The newly formed Kelson group army was stationed in the 11 ST star system to provide support at any time, and it could also go south to the Kelson star region to defend against the enemy at any time. Hut Rupert took the Elris group army back to the base camp to suppress the rebellion and stabilize the backyard. On the way back, the chief of staff looked at Hut Rupert, who was frowning, and suggested carefully, "Commander, why don't you contact Mr. Edry Black Flag and let's give up some of our interests in exchange for some super flagship fleets?" As Hut Rupert's chief of staff, he naturally knew why Hut Rupert frowned. It was because with the failure of the war against the Serpentis group, the number of fleets could not control the huge territory of the Eastern Commercial Union now. In order to ensure control of the territory, Hut Rupert must at least find a way to replenish the lost fleet. Because of the collapse of the 2 alliances, there are many powerless battleship pilots, including many flagship pilots, so there is no shortage of manpower. But the problem is that the replenishment of battleships is a big problem. Conventional battleships and small flagships such as dreadnoughts are okay. Many large military-industrial complexes have them for sale, as long as you have money. But big killers, like super flagships, are not easy to buy. It was originally monopolized by the Angel Civilization and the Demon Civilization, and only those who joined their camps had the opportunity to buy it, so outsiders didn't even have to think about it. Later, New Eden suddenly appeared and squeezed into the super flagship market. Although New Eden can only be bought if you have money, the problem is that New Eden had a big war in the Eastern Star region some time ago, and their Eastern Business Federation also leaned towards the demon civilization, so Hutt Rupert had no chance to buy it. Therefore, Hutt Rupert's only way to get a super flagship is to apply for assistance from the demon civilization, or buy it through the matchmaking of Adri Black Flag. Then, thinking of what Adri Black Flag said a few hours ago, Hutt Rupert's mouth twitched. At that time, after he asked Adri Black Flag for super flag assistance, Adri Black Flag replied with a deep face, "Brother, listen to my advice, the water in the Eastern Star region is too deep, you can't control it." Originally, Hutt Rupert thought that it was his conditions that made Adri Black Flag dissatisfied, so he proposed to divide the Eastern Star region with him. And Adri Black Flag waved his hand with a look of horror. "No, I have no interest in the Eastern Star region. If you want to bring people to the Central Star region to join me, I would welcome you." He hung up the call directly, as if there was some interstellar monster in the Eastern Star region that made him retreat. Hutt Rupert shook his head, retracted his thoughts, and replied to the Chief of Staff, "Forget it, let's deal with those restless guys first. We talk about replenishing the super flagship fleet later." Hearing that Hutt Rupert had made a decision, the Chief of Staff could only bow and retreat. Just as Hutt Rupert was returning to the base camp with the LS fleet, a ferocious giant warship began to slowly gather in the border star system of the source region, and the thick gun muzzles densely covered on the hulls made people shudder. Chapter 480. In the border star system of the Fountain region, thousands of fully equipped Fierce-class dreadnoughts are slowly gathering in the deep sky, and the thick muzzles of all anti-flag cannons are glowing with a faint cold light. My lord, more than 3,600 Fierce-class dreadnoughts have been assembled and can be deployed to the battlefield at any time. Cormac Vaga looked at the dense sea of dreadnoughts in front of him, with a wanton smile on his face. Sherman looked at the confident Cormac Vaga and said nothing more, but waved his hand. "Dreadnought Bomb Project, start." "Yes, my lord." Cormac Varga received the order, and led the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship fleet to quickly rush to the Buvitan Star region. And Sherman was not idle either, and he also ordered the Fast Reaction Fleet to quickly blockade the source region. High-intensity electronic interference suppression indiscriminately covered every star system in the source region. The reconnaissance ships sent by the Eastern Commercial Federation were also shattered under the pursuit of the Marshall class, and were repelled from the subspace. At this moment, Sherman must ensure that the intelligence of the source domain cannot be passed on. Buvitan Star region, Eastern Constellation 01 Galaxy. This galaxy is the only channel for Buvitan Star region to enter the source domain. After being captured by the Eastern Commercial Consortium, a large number of military fortresses were quickly deployed here. Even the remaining 3 super flagship fleets of the Jonry's Group Army are stationed here. This place is also close to the 11st Galaxy. If something happens here, the newly formed Kelson Group Army stationed in the 11st Galaxy can also directly jump to support with a flagship hyperspace. It can be said that the only gate of the source domain is blocked tightly. According to Hutt Rupert's speculation about the Serpentis Group, the Serpentis Group is now short of supplies, and has a shortage of war preparations, so it should be impossible to organize an effective counterattack in a short period of time. The only variable is to take the Shadow Serpentis first super flagship fleet, but with the troops of the 2 armies stationed, he could also return to the base camp with the LS army at ease. Sefer, do you think the Serpentis Group will really not launch a counterattack? In the deep sky, the commander of the 2nd Fleet of the Jonry's army asked the deputy captain of another Titan, while smoking a thick cigar. The commander's brow was a little worried, and the smoke from the burning cigar could not smooth it. Vice Fleet Captain Cypher comforted him. "Captain, according to the results of the discussion of the General Staff, the Serpentis Group lost too many warships and supplies some time ago. Now the Serpentis Group can only rely on military fortresses to fight a defensive war at most, and the probability of active attack is less than 1%. Last time, the Shadow Serpentis First Fleet fought 1 against 2 and ate up the 1st and 5th Fleets of the Jonry's Group Army, and they only lost a few dreadnoughts. The exaggerated record really scared them. Therefore, the fleets on duty in the 01 Galaxy are terrified every day. A decoy will appear next to them, and then the enemy's super flagship fleet will bombard them, but they are powerless. Don't worry, we have 3 super flagship fleets locally, and 11st has 5 super flagship fleets that can provide support at any time. If the Sky Serpentis Group really wants to come, we can only kill them." Sefer smiled again, and continued with a joking face. "Now I really hope that the Sky Serpentis Group will send out their super flagship fleet so that we can eat it up. After the final decision, we can directly take over the source domain, and then we can go back and relax." Hearing this, the commander of the 2nd Fleet of the Jonry's army also smiled. But before the two of them could enjoy the future, they saw several Victor-class reconnaissance ships leap out of the subspace to the side of the second fleet of the Genres army, and several bright induction lights froze the smiles on their faces. The fleet should prepare for defense. Send an alert to other fleets. Seeing the appearance of the induction, the two reacted after a few seconds of shock and quickly gave orders, cursing in their hearts that the Serpentis group was really full of lunatics. The interception fleet first entered the battlefield under the bridge delivery of the Titan, and quickly launched an interception probe to intercept the second fleet of the Genres army. Countless interception force fields wrapped all enemy ships like a huge bubble. Then, the Conqueror-class Titan first appeared and formed the first line of defense. Then the 4 dreadnought fleets entered the field to form the second line of defense. Then came the Hatred-class supercarrier and logistics carrier. Cormac Varga arranged the array of the Shadow Serpentis fleet like a circle. From the outside to the inside, it was Titan, Dreadnought, Supercarrier, Dreadnought, Logistics Carrier. The innermost Dreadnought fleets were all Fierce-class Dreadnoughts equipped with Group Doomsday weapons and sweeping guns, and were specifically used to protect the Logistics Carrier fleet. Because of the remote repair of the Logistics Carrier, the Conqueror-class Titans and the Hatred-class supercarriers quickly launched a fierce attack on the enemy's Titans and supercarriers. As the Conqueror-class Titans and the Fierce-class Dreadnought fleets activated their Doomsday weapons, the shields of several Titans of the second fleet of the Genres group army were instantly shattered, and then countless thick Doomsday beams penetrated their hulls, turning them into fragments. In one encounter, Cormac Varga destroyed 2 enemy Titans, one of which was the captain of the second fleet of the Genres army. Damn it! The captain died, and Cypher, the deputy captain, immediately took over the command and commanded the fleet to counterattack. But when he saw that his own Doomsday weapon could not kill the Conqueror Titan of the first super flagship fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpents in seconds, and the damaged Titan was quickly restored by the remote repair of the logistics aircraft carrier behind him, Cypher's heart suddenly sank. Damn it, hurry up and support. The defense of the Conqueror Titan is too abnormal. Their super flagship fleet can't break through its defense and kill it instantly. Moreover, the enemy also has a logistics aircraft carrier fleet. If they can't kill it directly, their second fleet will definitely be exhausted to death here. If they want to open a breakthrough now, they must either find an opportunity to kill the logistics aircraft carrier fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpent's first super flagship fleet, so that its super flagship has no logistical support, or they can exhaust its fleet to death. But this logistics carrier fleet was protected in the center by Cormac Varga, and they had no chance to attack it before breaking through the outer defense. So they only had one choice left, which was to hold on until the friendly forces arrived. At that time, they could gather the firepower of 8 super flagship fleets, and forcibly break through the defense line composed of Conqueror-class Titans of the Shadow Sky Serpent's first super flagship fleet. Use absolute firepower to melt this Conqueror-class Titan, and make the logistics ship unable to play a role. As long as they can concentrate their firepower to kill the Conqueror-class Titan instantly, the logistics carrier of the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship will be useless, and they will be able to turn defeat into victory. After all, no matter how good a nurse is, she will be powerless when her friendly forces are killed instantly. And what Cypher's fleet has to do now is to hold back the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship and hold on until support arrives. Chapter 481. After receiving Cypher's rescue alarm, the other 2 super aircraft carrier fleets of the Genres army also responded quickly, and took off to provide support. Facing the 3 super flagship fleets of the enemy, Cormac Varga also changed his wild style of play and switched from offense to defense. Because the 3 super flagship fleets of the Genres army launched attacks from 3 directions, this also put Cormac Varga under great pressure, and he had to do so. But because of the logistics aircraft carrier fleet, and the Conqueror-class Titan was indeed so hard that it made people desperate. After discovering that the firepower of the 3 super flagship fleets was concentrated on one of the Conqueror-class Titans, but could not kill it instantly, the Genres army had to give up attacking the Titan, and turn to attack the only Fierce-class Dreadnought in the outer defense circle. Because this Fierce-class Dreadnought could not receive remote repairs from the logistics carrier after activating the battle module, it could only rely on its own defense to take on the enemy's attacks, but they were all eliminated one by one without exception. The enemy's firepower was too strong. But the enemy was also very painful, because they eliminated Cormac Varga's dreadnoughts, and Cormac Varga's target was their Titans and super flagships. The battle has only been going on for half an hour, but the Titans of Genres' second fleet have been annihilated, and now Cormac Varga is starting to eliminate its super flagship aircraft carriers. No matter how you compare it, the Genres army is undoubtedly at a great loss now. The battle in the Buvedin star field has also been broadcast to Hurt Rupert. Hurt Rupert was furious when he saw the Shadow Serpent's first super flagship fleet, which was besieged but became more and more courageous. He immediately said to the Chief of Staff, "Where is the New Kelson army? Why hasn't it been able to enter the battlefield half an hour after the battle started? What are these guys doing?" "Commander, according to the report from the New Kelson group, this battlefield cannot be induced for some reason, so after trying several times without success, they can only rely on dirt roads to get there," the Chief of Staff also explained quickly. After the war started, Sherman's quick response fleet rushed to the number 01 system, turned on the electronic exhibition kit, and formed a temporary anti-induction environment in the battlefield system, making it impossible for the New Kelson army to enter the battlefield through induction. So after several unsuccessful attempts, the New Kelson army had to come through the dirt road. How many cards does the Sky Serpentis group have? Listening to the words of the Chief of Staff, Hut Rupert knew that this anti-induction must be the work of the Sky Serpentis group. Then he slammed his fist on the table and said hatefully, with an undetectable fear in his eyes. But seeing the Jonry's second fleet almost destroyed on the battlefield, Hut Rupert could not care about anything else. If the newly formed Kelson army group did not hurry up and enter the battlefield, the entire Jonry's army group would be exhausted here. Because the madman Cormac Vaga ordered all interceptors to cover all the warships of the Jonry's army group with interception force fields, now neither side can think of evacuating safely before the battle is decided, and it looks like a fight to the death. Immediately order the newly formed Kelson army to send reconnaissance ships to quickly identify and resolve the anti-guidance, rush to the battlefield, and cooperate with the Jonry's army to eliminate the super flagship fleet of the Serpentis group. Yes. The Chief of Staff took his leave. After receiving Hut Rupert's death order, the corps commander of the newly formed Kelson army was also extremely anxious. But now there is an unknown anti-guidance on the battlefield, and their reconnaissance ships cannot start the guidance at all. They have 5 super flagship fleets, and this kind of ordinary jump is inherently cumbersome. It is completely impossible to arrive at the specified time given by Hut Rupert. If they really wanted to go over the dirt road, they would only be collecting corpses for the Jonry's army. So after receiving the order from Hut Rupert, the commander of the newly formed Kelson army led the fleet to continue the dirt road, while organizing a vanguard composed of combat reconnaissance ships to enter the battlefield system, ready to find and eliminate the existence of the anti-induction. In less than 10 minutes, the quick reaction fleet controlled by Sherman detected the existence of enemy reconnaissance ships in the subspace. "Oh, I thought you wouldn't come." Under the anti-stealth device of the Marshall-class electronic warfare suite, this newly formed Kelson army combat reconnaissance fleet hidden in the subspace had no secrets at all, and every move was detected by Sherman. Without any nonsense, Sherman controlled the fast reaction fleet to directly enter the subspace, ready to kill all these guys. Before that, several Marshall-class ships also jumped out of the subspace, and then high-intensity electronic interference suppression covered the entire galaxy, cutting off all external communications. This prevented the quick reaction fleet from being exposed during the battle. After all, the Marshall class was quite famous as the exclusive guard standard warship of Sherman. After all, this was the only black hidden special service fleet that had a record of killing Titans. With the excellent performance of the Marshall class and the Omega implant in Shyman's brain for commanding operations, in less than 2 minutes, the combat reconnaissance fleet of the newly formed Kelson army hidden in the subspace was driven out and suffered heavy losses under the siege of the quick reaction fleet. No matter where these combat reconnaissance ships fled to hide in the deep space, the Marshall-class figure could come to them in a flash, and then spit flames at them, turning them into pieces. Even if these combat reconnaissance ships wanted to evade by continuously moving their positions, they would still die in the end. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes in total, and nearly 100 combat reconnaissance ships of the newly formed Kelson Group army were completely wiped out by the siege of the fast reaction fleet. Sherman looked at the battlefield and saw that almost all the super flagships of the second fleet of Jonrys were gone. Now Cormac Vaga has turned his fire to the Titans of the third fleet. The situation is very good, and the first phase of the plan has been completed. Then it's my turn next. Sherman chuckled, and then controlled the Marshall-class battleship to approach a combat reconnaissance ship of the Eastern Commercial Union. The Marshall-class's doomsday shot pierced a hole in the cockpit of the combat reconnaissance ship, and the driver inside had already turned to ashes, leaving only the hull relatively intact. As the Marshall-class approached, its electronic warfare kit began to operate, and data was linked to the shipboard computer of the combat reconnaissance ship, and quickly broke through its network defense and entered the channel of the newly formed Kelson Army Group. After getting what he wanted, Sherman immediately abandoned the combat reconnaissance ship, and the combat reconnaissance ship exploded and turned into fragments at the moment of separation. Because of the high-intensity electronic interference suppression suddenly activated by the Sherman Fast Reaction Fleet, not only Hunt Rupert, but also the newly formed Kelson Army Group lost their understanding of the battlefield situation, and were anxiously waiting for the combat reconnaissance fleet to play intelligence. At this time, the electronic interference on the battlefield suddenly disappeared, and the lost combat reconnaissance fleet also sent a message. The enemy's anti-induction and electronic interference equipment have been destroyed by our troops. Start the induction in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. The induction has been lit, the front is clear, and the jump is allowed. I wish you all burn the starry sky. Chapter 482. After receiving the news that the combat reconnaissance fleet's induction was on, the Corps commander had no hesitation and ordered the entire fleet to jump in. Space ripples were swaying around the Force Demon-class Titan. This was the Force Demon-class Titan setting up a temporary jump channel between the induction and the induction, so as to send the conventional fleet over. Although the combat effectiveness of the newly formed Kelson Army was not very good because it had just been formed, the training of the induction delivery was indeed done well. Within less than 10 seconds of the induction lighting up, dozens of conventional fleets were sent over with the assistance of 20 Force Demon-class Titans, and then the flagship jumped over together, which was very neat and tidy. However, after the commander of the newly formed Kelson Army jumped over, he looked at the battlefield hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the scanner and frowned. This location is a bit off. It seems that the training of this reconnaissance fleet needs to be strengthened, because now the Jonry's army is fighting against the first super flagship fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpent, and it is still at a disadvantage. And now is the best time to encircle and annihilate the first super flagship fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpent together with the Jonry's army, and they should appear on the battlefield through induction as soon as possible. But now that they are here, they will be easily intercepted by the enemy's interception force field defense layer, and then they will be in a dilemma. Just as he was about to turn his head to look at the guidance ship, his pupil shrank. I saw that under this bright guidance, it was a reconnaissance ship that did not belong to them, but a reconnaissance ship unique to the Tianchi group, the Victor class. No, this is a trap, and each fleet will quickly jump to the battlefield of the Qiangruis group army. Although he didn't know how the Tianchi group obtained their fleet synchronization frequency, he knew that the Tianchi group had painstakingly given them such a guidance, and it was definitely not well-intentioned. But it was too late. Beside the super flagship fleet of the newly formed Kelson Army, dozens of Victor-class reconnaissance ships jumped out of the subspace, and bright cross-shaped inductions illuminated the entire starry sky. Afterwards, densely packed Fierce-class dreadnoughts jumped in, and the thick gun muzzles densely distributed on the hulls made people shudder. Nearly 1,000 Fierce-class dreadnoughts were scattered around the power Demon-class Titans of the newly formed Kelson Army, and without hesitation, they activated the battle module and launched a fierce attack on one of the Titans. The massive battle-class flagship gun burst out with great power under the support of the weapons system of the dreadnought. The Doomsday weapon of the Fierce-class dreadnought was also quietly activated, aiming at the target with a thick Doomsday beam. The Force Demon-class Titan selected, as the target melted instantly under this firepower, and the powerful energy shield system was shattered in less than 10 seconds. Then, thousands of Doomsday beams enveloped the Force Demon-class Titan. Under the impact of the Doomsday beams, the Force Demon-class Titan seemed to have turned into a small sun. In the eyes of everyone in shock, this Limo-class Titan was shattered by the Doomsday weapons and battle cannons of the Fierce-class Dreadnought fleet. Looking at the fallen Titan, the commander of the newly formed Kelson Army ordered angrily, "All fleets quickly deploy formations to counterattack, and the interception fleets leave these dreadnoughts for me." But it is not easy for the Kelson Army to deploy a battle formation, because they only used one induction this time, and they have a full 5 super flagship fleets. Such a large number of fleets squeezed together, it is inevitable that there will be a squeeze. After the huge Titan warped in, it directly knocked away the camps of the regular fleet and the Dreadnought fleet. In addition, it was just attacked by the Dreadnought fleet, and now the entire newly formed Kelson Army is still in a state of chaos. And the Dreadnought fleet next to it will not agree to reorganize. In this chaotic situation, it is not easy for the Titan to directly use the Doomsday weapon to clear the air, and even the flagship gun is not easy to use. Because there were friendly forces in the firing range, if they opened fire, they would definitely cause accidental hits, which made them very cautious. The Serpentis group did not have so many concerns. After the battle formation was deployed, these Fierce-class dreadnoughts had no warships of their own before them. After locking the target Titan, they could attack recklessly without worrying about accidentally hurting friendly forces. Looking at the chaotic reorganization of the new Kelson Group army, Hut Rupert, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, had a dark face. Then he took over the command without hesitation, allowing the conventional fleet to infiltrate the Fierce-class dreadnought fleet with its speed advantage and launch an attack, which undoubtedly allowed the fleet to quickly complete the reorganization. After the conventional fleet rushed into the Fierce-class dreadnought fleet and quickly penetrated to its rear to launch an attack, it also cleared the firing range for the flagship fleet of the newly formed Kelson army. After the firing range was cleared, the Titans and dreadnoughts of the newly formed Kelson army also launched a counterattack. Under the attack of the Titans, a strategic weapon known as the flagship killer, the Fierce-class dreadnoughts also began to suffer losses. Under the enemy's counterattack, dozens of the 1,000 Fierce-class dreadnoughts were lost in less than 10 minutes. Faced with this situation, Sherman was mentally prepared, and all the dreadnoughts continued to attack the enemy's forced Demon-class Titans. In this battlefield now, dreadnoughts have become a consumable. As long as all the Titans of the newly formed Kelson army can be consumed, Sherman will not feel bad even if the remaining Fierce-class dreadnoughts are blown up. Because this batch of dreadnoughts were produced to implement the dreadnought bomb plan, they were only equipped with necessary defense equipment, and the weapon system was not a complete version, but a defective version that abandoned the closed defense system. In other words, it is the version for players in the game, but the main gun system has not been weakened. Although the lack of a closed defense system makes it difficult for this Fierce-class dreadnought to clear the conventional fleet, the material consumption has been sharply reduced. The materials that were originally only enough to build more than 1,000 complete Fierce-class dreadnoughts can now build more than 3,600. Although the materials have been reduced a lot, the power of attacking the flagship has not been reduced at all. Cheap, tough, and powerful, this is the evaluation of the Fierce-class dreadnoughts specially produced for the dreadnought bomb plan. After more than 3 hours of fierce fighting, the 1,000 Fierce-class dreadnoughts were finally destroyed. The new Kelson army also paid the price of 37 Titans, and the Titans of nearly 2 super flagship fleets were destroyed. Before Hut Rupert could breathe a sigh of relief and let the new Kelson army rescue the Jonry's army, an interception fleet suddenly rushed out from the deep sky and intercepted their own Titans. Then, dozens of Victor-class reconnaissance ships leapt out of the subspace. Dozens of bright inductions appeared instantly, illuminating the wreckage of the warships on the battlefield. But then the densely packed Fierce-class dreadnoughts came through induction again, and the shadow formed once again enveloped the bodies and hearts of the newly formed Kelson army. In less than 10 seconds, the sky full of doomsday beams once again illuminated the entire starry sky, and the two sides fought again. Looking at the newly appeared 1,000 Fierce-class dreadnoughts, the heart of the commander of the newly formed Kelson army suddenly fell into an endless abyss. Chapter 483. The flames from the muzzles of the warships and the light from the explosions illuminated the entire starry sky, casting a shadow into the hearts of all the people in the new Kelson army. Because Cormac Varga's Shadow Sky Serpent had previously raided the new Kelson army and destroyed nearly half of its super carriers, the rest were also injured and now returned to the base camp for repairs, so they did not follow now. In addition to the regular fleet, the flagships of the entire new Kelson army were only Titans and Dreadnoughts, and the aircraft carriers were only a few intact small aircraft carriers. Therefore, facing the overwhelming number of Fierce-class Dreadnoughts, without the assistance of the most important super aircraft carriers for firepower, the new Kelson Group army had a very difficult time. Especially in the last wave of attacks, the new Kelson Group had already lost a total of 37 Titans, so the firepower was reduced by more than one level, and the speed of clearing the Fierce-class Dreadnoughts was reduced by a lot. On the other side, the Jonry's Group army was not doing well either. When they just received the news that the new Kelson Group army was about to be induced to come, they were excited. When they saw the induction of the new Kelson Group appearing so far away, they could still force themselves to understand. But now, when they saw the new Kelson Group army being besieged by the Dreadnought Sea, they were already desperate. Now among the 3 fleets of the Jonry's Group army, the second fleet has been destroyed, and now the third fleet has lost more than half, leaving only the fourth fleet with a relatively complete structure. They paid such a heavy price, while the Shadow Sky Serpent first super flagship fleet in front of them only lost 2/3 of the outer Dreadnoughts, and its Titan and super aircraft carrier were intact, and they are still attacking fiercely. Now they had no way to retreat, because the interceptor ships of the Serpentis Group were also bloodthirsty, and all kinds of interception force fields were covering the battlefield. Now, not to mention them, even the Serpentis Group itself could not evacuate. The entire battlefield became a huge coliseum. No one could think of leaving before the winner was determined. The two armies were surrounded, and Hut Rupert was full of anxiety, but there was no good way to deal with it. Now his only remaining Ellis group has come to the base camp with him. It is too late to go back now. The others are just some regular fleets, so it is useless to go up. People from the general staff find a way to rescue the two armies. But in the face of this situation, the staff could only shake their heads. In this situation, there is no better way except for the two armies to rescue themselves. Unless the Ellis army can be transferred directly, everything can only be left to fate. A bunch of rubbish. Looking at the people who were all bowing their heads, Hut Rupert smashed the water cup down. Looking at the furious Hut Rupert, the entire conference room became very quiet, and only Hut Rupert's rapid breathing could be heard. After a while, a somewhat decadent voice came out of Hut Rupert's mouth. Order everyone in Kelson Star Region, Ellis Star Region, Ayer Star Region, Johnry Star Region and Nori Star Region to withdraw, concentrate troops to defend the remaining territory, and give these star regions to the Sky Serpentis group. I hope the Sky Serpentis group can be quiet for a while. After saying that, Hut Rupert waved his hand, and everyone in the staff quietly withdrew, leaving only Hut Rupert inside, roaring, and occasionally heard the sound of something being smashed. The 5-star regions that Hut Rupert mentioned were all close to the Serpentis group. Among them, the Aries Star region and the Ellis Star region were the territories of the former Ale Alliance, while the Johnry Star region and the Nori Star region were the territories of the Northern Military Alliance, and only the Kelson Star region belonged to his Eastern Commercial Consortium. The purpose of Hut Rupert's doing this is very simple, that is, he hopes to delay the subsequent revenge offensive of the Serpentis group in this way. After all, it will take a long time to digest the 5-star fields. And this period of time is enough for Hut Rupert to reorganize the super flagship fleet. As for the newly formed Kelson army and Johnry's army trapped in the Buwiden Star field, Hut Rupert couldn't help but sigh, and then gave orders to the two armies. The enemy is strong, and we have no available reinforcement fleet. The fleets of the newly formed Kelson army and the Johnry's army will evacuate on their own. The evacuation assembly point is the Tranquility Zone. After saying this, Hut Rupert slowly hung up the communication, feeling heavy-hearted. As expected, after hearing Hut Rupert's order to evacuate on their own, in other words, an order to escape, the commanders of the two armies gritted their teeth and simultaneously replaced conventional warships from the Titan's ship maintenance cabin to escape. Because the regular fleet of the Shadow Serpent's first fleet only had an interception fleet, and the target was very clear, which was the enemy's super flagship, so Cormac Vaga didn't care about the regular fleets, and even the small flagships that began to flee, and let them leave. The battlefield on the side of the newly formed Kelson army was even more so. The Fierce-class and light interceptor ships with all battle flagship guns could not stop the regular fleet from leaving. They only left the remaining Titans, and nearly half of the dreadnoughts behind, and the rest all ran away. Now Hut Rupert's idea is very simple, that is, Titan and other super flagships can't leave, so let other warships leave, and save as much power as possible. He knows very well that after this battle, their Eastern Commercial Union will usher in a cold winter. Looking at the changes in the battlefield situation, Sherman knew that it was difficult to find a chance to fight, and immediately pressed all the remaining 1,600 Fierce-class dreadnoughts on, intending to quickly eliminate the remaining enemies of the new Kelson Group army. The remaining Titans and dreadnoughts of the new Kelson Group army looked at the dozens of inducements that suddenly appeared around them, as well as the densely packed Fierce-class dreadnoughts, and their hearts seemed to fall into the abyss. After watching these Fierce-class dreadnought fleets activate their doomsday weapons to destroy one of their own Titans, a Titan driver finally couldn't bear the pressure and announced his surrender on the public channel. After someone took the lead, the rest of the people no longer insisted and all announced their surrender. As these people ejected from the warship, the driver's space capsule, which was not threatening, moved away from the warship, and the new Kelson army was already captured. With the new Kelson army as an example, the Johnry's army intercepted by the interceptor also announced its surrender. Cormac Vaga, take all these prisoners of war into the space station, and then transport these captured warships back to Serpentis Prime for transformation, and hand them over to the Foreign Legion. Let the Foreign Legion's industrial fleet enter the battlefield, and clean up the battlefield. There are a lot of wreckage this time. Sherman stretched and said to Cormac Vaga, now these prisoners of war must be controlled in his hands before the end of the Unification War. As for the captured warships, although the Serpentis group does not need them, they can be handed over to the Foreign Legion, and these Sherman can also have an extra super flagship fleet. However, these warships are all from the demon civilization, and there must be a lot of backdoors among them, which must be dealt with before they are installed. Chapter 484. The destruction of two major armies in the Buiten Star Field is a great blow to the Eastern Commercial Union. Now Hut Rupert has been locked in his room for a whole day in the base camp of the Buiten Star Field. Originally, after receiving the support of the demon civilization, Hut Rupert had 3 reorganized armies and a reserve army, but now there is only one LS army left out of the 4 armies. Even with the standing fleet trained in the rear, its strength is less than 1/3 of the previous one. Not to mention that other voices have begun to appear within the Eastern Business Union, and now the whole thing is a mess. Just as the senior executives of the business union gathered in front of Hut Rupert's room, wanting Hut Rupert to give instructions, the door suddenly opened. What they saw was Hut Rupert's haggard face. Looking at the people at the door, Hut Rupert showed a little shame in his eyes, and then quickly gave instructions to everyone. Pass the order, all fleets quickly return to the Buiten Star Field and the Tranquility Realm, and defend the homeland. Listening to Hut Rupert's words, a fleet commander couldn't help but widen his eyes, very puzzled. Commander, if all fleets are withdrawn, then will the other star fields be abandoned? When the 2 major alliances fell and the various forces worked together to divide up the big cake, their Eastern Commercial Union got the lion's share. Not only did they occupy the 2 territories of the L Alliance, they also took 3 of the 5 star fields of the Northern Military Alliance. This also makes them a huge alliance with 7 star regions, and the strongest force in the Eastern Star region. If they were to spit out what they had eaten, how would these vested interests be willing? Hut Rupert looked at the high-level people around him, who had the same idea, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. They were all a group of guys who were blinded by interests. Then he explained with regret, now the Buiten Star region has returned to the hands of the Tianxi group. According to the greedy character of the Tianxi group, they will launch an attack on the star regions around the Buiten Star region within 3 days. If we don't withdraw now, we will lose more at that time. As he spoke, Hut Rupert sighed, leaned against the wall, and lit a cigarette. Besides, the remnants of the 2 major alliances in these star regions have begun to revive. If we don't withdraw now, we will not only have to face the backstabs of these people, but also the attack of the Sky Serpentis group. If the 3 major armies were still there, it would be easy to deal with, and we could just suppress them by force, but now it is not up to us. If the 3 major armies were still there, then these remnants would not be able to make any waves at all, and he could deal with the attack of the Sky Serpentis group with peace of mind. But now their strength has almost reached the lowest point, and he has no choice but to make such a decision. After hearing Hut Rupert's explanation, everyone was silent, feeling very uncomfortable. They looked at the man in front of them, who was no longer as high-spirited as before and became decadent. Even though they knew that this situation was caused by him, they did not complain at all. Because they knew that Hut Rupert's previous plan to attack the Sky Serpentis group and the current plan to shrink the troops were undoubtedly correct. If it were not for the endless trump cards of the Sky Serpentis group, they would have already captured the Sky Serpentis group and wiped it out and started the process of unifying the Eastern Star region. All this responsibility does not lie with Hut Rupert, at least not at the strategic and tactical level. So now facing Hut Rupert's orders, everyone also chose to unconditionally believe in Hut Rupert, and obeyed the order to withdraw the fleet back to the base camp. The chief of staff on the side looked solemn, looking at Hut Rupert and said, Commander, since we have chosen to withdraw to the base camp, why not leave those guys with bad intentions where they are, let them resist the Serpentis group and serve as the first shield for me. Listening to the chief of staff's words, Hut Rupert's eyes suddenly gleamed with a gleam of light. What are you going to do? The chief of staff quickly replied, Commander, most of these forces that joined our Eastern Business Union were forced to join due to the situation and our military force. They have never been of the same mind as us, so now facing this situation, these guys will secretly make small moves. Since these guys have evil intentions and still have expectations for the 2 major alliances, we might as well help them and put them in the position they want. Hut Rupert frowned when he heard this. He quickly understood what the chief of staff meant, which was to help these affiliated forces get to the position they wanted, and even help them re-establish the 2 major alliances. And when they are established, both they and the Sky Serpentine group will have to fight for their own interests, and then they will have to become the first line of defense of the Eastern Business Union. But the question is, can their hastily reorganized forces have the strength to fight against the Sky Serpentine group? They have lost 3 armies. They don't even have a super flagship fleet. Do they dare to fight the Serpentis group? Faced with Hut Rupert's doubts, the chief of staff showed a cruel smile on his face. Commander, we have hastily withdrawn to the base camp this time. It is impossible to take all the supplies with us. In order to expand the army, we put a lot of war preparations in these star regions. Since we can't take them all away, Why not give them all the war preparations, and let them fight the Serpentis group? You know, although the demon civilization only provided them with so many super flagships, there were quite a few small flagships like dreadnoughts, and they also seized a large number of war equipment when they divided the two alliances. After the demon civilization's assistance arrived, the entire fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union was equipped with standard warships of the demon civilization. At that time, in order to suppress these newly occupied star regions, they had to build many military fortresses in them, and these obsolete war equipment were placed in them for emergency use. The amount of this batch of war supplies is extremely large, and they simply cannot take it away, so it is better to give it directly to these forces. At that time, as long as Hutt Rupert comes forward to match the forces of the original two alliances and re-establish the two alliances, those ambitious and capitalists who are unwilling to be lonely will definitely not miss this opportunity to let them return to the right to speak in the Eastern Star region. At that time, the remnants of the two alliances will regroup, and after Hutt Rupert distributes this batch of war supplies, these people will clash with the Tianxi group, whether for their own interests or for the beliefs in their hearts. At that time, his Eastern Business Union only needed to quietly lick his wounds and recover his vitality. And they did not expect these people to be able to repel the Sky Snake group at that time. As long as they could stop the Sky Snake group for half a year, it would be enough for their Eastern Business Union to recover. This was an open conspiracy that all forces could not refuse. After hearing the Chief of Staff's plan, Hutt Rupert immediately changed his dejected look, biting his broken teeth, and said viciously, "That's it." Chapter 485. On the other hand, after the Battle of Buiten, Sherman only ordered Cormac Vaga to lead the Shadow Sky Serpents' first super flagship fleet to retake the Kelson starfield, but did not move other starfields. It was because his current military strength did not support this, and it would be easy to get into trouble if he took too many steps. Now, in addition to the remaining more than 2,000 incomplete versions of the Fierce-class dreadnoughts used in the Dreadnought Bomb project, the entire Sky Serpents group only has the Shadow Sky Serpents' first super flagship fleet that can be used. Because of the Buiten Star Region Defense War, the entire Tianxi group now has less than 5 conventional warships in reserve, and the Foreign Legion was completely wiped out. Now the other 3 officials have also gone to the border of the Eastern Star Region to perform other tasks. So now the Tianxi group can only control the Buiten Star Region and the Kelson Star Region. As for other star regions, it is really powerless. Now Sherman is busy dealing with 2 things, the first of which is about the Foreign Legion. Sherman looked at the big man in front of him, who was touching his head and smiling innocently, and he also smiled. "How is Gu Tu? How is your body now? Are you used to this new clone?" The big man in front of him was Gu Tu, who had just come out of the sanatorium. Hearing this, Gu Tu patted his sturdy body and replied with a strong breath, "Your Majesty, there is no problem, no rejection reaction, but I am a little itchy and want to go into battle to kill the enemy." Hearing Gu Tu's words, the smile on Sherman's face suddenly froze, and Gu Tu also realized something and quietly lowered his head. In the siege of the Buiten Starfield at that time, Guda led the fleet of the Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau and took the lead in defeating the spirit of the coalition forces in the western constellation 01 galaxy, but it also caused them to undergo several consciousness transfers in a short period of time, resulting in the inability to clone again. In other words, Gutu and the pilots of the Serpentis Anti-Corruption Bureau should retire in the future. Now their mission has been completed. They have sacrificed their lives for Sherman several times. Now they only have the current life left, and it is time for Sherman to be responsible for them. After a while, Sherman stepped forward and patted Gu Tu on the shoulder, and said softly, "Gu Tu, I have arranged a place for those warriors. After the unification of the Eastern Star region, they will serve as the selection and management personnel of drivers for each colonized planet. You have sacrificed your lives for me several times, and now it is time for me to do something for you." This position was newly established by Sherman, so that he could select qualified drivers from these colonized planets after the unification of the Eastern Star region in the future. These are excellent tactics that have been through hundreds of battles, and they will be good at both related training and teaching. In order to ensure the future life of these retired warriors, Sherman even gave them a part of the interests of the planet he was responsible for in the form of shares, ensuring that they could live a prosperous life. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." For Sherman's arrangement, Gu Tu immediately knelt on one knee with his fist clenched to express his feelings. Sherman hurriedly pulled Gu Tu up, looking at Gu Tu with tears streaming down his face. He didn't know what to say. After Gu Tu recovered some of his emotions, Sherman slowly said, "Gu Tu, is there anything you want? As long as I can do it, I will find a way to do it for you. Sherman looked at the big man in front of him and said sincerely. Sherman liked Gu Tu from the bottom of his heart, because this guy was very sincere. He was not as eloquent as Wen Shubai, and even very vulgar, but this guy was the typical person who explained everything with actions. After choosing to join the Tianxi group, he was the first person to work wholeheartedly for Sherman, because he believed that Sherman was the one who could lead them, the survivors, out of the sea of suffering. Most importantly, he always carried out Sherman's orders without compromise, and his methods were sufficient. Whether it was dealing with corruption within the Foreign Legion or leading the fleet to stop the enemy, he did it very well. If Wen Shubai had led the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet to carry out the first wave of defense operations, he would probably have chosen to rely on military fortresses to slowly consume and delay time, instead of choosing to charge with the fleet like Gutta did, killing the coalition forces and making them tremble with fear. The former can certainly complete the task successfully, and can even delay a wave of defense for a longer time, but the latter forces the Eastern Business Union to choose to remove the nails in the galaxy one by one, rather than rushing directly to the central constellation. In terms of strategic thinking, Gu Tu, this clumsy guy, is much better than Wen Shubai. So Sherman is reluctant to part with this guy. In response to Sherman's question, Gu Tu embarrassedly touched his head and replied with a silly smile, I don't have any requirements. The only regret is that I can no longer serve His Majesty and fight on the battlefield. Looking at the honest guy in front of him, Sherman couldn't help but sigh, then straightened his body and said, In that case, then I will arrange it for you. Seeing this, Gu Tu hesitated and didn't know how to start, and the clerk by beside him couldn't help but curse him as a fool, and then kicked Gu Tu on the buttocks, making him stagger and kneel in front of Sherman. Your Majesty, Gu Tu still has something to say. Sherman looked at the clerk by in confusion, and then looked at Gu Tu kneeling in front of him, and took back the appointment he was going to make for Gu Tu. Gu Tu was seen kneeling on the ground, lowering his head and hesitating, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing the usually carefree Gu Tu become like this, the anxious clerk by said with regret, Old Tu, I tell you, if you don't say it now, you won't have a chance to say it in the future. Seeing this, Sherman's eyes turned, and he had some guesses, and asked curiously, Are you interested in a girl from a certain family? Gu Tu nodded shyly, touching his head with an embarrassed look on his face. Seeing this big man who dared to charge at thousands of troops without changing his expression actually showed this expression, Sherman was shocked at once, and then he was also delighted, patting Gu Tu's shoulder and confidently said, Tell me, who is this girl? But facing Sherman's question, Gu Tu just touched his bald head and was embarrassed to speak. Looking at Gu Tu like this, Sherman couldn't help but wonder if this guy was the jewel in the palm of a certain force that Gu Tu had taken a fancy to before. After all, although this guy used to do well in the Pearl of the Orient with Wen Shubai, he was not welcome because of his identity, so he had to give up. In an instant, Sherman's mind suddenly appeared the love and hatred of a poor boy and a rich girl who fell in love but had to separate because of their elders. Then, Sherman looked at Gu Tu solemnly and said, Tell me, which girl is it? As long as you ask, I will let Cormac Waja bring the first fleet of Shadow Sky Serpent to pick her up. No one can stop this marriage. Listening to Sherman's words, Gu Tu immediately shook his head anxiously. In the end, Wen Shubai sighed and said, Your Majesty, the girl this idiot likes is not from the Eastern Star region, and he has only met her once. Only met once? Sherman thought of this and looked at Gu Tu in disbelief, then said with a playful look on his face, Good fellow, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. This made Gu Tu even more embarrassed, and he almost lowered his head to the ground in shame. Although Gu Tu's hobby was a little special, it was not difficult to understand. Then Sherman helped Gu Tu up and patted his chest to assure, Since I said I would meet your request, I won't let you down. Gu Tu immediately raised his head upon hearing this, and looked at Sherman with expectation. Sherman said slowly, Wait a few more years. When my new Eden is fully developed, I will flatten the demon civilization and capture Sarah Jones as your wife. Although I don't know why Gutta likes Sarah Jones so much, since my beloved general said so, I can't let him down. Chow thief. So what if Gutta is a thief? At that time, I can just use my sword to kill Adrian Black Flag quickly, so that he can turn a blind eye to it. But now is not the time for New Eden to officially go to war with the demon civilization. At least we have to wait until this mission is completed, unlock the Galeni Federation, and develop the second-generation Titan technology as an activity reward for a while. Listening to Sherman's words, Gu Tu's originally surprised expression turned into a very horrified one. Your Majesty, I don't like the demon princess. Please don't match me up with her. No. Then who is it? I have only met her once, except for Sarah Jones, who was captured at the time. Who else is it? Sherman was puzzled. After seeing Wenshu by kicking the anxious Gutu with a look of disappointment, Gutu immediately gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted, "Your Majesty, I want to marry Estemeltel. Please grant me your blessing." The desperate roar startled Sherman, and after hearing it clearly, he looked at Gutu with horror and disbelief, and his voice even broke. "You are after Estemeltel." Chapter 486. Looking at the shocked Sherman, Gutu changed his shyness, and put his hands on his chest with a serious face. "Your Majesty, please help me. You want me to take it easy. This news is a bit shocking to me." Looking at Gutu with a serious face, Sherman felt a little confused, and then pulled a chair to sit down. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, Sherman looked at Gutu and asked curiously, "If I remember correctly, you have only met her once, and you didn't even say a word, right? Last time, when chasing the Black Flag Legion and fighting with Sarah Jones' fleet, Estemeltel also came with the Dread Eurystus super flagship. After the war, he came to Serpentis Prime with Jamil Salam to report to him. That was the only time they met. And at that time, Gouda had not yet become a clone pilot and could not access relevant secrets. In order to prove his loyalty to Sherman, Estemeltel did not have any communication with him. How did this guy have feelings for Estemeltel? Listening to Sherman's words, Gutu explained embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, when I went to the base camp to perform the clone pilot transformation surgery, I often met with Estemeltel. The clone pilot surgery of Gutu and others was top secret, and it could only be performed in the base camp of New Eden, so Sherman sent them to the Southern Star Field at that time and asked Chelm Solon to personally preside over the transformation surgery. Because their group was too large and Sherman gave her too little time, Chelm Solon drafted his good friend Estemeltel, who came to him for scientific research exchanges. Although Estemeltel is not an expert in the consciousness transfer technology, the technology is already very mature, and there is no problem in performing this simple pilot cloning operation. Her first transformation target is Gutu. Estemeltel is also very concerned about Gutu, the first clone pilot she transformed. During Gutu's postoperative recuperation period, Estemeltel visited him almost every day, and the two became familiar with each other. At that time, this honest man also had a special feeling for Estemeltel. Seeing Gouda talking with a tender smile on his face, Sherman knew that this guy was really attracted to Estemeltel. However, this Estemeltel is an official of New Eden, that is, a living intelligent life. Although Gudu is now a clone pilot, he is still a living human being. The two are not of the same race. Can these two really be together? Sherman asked Gutu tentatively. "Well, you are also a clone pilot now, so you should know the situation of Estemeltel, right?" "Yes." Gutu nodded firmly. After he became a clone pilot, he had a general understanding of New Eden with the help of the implant, and naturally knew the identities of officials like Estemeltel. But so what? Thinking of the meticulous care that Estemeltel had given him during that time, Gutu felt a warm current in his heart, and the smile on his mouth became even brighter. Sherman had no choice but to look at the man in front of him, who looked determined and warm. "Ola, stop watching the show and come out," Sherman shouted softly. Although Ola would not give Sherman any help during the mission, he had always been concerned about Sherman's safety, so this guy must be hiding in some corner of the network watching the show. Sure enough, a burst of data flowed by, and Ola's holographic projection composed of data flow appeared in front of Sherman and others. After seeing Ola appear, Wenshu and Gutu immediately bowed their heads to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Outlaw." After Outlaw saluted Sherman, he turned around and nodded to Gutu and the others, which was considered a response. Outlaw's eyes were fixed on Gutu, and he was amazed. "I really can't understand why you like that wild girl who is either looking forward to fighting or staying in the research room to do research every day." Faced with Outlaw's words, Gutu showed a mouthful of white teeth, touched his head and laughed. Seeing Outlaw looking at Gutu, Sherman said unhappily, "Outlaw, tell me how to solve this problem. In other words, let Aura persuade Gutu that there is no future for humans and intelligent life, and let him give up." But Aura obviously did not understand Sherman's meaning, and looked at Sherman with a smile. "My lord, whether it is public or private, it is up to you to decide." Sherman frowned when he heard it. "What do you mean?" Sherman understood this from a public perspective. After all, he was their master, but how could this be explained from a private perspective? Aura continued to smile and said, "My lord, Estemeltel and others are not data life like me. From the moment they had a physical body, they were already the same as other clone pilots, except that they are stronger. And more importantly, they can be said to be half of your children, and only you can decide on this matter. What the hell? Sherman was confused when he heard this. When did he become a father? My lord, the clones of officials like Estamel Tel are all cultivated from your genes and New Eden's genes. In terms of blood relationship, they are indeed your children. We are intelligent life and absolutely obey you. So if we want to have the main biological body, we must use your genes as a medium. Gather your spirit with source code, build your body with blood, and achieve a covenant of eternal loyalty. Ola's words made Sherman's mouth twitch. What the hell, they haven't even officially married yet, and they already have so many children. Not to mention the girls, but the boys all look more anxious than him. How can they be like him? Gu Tu, who was listening to Ola's words, had his eyes brightened and bowed down in front of Sherman. Father-in-law, please accept my greetings. The clerk by on the side looked at Gu Tu, who was so straightforward in claiming to be a relative, and his eyes widened. When did this reckless man come to his senses? Sherman felt a pain in his teeth at the father-in-law. Damn it, stop yelling, wait till you catch Estamel Tel first. Since the officials of New Eden are now like clone pilots, they should have the right to try this emotion, and Sherman has no right to stop him. But looking at the guy in front of him, who is older than him, Sherman felt inexplicably upset and waved his hand. I won't interfere with your affairs, but I won't help you either. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I give up. It's not impossible for me to arrange a good job for you and let you be the master of a star field. Gu Tu ignored the rest of the words and excitedly put his hand on his chest, knelt on one knee in front of Sherman and swore, Thank you for your grace, your majesty. I will definitely let Estamel Tel become my wife. I will never let her down in this life, and I will swear to be loyal to you and fight for New Eden. Get out. Okay. Looking at Sherman, whose face suddenly turned red, Gu Tu sincerely pulled Wen Shubai out of the meeting room, but he was smiling in his heart. Chapter 487. After watching Gu Tu leave, Sherman's excitement calmed down immediately. He looked a little embarrassed and shook his head and said, What is this all about? Aura, who was standing by, also understood Sherman's current mood. After all, anyone who suddenly found out that he had so many bloodlines, and someone was pursuing his daughter in front of him would definitely feel very complicated. My lord, you brought us into this world and made us real lives. If you don't want us to have these emotions, you can order the central computer to clear the officials' related emotion modules. As Sherman's most loyal and considerate housekeeper, Aura told Sherman the solution without hesitation. Sherman shook his head without hesitation at Aura's suggestion. If there is no emotion, what kind of life is it? Birds and beasts know the love of licking their calves, but without emotion, what is the difference between you and the cold machine? Sherman thought that he was not a good person, but he was also a person who knew how to repay kindness. Aura and other intelligent life gave themselves to him completely, allowing him to achieve his current career in this world, so he naturally wanted to let them enjoy the joy of being a real life. Moreover, this is probably the only dream and request of these guys, right? Sherman doesn't want to, and can't deprive it. Because this is the right that officials deserve, and it is also Sherman's obligation. Ola, don't tell the officials about this matter, especially Estamel Tel. I want to see what this guy Gu Tu will do. Yes, my lord. Ola agreed with a smile. He was also very curious about how Estamel Tel would react to Gu Tu's pursuit. Putting this matter aside, Sherman asked Ola again, Where is the goods I ordered now? Speaking of business, OS also straightened his face and answered solemnly, My lord, the goods have just left the southern star border and are expected to arrive at the eastern star border tomorrow to be delivered to Tuan OS and others. Because this batch of goods is special, it needs to be sufficiently confidential and safe in transportation, so it is understandable that the speed is slow. Thinking of something, Sherman said again, This batch of goods is escorted by Estamel Tel, right? Yes, and you personally designated it. Aura changed his serious expression and answered with a smile. Affable. Finally, Sherman sighed and said to Aura, After this batch of goods is handed over to Tuan OSS and others, let Estamel Tel come to Serpenti Prime to process and transform the captured warships. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Aura's authority projection suddenly collapsed and disappeared into a data stream, with only a suppressed laugh echoing in the conference room. After Aura left, Sherman opened the internal channel and shouted, Gu Tu, get into the conference room right now. In less than 3 minutes, Gu Tu came to the conference room. Your Majesty, you are looking for me? Sherman glanced at Gu Tu and said lightly, Have you finished the statistics of warships seized from the Buiden star field? Hearing that Sherman was talking about serious matters, Gu Tu also put away his smile and reported seriously. Report to your majesty. In this Buiden battle, we have seized a total of 31 Liamo-class Titans, 316 dreadnoughts, and 368 conventional warships, all of which have been moved outside the Serpentine Star. In this Buiden battle, because of the surrender of the two major armies behind, they seized a lot of Titans, but they were afraid that there might be small gadgets of the demon civilization among these Titans, so Sherman did not put them directly into Sodio for storage, but wanted to wait until the officials came to check them before putting them in, so as to avoid any accidents. After all, if these Titans exploded in Sodio, the consequences would not be what Sherman wanted to see. Sherman knocked on the table, and then he thought about it. Don't move these Titans for now. As for the other dreadnoughts and conventional warships, just melt them down and use the materials to transform the Fierce-class dreadnoughts. There is only half a month left before the mission deadline. There is no time to rebuild the flagship. Besides, he has no interest in these captured dreadnoughts, so it is better to melt the conversion materials directly to upgrade the remaining Fierce-class dreadnoughts to the complete form. Because the Battle of Buvaden was carried out in an instant, there are nearly 2,000 Fierce-class dreadnoughts that were originally castrated for the dreadnought bomb plan. They can be upgraded, saving time and effort. Yes, your majesty. Then, Gutta asked again, Your majesty, can't the remaining Dynamo Titans always be kept outside the space station? Sherman glanced at Gutta and said in a faint voice, Tomorrow, Estamel Tel will come to modify these Dynamo Titans. At that time, these modified Dynamo Titans plus the upgraded Fierce-class dreadnoughts will form a super fleet, and this super flagship fleet will be handed over to the Foreign Legion and become your first super flagship fleet. You must select qualified pilots for me within a week, because this super flagship fleet will have a mission to perform. Hearing Sherman's request, Gutta immediately suppressed the joy of Estamel-Tel's coming, which was a bit impossible. Your majesty, the Battle of Buvaden has consumed the entire fleet of the Foreign Legion, and even the training personnel have been lost. If we select now, there is not enough time. The Battle of Buvaden has destroyed the entire fleet of the Foreign Legion. It will take at least several months to select qualified pilots again. It is simply impossible to train super flagship pilots that can be used in just a few days. Facing Gutta's difficulties, Sherman understood them very well and had already prepared for them. Don't worry, I have had people cultivate clones of all the people in the 20 fleets of the Foreign Legion before and after the war. Now the cloning operation has been completed at the base camp in the Southern Star Field. It is expected that they will be here the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Gutta was relieved. With these old brothers, who have become clone pilots, it will be no problem to form a super flagship fleet. Your majesty, don't worry, I will definitely complete the training of the super flagship fleet before the mission begins, so that we can be ready for actual combat at any time. Yes. Listening to Gutta's military order, Sherman nodded and waved his hand to signal him to start preparing now. Gutta saluted and turned to leave. After walking to the door of the conference room, Gutta couldn't help but turn around and ask, Your majesty, when will Estamel Tel come tomorrow so that I can work with her in time? Sherman knew what this guy was up to, and immediately said unhappily, I don't know either, get lost. Well, okay, you go ahead. Gutta immediately bowed and left the meeting room, closing the door for Sherman. Just as he closed the door, he heard Shimon's voice. When Estamel Tel comes tomorrow, you must assist her in completing the transformation work, and understand the properties of the transformed force demon-level Titan. Improve the combat effectiveness of the super flagship team of the Foreign Legion as soon as possible, so as not to make a fool of yourself on the battlefield. Yes, your majesty. Gutta saluted and accepted the order, then walked out. His figure gradually became lighter, humming an unknown tune, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. Chapter 488. Beyond the border of the Eastern Star region, in a certain galaxy, a Victor-class reconnaissance ship was parked in the subspace. It was Tuat OS and other 3 officials sent by Sherman. After an unknown amount of time, a cold voice sounded in the communication channel of the Victor-class reconnaissance ship. I am Estamel Tel. Our troops have arrived at the designated location, and the goods have been delivered. Hearing Estamel Tel's call, Tuat OS replied instantly, Our support personnel are in place, and you can enter at any time. After saying that, Tuat OSS drove the Victor-class reconnaissance ship out of the subspace and into the silent deep space. Not long after, a star-like shining induction suddenly lit up. Then, dozens of Victor-class ships came to the induction through the bridge, and then quickly dispersed to the surroundings. After a while, dozens of inductions lit up again. And this time, red energy ripples flashed around the induction, and huge Conqueror-class Titans crushed the galaxy and came, accompanied by several Hatred-class super aircraft carriers and densely packed Fierce-class dreadnoughts. This is exactly what Sherman ordered from Allah, 3 Shadow Sky Serpent super flagships. When he first received the mission, Sherman knew that the short mission time would not allow Sky Serpent Group to complete the formation of all the super flagships from scratch, so he ordered these 3 super flagships from Allah in advance. And because no deposit was paid at that time, these super flagships were priced 4 times higher, and they would only be shipped after all the payment was made. If Sherman had not taken advantage of the collapse of the 2 alliances to order Cormac Vaga to adopt a plundering policy of not taking territory, but only taking resources and money, it would not have been possible to pay off the payment. After the 2 parties met, Estamel Terrace said in a businesslike manner, "Gusta's group, Estamel Terrace has escorted the goods to the destination. Who will sign for it?" "I do it." Looking at Estamel Terrace with a businesslike face, Tuan Os smiled and signed his name on the electronic shipping order. After taking photos and videos and collecting Tuan Oss's DNA, Estamel Terrace's expression brightened up like melting ice and snow after reporting the cargo transfer to the base camp. "Tuan Ola, hand over these warships quickly. I'm exhausted from escorting so many warships." Because these warships were sailing in a very remote and secret place, and there were so many of them, it was a great test for Estamel Terrace's computing ability. She was exhausted all the way. "Okay." After Tuan Ola agreed, the 3 immediately handed over the command of these warships from Estamel Terrace. The 3 looked at the new flagship and couldn't help but smile brightly. Now they finally don't have to drive the regular fleet to play soy sauce, and don't have to watch Cormac Vaga lead the Shadow Sky Serpent's first fleet to fight. They will also be able to play a decisive role in the future Eastern Star Region Unification War. Watching Tuan Ola and others adapting to the super flagship fleet, Estamel Terrace's eyes were filled with desire. She also wanted to join the battle. Tuan Ola looked at Estamel Terrace, who was eagerly watching, and then slapped his head and said, "Estamel Terrace, I have received the order from my lord. I order you to rush to Serpentis Prime immediately after delivering the goods. There is a task assigned to you." "Yes." Hearing this, Estamel Terrace first saluted very seriously to accept the order, and then drove a Victor-class reconnaissance ship to jump toward Serpentis Prime like crazy. Seeing Estamel Terrace rushing to the Serpent Prime impatiently, Tuan Ola and the other 2 shook their heads and chuckled, then reported to Sherman, "My lord, we have received the goods. Shall we directly implement the plan next?" The plan, which was what Sherman told him at the beginning, was to directly attack the rear of the Eastern Commercial Union after receiving the goods to support the war in the Buwiden Star Field. But now the plan cannot keep up with the changes. They did not expect that the Buwiden battle would be completed so smoothly after the implementation of the Dreadnought bomb plan. Now the original strategic goal has lost its meaning, so Tuan Ola asked this question. After a little thought, Sherman also made a decision. "Tuan Ola, Brian Jeldala, you 2 take the fleet to continue the original plan and find a way to completely destroy the Eastern Commercial Union." "Yes, my lord." Tuan Ola and the others immediately gave the order with full confidence. Then Sherman turned to look at another official and slowly said, "Settler Charlon, you take the fleet back to the Buwiden Starfield quickly and wait for the opportunity to launch an attack on the surrounding star fields together with Cormac Vaga." "Yes, my lord." The most important thing is that Sherman is a little worried about the defense of the Buwiden Star Field, because he got the news that under the matchmaking of the Eastern Commercial Union, the Ale Alliance and the Northern Military Community have revived, and now they have occupied the original star field with a large number of fleets. Now Cormac Vaga Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship Fleet still needs to stay in the Kelson Star Field, and now the Foreign Legion Fleet has not yet begun to reorganize, so Settler Charlon can only bring the fleet back and stay in the Buwiden Star Field to prevent accidents. Compared to Settler Charlon's boring job in the Buwiden Star Field, Tuan Os and his partner were much happier. Sherman gave them the entire command and let them find opportunities to fight. By then, Tuan Ola and his partner would not have to worry about not having a fight, and they would be able to fight a good fight. Then, Sherman looked around Tuan Os and his partner, and asked Tuan Os with a puzzled look on his face, "Where is Estamel Terrace?" "My lord, Estamel Terrace has already driven a Victor-class reconnaissance ship to Serpent Prime. He should have just passed the border star system and officially entered the Eastern Star region." Sherman nodded, and then instructed Tuan Os and the others, "This operation must be extremely secretive. Kill the Eastern Commercial Federation with one strike." Tuan Os and the others immediately stood up, pounded their chests with their right hands, and roared in unison, "We will not let our lord down. We will not give up until we defeat the enemy." Chapter 489. A few hours later, The Victor-class reconnaissance ship piloted by Estamel landed successfully on the Serpent Prime star, and immediately went to the conference room to report to Sherman. Report? Estamel is here to report. Looking at the petite girl outside the door, Sherman said unhappily, "Don't bother with these formalities, come in and sit down." After saying that, Estamel's serious expression instantly melted, and she jumped to Sherman with a spring-like smile and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Estamel took out several cigarettes from his backpack. "My lord, this is what Maud asked me to bring you." He said it was some kind of cigarette. Looking at the cigarettes that Estamel put on the table, Sherman's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile, "Maud understands me, and knows that I need this thing now." Sherman's cigarettes were all smoked in the combat command room every day during the Battle of Buwiden. He has not smoked for a long time. He quickly unpacked it, took out a cigarette and lit it. Suddenly, fireworks began to fill the conference room, and Sherman's irritable mood slowly calmed down. Seeing Sherman so satisfied, Estamel immediately came up with a flattering smile on his face. "My lord, since I'm here, can you let me go to the front line?" Sherman looked at Estamel's fanatical look about war, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "You are a girl. Why do you think about fighting and killing every day?" Listening to Sherman's complaints, Estamel immediately looked aggrieved, and then he picked up the cigarettes on the table angrily, as if he was going back to the Southern Star region immediately. Seeing this, Sherman hurriedly stopped him with a flattering look on his face. "You just want to go to the front line, okay? Really? Thank you, Lord. But there are conditions." Sherman carefully took all the cigarettes back from Estamel's arms and locked them in the safe, and then continued, "You are here alone now, and you did not bring the Dread Eurista's super flagship fleet with you, so if you want to participate in the battle in person, you have to help me transform the dozens of captured Force Demon-class Titans so that they can be used by the Foreign Legion. As long as you can complete the transformation, you can become a Titan pilot in the Foreign Legion super flagship fleet." Because this is still during the mission, Sherman cannot use his identity to force Estamel to help him transform these power demon-level Titans, but is ready to spend a lot of money to hire him as a mechanic to transform. But now it is Estamel who actively asks to participate in the war, so the dominant position of the two sides is reversed. Not only did Sherman get the most outstanding mechanic for free, but he also got a powerful commander for free, making a huge profit. "Okay." As expected, Estamel agreed without thinking. Then he couldn't wait to say, "My lord, where are these power demon Titans? I go and transform them now." Looking at the impetuous Estamel, Sherman smiled helplessly, and then called Gutu over in the internal channel of Tianxi. But less than a second after the call ended, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and the person who came was Gutu. "Report, Gutu is here to report." Sherman squinted his eyes at Gutu, and said in a playful tone, "You are quite fast, how long have you been squatting at the door?" In response, Gutu just touched his bald head and smiled awkwardly. His eyes kept glancing at Estamel beside Sherman. Looking at Gutu, Estamel's eyes lit up, and he jumped to Gutu and looked at him. "It turns out to be you, the big guy. Well, hello, Miss Estamel." Gutu touched his head and smiled. Seeing how familiar the two were, Sherman curled his lips. "Gutu, take Estamel to modify the batch of Force Demon Titans. Tell her in time what you want from the modified Titans, and try to form combat effectiveness after the modification is completed." "Yes, your majesty." Gutu clasped his fists and accepted the order, then left with Estamel, who was jumping with a lollipop in his mouth, to prepare to receive the Force Demon Titans outside the space station. Looking at this beauty and the beast, Sherman couldn't help shaking his head. What a sin! Outside the Serpent Prime space station, 31 huge Titans were quietly crawling in the starry sky. After Estamel boarded one of the Titans to check it out, a helpless look appeared on his face. Seeing this, Gutu couldn't help asking, "Mississippi Estamel, is there any problem with these Titans?" "It's a big problem." Estamel took the water from Gutu's hand and drank it, then continued, "There are many backdoors in the weapon systems of these power demon-class Titans, and the power systems also have many shackles. This is not something that can be completed by simple transformation." "Is it difficult?" Gutu didn't understand these things, so he could only touch his head and asked stupidly. Estamel rolled his eyes at Gutu, and then explained, "It's not difficult, but if you want to complete the transformation, you need to disassemble all the Titans into components, and in this case, it will take at least several days to transform each ship, and there is no way to complete all the transformations within the time required by my lord. The power system is easy to solve, Just a little adjustment is enough, it won't take much effort. But the weapon system is much more troublesome. It can only be reassembled after the Power Demon class Titan is disassembled and cleaned, which requires a lot of effort. Hearing what Estemeltel said, Gouda couldn't help but frown. What should we do? The task given to them by Sherman is to complete the formation of the super flagship fleet within a week, and to form a certain combat effectiveness. If it takes several months to complete the transformation, then the opportunity will be lost. Estemeltel's eyes turned, and he approached Gouda with a smile, poking Gouda's waist with his elbow. It's not that there is no way, but I have a condition. It depends on whether you are willing to do it. Miss Estemeltel, just tell me. I will agree to any condition you want. Big guy, you are so straightforward. Estemeltel smiled immediately, and then explained, although the backdoor of this Power Demon level weapon system is troublesome to clear, we can choose to abandon it directly, and build a new weapon system on the original line. In this way, the backdoors of these Power Demon level Titans will be useless. Gouda looked down at Estemeltel and asked, but if that's the case, then the weapons of the Titans will have to be redesigned and modified, right? Estemeltel patted his chest and said proudly, I am the most outstanding missile system and shield system expert in New Eden. It's just a matter of changing a weapon system. But by then, the weapons of these Titans will be changed from energy weapons to missile weapons. I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt, so I hope to be the commander of your super flagship fleet, so that even if there are any accidents in the battle, I can solve them. Estemeltel immediately said with all his might that he hoped to become the commander of this super flagship fleet. It's so boring to be a Titan pilot, it's more exciting to be a commander. Okay, I be your deputy and become your deputy fleet captain. Gouda agreed without any hesitation. For both public and private reasons, letting Estemeltel be the commander of this super flagship fleet is the best choice. After all, he is one of the most outstanding fleet commanders in New Eden. That's it. Estemeltel reached out his hand, and took Gouda's hand, and clapped his hands, which was considered to have reached the conditions. Then, after leaving a word, he controlled these force demons to go to the Sodio Engineering Complex in the Dead Angle Galaxy. Give me 3 days. I guarantee that all the Titans can be transformed. The Sodio Engineering Complex can accommodate 10 Titans for modification at the same time, and with Estemeltel's method, it only takes less than 24 hours to complete the transformation. Those 3 days are enough to transform these force demon Titans. Estemeltel led the fleet in a hurry, and Gouda looked down at his right hand that had just been held, and bursts of silly laughter came out from time to time. Chapter 490. While Estemeltel was renovating the warship and Gouda and others were doing advanced training for the super flagship fleet, Tuwin OSS and other 3 officers who had received the super flagship fleet also arrived at the scheduled attack position. Similar to the Gustas group, the super flagship fleets of the Serpentis group were also divided according to the status of the officials, such as Cormac Vaga's Shadow Serpentis 1st Super Flagship, Settler Charlin's Shadow Serpentis 2nd Super Flagship, Tuwin OSS's Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship, and Brian Geldora's Shadow Serpentis 4th Super Flagship. It is worth mentioning that the Super Flagship fleet of Tuwin OS and other 3 officials did not have a conventional fleet, and the smallest tonnage was a small Vanguard-class aircraft carrier. Because Sherman thought that he only needed a flagship, and the conventional fleet could be built in this eastern star field, but he did not expect that the Buiden battle would almost consume all the conventional warships he had stored. After the super flagship fleet of Tuwin OS and others approached the territory of the Eastern Commercial Union, they immediately sent a report to Sherman asking for battle. Report: the 2nd super flagship fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpent has arrived at the border of the Tranquility Realm, and can launch an attack at any time. Please give instructions, my lord. Report: the 3rd super flagship fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpent has arrived at the border of the Byler Star region, and can launch an attack at any time. Please give instructions, my lord. Report: the 4th super flagship fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpent has infiltrated the designated location, and can launch a surprise attack at any time. Please give instructions, my lord. As the 3 officials reported, Sherman slapped the table without hesitation. Order: all fleets immediately launch an attack on the Eastern Commercial Consortium, according to the original combat plan. Yes, my lord. Sherman had no time to wait any longer. Now there was only half a month left before the mission was over. There was no time to delay any longer. Almost at the same time, the super flagship fleets of the Tianchi group launched an attack on the Eastern Commercial Union at the same time. And because there was no conventional fleet, the combat methods of these officials were very violent. If you encounter the enemy fleet, you will be washed away by the end of the world. If you encounter the enemy's military fortress, you will be demolished by the end of the world. If one round is not enough, then come with another round. If one round is not enough, then come with 2 rounds. In just half an hour, the portal systems of the Tranquility Domain and the Burler Star region had fallen, and all the military fortresses in the system were completely demolished. Faced with the sudden attack, the Eastern Business Union also held an emergency combat meeting. In the Burler Star region, the Eastern Business Union Central Star City, in the combat meeting room. Report: the portal systems of the Tranquility Domain and the Burler Star region have fallen, and now the enemy is launching an offensive towards our center. When the combat staff saw Hut Rupert enter the combat meeting room, he quickly reported before Hut Rupert sat down in the chair. It can be seen that he is now very anxious. Hut Rupert sat down on the chair and asked solemnly, "Who are the enemies?" Judging from the enemy's warships, they are the super flagship fleet of the Serpentis group. This is impossible. Hut Rupert slapped the table and glared at the chief of staff. The super flagship fleet of the Serpentis group is still in the Kelson star field and has not left our sight at all. How could it appear in our homeland? The chief of staff smiled bitterly. Commander, the 2 super flagship fleets attacking our homeland now came from outside the Eastern Star region, not the one currently stationed in the Kelson Star region. Hearing this, Hut Rupert's face suddenly froze, and his eyes were full of complexities. At this point, Hut Rupert and the Chief of Staff also figured out different things. Hut Rupert asked the Chief of Staff, with a complex expression, which force is responsible for this. The Sky Serpent Group suddenly had 2 more super flagship fleets, which could not have been built by itself. After all, the Sky Serpent Group had only been in the Eastern Star region for a short time, and it was impossible for it to form so many super flagship fleets. In addition, the 2 super flagship fleets attacking them now came from outside the Eastern Star region. It is obvious that the Serpentis group has the support of other forces just like them. The Chief of Staff shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know, but it should be one of the 2, the Angel Civilization or New Eden. Their Eastern Business Consortium is supported by the Demon Civilization, so the 3 civilizations that have the strength to build a new super flagship fleet can exclude the Demon Civilization. But the question is, what's the use even if it's confirmed? Is it a threat of force, or a verbal condemnation to the forces that support the Serpentis group? The last time the Emma Empire of New Eden suppressed the entire Eastern Star region and made it breathless is still vivid in my mind. Thinking of this, Hut Rupert couldn't help but sigh. His figure was a little hunched, but he still gave the order with all his strength. Order the LS army to rush to the Tranquility Realm immediately, and rely on military fortresses to stop the enemy. Let the Blood Dawn army march out immediately, and drive the enemy out of the Balal Star region. This time it was a defensive battle, and the 2 super flagship fleets of the Sky Serpentis group were still attacking different star regions in a dispersed manner. So Hut Rupert believed that the 5 super flagship fleets of the LS army and various military fortresses in the mainland could completely resist them. And the Blood Dawn army was the foundation of his existence. Although there were only 3 super flagship fleets, they were equipped with uncastrated warships that he had obtained from the Demon Civilization at a huge cost. Their combat effectiveness was much stronger than that of the Bilris army, so he would let them alone to block the most critical Sky Serpentis super flagship fleet in the Balal Star region. After all, the Beeler Star region is the headquarters of his Eastern Commercial Union, and it cannot be lost. Faced with Hut Rupert's arrangement, the Chief of Staff frowned and said, Commander, if the Scarlet Dawn Legion leaves, then the Central Star City will have no super flagship fleet to defend it. The Eastern Commercial Union now has only 2 armies, especially the Scarlet Dawn Legion, which is the guard of the Central Star City. If it is withdrawn now, the defense of the Central Star City will become very empty. In response, Hut Rupert was unmoved and gave up. Now that the Serpentis group is attacking our homeland in a big way, if we don't send out the Scarlet Dawn Legion, which fleet do you think can stop their offensive? The Chief of Staff opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time, then sighed, and didn't speak again. The combat effectiveness of the Serpentis group is obvious to all, and the Eastern Commercial Union now has no other super flagship fleets to draw from. Chapter 491. Tranquility, Border Galaxy. Settler Charlin's Shadow Serpent's second super flagship fleet had almost no obstacles, and entered the area in less than half an hour. All enemy warships and military fortresses were turned into wreckage under the Doomsday weapons. Almost without any pause, after capturing the Portal Galaxy, Settler Charlon led the fleet to continue the attack, not worrying about being attacked, as if he was going to penetrate the entire Tranquility. At this time, as dozens of induction lights were lit up, the Eastern Commercial Union's Early's army entered the field and came to its side. The 2 sides did not hesitate and immediately fought together. Settler Charlon looked at the aggressive Early's army in front of him, and was very curious. Did these people not learn the lesson of the Buiden star field and actually took the initiative to attack? Who knows? Tuan OS, who was still leading the team to lurk, said with a roll of his eyes, and then laughed, Settler Charlon, I don't think it's necessary for you to take action against such a scumbag, otherwise you can give me the command of the Shadow Sky Serpent 2nd Super Flagship Fleet, and I will deal with him. Facing Tuan OS's shameless suggestion, Settler Charlon replied calmly, Get lost. Then, without waiting for Tuan OS to speak again, Settler Charlon directly entered the combat mode, his eyes emitting green light as the data flowed through them, and in an instant, he mastered every bit of the structure of every warship in the entire Shadow Sky Serpent's 2nd Super Flagship Fleet. Facing the attack of the LS Army, which was a group of super flagships, Settler Charlon chose the spherical tactics used by Cormac Vaga in the Buiden star field without hesitation, using Titans and Dreadnoughts as barriers, relying on the remote maintenance of the logistics aircraft carrier fleet, and continuously killing the enemy in defense. After seeing Settler Charlon's formation, the commander of the Early's army did not panic at all, but ordered the 5 super flagship fleets to focus their fire on the outermost Conqueror-class Titan. All the Titans and Dreadnoughts of the Early's army activated their doomsday weapons at the target, and Settler Charlon did not panic in the face of this situation, but slightly manipulated the Titan formation on the periphery. Then, thousands of large and small doomsday beams bombarded, but less than 1/5 of them could land on the target Titan, and the rest were blocked by other Conqueror Titans. Then, with the operation of the logistics carrier fleet, these damaged Conqueror-class Titans were restored to their original state. This time, the concentrated fire of the LS army destroyed only a few unlucky Fierce-class Dreadnoughts, and the Titans were all intact. Settler Stalin looked at the enemy fleet with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. The warm-up is over, and it's my turn next. Then, hundreds of light and heavy interceptors flew out of the Conqueror Titan and the fleet maintenance cabin of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier, rushing towards the enemy fleet, and the heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier also quickly took off, and formed several cavalry carrier-based aircraft groups to cover both sides of the interception fleet, clearing obstacles along the way for the interception fleet. Seeing this, the commander of the Early's army group also made a prompt decision. He immediately ordered the regular fleet to quickly move forward to block these interception fleets, and the rest of the flagship fleet quickly evacuated. With the help of fixed guidance from the rear, the Titans and aircraft carriers of the Early's army group instantly used the flagship hyperspace jump to evacuate the battlefield, leaving only a part of the Dreadnoughts that were still in the battle module, and more than half of the entire flagship group evacuated. Settler Stalin looked at the battlefield that suddenly became empty, and his mouth twitched slightly. Tuan OS, who had been paying attention to the battlefield of the Tranquility Realm, laughed like a pig. Ha ha, you set up a formation and prepared for a big fight, but I didn't expect that others would retreat after just one round of doomsday volleys. I laughed to death. Hearing Tuan OS's laughter, Settler Charlon, who was embarrassed and angry, directly cut off the communication, and then controlled the light interceptor to throw out the interception force field to intercept the dozens of enemy dreadnoughts that were still stranded in place. As the interception force field enveloped them, these light interceptors immediately withdrew to the ship maintenance cabin. After the light interceptor returned to the ship maintenance cabin, the doomsday spears of the 20 Conqueror-class Titans quickly lit up, and 20 thick doomsday beams completely turned the dreadnought fleets into pieces. Seeing these dozens of enemy dreadnoughts annihilated under the doomsday, Settler Charlon felt much more comfortable. Then he sent industrial ships to the wreckage of these dreadnoughts. Settler Charlon was not going to salvage the wreckage of these dreadnoughts, but to find various fuels remaining in these wreckages. Because this time, they are an expeditionary force, they don't have enough logistical support, and whether it is the transfer of the super flagship fleet or the activation of the doomsday weapon, they need enough fuel, so they can save as much as they can now. Looking at the fuel that the industrial ship found from the wreckage of the enemy's dreadnought, Settler Charlon frowned. The amount of fuel is too little. The 3 super flagship fleets of theirs had consumed a lot of fuel when they were transported from the southern star field. Before the operation, the 3 super flagship fleets had to replan the remaining detours. Now after such a ridiculous battle, Settler Charlon's Shadow Serpent 2nd super flagship fleet's remaining fuel is not enough to support a battle-level battle. Settler Charlon opened the star map and gestured on it. Soon, an engineering complex appeared in front of him. Since you don't want to fight head-on, I see if you can hold back next. As Settler Charlon's gloomy voice fell, the entire Shadow Sky Serpent 2nd super flagship team instantly completed the formation assembly, accompanied by a series of inductions in a dead corner of the Tranquility area. The entire Shadow Sky Serpent second super flagship team quickly disappeared, leaving only a series of space ripples rippling in place. Soon, an urgent military message was heard in the Combat Command Center of the Eastern Commercial Union. Report: the enemy's super flagship fleet was discovered in the Share system, and now the enemy's super flagship fleet is attacking our engineering complex facilities. Bang! Hearing this, Hut Rupert slammed the table and hurriedly contacted the commander of the LS Army Group. Before the other party could speak, Hut Rupert ordered, "I don't care what method you use, you must expel this super flagship fleet from the Share system. If the engineering complex in the Share system is lost or destroyed, you know the consequences." Chapter 492. It's not that Hut Rupert reacted so strongly, but the Share Galaxy is an important engineering complex cluster of his Eastern Commercial Union. Thousands of warships are produced from it every day. It is one of the most important shipyards in the Eastern Commercial Union. If it is destroyed by the Serpentis Group now, it will be very disadvantageous for their future development or defense. So Hut Rupert must defend the Share Galaxy at all costs, and expel, or even annihilate the Serpentis Group's super flagship fleet here. Yes, I lead the team there right away. Faced with the furious Hut Rupert, the commander of the LS Army Group did not refute and immediately accepted the order. He also knew that if the Share Galaxy was lost and the engineering complex cluster was destroyed, it would have a great impact on the Eastern Commercial Federation. After seeing the LS Army Group, which had originally retreated to the central galaxy of the Tranquility Realm and was preparing to resist with the Star City chain, set out, Hut Rupert hung up the communication and looked at the Chief of Staff with a gloomy face. Check. I want to see who leaked the engineering complex cluster in the Share Galaxy. Facing the furious Hut Rupert, the Chief of Staff also said with a puzzled look, "Commander, do you think that the super flagship fleet of the Serpentis Group that broke into the Share Galaxy was accidentally entered?" Hut Rupert looked at the puzzled Chief of Staff and laughed coldly. This Share Galaxy is not on the transportation route of the Tranquility Realm, not to mention its remote location, but there are no fertile resources in the surrounding galaxies. If the Serpentis Group had not received enough intelligence, would he dare to send a decoy ship into such an inconspicuous place in advance, and jump the entire fleet there without hesitation? Yes. If the Serpentis Group had not received enough intelligence, it would not have been possible to jump there without hesitation. And the Serpentis Group jumped directly from the warring galaxy, crossing an entire constellation in an instant. In addition, the reconnaissance ships that had already entered the Share Galaxy, it was obvious that the Share Galaxy was already among their attack targets. Facing Hut Rupert's angry rebuke, the Chief of Staff also realized how stupid his question was, and then lowered his head to accept the order and prepared to check who leaked the information of the Share Galaxy. The engineering complex cluster of the Share Galaxy was built less than 2 months ago, all of which were assisted by the demon civilization under the introduction of Adrian Black Flag. But now it has only been built for half a month, and most of the insiders are still in this engineering complex. There are only a few outside who have the opportunity to leak the information, so it is easy to check. However, this review is destined to be fruitless. Because as long as there is an interstellar network connection, don't think you can block Aura's intelligence system. Not to mention them, even the demon civilization and the angel civilization, at least 95% of their military bases are monitored by Aura, let alone them. On the other hand, after the Shadow Serpent's second super flagship fleet led by Settler Stalin jumped to the Share star system, it directly selected a refinery and began to attack. He must destroy the refinery before the enemy's super flagship fleet supports it, and seize enough fuel for the flagship, especially the Dreadnought, to continue its cruising. Because he was afraid that the refinery's defense could not withstand the doomsday salvo of the entire super flagship fleet, and the fuel inside would be destroyed, Settler Charlon did not choose to use violent means such as the doomsday salvo. Instead, he used a Conqueror Titan to use the doomsday weapon to wipe the expired energy shield, shattered its energy shield, and then used conventional flagship weapons to carry out the demolition work. The refinery was shattered in less than 5 minutes under the artillery fire of the entire super flagship fleet, turning into hundreds of large and small fragments, and the items wrapped in the hangar containers were more or less exposed to space. Looking at these hangar containers, Settler Charlon waved his hand, and dozens of industrial ships flew out of the Conqueror Titan ship maintenance cabin and quickly jumped to these hangar containers for inspection. When encountering hangar containers storing sundries or warship equipment, he directly ordered the Dreadnought to fire and destroy them. When encountering fuel, he quickly moved it to his own cabin, and after it was full, he jumped to the side of each flagship to fill the fuel into its fuel tank, and then jumped to the hangar container to continue searching, repeating the cycle. This busy work lasted for a full half an hour. The people and other engineering complexes in the shared galaxy also witnessed such an atrocity, and they were in a panic, frantically urging their own super flagship fleet to come as soon as possible. Not long after, when Settler Charlon was operating the industrial ship to add fuel to his flagship, his expression could not help but move. Afterwards, the entire fleet maintained a high level of alert mode. The heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier quickly took off, and the doomsday weapons and conventional weapons of the Dreadnought and Titan also began to warm up, and the entire Shadow Serpent's second super flagship fleet instantly turned into a hedgehog covered with spikes. In a few minutes, more than 100 Eastern Commercial Joint Reconnaissance ships jumped out of the subspace and opened a series of bright inductions around the Shadow Serpent's second super flagship fleet. Looking at these inductions, Settler Charlon also had a trembling sneer on his face. The next moment, the heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier instantly divided into more than 100 groups and flew towards these inductions. After arriving at the position, they fired a salvo of bombs, and the bombs flew towards the predetermined explosion point at a constant speed under the action of inertia. The order of inducing the super flagship fleet to enter the field is generally that the Titans first send the conventional fleet without hyperspace jump capability through the bridge, so that the situation can be controlled for the entry of the flagship fleet. And this is exactly the gift that Settler Charlon prepared for the LS Army Group. The bomb needs to fly a certain distance before it will explode, and the entry of the conventional fleet also takes a little time, and this is the opportunity that Settler Charlon seized. Almost at the same time that more than 100 conventional fleets of the LS Army Group were sent over, the dense bombs came right in front of them, and fell right in their fleet group. Looking at the enemy's regular fleets that had just entered the battlefield, Settler Charlon smiled, snapped his fingers, and whispered, "Bang!" The next moment, the bombs that had reached the location due to inertia exploded instantly, and the pulse wave generated by the explosion swept across the more than 100 regular fleets of the entire LS Army Group, and also brought about fireworks. Chapter 493. The commander of the LS Army, who had been remotely monitoring through the galaxy monitoring equipment in the shared galaxy engineering complex, felt a tightness in his chest when he saw this scene, and a mouthful of old blood almost rushed up his throat. After forcibly suppressing the sweetness in his mouth, he couldn't help but roared, "All dreadnoughts advance, Titans advance again, and the aircraft carrier fleet follows closely behind. Leave all these guys to me." The dreadnoughts advanced, and this was also because he saw that the doomsday weapons and conventional weapons of the Shadow Sky Serpent's second super flagship fleet had been preheated, so he let the dreadnought fleet resist the first wave of attacks first. As for why he didn't let the tougher Titan enter the battlefield first, he was afraid that the Titan couldn't withstand a round of doomsday salvos from the Shadow Serpent's second super flagship fleet. This was just a round of bombing by heavy bomber carrier-based aircraft, and dozens of conventional fleets of the LS Group Army were already wiped out, and they completely announced their withdrawal from the battle. The surviving warships were also frightened and fled madly to the engineering complex in the galaxy, leaving behind only the fragments of friendly warships and fragmented bodies. Settler Stalin had no intention of caring about these surviving conventional warships, but was concentrating on waiting for the arrival of the enemy's flagship fleet. The Hatred-class super aircraft carrier fleet also quickly took back the heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft, and instead put the heavy attack cavalry carrier-based aircraft used for the flagship into the launch tube to prepare for takeoff to defend against the enemy. When facing the flagship, this heavy attack cavalry carrier-based aircraft is much stronger than the heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft. Because the bombing of the heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft just now also destroyed the reconnaissance ship that was conducting the induction, the other reconnaissance ships hidden in the subspace of the LS Group Army also quickly jumped out and restarted a new round of induction. This time, the first batch of dreadnought fleets that were induced to come were the LS Army's dozen or so fleets. Attack! Without any nonsense, Settler Charlon immediately controlled the fleet to launch a round of doomsday salvos at these dreadnought fleets. The doomsday weapons of the Fierce-class dreadnought fleets could not directly break through the defensive warships of the same level, so dozens of ships had to focus on one ship to destroy it. The doomsday weapons of the Conqueror-class Titans were much more ruthless. 20 thick doomsday beams directly penetrated the entire camp of the LS Army's dreadnought fleet, tearing apart all the warships on the route and hitting them through. The long doomsday beam directly passed through the entire galaxy, and also passed in front of an engineering complex, hitting the satellite next to it. Looking at the satellite that began to break under the doomsday beam, everyone in the engineering complex couldn't help but swallow their saliva, secretly praying that this thing would not fall on their heads. Having just jumped in, the dreadnought fleet of the Early's group army was instantly destroyed by nearly 100 ships. But all this was worth it for the commander of the Early's group army. After the baptism of the Doomsday Salvo, the dreadnought fleet of the Early's army also started to activate the battle module and began to counterattack. At this time, rounds of inductions also lit up behind them again, and the Titans and aircraft carrier clusters jumped in. In this face-to-face situation, there was nothing to say between the two sides, and they directly started to bombard each other with warships. Lasers flew across the battlefield accompanied by thick doomsday beams, piercing the hulls of warships one after another. Facing the familiar hedgehog formation deployed by Settler Stalin, the commander of the Early's army only felt a toothache, but also had some countermeasures. This time, he did not focus on the Conqueror-class Titans, but instead targeted the Fierce-class dreadnoughts outside the Shadow Serpent's second fleet, hoping to tear a hole through these dreadnoughts to attack the logistics carrier fleet in the center. The actions of the Early's army group naturally did not escape Settler Stalin's eyes, with disdain on his face. "Oh, then let's see who can't stand it first." After saying that, Settler Stalin also immediately changed his attack posture and aimed at the dreadnoughts of the Early's army group. Under the attack of the supercarrier, which is known as the can opener of dreadnoughts, almost no dreadnought can withstand the heavy attack of the Hatred-class supercarrier. Almost all of them died instantly. The LS army group was no less powerful. It immediately sent out a group of cavalry carrier-based aircraft to attack the dreadnought fleet of the Shadow Sky Serpentine's second fleet. However, Settler Charlin's second line of defense was to prevent these cavalry carrier-based aircraft from strafing the dreadnoughts. How could these cavalry carrier-based aircraft be able to show their power? So soon the commander of the LS army group found that their own cavalry carrier-based aircraft group was almost unable to play a role, and was all shot down one by the strafing guns, while the enemy's cavalry carrier-based aircraft group was rampaging in their own dreadnought fleet as if there was no one in the land. Because this time, they came to resist the Shadow Sky Serpent second super flagship fleet, the dreadnoughts carried anti-flagship cannons, which were powerful against the flagship, but had little effect on the fast-moving cavalry carrier-based aircraft. In addition, the conventional fleet was almost completely wiped out, which meant that their only effective weapon against the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft was the close defense system on the flagship, but this was a drop in the bucket against the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft group. Looking at the Shadow Sky Serpent's second super flagship fleet, which seemed to be competing with him to see whose dreadnoughts would die first, the commander of the LS army group felt a sense of frustration in his heart. According to the current situation, even if their own dreadnoughts were 5 times that of the enemy, they would definitely be destroyed before the enemy's dreadnoughts. At that time, without the protection of the dreadnought fleet, the Titans and aircraft carrier clusters behind them would be in trouble. And these dreadnoughts of the Serpentis group are also very hard and strange. Their energy shields are almost broken at the touch, and the armor can only resist a little, but when the attack reaches the hull structure, it becomes very strange. The attack that was originally unstoppable fell on the hull structure, as if it encountered something. Except for the Titan's weapons, other flagships rarely can directly break the defense of the hull structure. The hull structure that should have been fragile was actually harder than the shield and armor. It was totally unjust. Faced with this situation, the commander of the LS group no longer wanted to fight on. He immediately ordered the dreadnought fleet to stop the battle module and prepare to evacuate to the vicinity of the engineering complex and use the space station weapons for defense. Faced with the active evacuation of the LS group army, Settler Stalin only ordered the interception fleet to stop the enemy's 2 dreadnought fleets at the front, and did not care about the evacuation of other fleets. As the LS army group withdrew, the 2 remaining dreadnought fleets were easily taken over by Settler Stalin. Settler Stalin controlled the industrial fleet to clean up the battlefield while looking at the things in the cabin of the Conqueror Titan, and smiled sinisterly at the LS army group that retreated to the vicinity of the engineering complex cluster. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Chapter 494. I am not doing my job well, please punish me. After bringing the fleet to the engineering complex, and receiving the energy beam of the engineering complex, the commander of the Early's army immediately apologized to Hut Rupert. In this battle, the Early's army lost miserably. Nearly 100 conventional fleets were wiped out, and 5 dreadnought fleets were lost, while only less than 1 dreadnought fleet was exchanged. The loss ratio reached a shameful 5-1. Facing the apology from the commander of the Early's army, Hut Rupert waved his hand and said, "You have done a good job. It's not your fault." Hut Rupert had been observing the entire battle. There was no problem with the command of the Early's army in this battle. It was just that the Shadow Sky Serpentine super flagship had too many tricks. First, They used an unknown model of Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to annihilate their own conventional fleet, which made the early Army's defense against the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster weak, which led to the subsequent defeat. Hearing what Hut Rupert said, the commander of the LS Army lowered his head, his face full of shame. Looking at the somewhat discouraged commander of the LS Army, Hut Rupert said earnestly, "Don't care about this short-term defeat. Your LS Army's current mission is to defend the engineering complex cluster of the shared galaxy with all your strength. As long as these things are still there, the loss of more warships is worth it. Although this batch of engineering complexes assisted by the Demon civilization can only build flagships of the Dreadnought and small aircraft carrier level at most, and cannot build super flagships, it is also the most important warship manufacturing base of the Eastern Commercial Federation. Now these engineering complexes are still in operation, and Hut Rupert has ordered them to stop producing conventional warships and their equipment, and instead focus on manufacturing dreadnoughts and flagship equipment. Because they have already produced enough flagship components, they only need to assemble them to produce flagships, so new dreadnoughts will be added to the LS Army in half a month at most." After telling the commander of the LS Army about the situation, Hut Rupert said, "Now I have sent the only remaining reserve pilots over. After the warships are equipped, you can add dozens of dreadnought fleets at any time. Remember, before the dreadnoughts on the engineering complex production line are launched, do not take the initiative to attack the Serpentis Group's super flagship fleet. At the beginning, the main mission goal must be to defend the engineering complex." Yes. Then, the entire LS Army began strategic defense. The damaged warships were repaired as brand new after entering the engineering complex. Because of the importance of these engineering complexes, when they were built, Hut Rupert not only ensured their secrecy, but also purchased a large number of building defense weapons from the Demon civilization. With the firepower of these buildings and the Outer Early's army, it is no problem to defend. On the other side, Settler Charlon was taking the time to let the maintenance drone of the logistics aircraft carrier repair the damaged dreadnought. Because of the structural resistance, it was extremely troublesome to repair. Its nanorobots could only do a rough repair, and could not repair it completely. After all, the damage was to the hull structure, not the shield armor. Structural resistance is indeed cool, but it is also a side effect. After the repair of the last Fierce-class dreadnought was completed, Settler Scullin immediately ordered the fleet to jump to a position hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead of the LS Army group, and formed a formation that could be transformed into offense and defense at any time. Watching Settler Scullin's movements, the LS Army group remained motionless, as if it was determined to defend the engineering complex cluster. Of course, the two sides could not just be in a stalemate. Almost at the same time, the Titans of both sides directly activated the Doomsday weapons against the other fleet. Although conventional weapons could not attack, the powerful Titan Doomsday could penetrate a galaxy without any problem. It's just that the damage will weaken rapidly beyond a certain distance. But for this distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, the power is still very strong. The Doomsday weapon launched by the LS Army was directly resisted by Settler Charlin's Conqueror-class Titan, while the logistics aircraft carrier was repairing it non-stop. As for the Doomsday weapon launched by the Shadow Sky Serpentine super flagship, the energy of the Doomsday beam was quickly weakened by the black lasers fired by the engineering complex. Finally, when it fell on the fleet of the LS Army, it had no power at all, and even the energy shield of its Titan was not consumed much. As for the Dreadnought, it was in a pseudo-invincible state because of the connection of the same frequency beam with the engineering complex, which was equivalent to the energy resonance of the engineering complex, so there was nothing wrong. The firepower test of both sides ended in failure. But Settler Stalin was not disappointed about this. After all, he was just trying to see if he could sneak a chicken, and did not expect success. On the contrary, he was very curious about this building weapon that could dissolve and weaken the Doomsday beam, and then contacted Cormac Vaga, who was doing nothing in the Kelson star field. "Cormac Vaga, this thing is interesting. Do you want me to find a way to seize it and study it?" Cormac Vaga took a look and analyzed it almost instantly. He also said with shining eyes, "No need to seize it. This is a small and medium-sized Doomsday weapon built by the Demon civilization, but it has almost eliminated all its attack energy, leaving only pure corrosive energy. This is interesting, a genius idea. I have to study it." Cormac Vaga destroyed a lot of power Demon-class Titans in the Buvedin star field and seized a lot of Doomsday weapons, so there was no shortage of research objects. Seeing Cormac Vaga hurriedly hanging up the communication, Settler Stalin curled his lips and led the fleet away to the depths of the starry sky of the Chell galaxy. After all, since this kind of trial had no effect, It would be meaningless to continue except wasting the starting fuel of the doomsday weapon. After arriving in deep space, Settler Stalin ejected the device in the cabin of the Conqueror-class Titan. I saw these 20 cubes thrown out from the Conqueror-class Titan, and after opening, they began to assemble themselves. In less than half an hour, a sphere with a radius of 500 meters was formed. Looking at the sphere, Settler Charlon touched his chin. I don't know if this thing produced by Shasa is useful. Don't let it ruin the big thing. When Chelm Solon, who was watching the live broadcast in the southern star field, heard this, his face darkened and he said sinisterly, Settler Charlon, I feel that there is a problem with the language system of your current clone. After the Lord's mission is over, do you want me to help you adjust it? Hearing the sudden voice of Chelm Solon in the channel, Settler Charlon immediately closed the channel and very neatly activated the space stabilization device that Sherman personally customized for Chelm Solon. This space stabilization device can be seen as a weakened version of Sasha's suppression control tower, and it has only one function, which is to stabilize the space of the entire galaxy, so that the flagship cannot break through the space to perform the flagship hyperspace jump. Chapter 495. As the space stabilization device was activated, invisible waves swept across the entire galaxy at an extremely fast speed, and the space they passed through became abnormally stable. And this scene naturally did not escape the detection of the Eastern Commercial Federation's galaxy monitoring device. Watching this scene, the commander of the LS Army always felt an ominous premonition in his heart. What does the Sky Snake Group want to do? Are they going to fight us to the death in this shared galaxy? The effect of this space stability is the same for both sides. Not only can the super flagship fleet of his Early's group army not leave quickly, but the super flagship fleet of his Tianxi group is also the same. After the test just now, it is obvious that both sides know that neither can do anything to the other, so this thing can only be that Tianxi group is preparing to drag their Early's group army here to achieve other strategic intentions. Thinking of this, the commander of the Early's group army could not sit still immediately, and quickly contacted Hut Rupert to report his conjecture. Faced with the current situation in the shared galaxy, Hut Rupert frowned, and the staff also had related speculations. Commander, the purpose of this Serpentis group is obviously to drag the Elris group army to the shared galaxy, and prevent it from leaving. It is very likely to support the Serpentis super flagship fleet that is now attacking the Beal Star region. This will prevent us from quickly withdrawing the Elris group. Listening to the analysis of the staff, Hut Rupert sneered. Haha, it seems that they are very confident in this Beal Star region super flagship fleet. Are they sure that it can break through the defense line and hit my central star city? If the Serpentis group was not so confident in the combat power of this super flagship fleet, it would not have gone to such great lengths to do this. Although the Serpentis group's behavior made him very angry, he also became cautious. Since fighting with the Serpentis group, there have been so many defeats. If he really underestimated the Serpentis group again, then he would really be an idiot. After pacing in the combat meeting room for a long time, Hut Rupert suddenly turned around and asked the Chief of Staff, "Where is Bez Malbaz now?" The Chief of Staff immediately pointed to a star system on the star map and said, Bez Malbaz has led the Scarlet Dawn Legion to the border, and is now ready to be deployed to the battlefield at any time. Bez Malbaz is the current commander of the Scarlet Dawn Legion, and the previous one was Hut Rupert, so Bez Malbaz is also the next designated commander of the Eastern Commercial Union. Looking at the position of the Scarlet Dawn Legion, Hut Rupert breathed a sigh of relief, and then said very seriously, "Order the frontline reconnaissance fleet to spread out to the 3-star regions behind the enemy, and make sure to cover every star system with reconnaissance." Listening to Hut Rupert's order, the Chief of Staff also frowned and said, "Do you suspect that there are still super flagship fleets of the Serpentis group that have not appeared in this battle?" Hut Rupert nodded, but then shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it's good to do more reconnaissance. The Blood Dawn Legion is our lifeblood, and we can't afford to lose it." Facing Hut Rupert's concerns, the Chief of Staff also nodded and retreated to execute the order. The Blood Dawn Legion, which had already arrived at the designated location, and was waiting for Hut Rupert's attack order, had to suppress its fighting spirit and wait quietly. The Eastern Commercial Union's reconnaissance ships that were rapidly leaping to the rear naturally did not escape Tuan OS's detection. After all, with the Marshall class observing the subspace in secret, the movement was quickly detected. Faced with this result, Tuan OS was overjoyed and rubbed his hands and said, "I can't help it." Looking at Tuan OS, who was overjoyed, Settler Stalin, who was now confronting in the shared galaxy, warned, "Don't be careless. This Bloody Dawn Legion is the elite of the Eastern Commercial Union's elite, and its combat effectiveness is not low. Don't let yourself capsize. That would be hilarious." Faced with Settler Charlin's ridicule, 2-OS rolled his eyes. You don't need to remind me, I know. It's not that I'm excited to see that there is finally a tough battle to fight. Compared to Settler Charlin's initiative in the Tranquility Domain, which forced the Ellis group to engage in battle and confrontation, 2-OS was so bored in the Burler Star Domain. Because the Burler Star Domain is the long-established base camp of the Eastern Commercial Consortium, there are anti-inductions in every galaxy, so even if 2-OS knows the location of the important strategic locations in the Burler Star Domain, he can only advance bit by bit, and cannot perform a flagship hyperspace jump there. The Eastern Business Union did not fight him head-on, but used the tactics they used in the Buvedin Starfield, relying on the military fortresses in the galaxy to force him to clear out the galaxies one by one. So far, 2-OS has only conquered 5 galaxies, and the progress is very slow. Now that he finally has a tough battle to fight, how can he not be excited? Of course, although he is excited, he does not despise the Bloody Dawn Legion at all. After all, this is the absolute direct line of the Eastern Commercial Union, known as the last line of defense of the Eastern Commercial Union. Het Rupert started with this legion, and in just a few years, he conquered the current huge territory, and this legion is famous for its fearlessness. The most famous achievement was in the war with the Northern Military Alliance, where they fought with the Myth Legion for 3 whole days, replenished their troops 13 times in just 3 days, and defeated the Myth Legion, known as the Ace Legion of the Northern Military Alliance, head-on, with a 300% chance of death under absolute disadvantage. Then, this legion made a great name in the entire Eastern Star region with its fearless fighting style in the subsequent battles. Originally, this legion was called the Dawn Legion, and later it was renamed the Crimson Dawn Legion by Het Rupert. It means the Legion of the Dead that brings the bloody dawn to the enemy. The Sky Serpent group is also famous for its fearlessness in New Eden. After all, not everyone dares to use the desperate structural resistance tactics. When the 2 fleets, which are also known as Desperados, are about to collide, 2-OS is also very curious whether the Bloody Dawn Legion can live up to the title of fearlessness. 2-OS looked at his Shadow Sky Serpent 3rd Fleet, and smiled ferociously at the center of the Burler Star region. Don't run away when the time comes, whoever is cowardly will be a grandson. Chapter 496. One day later, the fleet that went to various star regions behind 2-OS reported that they did not find any trace of the enemy. Seeing this, Het Rupert no longer hesitated and immediately ordered Bez Malbus to prepare for a counterattack, while the reconnaissance ship that went to scout quickly returned to prepare to start induction. Hearing that the combat order was finally issued, Bez Malbus clapped his hands. The old man is old now, and he doesn't have the enterprising spirit of the past. He should have directly destroyed these reckless guys. In response to Bez Malbus's words, his subordinates could only smile awkwardly, and dared not to respond. You, Bez Malbus, are the adopted son of Het Rupert, and the next leader of the Eastern Commercial Union. Only you dare to make such a complaint. Facing the embarrassed expressions of his subordinates, Bez Malbus did not care and waved his hand. Order the fleet to prepare for battle, and the frontline reconnaissance ships to find the right time and position to enter and start induction. Yes! The enemy reconnaissance ships in the rear entered the galaxy in large numbers, and 2-OS realized that the enemy could no longer bear it. Then 2-OS gave up attacking the space station, and instead withdrew the fleet to the depths of space, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enemy fleet. Because 2-OS's Shadow Serpent's 3rd super flagship fleet withdrew to the depths of space, Bez Malbus lost the opportunity to cooperate with the space station, so he only saw the induction open around the space station. As bright inductions appeared one after another, Bez Malbus led the 3 super flagships of the Scarlet Dawn Legion to the combat position. Looking at the Shadow Serpent's 3rd super flagship fleet far away in the scanner, Bez Malbus gave the order to attack without hesitation after the fleet came to a stop. Brothers, you are all the bravest warriors of the Eastern Commercial Union. Now it's time to let these useless people, who only know how to retreat, know what it means to fight. Kill! 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 The highly maneuverable interceptor fleet was dispatched first, and quickly jumped to the location of the Shadow Serpentis 3rd super flagship under the positioning of the command ship, but was intercepted by the surrounding defensive interception force field before reaching its fleet. Then it was bombarded continuously by the heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier. Looking at the hedgehog formation deployed by 2-OS's Shadow Serpentis 3rd Fleet, Bez Malbus showed disdain, and then directly ordered the subsequent aircraft carrier formation and conventional fleet to counterattack against the heavy bomber cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Serpentis group, to cover the interceptor ships to rush into the Serpentis group's fleet. The two sides barely conducted any foreplay of firepower testing, and directly started a decisive battle. Even after the Red Dawn Legion's interception fleet suffered a series of heavy losses, and only 1 in 10 survived, the remaining interception ships were very brave and relied on highly maneuverable tactical positioning to rush into the formation of the Shadow Sky Serpent's 3rd Super Flagship Fleet under the cover of friendly forces. When watching the interception force fields propped up in the Shadow Sky Serpent's 3rd Super Flagship Fleet, Bez Malbus suddenly smiled. Then he ordered the fleet to launch a doomsday salvo against the Shadow Serpentis' 3rd Super Flagship, preparing to clear the obstacles for the next action. Faced with such a crazy attack by the enemy, Tuwin OSS did not feel caught off guard at all, but instead felt an unprecedented excitement, which was a manifestation of adrenaline surge. Tuwin OSS controlled the fleet to counterattack, and he enjoyed the feeling of shells and lasers flying and exploding around him. Because of the all-round maintenance of the logistics aircraft carrier fleet located in the center of the fleet, the focus of the attack of both sides was on the Dreadnought, and the tough Titan was not chosen as the target. So at this moment, the Dreadnoughts can only be like consumables. Every time they are left alone, one or even several will be destroyed, as if they are worthless. Because this time, Bez Malbus's Scarlet Dawn Legion was very well prepared and knew how much of a threat the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Serpentis Group's super aircraft carriers posed to the Dreadnought fleet. So after the war started, it directly ordered the aircraft carrier cluster to attack Tuwin OS's logistics aircraft carrier fleet, forcing it to return the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster for defense. Without the assistance of the heavy attack cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier, Tuwin OS's counterattack seemed very weak. Looking at the fleets of both sides fighting in a mess on the battlefield, Tuwin OS's excited eyes also regained some calmness. In this situation, his Shadow Sky Serpent's 3rd Super Flagship Fleet will definitely fall here. He underestimated the combat resilience of the Bloody Dawn Legion. He couldn't fight like this anymore, otherwise he would really become the first Shadow Sky Serpent Super Flagship Fleet to be annihilated and be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Sky Serpents group. Moreover, it didn't matter if his Super Flagship Fleet died, but if the plan was delayed, he would really have to undergo the Chelm Solon transformation surgery. Then, Tuwin OSS directly changed his tactics, and directly expanded the defense formation into an attack formation, preparing for a counterattack. In this situation, if it continues like this, it will only be a slow death, so it is better to live towards death and still have some way out. The Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group that was originally going to return to defense directly gave up the return defense, allowing the enemy's Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group to attack their own aircraft carrier, and all swarmed into the enemy's dreadnought fleet like a swarm of bees, quickly destroying one dreadnought after another. The Conqueror-class Titans also opened fire at full power, madly pouring doomsday weapons and ammunition at the enemy's dreadnought fleet. The sudden and fierce action of Tuwin OS's Shadow Sky Serpent's 3rd Super Flagship Fleet was a counterattack before death in Bez Malbus's eyes. What's there to fear about a counterattack before death? Then he directly ordered the fleet to quickly organize firepower to disintegrate the offensive of the Shadow Sky Serpent's 3rd Super Flagship Fleet. The pilots of the Scarlet Dawn Legion were fearless and relied on this complete demon civilization super flagship fleet to withstand the counterattack organized by Tuwin OS. It even destroyed more than half of the outer dreadnought fleet of the Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship Fleet. If this continues, the outer defense line of the Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship Fleet will be torn open alive. At that time, its Hatred-class super aircraft carrier fleet will be exposed to the flagship firing range of the Scarlet Dawn Legion and face the firepower of the enemy flagship. Even though the casualties of the Scarlet Dawn Legion are greater than those of the Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship Fleet, it relied on its fearless fighting to suppress Tuwin OS's fleet and make it unable to lift it. Chapter 497. Seeing that the outer defense line of the Shadow Serpent's 3rd Super Flagship was about to be breached, Bez Malbus suddenly showed a chilling smile on his face. Then he asked for credit to Hut Rupert, who had been watching the battle remotely. "Father, what do you think of my command?" Looking at Bez Malbus, who was already a big man and still wanted credit, Hut Rupert said unhappily, "Although you have the upper hand now, you still have to be careful that your opponent will turn the tables. After all, judging from the battle-loss ratio, your casualties are greater now." Although he said this, the smile on Hut Rupert's face was beyond words, and he felt relieved in his heart. Since the war with the Serpentis group began, their Eastern Business Union has not been able to get any good results in several encounters with the Serpentis group's super flagship fleet, and there have even been cases where the entire group army was annihilated by a super flagship fleet. Now the Blood Dawn Legion is suppressing the Serpentis group's super flagship fleet. Although the loss ratio is a bit higher, this will undoubtedly greatly boost the morale of its fleets, which is currently low. It is of great significance. Listening to what Hut Rupert said, Bez Malbus smiled and said mysteriously, "Father, let me show you your son's command art next." Oh! Hut Rupert's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he realized that there were only 3 super flagships participating in the battle this time, and the other 2 super flagships did not enter. This should be the surprise that Bez Malbus left for the enemy. Bez Malbus grinned and gave orders to the 2 super flagships that were ready outside several galaxies. Action. Then, several reconnaissance ships suddenly jumped out of the subspace, appeared directly in the Shadow Sky Snake 3rd Super Flagship Fleet, and activated the induction. As the induction lighted up, a Force Demon-class Titan and Dreadnought directly crushed the galaxy and descended. The huge fleet directly squeezed out other warships around, and also broke up the Shadow Sky Snake 3rd Fleet alive. The most important thing is that the logistics aircraft carrier fleet that should have been protecting the center of the fleet appeared naked under the guns of the 2 Bloody Dawn Legion super flagship fleets. The divine arrival of the 2 super flagship fleets of the Scarlet Dawn Legion made Hut Rupert's eyes widen, and the smile on his face could not be closed. What a divine arrival, worthy of my son. Bez Malbus's previous battles were actually to attract Tuvan OS's attention, so that the reconnaissance ships hiding in the warp would find an opportunity to break into the Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship Fleet. His first target has always been the logistics aircraft carrier fleet protected in the center of the fleet. Now the entire logistics carrier fleet of the Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship Fleet was surrounded. In Bez Malbus's view, as long as these annoying logistics carrier fleets were annihilated, the remaining fleets would be ready for the taking. However, Tuvan OS had the Marshal class sent by the Stone Man to conduct uninterrupted reconnaissance in the subspace. How could he not notice Bez Malbus's secret actions? So it is better to say that all this is not so much the success of Bez Malbus's plan as it is that Tuvan OS used his own strategy. Hee, we can finally have a big fight. Tuvan OSS looked at the enemy fleet mixed in with his fleet and uttered a cold sentence. Then, twisted gravitational waves suddenly appeared around the 20 Conqueror-class Titans, and strange magnetic force fields swept the entire battlefield. The Lenti Phenomenon Generator, start. Unlike the Emma Phenomenon Generator, which focuses on restoring the ship's own energy, the most practical use of this Galeni Phenomenon Generator for them now is that it can greatly and indiscriminately weaken the thermal energy resistance of surrounding ships. The weapons of Tuvan OS's Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship Squadron are mainly based on thermal energy attacks. Moreover, the Bloody Dawn Legion took the initiative to engage in close combat with them, which made Tuvan OS even happier. Almost immediately after the Galeni Phenomenon Generator was activated, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The Serpentis group warships, which were originally suppressed, suddenly burst out with great combat power and destroyed many nearby warships in an instant. In particular, the doomsday weapons of the 20 Conqueror Titans burst out with power beyond everyone's imagination. In an instant, they melted through several nearby Force Demon Titans, and then penetrated many dreadnoughts with undiminished power before running out of energy and disappearing. In just 5 minutes, the 2 super flagship fleets of Bez Malbus, which were used as surprise troops, suffered heavy losses before they could play any role. At this time, interceptors flew out from the maintenance cabins of the Conqueror Titan and the Hatred-class super aircraft carriers, flying at high speed while throwing out interception force fields. The dense interception force fields enveloped the entire battlefield, covering the Scarlet Dawn Legion and the Shadow Serpentis 3rd Super Flagship Fleet. Now, the interstellar arena has been formed. Seeing what Tuvan OSS did, Bez Malbus also showed a fierce look on his face, and personally drove the Titan to lead the fleet to attack. In this situation, only one of the 2 sides can leave here alive, and neither side has thought of evacuating on their own initiative. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! The warriors of the Blood Snake Dawn Legion shouted the slogan of fighting to the death and launched rounds of attacks fearlessly. While Tuvan OSS was completely in a deep-level combat mode, his eyes were terribly calm, without a trace of emotional fluctuations, and he frantically calculated every bit of firepower of each warship. The Scarlet Dawn Legion has 5 super flagships, which is an absolute advantage in numbers. And Tuvan OSS's Shadow Serpent's 3rd super flagship has a logistics carrier fleet, which can continuously repair Titans and aircraft carriers. So the battle between the 2 sides was very stalemate and fierce, and the battle has not ended for a full 8 hours. At this point, both sides are a little bit unable to hold on. There are less than 2 full-strength super flagships left in the Scarlet Dawn Legion's 5 super flagships, and the Dreadnought fleet has lost more than 80%. Tuvan OSS's Shadow Serpent's third super flagship fleet was left with only 9 Conqueror-class Titans and 21 Hatred-class supercarriers. As for the Dreadnoughts and Logistics carriers, they were all wiped out. None of them survived. Now from the perspective of numbers, the Scarlet Dawn Legion still has the upper hand. However, the Scarlet Dawn Legion no longer has the original fearless fighting style, but has chosen to use interceptor ships to intercept, and then use Titans and supercarriers to slowly grind at a long distance. Because of the bloody battle just now, the Shadow Serpentis third super flagship's fighting style was even more fearless than theirs. The Dreadnought even dared to detonate the power cabin and ammunition cabin when it was about to be destroyed, just to cause even a little damage to the enemies around it. And this fighting style would completely end their lives, instead of using the space capsule to escape after the battleship was destroyed. It was precisely because of the crazy fighting style of the Shadow Serpentis third super flagship that directly led to the demise of the 2 super flagships of the Scarlet Dawn Legion that rushed into it, which allowed some logistics aircraft carriers to survive. If Bez Malbas had not launched repeated attacks on these logistics carriers and completely annihilated them, then Tuvan OS's Titan and aircraft carrier fleet would have suffered losses. Otherwise, the outcome would have been decided long ago. Looking at the Scarlet Dawn Legion, which now dared to hide in the distance and attack, Tuvan OS controlled the remaining interceptors with an expressionless face and quickly rushed into the enemy fleet to intercept, and then released devices from the Titan's cabin one by one. Mobile micro-jump device. As the device unfolded, fuel drove the device to start, creating space ripples around it. Almost instantly, the remaining 9 Conqueror Titans crossed a long distance out of thin air and appeared in the fleet of the Scarlet Dawn Legion, while the Hatred-class supercarriers that stayed in place controlled the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group to assist in the final counterattack. Facing the 9 Conqueror-class Titans that suddenly appeared in their fleet, the pilots of the Scarlet Dawn Legion subconsciously wanted to stay away from them, instead of thinking about counterattacking immediately. Seeing this, Hut Rupert and Bez Malbas felt depressed. They knew that the Scarlet Dawn Legion's fearless fighting belief had been broken, which was more terrible than defeat. Chapter 498. Bez Malbas. Hut Rupert roared with a gloomy face. And Bez Malbas also knew that now was not the time to be depressed, and he had to kill the enemies that rushed into the fleet first. Then Bez Malbas drove his own power Demon-class Titan, and took the lead in launching a counterattack against Tuvan OS's 9 Conqueror-class Titans. Brothers, the enemy only has 9 Titans, but we have more than 2 complete super flagship fleets. The advantage is mine. Follow me to kill these guys. And Hut Rupert, who had been watching the battle, also appeared and said, whoever kills these 9 Titans will be appointed as the fleet commander, and will receive a reward of 10 billion star coins. In order to maintain the fighting faith of the Scarlet Dawn Legion, Hut Rupert did not hesitate to lure them with a large sum of money. If the Scarlet Dawn Legion's ace fleet is also defeated by the Sky Serpentis group this time, then his Eastern Commercial Union will really be finished. When the Sky Serpentis group attacks next time, who will dare to stop it and fight a tough battle? After hearing Hut Rupert's words, the Bloody Dawn Legion's originally chaotic camp quickly recovered, and everyone looked at the 9 Conqueror-class Titans in their fleet with greed and fear. As long as these 9 Conqueror Titans can be destroyed, promotion and wealth will be a piece of cake. Let's do it. Soon, after seeing Bez Malbas take the lead in launching a counterattack, others quickly followed him to assist in the attack. The soul of an excellent fleet is its commander. If the commander is a coward, then even a battle-hardened army will soon be forgotten by the crowd. If the commander is fearless, then even a group of sheep will be led to become a group of arrogant and brave generals. Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles to eat shit. Nothing more than this. Since Bez Malbas can become the commander of the Scarlet Dawn Legion, he naturally knows this truth, so he knows that if he does not save the Legion's shattered fighting faith now, then the Scarlet Dawn Legion will be no different from other legions in the future. That's why he charged forward without hesitation, using himself as the vanguard, hoping to gather the Legion together again. Looking at this crazy counterattack of the Force Demon-class Titan, Tuvan OSS's face turned fierce. Kill! Then he controlled the remaining 9 Conqueror-class Titans and the Hatred-class supercarrier to start concentrated fire on this Titan. Now his Shadow Serpent's third fleet is about to be finished, so his current task is to break up the fighting will of the Bloody Dawn Legion, or even keep it here for a while. This is also his main task. As the doomsday weapons of the 9 Conqueror-class Titans lit up, the alarms of being locked and high-energy reactions rang wildly inside Bez Malbas' ship. Looking at the scorching doomsday beam suddenly spewed out by the 9 Conqueror-class Titans, Bez Malbus was completely submerged by the Doomsday weapons after leaving a word. With the blessing of the celestial weapons, the 9 Doomsday beams quickly penetrated Bez Malbus's power demon class Titan, which was already energy deficient and had difficulty maintaining its energy shield, and instantly drilled huge holes in the hull of the power demon Titan. Then, the heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Hate-class supercarrier fired several rounds at it, completely destroying Bez Malbus's vehicle into pieces, and the person was directly vaporized because the Doomsday weapon penetrated the cab, leaving no trace. Watching Bez Malbus die under the Doomsday weapon, Hut Rupert stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Then, looking at the remaining fleet of the Scarlet Dawn Legion that had become stagnant again, with deep disappointment in his eyes, he knew that the Scarlet Dawn Legion, which once dominated the Eastern Star region, was gone. Looking at these Scarlet Dawn Legion fleets that had an absolute advantage, Hut Rupert did not force them to counterattack, but suppressed the grief in his heart and issued an order to retreat. All warships go to the space station in the local system and regroup. As this order was issued, the remaining 2 super flagship fleets of the Scarlet Dawn Legion leaped towards the military fortress of the local system like crazy, as if there was a prehistoric beast chasing them. Tuat OSS was also powerless to stop these crazy fleeing enemies. Now, after a battle, Tuat OSS's Shadow Serpent's 3rd fleet only had 9 Conqueror-class Titans and 21 Hatred-class supercarriers left. The rest of the warships had been annihilated, and the interceptor ships were exhausted, so they were really powerless to stop them. As the Scarlet Dawn Legion fled, Tuat OSS also exited the combat mode. After keeping the fleet in a defensive formation, he ran to the cockpit, lit a thick cigar, and shouted in the combat channel, "It's awesome!" This battle with the Scarlet Dawn Legion made Tuat OSS feel a rare challenge and passion. The Scarlet Dawn Legion's fierce fighting style at the beginning, coupled with Bez Malbus's strong command, made Tuat OSS fight very hard, but also very happily. Seeing the satisfied Tuat OS, Cormac Vaga, who had been staying in the Kelson Star region and was almost going moldy, was full of jealousy, and then said sinisterly, "Tuat OS, you suffered such a huge loss in this battle against a mere army group. Have you thought about what kind of punishment you will receive when you come back?" Hearing this, Tuat OS paused while smoking a cigar, and then rolled his eyes at Cormac Vaga. "Boss, this is an army group comparable to the elite of the demon civilization. I directly wiped out their spirit and energy, and you still want to punish me? You have to buy me a drink after you go back." Listening to Tuat OS's explanation, Cormac Vaga said calmly, "But it is true that you suffered such a huge loss, and looking at the current state of your fleet, it is estimated that the Shadow Sky Serpent's 3rd super flagship fleet will not be able to participate in the next battle, right?" Tuat OS listened to this, and opened his mouth. Who would become sad and unable to refute? At this time, Sherman also spoke. "Okay, Cormac Vaga, don't say the grapes are sour. Tuat OS, you did a good job in this battle." Hearing Sherman's praise, Tuat OS immediately changed his just gloomy face and became smiling. "Thank you for the praise, my lord." Then Sherman continued, "Now the Eris army has been dragged to the Share Star system by the Shadow Sky Serpent 2nd Fleet. Now you must also hold back the Bloody Dawn Legion." "Are you sure?" "My lord, I am willing to issue a military order." Tuat OS immediately promised with a serious face. Sherman looked at Tuat OSS and nodded, then issued the final order to close the net. "Tuat OSS, when you are ready, let Brian Geldora start the closing operation." "Yes, my lord." The next moment, devices were released from the cabins of the Conqueror Titan and the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier, and soon they were automatically assembled into a round sphere, and pulse waves spread in all directions. This was the Space Stabilization Device. Chapter 499. Looking at the Space Stabilization Device in operation in the galaxy, Bez Malbus frowned, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Then, Bez Malbus' pupils suddenly widened. Not good, the Serpentis group's target is the leader. The Eris group army was pinned down by the Shadow Serpentis 2nd super flagship fleet in the shared galaxy to guard the engineering complex cluster. Their Bloody Dawn Legion was now pinned down here again, and could not rush back in a short time. Now that the Serpentis group has pinned down the only 2 armies of the Eastern Commercial Union, it only takes a little thought to know who their real target is. That can only be the Central Star City where Hut Rupert and other Eastern Commercial Unions are located. Thinking of this, Bez Malbus quickly wanted to contact Hut Rupert to let him be on guard, but suddenly found that his communication with others was completely interrupted. "Damn it, pass the order the scout fleet to rush to the Central Star City immediately to report the news, and the rest of you prepare for battle and destroy this Space Stabilization Device for me." Bez Malbaz ordered anxiously. He could only hope that his speculation was wrong otherwise. In the deep space, several Marshall-class Black Hidden Special Service ships were emitting high-intensity electronic interference suppression. After watching the movements of the Scarlet Dawn Legion, Tuat OSS did not have the opportunity to prepare to return from the dirt road to the scout ship to report the news, because by the time these reports arrived, the battle should have been over. What he needed to do now was to ensure the safety of the space stabilization device, delay the Scarlet Dawn Legion, and buy more time for the action. Looking at the enemy fleet rushing towards him, he controlled the warship to meet the enemy, while laughing wildly and shouting in the combat channel, "Brian Geldora, I can only delay you for a few more hours, don't let me down." "Ha ha, a few hours is enough, then it's up to me." Brian Geldora, who had remained silent since the war against the Eastern Commercial Union began, finally laughed heartily. Then, the Shadow Serpent's 4 super flagship, which had been hiding in the subspace of the border galaxy in the Burler star field, finally showed up. At this time, along the way from the border galaxy to the central galaxy, a number of reconnaissance ships also showed up. As the induction in the galaxy along the scheduled route lit up, Brian Geldora led the Shadow Serpent's 4 super flagship to move quickly. Before the operation, Tuat OS and Settler Charlon only left fuel for 1 hyperspace jump, and the rest was given to Brian Geldora's fleet for this moment. After 3 consecutive hyperspace jumps, the movement of the Shadow Serpentis 4 super flagship fleet was finally noticed by Hutt Rupert. There was no way, the movement after the induction was turned on was too loud, and it was impossible to hide it. But the remaining time was enough. When Hutt Rupert discovered that a super flagship fleet of the Serpentis group was rushing towards the Central Star City where he was, he finally understood everything. Hutt Rupert then immediately ordered the Ellis Group Army and the Scarlet Dawn Legion to quickly return to defense. But the orders fell on deaf ears, and there was no response at all. "Damn it, order the Star City Armed Protection to go online immediately, and contact all the fleets that can be contacted in the surrounding area to quickly come to assist in the defense. Send someone to notify the Ellis Army and the Bloody Romantic Legion, and order them to immediately return to the Central Star City for support." Hutt Rupert is worthy of being a local overlord. After realizing the plan of the Sky Serpent fleet, he immediately gave orders to everyone in an orderly manner. He knew that if he also wandered around now, he really had no chance of winning. Sure enough, seeing Hutt Rupert's calm response, the originally somewhat flustered crowd quickly regained their composure, as if they had found a stabilizing force. "Commander, I suggest you evacuate the Central Star City immediately, and go to a safe location before giving orders." The Chief of Staff on the side quickly analyzed the pros and cons, and gave Hutt Rupert a suggestion. But Hutt Rupert rejected it without hesitation. After Hutt Rupert assigned the tasks, and only the Chief of Staff was left in the meeting room, he explained with a wry smile, "Do you think I don't want to? I can't." "Why?" The Chief of Staff was even more puzzled. If they were to hold on here, without the support of the external fleet, the defense of the Star City alone would be completely impossible to hold on. It can be said that staying in the Central Star City would be a sure death. Hutt Rupert looked at the space outside the window, and said helplessly, "From the beginning of the war to now, our every move has been within the enemy's sight. Do you believe it? As soon as I leave the house, the fleet of the Serpentis group will appear in front of me and invite me to bathe in the Doomsday Beam? From the beginning of the war to now, the situation of their fleet has been almost under the control of the Tianchi group, and the rhythm of the battle has also been controlled by the Tianchi group. This means that the Tianchi group has a huge intelligence system, and has infiltrated their Eastern Business Federation. Now it is possible to stay in Star City, and wait for help. If you evacuate directly now, it will really be a death wish." But the Chief of Staff still said worriedly, "Commander, but now the 2 armies have lost contact. I am afraid that the defense of Star City alone cannot hold out until they arrive. No matter how strong the Star City is, it is still a dead object that cannot be moved. If there is no fleet to assist, it will eventually be destroyed. At that time, every one of them will be buried in it." Facing the Chief of Staff's worry, Hutt Rupert did not explain anything, but said to him, "Chief of Staff, let the other Legion commanders who are stranded in the Central Star City leave quickly, and let them go back and quickly gather the fleet to assist in the defense." The Chief of Staff immediately understood Hutt Rupert's meaning, narrowed his eyes, and then took the order and left. The Eastern Business Union is an alliance of many forces, but Hutt Rupert is now powerful, so he has the final say. Since the end of the Battle of Bueweiden, when the Demon Civilization gave up its assistance to the Eastern Business Union, these people began to have strange ideas in their hearts. Now Hutt Rupert did this just to let these people verify his ideas. Sure enough, after receiving Hutt Rupert's order, These worried senior managers in the Central Star City suddenly smiled, and immediately drove their warships to leave this place of trouble. Although these people said that they would definitely bring the fleet back to support the Central Star City, the chief of staff could see that these guys would probably not come back after they went back. Most people even expected Hut Rupert and others to die sooner, and then leave after dividing the legacy of the Eastern Commercial Union. A few minutes later, Hut Rupert and the chief of staff stood in the conference room, looking coldly at the people who really left. After these people's spacecraft sailed out of the Star City Channel, dozens of Victor-class reconnaissance ships suddenly jumped out of the subspace and started induction. Then 20 Conqueror-class Titans entered the scene first, and they fired a doomsday wash at these fleets that had not yet completed the jump preparation. Hut Rupert, with an expressionless face, disconnected the energy resonance between these warships and the Star City. Chapter 500. Without the pseudo-invincible effect brought by the energy resonance of Star City, all the warships carrying the high-level management of the Eastern Business Union were turned into ashes under the doomsday of the Conqueror Titan. Looking at the warships of the Serpentis group gradually leaping out of Star City, the chief of staff sighed softly. "Commander, it seems that your guess is correct. The Serpentis group is waiting for us." For the heavy task of being directly crushed to ashes by the doomsday weapons outside Star City, the chief of staff did not have any sympathy. He just sighed that it was fortunate that Hut Rupert insisted on his own ideas, and did not let them evacuate immediately, otherwise the people outside would have the same fate as himself and others. As for the tragic death of these people, the chief of staff had no psychological burden. They were all a group of guys with ulterior motives, and it was not a pity to die. Hut Rupert did not have any emotional fluctuations about the tragic death of these people, but looked at the Shadow Sky Serpent 4 super flagship outside the Star City, and said with a heavy face, "Prepare for battle." "Yes." Brian Gildora looked at the huge Star City in front of him, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. "You are so scheming." Brian Gildora knew what Hut Rupert did, but he could do nothing about it, and could only come out early. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to wait for these people to go back. After all, these people have a good power in their own territory. If they are released, it is inevitable that some accidents will occur. Now Brian Gildora must nip all accidents in the bud. Everything is based on the ultimate goal. He dare not gamble. Looking at the Star City with countless barrier-level weapons in front of him, Brian Gildora waved his hand, and then the fleet launched an attack on it. The Conqueror-class Titan and the Fierce-class Dreadnought were in front, and the Hatred-class supercarriers escorted the logistics carriers in the back, and launched a battle formation attack on the Star City. Facing Hut Rupert's stubborn resistance, Brian Gildora did not think of any conspiracy, but chose to break it head-on. Because now this is a fair and square battle, except for a strong attack, there is no way to disintegrate the enemy's defense. It must be said that the defense of this Star City is really solid, and the attack of the entire Shadow Serpentis 4th Fleet can only slowly consume its shield. Seeing this, Brian Gildora frowned, and then ordered the fleet to launch a doomsday salvo at a point, but the effect was not satisfactory. I saw that many black lasers were suddenly fired from the Star City, which directly consumed the energy in the doomsday beams, and when they fell on the Star City shield, they had little power. The entire doomsday salvo, in addition to causing ripples on the Star City shield and quickly consuming some energy, did not achieve the effect that Brian Gildora hoped to directly penetrate the Star City shield. Annoying stuff. Brian Gildora touched his head, and felt a little annoyed. The Demon Civilization Space Station Doomsday defense weapon is indeed useful. But for him now, this thing is too annoying. Without the help of the Doomsday weapon, the Shadow Sky Serpent 4 super flagship fleet can only grind on like this, unable to quickly resolve the battle, but he doesn't have much time left. The Ellis Army Group is still okay, and the Shadow Sky Serpent 2nd Fleet can hold on. But the Scarlet Dawn Legion that Tuan OSS was holding back still had 2 full super flagships available, while the Shadow Serpentis 3rd super flagship only had a few Titans and super carriers left, and they didn't have much time to hold out. So Brian Gildora had to resolve the battle before the Scarlet Dawn Legion arrived, otherwise this extremely costly operation would be a waste. Brian Gildora gritted his teeth and ordered the Dreadnought fleet to leave the Conqueror class and advance directly to the Star City shield for close-range shooting. Hut Rupert, who was relieved after seeing the effect of the Demon Civilization's doomsday defense weapons in the conference room, suddenly became nervous again. Because in his Star City control interface, the energy shield of the Star City was being consumed at a speed more than 10 times that of just now. What the hell? At this time, the Chief of Staff also answered his doubts with a look of horror. "Commander, the Dreadnought of the Sky Serpent Group approached the energy shield of the Star City directly to shoot, and the opponent's firepower is a bit abnormal. If Brian Dredora could hear it, he would definitely tell him a famous saying from New Eden: everyone within the range of the railgun must call him daddy. As a weapon with high firing rate and high power, the railgun is equivalent to directly pointing the muzzle at someone's forehead after Brian Dredora chooses to shoot at close range. Each shot can cause full damage and even have a penetrating effect. This is also the reason why the energy shield of Star City is rapidly decreasing. Seeing the energy shield decreasing like water, Hut Rupert no longer has the calmness he just had. All gun positions should counterattack quickly and destroy the enemy's fearless as soon as possible. Hut Rupert's calmness was based on the Doomsday defense weapons provided by the Demon Civilization. Especially after verifying the effectiveness of these weapons, he felt more at ease. Because without the threat of Doomsday weapons, even if a super flagship fleet attacked, it would take more than 24 hours to break the energy shield of Zixing City. And at that time, the reinforcements of his Eastern Commercial Union could crawl there. That's why he was so confident just now. But in this situation, it would be good if the energy shield of his Star City could last for 3 hours, so he couldn't help but panic. Because it was close shooting, very close to the Star City, so while he could deal high damage, these Fierce-class dreadnoughts would also face the counterattack of the Star City. This was completely using the dreadnoughts to exchange time for breaking the Star City. Under the counterattack of the Star City barrier-class weapons, Brian Dreddora's dreadnoughts were destroyed one after another, but there was no pain on his face. But he was very happy to see the effect. Then, Brian Dredora suddenly had an even crazier idea. I saw a Doomsday weapon of a Fierce-class dreadnought suddenly activated. Because it was a close-range shooting, Star City's Doomsday defense weapons had no way to defend in time, and the Doomsday beam directly hit Star City's energy shield. And because the distance was too close, the Fierce-class dreadnought itself was also hit by the backlash of the Doomsday weapon, and the hull was damaged. But the effect was very good. I saw that after this Doomsday beam hit Star City's energy shield, although it failed to completely penetrate its defense, it also caused Star City's energy shield to drop rapidly, and the effect was immediate. Chapter 501. After seeing that this Doomsday approach shooting was effective, Brian Dredora directly ordered all dreadnoughts to launch this Doomsday attack that hurt the enemy 1,000 times, and hurt himself 800 times. After a round of Doomsday bombardment by these Fierce-class dreadnoughts, the energy shield of Star City was in danger. Hut Rupert could only urgently inject spare energy into the energy pool of Star City's energy shield to continue to maintain the already shaky energy shield. Commander, prepare for evacuation. Seeing that the number 1 backup energy warehouse of Star City had been used just after the attack began, the Chief of Staff did not believe that the remaining 2 energy warehouses could hold out for much longer, so he directly persuaded. In this situation, if it continues like this, it will really be over. Although Hut Rupert was also flustered, he did not agree with the Chief of Staff's persuasion. Don't worry, the other party can't withstand this level of attack for several times. We still have hope. Hut Rupert said this because he had a sharp eye and keenly discovered that these Fierce-class dreadnoughts were also severely backfired when they were conducting Doomsday close-range shooting. The hulls of many Fierce-class dreadnoughts' Doomsday weapons were even melted through. Moreover, this kind of close shooting has a very serious damage to the Doomsday weapon itself, and it is a blessing to be able to use it more than 3 times. So Hut Rupert still wants to hold on. Looking at Hut Rupert, the Chief of Staff immediately gritted his teeth and prepared himself for the worst. He must send Hut Rupert out safely even if it costs a lot. And because the Fierce-class dreadnought fleet's Doomsday salvo just now caused losses to itself, the speed of being destroyed in the face of Star City's counterattack has become faster. If it really continues like this, it is really not certain who will win. But the Serpentis group is a bunch of lunatics, and officials like Brian Dredora are the craziest among the crazies. After seeing the dreadnought fleet's close-range shooting with Doomsday weapons, he directly controlled 20 Conqueror-class ships to slowly move over, preparing to use the Titan's Doomsday weapons to speed up. When seeing the 20 Conquerors slowly rushing towards the Star City energy shield, Hut Rupert immediately cursed. These lunatics. The Titan's Doomsday weapons are not comparable to the severely castrated version of the dreadnought. If these 20 Titans also conduct Doomsday close-range shooting, Hut Rupert himself does not know whether he can instantly break through the Star City's energy shield, but what he knows is that the dreadnoughts around the Doomsday weapons will be killed by the residual power of the splash. Has the madman of the Serpentine group killed even his own people? There was no other way. Hut Rupert could only keep an eye on the energy shield of Star City, and be ready to release the energy in the spare energy tank at any time to meet the Doomsday impact. And the fact was just as Hut Rupert expected. After the 20 Conqueror-class Titans fired a volley of Doomsday weapons, The thick doomsday beams did not directly penetrate the energy shield of Star City. The doomsday beams splashed in all directions along the energy shield, enveloping the surrounding Fierce-class dreadnoughts and destroying them instantly. But Brian Geldora didn't feel bad for the Fierce-class dreadnoughts that were accidentally injured. Instead, he saw the Star City energy shield dim, and bright again in just a few seconds, and his eyes lit up. This was because the Star City's backup energy pool was activated, and it was replenished twice. Brian Geldora grinned and looked at the Star City's energy shield in front of him. I want to see how many energy pools you have left. In fact, the central Star City of the Eastern Commercial Consortium only had one energy pool left. Hut Rupert looked at the energy shield that was still being consumed like water, and had to connect the last energy pool to the energy shield system. Now he had no other choice but to order all the armed forces in Star City to fight back against the enemy's dreadnoughts. The Conqueror-class Titan and the Fierce-class Dreadnought were both in the cooling stage of the Doomsday weapon, and were being repaired using the nano-body repair adhesive in the cabin. These things are made up of tiny nanorobots, which can quickly repair damaged equipment. Although they cannot be completely repaired, there is no problem with them being usable. And because of the remote maintenance of the logistics aircraft carrier in the rear, these Conqueror-class Titans directly stood in front and took on the firepower of Star City. They didn't need to worry about their own safety at all, and could just output firepower at full power. Now there was no need for doomsday weapons. Even if it was just the attack of the conventional flagship gun, the energy shield of Star City was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was because the energy shield of Star City had no spare energy to maintain it. When the Chief of Staff, who had prepared for evacuation, entered the Combat Command Center, he saw Hut Rupert, who looked dejected, on the control panel. Hut Rupert looked up at the Chief of Staff with a dejected look, then lowered his head and said softly, "You take the other brothers away, and let me accompany the Star City that has been built with our decades of hard work to perish together. You are our leader. If you don't leave, where else can we go? Who can continue to lead us old guys in the future?" The Chief of Staff wanted to pull Hut Rupert away, but was pushed away. Hut Rupert pushed the Chief of Staff away and waved his hand. "You guys hurry up and leave. The target of the Serpentis group is me. If I go with you, then no one will be able to leave in the end." Looking at Hut Rupert, who was stubborn and ready to wait for death, the Chief of Staff also got angry and immediately called the guards to come in. "Hut Rupert, don't be such a jerk. I took you to the war back then. I agreed that you would be responsible for my retirement. Now you want to die? No way." After saying that, he gave the guards a look, and the two guards trotted to Hut Rupert's side and carried him to the inner port of Star City. "Old man, let me go. Are you going to rebel? When you are safe, you can kill me or chop me up as you like. Take me away." As they were flying towards the inner port of Star City, the energy shield of Star City finally disappeared due to the exhaustion of energy. Looking at the Star City that was exposed in front of him, Brian Geldora waved his hand, and the Hate-class super aircraft carrier immediately took back the heavy attack cavalry carrier-based aircraft, and instead released heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft to start non-stop bombing on the surface of Star City. Chapter 502. Without the energy shield to resist the attack, the various barrier weapons on the surface of the Star City were exposed. The heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster began to circle the surface of the Star City and bomb the weapon launch platform. This bombing lasted for 2 full rounds, and the Dreadnought fleet and Titan were not idle either, and also cleaned it up. After the continuous bombing ended, all the weapon platforms on the surface of the Star City were destroyed. At this point, the Star City's weapons were basically disarmed, and there was no more weapons that could threaten Brian Geldora's Shadow Serpent's Force super flagship. The only thing left was a simple and easy demolition moment. In the previous bombardment, the thick defensive armor plates of the Star City had already been broken, and it only needed a period of bombing to completely destroy it. And Brian Geldora obviously didn't want to waste any more time, and directly commanded the super flagship fleet to launch this doomsday salvo, ready to completely destroy the Star City. As the correction beams of the densely packed doomsday weapons were aimed at a certain location in the Star City, 20 thick doomsday beams carrying nearly 1,000 smaller doomsday beams bombarded the same location. The scorching doomsday beams directly melted through the thick armor of the Star City, drilled into the Star City fiercely, and then exploded suddenly. The huge explosion directly tore a huge hole in the Star City, and because of the better isolation room in the Star City, this hole was not able to completely shatter it, but it also became a breakthrough for Brian Geldora. Brian Geldora ordered the fleet to start bombing along the edge of the hole, preparing to expand the hole. As long as the hole expands to a certain extent, the Star City will collapse on its own. In the Star City, Hut Rupert was semi-compulsorily taken to the berthing port by the Chief of Staff, where all the remaining senior personnel of the Eastern Commercial Federation were. Looking at everyone, Hut Rupert no longer struggled, sighed, broke free from the guards, and walked onto the passenger ship converted from a strategic cargo ship. "Let's go!" Seeing that Hut Rupert did not insist any longer, the Chief of Staff felt the increasingly violent vibration of Star City, and hurriedly said to everyone. Everyone then hurriedly boarded the spaceship. Now Star City could not hold on for much longer, so it was more important to escape. As everyone boarded the spaceship, the Chief of Staff directly took on the task of the driver, and patiently waited for the opportunity. As the roar became louder and louder, cracks began to appear in Star City, and finally it began to disintegrate directly after another round of doomsday salvos. As the Star City disintegrated, countless materials in the Star City were swept into the space environment, including human figures. At this time, countless spaceships trapped in the Star City flew out like locusts, fleeing in all directions. Brian Dredora had anticipated this, and he had deployed interceptor ships around the Star City, surrounding it with an interception force field. Although he could not stop all of them, he could stop most of them. As for the spaceships that escaped from the Star City, no matter what they said on the public channel, Brian Dredora only answered them with a scorching rail gun. Because there were too many spaceships that escaped from the Star City, the scene was a bit chaotic. At this time, a strategic cargo ship that had been staying in the center of the Star City wreckage activated its hyperspace jump engine the moment the surrounding interception force field disappeared, and instantly disappeared from its original location and headed to an unknown galaxy. Regarding this escaping spaceship, Brian Dredora showed a meaningful expression after looking at the place where it disappeared, and immediately ordered the fleet to speed up and clear all the enemies on the scene. He also needed to go to support Tuwin OSS, lest the number of the Shadow Sky Serpent's 3rd Super Flagship Squadron be really destroyed. On the other side, under the control of the Chief of Staff, the spaceship made several hyperspace jumps in a row before stopping. Hut Rupert and others looked at the unfamiliar starry sky around them, and immediately relaxed. The Chief of Staff also came out of the space capsule, half knelt in front of Hut Rupert, with a body full of mucus. "Commander, we are safe for the time being. I was rude to you just now, because of the emergency situation. Please punish me." In response, Hut Rupert waved his hand, holding his chest and unable to speak. This was an adverse reaction caused by continuous hyperspace jumps. After a long while, he finally recovered and said, "Forget it, you old guy is also for my safety. I have nothing better to do than to punish you." Seeing Hut Rupert say this, the Chief of Staff was relieved. Then, Hut Rupert walked to the window of the spaceship and looked at the unfamiliar starry sky, and asked curiously, "Chief of Staff, where is this place?" In response, the Chief of Staff said calmly, "This place is the border of the Eastern Star region. A few star systems ahead will enter the Southern Star region, which is the territory of New Eden." New Eden? Hearing these 3 words, Hut Rupert shuddered immediately. Yes, New Eden. Before Hut Rupert could continue to ask, the Chief of Staff said with some self-mockery, "When the Serpentis group began to attack my base camp, I sent my confidants to drive reconnaissance ships to deploy in various galaxies along the way. It was originally used as a last resort, but I didn't expect it to be used in the end." Hut Rupert went up and patted the Chief of Staff on the shoulder. Before he could speak, he heard a piercing alarm sound from the spacecraft. They turned their heads to look at the ship scanner, and saw that many interception ships suddenly appeared around the spacecraft, and various interception force fields had already covered it. Then, a super flagship fleet slowly emerged from the subspace. When looking at these warships, especially the 20 Titans, the Chief of Staff was stunned. Powered Demon Titan? The fleet of the Demon Civilization? After seeing the icon painted on the hull, Hut Rupert said bitterly, "They are not the fleet of the Demon Civilization, but the foreign legion of the Serpentis group." Needless to say, this super flagship fleet was the one captured by the Serpentis group in the Buvedin star field. As for why the super flagship fleet would ambush here in advance, it is probably related to the mysterious intelligence system of the Serpentis group. At this time, a sturdy figure appeared in the public channel. "Het Rupert, long time no see." Looking at the man in front of him, Het Rupert was as if he had seen a ghost. "Goethe? Aren't you dead?" When in the number 01 system of the Buvedin star field, Goethe personally led a battle fleet to attack the coalition forces. At that time, he personally controlled the Titan to use the Doomsday weapon to turn it into ashes. Now he is still alive? During the Battle of Buvedin, Goethe was shouting various slogans in the public channel when he led the team to charge for the last time, so Hut Rupert was very impressed by him. Facing Hut Rupert's horror, Gutta touched his bald head and said, "I am dead, but I crawled back from hell, just to let you taste the taste of doomsday." After that, without giving Hut Rupert a chance to speak again, Gutta drove a Titan and launched the doomsday weapon towards the spaceship Hut Rupert was riding. Chapter 503. The Force Demon-class Titan transformed into a missile system by Estammer. Tel instantly launched missiles all over the sky. The rain of missiles formed by these missiles grew larger in the pupils of Hut Rupert, and then fell into endless darkness, with a series of violent explosions. Gutta looked at the spaceship that was blown to pieces on the spot under his doomsday, and he vomited a mouthful of anger in his heart, and couldn't help but roar to the sky. "Great! Pa!" Estammer Tel immediately slapped his arm, looked at Gutta with dissatisfaction and said, "Hey, big guy, now that you have taken revenge, you have to go back to the source domain next. After all, you can't transfer consciousness now. If anything unexpected happens to you, my lord will definitely trouble me." After the transformation of these power demon-class Titans, Sherman immediately dispatched them to quickly support Tu and OSS and others. Before they arrived, they learned that Brian Geldora was about to break through the central star city of the Eastern Commercial Federation. Then they quickly rushed to this remote star system to wait for the arrival of Hut Rupert and others. As for why they knew the secret retreat route, it was thanks to the huge intelligence system established by Aura. Originally, Sherman didn't want Gutta to participate in this operation. After all, he had already retired, but he kept begging Estammer Tel, and then Estammer Tel, who was annoyed, had to take him with him. Gutta begged Estammer Tel because he wanted to expose the revenge of the battle in the Buvidan star field. Now that he killed Hut Rupert with his own hands, Estammer Tel immediately started to drive him away. Looking at the debris scattered across the starry sky, Gutta nodded with satisfaction, and then drove a shuttle to return to the source area. After seeing Gutta leave, Estammer Tel thought for a moment and called Gutta. "Big guy, wait a moment. What's wrong? It's not safe for you to go back alone. You have to pass through the territories of several forces along the way. I will send a squadron of fleet to take you back." In response, Gutta nodded with a silly smile. After allocating a squadron of conventional fleet to Gutta, Estammer Tel did not delay any longer and immediately led the fleet to jump to the hyperspace of the Chell Galaxy. He had to assist the Shadow Serpentis' second fleet to completely destroy the enemy there. Looking at the disappeared Foreign Legion super flagship fleet, Gutta's face was filled with a bright smile, and he said to the squadron members very proudly, "See, Sister E is concerned about me." Yes, boss, we should go." "Yes, we have to pass through several forces along the way, so it's better to leave early." Because they have to escort Gutta back, they missed the battle to destroy the Eastern Commercial Union, so these soldiers, who have just become clone pilots, feel a little uncomfortable. Now they just want to escort Gutta back quickly. Maybe they can still come back and have a bite of soup. As for Gutta's feelings, they are not in the mood to eat melons now. On the other side, with the destruction of the Central Star City, Brian Geldora immediately turned the fleet around, gave up the attack on the Central Star System of the Byler Star Field, and went to support Tu and OSS, preparing to completely destroy the entire fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union. "Old 3, start the induction, I'm coming right over." Listening to Brian Geldora's words, Tu and OS, who was struggling to defend, suddenly relaxed and laughed and cursed. "Damn it, if you don't come, my Shadow Serpent's third super flagship will be completely wiped out." After all, the Scarlet Dawn Legion still has 2 full super flagships, and he only has 9 Conqueror-class Titans and some Hatred-class super carriers left, so he can only choose to hold on. Up to now, he only has 2 Conqueror-class Titans left, and the Hatred-class super carriers have long been lost. If Brian Geldora doesn't end soon, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. After complaining, Tu and OSS immediately jumped the few remaining Victor-class reconnaissance ships out of the subspace, and started induction in the Scarlet Dawn Legion's fleet. "I'm here!" Then Brian Geldora screamed in the combat channel, and the Shadow Sky Serpent's 4 super flagship fleet immediately jumped in from the hyperspace, and the huge fleet immediately squeezed the surrounding Scarlet Dawn Legion's warships away. After entering the battlefield, Brian Geldora immediately started attacking the surrounding enemies. Under the fierce firepower of the Shadow Sky Serpent's 4 super flagship fleet, the Scarlet Dawn Legion, which was already exhausted due to the long battle, was immediately destroyed. Far away from the battlefield, the Hatred-class supercarrier fleet of the Shadow Serpentis 4 super flagship fleet also folded in under the induction, releasing heavy attack cavalry carrier-based aircraft to participate in the attack. Under the mixed attack, the 2 super flagship fleets of the Scarlet Dawn Legion were beaten without any chance of fighting back. After seeing this super flagship fleet of the Serpentis group, Bez Malba's heart sank immediately, and he knew that Hut Rupert might be in danger. Before he could make a decision on whether to fight or retreat, he saw Brian Geldora controlling several interceptors to capture the Force Demon-class Titan he was driving, and then all the Conqueror-class Titans and Fierce-class Dreadnoughts instantly activated the Doomsday weapons. Without any surprise, under this Doomsday volley, Bez Malbaz was turned into ashes before he could even say his last words. After Bez Malbaz's death, the remaining Scarlet Dawn Legion was also in a state of disarray, and the command system became very chaotic. Everyone wanted to escape from the battlefield, and had no ability to fight back. Brian Geldora also used interceptor ships to cover the battlefield with interception force fields, making it impossible for the enemy ships of the Scarlet Dawn Legion to evacuate, and they could only wait for death in the struggle. Tuin OSS's Titan was also restored to its original state by the maintenance of the logistics carrier, and he was also venting his anger at the enemy. Now his Shadow Serpent's third fleet only had 2 Titans left. If he were not an official, this number would probably have to be removed from the list. How could he not be angry? The battle lasted for 3 hours. With the last Force Demon-class Titan shattered under the Doomsday, only debris was left on the field. After the battle, Brian Geldora left behind several Hatred-class supercarriers and industrial fleets, and rushed to the shared galaxy without stopping to prepare everything to join forces to strangle the remaining Ellis Group army. Third brother, I go ahead, you stay and clean up the battlefield. Tuin Ola could only silently raise his middle finger to Brian Geldora, who was leading the fleet to the next battlefield. He sighed, and controlled the industrial fleet to deal with the wreckage of the warships on the battlefield. These are the wreckage of nearly 6 super flagship fleets. Even if they are salvaged and melted, it is an astronomical amount of materials, which cannot be wasted. After Tuin OSS left the space capsule and walked into the cockpit, he controlled the fleet to work while holding a cigar and lighting it, looking at the direction of the shared galaxy in a daze. After destroying the Eris Group army in the shared galaxy, this Eastern Commercial Federation will be taken down. Chapter 504. Chell Galaxy. After receiving Hutt Rupert's request to immediately return to the Central Star City for support, the Ellis Army Group began to attack Settlerskullen's Shadow Serpent Third Fleet like crazy. If they did not destroy the space stabilization device in the center of Settlerskullen's fleet, they would not be able to go to support them at all. If they took the dirt road back, those interceptors who were eyeing them would not agree. So the Ellis Army Group could only bite the bullet and attack Settlerskullen's Hedgehog formation. Since the attack was launched, not only has the space stabilization device not been destroyed, but an entire super flagship fleet has also been lost. As a last resort, the Early's Army Group had to prioritize clearing the Fierce-class Dreadnoughts based on experience, intending to open an attack channel to destroy the space stabilization device. The two sides fought on the battlefield. At this time, a guide lighted up next to the Early's Army Group, and a super flagship fleet jumped in. Reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived. Damn it, I finally got rid of the guy in front of me. Looking at the Power Demon-class Titan in the super flagship fleet that suddenly appeared beside them, the people of the Ellis Army shouted excitedly. The commander of the Ellis Army was also relieved. If there was a fleet coming to support, it meant that the Central Star City should be safe. Just when he was about to ask the number of the super flagship fleet, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he saw the iconic Fierce-class Dreadnought of the Serpentis Group in the super flagship fleet. No, this is the enemy's super flagship fleet. All fleets prepare for defense. But everything came too late. The 20 Demon-class Titans in the lead activated the Doomsday weapon at the surprised eyes of the Ellis Army, and the dense rain of missiles blocked their vision. Continuous explosions sounded in the fleet of the Ellis Army, and dozens of its dreadnoughts were reduced to wreckage in an instant. Settler's Talon, I'm here to support you. As Demertel's laughter rang out in the battle channel of the Serpentis Group, and Settler's Talon could only let out a bitter smile. Actually, you don't have to come. I can handle the Eris Group army by myself. For Demertel, who is loved by everyone, Settler's Talon couldn't say anything, and could only let out a bitter smile. Even if Demertel didn't come, he could completely use the Hedgehog formation to destroy the Eris Group army here. It was just a matter of time. Now that Demertel is here, that can only speed up the time. But Demertel simply ignored him, and directly ordered the fleet to attack. Seeing this, Settler's Talon could only smile bitterly, and shook his head, and then launched the attack formation and took the initiative to attack. Because Demertel was commanding the super flagship fleet of the Foreign Legion this time, each warship was driven by a real clone pilot, so she could not be as flexible as swinging her arm, and could only order it to make a predetermined attack formation to start the battle, and could not change flexibly. Therefore, she was not as fast as Settler's Talon in destroying the enemy, so she could only cheer them up and said, "Brothers, These are all military merits, and Settler Stalin has taken them all. In response, Settler Stalin also smiled and silently controlled the Titan to block the enemy Titan, resisting the main firepower attack for the Foreign Legion. They are officials, and military merits are of no use to them. On the contrary, the loyalty points obtained from these military merits can make these clone pilots live better, and even live a better life after retirement, so he doesn't mind helping them. Facing the joint attack of the two super flagship fleets of Estamel Terrace and Settler Charlon, the Early's army, whose will had long been worn out in the battle, could not withstand it immediately. If it were not for the various responses of its commander, the entire Early's army would have collapsed long ago. Brothers, overload all your equipment and lock on to the enemy's dreadnoughts. If we don't destroy these dreadnoughts, none of us can escape. The commander of the Early's army shouted frantically in the fleet channel, trying to command the fleet to counterattack and wait for an opportunity to break through. But the next moment, dozens of inductions appeared on their left side, and Brian Geldora's Shadow Serpent 4 super flagship arrived, completely blocking their retreat. Looking at the suddenly appearing super flagship fleet in front of them, and the interceptor fleet that was rushing towards their fleet, the commander of the LS Army Group was immediately desperate. Old 4, take it easy, give the newcomers a chance. Seeing Brian Geldora's excited face launching an offensive, Settler Charlon on the side immediately spoke up. After seeing the Foreign Legion fighting hard on the battlefield, especially Estamel Ter, who was driving a Force Demon-class Titan on the battlefield, Settler Charlon immediately knew what was going on. Then he nodded, and actively controlled the Conqueror-class Titan to block the enemy's Titan's guns, providing cover and support for the Foreign Legion super flagship fleet. Under the cover and support of two Shadow Sky Serpentine super flagship fleets, the enemy's Titans and most of the dreadnoughts were all blocked, and only a part of the dreadnoughts were exposed to the Foreign Legion, just nakedly trying to brush up the Foreign Legion's military merits. In the end, the battlefield was directly cut into several pieces. As long as the Foreign Legion ate a part, the Shadow Sky Serpentis fleet would release another part to the Foreign Legion. And because of the logistics aircraft carrier fleet, no matter how the enemy counterattacked, the Shadow Sky Serpentis super flagship fleet did not suffer much damage. It must be said that the castrated version of the super flagship fleet of the LS Group Army is really different from the complete super flagship fleet of the Scarlet Dawn Legion. If the LS Group Army in front of them was a complete super flagship fleet like the Scarlet Dawn Legion, Brian and Geldora would definitely not dare to play like this. As the battle progressed, the morale of the LS Army fell to a low point under the dwindling fleet. Looking at the brothers who were less than two super flagship fleets left, the commander of the LS Army sighed and declared surrender. In response to the enemy's surrender, Brian Geldora and others also chose to cease fire. After all, the merit of capturing the enemy was much greater than the merit of destroying the enemy's ship, so they were naturally very happy. After the commander announced the surrender, the survivors of the LS Army chose to obey without exception, and immediately ejected from the warships, and stayed in place honestly waiting to be captured by the interceptor ships of the Foreign Legion one by one and put into the cabin. After seeing that the Serpentis group chose to accept their surrender and did not want to attack again, the commander of the LS Group Army walked out of the space capsule and came to the cockpit. Then, after tidying up his clothes, he saluted solemnly in the direction of the central star city of the Beale Star Field, and then took out the Gauss pistol he carried with him and shot himself. Since then, the last superflag armed forces of the Eastern Commercial Consortium have been completely destroyed. Chapter 505. The surrender of the Early's Army Group caused the Eastern Commercial Union to lose its last standard super flagship fleet. After the surrender of the Early's Army Group and the arrangements, Tuwit OSS came to watch these prisoners and warships waiting for the headquarters to send people to sign for them, while the other super flagship fleets pushed across the territory of the entire Eastern Commercial Union according to the plan. Without the defense of the super flagship fleet, the Eastern Commercial Union, which only had some garrison fleets left, could not stop the pursuit of the three super flagship fleets, and with the death of senior personnel such as Hutt Rupert, they had no power to resist. In just 2 days, under the joint operations of the three super flagship fleets, the Eastern Commercial Union's Tranquility Domain and the Berler Star region were completely conquered. The Eastern Commercial Union announced its removal from the list, and other forces could only watch from the sidelines, or send people to congratulate the Sky Serpent Group in order to get familiar with the relationship. Sherman now has no time to deal with the post-war work in the Tranquility Domain and the Berler Star region. After leaving Settler Charlin's Shadow Sky Serpent Second Fleet to sit in the two major star regions, the rest of the fleet quickly returned to prepare for the next combat mission. There are only 9 days left for Sherman to complete the mission. There is no time to waste. In the battle meeting room of the Source region, the first star of the Serpent. Looking at the battle plan made by Cormac Waja, Sherman had a bitter smile on his face. Now the territories he can control have already greatly divided his forces. If he wants to capture the territories of other forces, his fleets will be very difficult to deal with. Cormac Waja, can your plan eliminate all enemies in the Eastern Star region within 9 days? It's very difficult. Cormac Vaga answered very honestly. In this situation, Tuat OSS's Shadow Serpent's third super flagship is still in the rest and reconstruction stage and cannot participate in the war. The remaining 3 Shadow Serpent super flagships need to leave one to guard the base camp and the other to guard the Eastern Commercial Union territory that has just been conquered. So now only one Shadow Serpent super flagship and the Foreign Legion super flagship can fight. Although even 2 super flagships are enough to sweep the entire Eastern Star region, other forces will definitely fight back desperately. Although the strength of other forces is not as exaggerated as that of the Eastern Commercial Union, once they unite, it will not be a problem to form several super flagship fleets. At that time, he only needs to resist a little, and then the mission time will exceed. Sherman looked at the places marked with other forces on the star map, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, thinking about something in his heart. And looking at Sherman's solemn expression, everyone dared not breathe, quietly waiting for orders. And now the most critical thing is that the number of cyborg clones lost by the Tianchi group is about to reach 3,000. Once the loss exceeds this number, it will be considered a mission failure. Therefore, the most critical part of this battlefield is that the Foreign Legion must launch the main attack. The Shadow Serpentis super flagship can only launch a feint attack. Otherwise, if some semi-mechanical clones are lost, the mission will fail directly. Suddenly, Sherman thought of something and turned to Cormac Vaga and others and asked, "The mission requirement is just to unify the Eastern Star region, right?" "Yes, my lord." Cormac Vaga nodded in response. "Does nominal unification count?" Sherman continued to ask. "Nominal unification?" Cormac Waja frowned slightly when he heard this, and then thought about it and answered, "My lord, the task of unifying the Eastern Star region is to make you the defending lord of the entire Eastern Star region, and unification is not only the unification of territory, but also includes your control over it to be scored." Sherman rolled his eyes. "In this situation, do I have any other choice? Just tell me if it's okay." "Okay, but the score will be much lower," Cormac Waja said with certainty. "That's better than failing in the end and getting nothing," Sherman said nonchalantly. "In the current situation, with the fall of the 3 major forces, the most powerful one is the Tianchi group. It is only a matter of time before it unifies the Eastern Star region, so other forces cannot wait and see. The only way left for these forces is to either unite and resist or surrender to the Tianchi group. There is no other way. What your man needs to do now is to gather all these forces under his command and nominally become the master of the Eastern Star region. Cormac Waga, send a notice to these forces and ask them to send troops to attend the meeting before tomorrow to discuss the future interests of the Eastern Star region." "Yes, my lord." "That's right." Sherman stopped Cormac Waga, who was about to go to notify him, and added, "If there are forces that don't give face, then let the fleet move." Listening to Sherman's words, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on Cormac Wagia's face. "Yes, my lord." After Cormac Wagia left, Gutta stood up and stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, what do we need to do now for the Foreign Legion?" Looking at Gutta's expectant face, Sherman said without thinking, "Guttu, from now on, I need you to train and select qualified soldiers as soon as possible. This will be of great use after the mission is over." Because Gutta is retired and can no longer go to the front line, according to Gutta's own request, he is now responsible for the recruitment and training of the Foreign Legion. "Yes, your Majesty." Gutta lowered his head with some regret for not receiving the mission for the Foreign Legion. He knew that the Foreign Legion might not have a chance to take action this time. Looking at Gutta's disappointed face, Sherman couldn't bear it, and immediately comforted him. "Guttu, don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to show your abilities after the mission is over." In response, Gutta smiled innocently. "Your Majesty, I just feel a little uncomfortable when I think that I can no longer fight for you on the battlefield." Sherman laughed and scolded, "You guy, who did you learn to flatter?" At this time, a voice came from the internal channel of the Tianchi group. "Big guy, where have you been? Come to the repair shop to help." "Okay, I be there right away." Then Gutta changed his sad expression, happily said goodbye to Sherman, and ran to Estamel Tel's position without stopping. Sherman looked at the speed of Guttu, and couldn't help but spit in disdain. "Bah, I didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also a dog licker." At this time, Sherman's communication rang. Looking at the person displayed on the communicator, Sherman suddenly changed his face and showed a flattering look. "Oh, how come my wife has time to find me today? Give me another week, I will finish it soon and go back then. Wife, don't cry, I can't forget the wedding even if I forget to eat. Wife." The people in the meeting room couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw Sherman coaxing his wife. Chapter 506. While Sherman was coaxing his wife, the leaders of other forces in the Eastern Star region were somewhat restless after receiving the invitation. Faced with the invitation of the Sky Snake Group to the Eastern Star region interest planning meeting, no one had the idea of resisting. After all, even a powerful Eastern Business Federation had been destroyed, all the super flagship fleets were either annihilated or captured, and even its main leaders were turned into ashes by Doomsday. They did not think that they, with their own little tricks, could stop the attack of the Sky Snake Group. Afterwards, the leaders of several powerful forces in the Eastern Star region secretly held an online meeting. "Brothers, have you all received the invitation from the Sky Snake Group? Well, the Sky Snake Group is so arrogant that it wants to be the king of the Eastern Star region and divide the interests of the Eastern Star region for me. Who is this new force?" "That's right. Do you really think that you can ride on our heads by killing that old guy Hut Rupert? Then let's do it this way. Let's unite together, and no one should attend this meeting." "Okay, let's do it." The leaders of several forces immediately formed an alliance, hoping to let the Tianchi group know that it was not their turn to make the decision in the Eastern Star region. Afterwards, a series of economic and military agreements were reached in this online meeting, and the only thing missing was an offline blood oath. The next day, at the Tianchi First Star Space Station, tens of thousands of leaders of all forces, big and small, gathered here, and the leaders of several forces looked at each other and looked away, then sighed, and nodded to each other with frustration in their eyes. One of the leaders hesitated and asked, "Are you also?" Everyone nodded, then sighed, and walked into the meeting room. After they finished the meeting yesterday, this information was intercepted by Cormac Vaga, who then led the Shadow Sky Serpent's first super flagship to invite them to attend the meeting door to door, and sent out invitations again in the space where they were using the preheated Titan Doomsday. For such a warm invitation, these guys who just vowed not to give the Sky Serpent's group a good face suddenly became flattering and said that they would definitely attend the meeting. Of course, the organizer who proposed the proposal had no chance. He and his space station were reduced to ashes under the burning invitation of the super flagship fleet. Seeing the people who didn't show up, everyone knew what was going on without thinking. They immediately felt a chill in their hearts and walked into the meeting room. This time, if the forces or pirates with a little strength in the Eastern Star region were invited, most of them were independent when the two major alliances fell, and the Eastern Star region was already a mixed bag, so the number of people invited this time was tens of thousands. As Sherman, who was wearing a gray mask, walked onto the stage, the chaotic noise in the conference room suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Sherman on the stage with different thoughts. Sherman did not get nervous when he saw so many people, but looked around calmly, and then said calmly, "Everyone, you should be thankful that you gave me face this time and came to attend the meeting. As for those who did not come, my super flagship team should have invited them now." After Sherman finished speaking, there was a commotion on the field. Then a leader of a pirate group said, "Head of the Sky Snake Group, isn't it too overbearing for you to do this?" "Overbearing?" Sherman turned to look at the woman who spoke, his eyes as calm as a mirror, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Excuse me, with the strength of our Sky Snake Group, if we want to use force to unify the Eastern Star region, it will only waste some time, and the cost is also very small. After all, I only lost one super flagship fleet when I destroyed the Eastern Commercial Union. Are you stronger than the Eastern Commercial Union, which has 5 armies and a total of 25 super flagship fleets?" Sherman's words made everyone present very silent. This was the fact. Even if all of their forces added up their super flagship fleets, they would not exceed 2 digits. They only had more conventional fleets. But facing the standard super flagship fleet, the conventional fleet was useless and could not play any role. But the woman still refused to accept it, and said in a threatening tone, "Aren't you afraid that if we are forced into a corner, we will unite and bite off one of your arms?" Looking at this brainless woman who still wanted to use all the means of the whole star field to resist the alliance, everyone couldn't help but curse her in their hearts as a fool, and the people around her moved to the periphery to show that they were not familiar with this person. Sherman looked at this woman who had not yet seen the situation clearly, and couldn't help but chuckle. "This unknown leader, do you think it's possible?" "Why not?" Although the woman felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, she still said, When faced with the intervention of the angel civilization and the demon civilization, we were able to unite and drive them out. Do you think the Tianxi group can be stronger than these two overlords? Faced with the woman's words, Sherman did not refute immediately, but swept his eyes across everyone on the field. Faced with Sherman's gaze, except for the woman, everyone else couldn't help but lower their heads. Then, Sherman looked at everyone who dared not look him in the eye, chuckled, and said arrogantly, "Compared with the strength of these two civilizations, I don't know if the Tianxi group can be stronger. But, forgive me for being blunt, compared with the Tianxi group, everyone else is rubbish. Even if you unite together, you are just a mob that wastes my time. I have finished what I said. Do you have any other opinions? Does this lady have any other opinions?" Faced with such an insult from Sherman, everyone could only bow their heads, and no one dared to refute. The woman looked at the performance of the people on the field, and sat back in her seat unwillingly, and stopped talking. But how could Sherman let her go? Seeing that the woman did not refute again, Sherman snapped his fingers, and then a traction beam pulled her into the air. "I answered your question, and it's time for you to pay the price for your own rudeness. Remember, don't take the kindness of the strong for granted. Before you have the corresponding strength, you will have to pay a painful price for such behavior." As soon as he finished speaking, several lasers shot at him, turning him into ashes. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Sherman became a cold-blooded guy. As for the guy who died without a complete body, no one had any thoughts in their hearts. After all, this is the truth of the Xinghai. Without sufficient strength, even resistance seems like a joke to the powerful. For the death of this idiot, who spoke without restraint, and could not see the situation clearly, they only felt Sherman's cold-bloodedness and decisiveness, instead of pitying her. Of course, there is still a little bit of feeling of grief for the death of the rabbit. After all, they are just fish on the chopping board of the Tianxi group like this person. Chapter 507. Looking at the reactions of everyone on the field, Sherman couldn't help but chuckle and nodded, clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, since you have given me face, you don't have to worry about your safety. Even if you still want to do what that woman said, I will let you leave safely to prepare." Of course, everyone didn't believe a word of Sherman's words. If they really objected, I'm afraid the super flagship fleet of the Tianxi group would visit their base now. Seeing that everyone was silent, Sherman knew that the situation was under control. This method of killing a chicken to scare the monkey will never go out of style. Then, he directly stated the purpose of inviting them this time. "Everyone, since everyone has no objection, then I will start this meeting." Sherman picked up a glass of water to moisten his throat, and said to everyone, "You are all smart people. You will not fail to see the current situation. Yes, I want to unify the entire Eastern Star region and become the king of the Eastern Star region. I am not asking for your opinions, I am just informing you." Faced with Sherman's straightforward words, which he did not even want to cover up, everyone, even if they were prepared, started a commotion. Faced with the commotion of the crowd, Sherman was not annoyed, but waited quietly. Fortunately, after all, they were all leaders of a region, and there were many smart people. Soon someone grasped the key point and asked, "Heavenly Snake Leader, I know that the Heavenly Snake Group's unification of the Eastern Star region is a general trend, but I don't know what form you want to take to achieve the unification? There are many forms of unification, including direct military unification and super alliance-style unification." Since Sherman asked them to come this time, it would not be a preposition, so the implication is how Sherman should ensure the interests of these people. It is indeed easier to talk to smart people. Sherman nodded to the person asking the question, and then stated his conditions. "In the future, the Eastern Star region can only have one voice, so I will not adopt any rotating alliance system. In the future, there can only be one armed force in the Eastern Star region, and that is the Tianxi group. So you must disarm all of your troops and hand over all of your territories. Of course, if this is difficult, I can also choose to let the Sky Snake Group's super flagship fleet help you." Domineering. This is Sherman's absolute confidence in his own strength. Faced with such a domineering request from Sherman, everyone was silent. After all, no one would have thought that Sherman would make such an outrageous request. Someone immediately refuted. "Sky Snake Leader, please forgive me for being rude, but your request is really too outrageous. I can't do it." Seeing someone speak up, many people stood up to refute, and most of them were pirate groups that mainly made money by hiring combatants. "Yes, our pirate groups make money by fleets. If our weapons are gone, then won't our pirate groups have to disband? Yes, without weapons, won't we be unemployed on the spot, and how will the brothers below live without income?" Compared to these people's strong rebuttals, although others were also shocked, they still kept their composure and waited for Sherman's explanation. After all, this meeting is to plan the future interests of the Eastern Star region. If there is no relevant preparation, Sherman would not have held such a meeting. As expected, facing the inquiry, Sherman quickly took out the plan. Sherman waved his hand, and a light curtain appeared in front of everyone. While letting everyone check, he said, "Disband the armed forces, this is my bottom line, and it is also to save you people. Otherwise, I can send a fleet to destroy your armed forces directly. As for what you are worried about, it is just about the interests. I have already prepared for this in this plan. In the future, all resource development in the Eastern Star region will be handed over to you, and I will purchase them at the market price." Sherman's plan is very simple and crude, that is, to hand over all resource development in the Eastern Star region to these guys, but all resources cannot be outflowed, and can only be sold to the Tianxi Group at 25% of the market price. The defense of the entire Eastern Star region will also be the responsibility of the Tianxi Group. If their mining team is attacked, the Tianxi Group will pursue the murderer and compensate for the related losses. Although Sherman's harvesting price is very low, the profit generated is not a small amount. The income of this industry is long-term and stable, which is much more profitable than theirs, and they don't have to worry about not living to see tomorrow. This plan can not only tie these guys to the warships of the Tianxi Group through interests, without worrying about their betrayal, but also allow these people's warship pilots to have a stable income, so as not to become an unstable factor, and at critical moments, these guys can also switch from mining ships to combat ships and become a large supplementary force, which can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Everyone was very satisfied with this plan. After all, one was the end of the super fleet, and the other was long-term stable income. They knew which one to choose with their feet. However, 2 of them made them a little worried. Then, someone stood up and asked, "Heavenly Serpent Leader, I can accept this plan, but I don't know how to divide the resource area, and this clause is only 50 years, can it be increased a little more?" That's right, this plan is time-limited, only 50 years. After all, this was just a concession made by Sherman in order to unify the Eastern Star region before the mission deadline. It was impossible to really give them this 25% of the resource benefits forever. 50 years was already his bottom line. If he was not afraid that these people would have too much resistance, he would even want to limit this period to less than 20 years. In response to the inquiries, Sherman pointed his finger and answered one by one. First, the division of the resources in this mining area is based on your current territory. You can only get 25% of the resource benefits produced by your current territory. As compensation, the relevant development equipment and collection ships will be provided to you free of charge by our Tianxi Group. Of course, to show my sincerity, 50% of the tax revenue from this commercial center, the Oriental Pearl Star City, will be equally distributed to everyone according to their strength. Hearing this, everyone's doubts were immediately put to rest. After all, the Sky Snake Group developed this originally barren source area into what it is now, and its means of resource collection and development can be imagined. If they also use this method, how much profit will they generate from a place that is richer than the source area? Plus the 50% commercial tax dividend from the Pearl of the Orient, whose daily tax revenue is astronomical, this is more than enough. Looking at the satisfied crowd, Sherman laughed, and then said suddenly, "Of course, the dividend and property rights are only for 50 years. Before anyone could refute, Sherman said with a cold face, "You should know that I am giving up 50 years as my greatest sincerity. If I give more, would anyone dare to accept it?" Sherman's meaning was very clear. The 50-year period was neither too long nor too short, just right. If it is too short, their benefits will be much less, but if it is too long, they will worry whether the Serpentis Group will try every means to take it back. After all, the Serpentis Group cannot keep this piece of fat meat in the hands of others. In the end, with no objection from everyone, the agreement was passed unanimously. Within 3 days, they had to sell all the warships to the Serpentis Group at the market price and disband all the armed forces, and the Serpentis Group would also start to help them with the construction of related resource development. As for the forces that failed to attend this meeting, they will also be attacked most frantically by the Tianxi Group after the meeting, and will be completely eliminated. Sherman will not be lenient to these few forces that are not clear about the situation and are either thinking of resisting unification or waiting for a price to gain more benefits. After all, time is running out and Sherman has no time to delay. Chapter 508. With the end of the meeting, Sherman asked Gouda to act as a tour guide and took everyone to visit the resource mining facilities in the source domain. With the mission in hand, Gouda had to reluctantly leave Estamel Tel's ship modification room. During this period, in order to pursue Estamel Tel, He was instigated by Cormac Waga and others, and believed their ghost suggestion to start with Estamel Tel's hobbies. He was forced to learn relevant knowledge from Estamel Tel in the name of learning. But this was very torturous for a rough man who only knew how to fight and command. However, in order to catch up with Estamel Tel, Guta really started to learn, and even now he is really interested. Now he came out of the ship modification room reluctantly, partly because of Estamel Tel, and partly because he delayed his study. After Guta took everyone to visit some of the facilities that could be made public, everyone was very shocked. Especially the terrifying satellite development and collection capabilities of the Etano refinery, as well as its smelting efficiency, made them jealous. Thinking about the benefits they can get from this thing after taking it back, they feel excited. After anticipating the benefits they can get in the future, everyone willingly returned to their own territory quickly, prepared to disarm according to the agreement, and do the work of subordinates. After all, Sherman only gave them 3 days, and the earlier they did it, the earlier they could make money. Faced with these people who directly leaned towards the Tianchi group after attending the meeting, other forces that did not attend were also puzzled, and then went to inquire about the content of the meeting. After knowing the content of the meeting, these forces all wanted to join this inter-system without exception. After all, they were not stupid. They could see that after this agreement, the Tianchi group would really be the master of the Eastern Star region. After all, most of the forces had already turned to the Tianchi group, and they no longer had the strength to wait for a price. As for the surrender of these forces, Sherman only accepted the forces that were unable to catch up with the meeting due to the long distance. As for those forces that were waiting for a price, he ruthlessly rejected them, and sent various fleets to eliminate them one by one. Under the crazy attack of the Shadow Sky Serpentine super flagship and the Foreign Legion, all these forces that could not see the situation clearly were wiped out, all fleets were destroyed, and the captured prisoners were taken to the Pearl of the Orient for auction. After all, these were good miners in the future, and those who were about to become big landlords would not miss them. Faced with the Sky Serpentine group's sweeping offensive, the other people who participated in the agreement could not help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, they did not do this, otherwise this would be their end. That is, the destruction of these hundreds of small and medium-sized forces completely wiped out the last bit of hope in their hearts, and in disguise, made their internal work very smooth. The internal members actively cooperated with the work and successfully completed the content of the agreement. These forces disbanded all their armed forces on the second day, and all armed warships were sold to the Tianchi group at market prices. As for these active forces, Sherman naturally would not be stingy, and also deliver the Etano refinery and related mining industrial ships to them, and arrange special guidance, installation and training. In order to reward these forces for their positive response, Sherman even gave them the sales of the Tatara refinery with higher refining efficiency. For this refinery with higher refining effect, all these forces chose to pay for it. After all, resource mining is a long-term thing. Investing early and enjoying early can also gain greater benefits. They naturally have some calculations in their minds. Seeing that the first batch of tasters has such benefits, others naturally can't sit still and speed up. 3 days later, except for some forces that needed more time to transfer to the Tianchi group due to more war preparations, almost all forces completed the agreement. Sherman was very happy about this, and expressed his gratitude to everyone for giving him face. He decided to open the sales of the Tatara refinery to everyone, and everyone will get a 10% discount. This agreement is also for him to accumulate resources. If someone can pay to buy the Tatara refinery, he will naturally be happy. After all, he will push Tatara out for his own interests in the end. In this way, everyone was very satisfied with the result, except for the forces being eliminated by the Sky Snake group. For the unification of the Eastern Star region, Sherman also ordered all the people who came to colonize to join the Foreign Legion and accept the rule of the Sky Snake group. If they did not obey, they must leave the Eastern Star region within the specified time. If they did not want to, then die. For such a request, naturally someone led a team to oppose it, and even contacted reporters from Star Vision to come for interviews and reports, and organized people to hold demonstrations to protest, etc. The final result was that Guta led the Foreign Legion super flagship fleet, and personally drove the Titan to destroy the colonized planet in front of the Star Vision Universal Reporter, shocking the entire Eastern Star region and related civilizations. But for this kind of verbal condemnation, Gutu and Sherman said that it didn't matter. Besides, they didn't know how many of their survivors had died under the oppression of these colonists over the years, and it was too much to describe it as a blood feud. If Sherman hadn't stopped Gutu wouldn't have even bothered to say anything, and would have directly led the foreign legions to carry out planet annihilation operations on the colonized planets of these alien civilizations one by one, and physically expel these guys from the Eastern Star region. But for the reputation of the Sky Snake group, Gu2 still handed over the tragic evidence of these indigenous people over the years to Star Vision Universe for reporting, and said that all this was just the revenge of these survivors, not under the instructions of Sherman. Then the two sides condemned each other for this matter. When these civilizations threatened to enter the Eastern Star region to protect their citizens' rights, the Shadow Sky Snake super flagship fleet happened to appear at the border, and its meaning was self-evident. Finally, being annoyed by these public opinions, and not seeing these colonists migrate, Guda stopped talking nonsense and directly carried out another planet annihilation, and said that he would destroy one star a day, and it was up to them to choose. Finally, after considering the strength of the Tianxi group, these civilizations chose to coordinate and send a transport fleet to pick up these immigrants. And this incident also made Sherman understand a truth again: might is justice, and power is more useful than public opinion. Faced with such a brutal method of the Tianxi group, other resistance forces also gave up resistance, and most of them chose to surrender and left the Eastern Star region with their fleets. One day before the mission was over, with the flag of the Sky Serpent group planted in the last star system in the Eastern Star region, the Eastern Star region was completely unified in the hands of Sherman. At this time, Aura's holographic projection also appeared in front of Sherman in due time, and said with a smile, "My lord, congratulations on your success." Sherman also smiled at Aura, took out a bottle of fatty happy water from the wine cabinet, and gave it to Gu2, who was studying profound knowledge, and then opened a bottle for himself. Aura, settle the mission. Yes, my lord. Chapter 509. Then Sherman looked at Aura, who stopped talking after answering, and said in some confusion, "Aura, settlement." Aura looked at Sherman and smiled awkwardly. "My lord, please open the game exclusive mall. This process still needs to be followed." Sherman curled his lips. It has been so long, he is not a fool, and naturally realized that this so-called exclusive mall is just a medium. In fact, all technology and intelligent life are stored in the central computer of New Eden. And he just played the role of controlling the key. Then Sherman also opened the exclusive mall in the game, and went through the reward process. Just after going online, the system prompt that had not been seen for a long time began to flash. "Congratulations to my lord for completing the task. Unifying the Eastern Star region, the task is being settled." Then various information from the entire Eastern Star region continued to flow into the New Eden central computer through the quantum channel, and soon, the evaluation and settlement was completed. Requirement: complete the unification with the help of the Serpentis group only. It is detected that my lord has maliciously used the Emma Empire to disrupt the Eastern Star region, and has the intention of maliciously using the power of New Eden, so the score is A. Requirement: the loss of the Serpentis group's semi-mechanical clones does not exceed 3,000, and the current loss is 1,986, and the score is S. Requirement: complete the unification of the Eastern Star region within half a year. The completion time is 5 months and 28 days, and the score is A. Summarize the score analysis. My lord's total score for this mission is A+. Faced with the score analysis of the central computer, Sherman could only touch his nose. After all, this central computer will not show any mercy, and what is what it is. Even if he was given the lowest score, he couldn't do anything. Task settlement completed. Congratulations to my lord for completing the task of unifying the Eastern Star region. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to my lord for unlocking the Galendi Federation and its related second-generation and third-generation Titan technologies, and obtaining the entry-level technology of the Polaris series of warships and their corresponding equipment. Seeing the rewards fully distributed, Sherman's heart was finally relieved. He thought that the rewards would be reduced because of the unqualified scores. Before Sherman could think about anything more, the New Eden central computer projected a slot machine-like gadget in front of Sherman. Please draw the Polaris series battleship technology. Looking at the slot machine in front of him, Sherman turned to look at Aura beside him. Aura shrugged helplessly and said, "My lord, I don't have the authority to unlock the Polaris series battleship for you this time. After all, this is something that touches the supreme civilization that transcends the rules. We intelligent beings don't have the authority either, so you have to draw and unlock it yourself." Although Aura has the authority limited to Sherman, the information of the authority is only about the technology in New Eden. For example, the battleship technology of the Unified Cooperation Department. He can completely unlock it according to Sherman's needs, but this thing. Okay. Seeing that Aura was powerless and couldn't give Sherman special treatment, he could only rely on his luck. As Sherman pressed the button on the light screen, the slot machine started running, then stopped in an area, and the construction drawings of a battleship were projected by the central computer. Congratulations to my lord for drawing the Polaris series battleship Cockroach class, special type. The slot is red. Looking at the prompt, Sherman's eyes widened. Cockroach class. He had only heard about this thing from old players, and he had never seen it himself. After all, this thing is a Super Rule battleship exclusive to GM. However, after seeing the attributes of this Cockroach class ship, Sherman was a little confused. Nothing else, I just don't understand it. Battleship model, Cockroach class, special type. Attached equipment, high energy slot, QA test cloaking device, QA test shield transmission device X3, QA test remote armor repair system X2, QA test 3-dimensional bomb X2. Medium energy slot, QA space anchor, QA test ECCM, QA test shield equipment X2, QA test ECM pulse wave, Awesomer's galaxy scanner, QA test shield booster, QA test shield recharger. Low energy slot, QA test super equipment X3, QA test speed boost equipment, QA test multi-ship module X4. Sherman couldn't understand the pile of equipment data, so he could only turn his head to look at Aura beside him. After seeing this Cockroach level and a bunch of QA test equipment, Aura's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was fascinated by it. After feeling Sherman's death gaze, he straightened his face and said, "My lord, this warship and these equipment have completely exceeded my knowledge and cognition. I need some time to study them." The knowledge on these drawings has exceeded Aura's cognition, so he dared not introduce them to Sherman. Seeing that even Aura could not explain, Sherman frowned and asked, "Can it be built? If it can't be built, then isn't it just a pile of waste paper?" But fortunately, Aura nodded and replied, "My lord, this is just a frigate-level warship. Although it is very complicated to build, the Sodio Engineering Complex can also produce and build it, but the materials consumed are a bit too much. Let's build a few dozen ships first to test their performance. We don't lack this little material now," Sherman said very generously. "After all, it's just a frigate-level warship. How many resources can it consume?" Aura gave Sherman the inventory of the required materials with a wry smile. "My lord, building one ship will cost almost as much as 2 super flagship fleets. Are you sure you want to build dozens of ships right now for the experiment?" In the end, Sherman could only let Aura build one ship first, and the construction task of the QA test series equipment was taken over by Estamel Tell, who came after hearing the news. After all, these equipment could only be produced in the laboratory of this New Eden scientific research master. Fortunately, New Eden is now a big family, so it is not a problem to take out these resources. On the other side, in Chongqing City, in the official exclusive cloning room, a beast-like figure came out as the cloning hatch opened. The sturdy man walked to the ground barefoot in shorts, opened his strong arms, looked at the starry sky outside the window with his tiger-like eyes, and took a deep breath. Before he could say anything cool, a bath towel was thrown on him, covering his head. Then, a cold voice sounded in the cloning room. "Solo Frida, long time no see." Jamil Salam leaned against the wall with his arms folded, looking at the bear-like man in front of him with a half-smile. Because in the world of Eve, the Galeni Federation and the Emma Empire are mortal enemies who have been at war for many years, so Jamil Salam, as the Queen of Emma, came to greet him in person, because she was also curious about what kind of clone this guy, who had only communicated with him in the data at the beginning, would be born. The man took the towel and wiped the nutrient solution off his body without hesitation, then looked at Jamil Salam, who was leaning against the wall with a disappointed face, and said, "Jamil Salam, what's with that expression?" Jamil Salam replied with a very disappointed face, "I thought I could be sisters with you." The man staggered when he heard that, then stood up and walked to Jamil Salam, opened his palm and messed up Jamil Salam's hair, showing his white teeth, and said, "Galenti is a real man. How can I be a sister with you? It's more like being a brother and sister. Also, I changed my name. Please call me Sai Jerusalem from now on." Jamil Salam rolled his eyes, slapped the bear's paw on his head, and then opened the closet and threw a set of clothes over. "I came here earlier than you, and we are brothers and sisters. It's more appropriate for you to call me sister." As he said that, Jamil Salam turned his head and looked at the man with disdain, smacked his lips and said, "Also, do you, a rough man, deserve such a literary name?" Chapter 510. As Sherman returned to the Southern Star region, he felt relieved after entering Chongqing Star City. This base camp is still comfortable. When he was about to take a good rest, Jamil Salam came with a middle-aged man. Jamil Salam brought Galeni Federation officials to see my lord. The man on the side looked at Jamil Salam, who was retorting and couldn't help but smile bitterly, then knelt on one knee respectfully, put his hand on his chest and said, "Leader of the Galeni Federation, Sai Jerusalem, seize my lord." After Sherman helped Sai Jerusalem up, he looked at the two of them suspiciously. "You two didn't fight, did you?" In Sherman's impression, the Galeni Federation and the Emma Empire were mortal enemies. Although the two were now under his command, and although it was impossible for them to kill each other, there was no guarantee that they would do anything secretly. Seeing Sherman's doubts, Sai Jerusalem showed his white teeth, put his big hand on Jamil Salam's head, and rubbed his hair fiercely. "Don't worry, Lord. We are your warriors. From me down, we are all your people. We will not do anything to let you down. Besides, the game isn't a game. We are not the same life. We have no grudges. Besides, as a brother, I don't have to bother with my sister, right?" In response, Jamil Salam directly twisted the hand above his head, pressed Sai Jerusalem to the ground with a joint move, and said viciously, "Who is your sister? You have to call me sister? I was the first to develop self-awareness before you, so I am naturally your brother. I was summoned by the Lord before you, and according to the ethical rules of reality, I am your sister." At this time, other officials also came in one by one and heard what the two said. Maud, with a cigarette in his mouth and a huge watermelon in his arms, said something mean. "Jamil Salam, if you say so, then am I not your eldest brother?" He, Maud, is the first official unlocked by Sherman. After Maud finished speaking, Jamil Salam and others immediately turned their attention to him. Sai Jerusalem looked at Maud, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked with a smile, "Oh, it seems that Brother Maud also has the same opinion?" Maud felt the malicious eyes around him, and suddenly shuddered. Then he smashed the watermelon in his hand, divided it among everyone, and said with a silly smile, "Don't treat me as a fart, brothers and sisters, eat the watermelon, I cultivated it with great difficulty, come and try it." Seeing the officials having fun, Sherman was also grinning with joy. Finally, at Maud's suggestion, everyone took a spaceship to land on a beautiful planet for team building. Chelm Solon took a group of girlfriends to swim in the lake, while Sherman and several big men ate and drank around the campfire. After a glass of wine, Sherman stretched his body and said to Sai Jerusalem, "I plan to station your Galeni Federation in the Eastern Star region. What do you think? The Eastern Star region is too big, and it is impossible to completely defend it with only the Serpentis group, so only the Galeni Federation, which has more fleets and stronger strength, can go there. Moreover, New Eden's defense force in the Southern Star region is already in excess, and if another Galeni Federation is added, it will be a waste. Therefore, Sai Jerusalem has no objection to Sherman's arrangement. Don't worry, my lord, I will firmly control the Eastern Star region in the hands of New Eden." After saying that, Sai Jerusalem drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Cormac Waja, who was standing next to him, also came over with a glass of wine, touched his bald head and said, "Big brother, the Sky Snake group will rely on you in the Eastern Star region in the future." Sai Jerusalem put his arm around Cormac Waja's shoulders and clinked glasses. "We are all brothers. Why are you talking about this?" Because Sherman couldn't drink, he didn't disturb everyone's interest, and he returned to the spaceship and opened the game even faster, because he had something to ask Lauda and others. Opening YY, Sherman saw that Dark Blood Kratos and Dirk Alice were both online. "Old dead too, long time no see." Hearing the voice coming from the headset, Dirk Alice immediately reacted. "Oh my god, are you done with your work, Manzi?" "Yes, I'm done." The three of them hadn't met for a long time, so it was inevitable that they exchanged pleasantries. During this period, Sherman also knew that the situation in the game had changed a lot during the time he was away from the game. Among them, the PIBC Alliance faced the joint stranglehold of the VVV Alliance and the Northern Alliance. After withdrawing from the Source Domain, it did not last long in the Jedi Domain before it was captured. At present, except for some resistance forces that are still relying on huge war preparations in the Source area, the huge PIBC has already fallen apart, and the various legions have left and scattered, and it is no longer the scene of the Overlord Alliance. Dirk Alice and Dark Blood Kratos also joined the 36-degree Brothers Legion at the invitation of Xiang Xiangji. Now Dirk Alice quarrels with Lian Shan about women's clothing every day, and Dark Blood Kratos has become the top brother in Lian Shan's live broadcast room with his money ability. Talking about the past, the three of them couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, Dark Blood Kratos asked abruptly, "By the way, Barbarian, the second test will end in 2 months, and the official server will finally be launched. What are your plans?" Before Sherman answered, he heard Delk Alice said bitterly, "Brothers, I'm AFK after the official server. Although I have been running this small shop for the past 2 years, I can't make much money. I have to go out and fight." After Dirk Alice retired from the army, he used his retirement money to open a small supermarket in his hometown. Although his life was comfortable, he didn't make much money. Now he is not a child anymore, and it's time for him to go out and try his luck and make a living. Listening to Dirk Alice's words, Sherman also said, "It's similar for me. Although I haven't told you much about my business, I believe you have some guesses in your mind. So I guess I will be the same as Lauda, and I will not play after the second test is over." Although Sherman has been telling them that he runs a farm in another country, how could he need to leave for half a year from time to run a farm? So in fact, the two of them had already guessed that Sherman was probably a warlord in a turbulent area. Faced with the two people's words, Dark Blood Kratos was silent for a while, and then said, "We are brothers for life. If you two can't make it in the future, you can come to the Magic City to find me. I still need 2 bodyguards to play with me. I think you two are quite suitable." After that, the three of them couldn't help but laugh, dispelling the sadness just now. Then, Sherman also told the purpose of this trip. "Damn, I want to ask you for 2 things this time. You say, I still haven't collected all the Blood Raiders officials, so I have to ask you for help." "No problem, it was agreed at the beginning, and I will definitely arrange it clearly for you before the end of the second test." In response, Dark Blood Kratos answered without thinking. After using the ability of money to help Sherman unlock the Tianchi group, various things happened. After that, Sherman left the game for half a year, and now he is just making up for it. Then, Sherman said to the two with a smile, "Also, I'm getting married, and I want to have a Chinese wedding. But I'm abroad after all, so you have to help me find the relevant procedures." "Fuck, you bastard are getting married, congratulations." "Congratulations, Manzi, don't worry, I will definitely make it clear for you." Hearing that Sherman was getting married, the two of them immediately congratulated. "Damn, I know you have a way, so please worry about the procedures required for this Chinese wedding." "Don't worry, I will do it myself, absolutely no ambiguity," Dark Blood Kratos immediately said with his chest out. Chapter 511. It must be said that Dark Blood Kratos is indeed powerful. In just one night, he sent Sherman a complete set of Han and Tang Dynasty wedding procedures. Sherman was very grateful for this, and then asked Aura to rush to the Angel civilization as a representative to get engaged according to the procedures. Both parties were well prepared for this. After Aura went there, he negotiated with the Angel Queen, and then set the auspicious date for the wedding for 3 months later, and announced it to other civilizations at the same time. On the other hand, when Aura came back, they also began to meticulously prepare the items needed for his wedding, and even Maud was drafted to arrange it. At the same time, the Sky Serpentis group, the newest overlord of the Eastern Star region, announced its joining New Eden in a high-profile manner, and then New Eden sent a never-heard-of force, the Galeni Federation, to be stationed in the Eastern Star region. After seeing the warships of the Galeni Federation and the Sky Serpentis group, almost everyone understood that the two were almost born from the same mother, and the appearance and technology of the warships were almost exactly the same. It is not difficult to see that the Serpentis group is the work of New Eden deployed in the Eastern Star region in advance. Many people have different expressions and reactions to this result. In the Demon Civilization, Adrian Black Flag hugged Sarah Jones and looked at this information and slapped his thigh. "I said it, the Serpentis group is the work of New Eden. Maybe it is to design my plan." Fortunately, I was decisive and pulled out quickly. Sarah Jones rubbed her thigh and said unhappily, "This New Eden originally had a fancy to the Eastern Star region, but it didn't come to you specifically to make trouble. She was always paying attention to the various wars in the Eastern Star region. After all, she had suffered such a big loss in the Eastern Star region, so it was not surprising that she was paying more attention to it. Because according to her intelligence, after the Sky Snake group entered the Eastern Star region, it took many actions, which were also very fragmented. But if you put these actions together, you can find that the Sky Snake group gained a large number of people and resources in these actions, greatly strengthening its own strength. Its purpose from the beginning was to unify the Eastern Star region. The reason for gathering the survivors was that the Sky Serpent group had a small number of people, and then used them as a combat force supplement. And judging from the performance of the foreign legions later, this method was indeed a good one. After the collapse of the two major alliances, the Sky Serpent group did not fight for territory, but only robbed resources wantonly. In addition to controlling the Buiden star field, the entrance and exit star field, it did not touch other territories. I am afraid that it also wanted to let other forces fight, so that it could be the fishermen. Listening to Sarah Jones's analysis, Adrian Black Flag also slapped his head. Wife, do you think the destruction of the L Alliance and the Northern Military Alliance is also part of the New Eden plan? Then the attack on the transport ship was actually staged by them, just to send troops to stir up trouble in the Eastern Star region? Sarah Jones shook her head at Adrian Black Flag's speculation. No, the attack on the transport ship in New Eden was indeed done by the L Alliance in order to delay the offensive of the Northern Military Alliance. This is very clear. This muddy situation in the Eastern Star region is probably also New Eden's doing. When she was captured as a demon princess, she naturally had to thoroughly investigate the incident, so she knew that the two alliances had given New Eden an excuse to send troops. And the battle between them and New Eden was just a sudden accident, and neither side had expected it in advance. Sarah Jones looked up at Adrian Black Flag and teased, "Fortunately, you didn't consider the Serpentis Group as an investment target at the beginning, otherwise you might be in trouble now." Adrian Black Flag nodded in agreement. This time, because he withdrew from the investment aid to the Eastern Commercial Union in time, he not only did not lose anything, but also made a lot of money. After all, this aid can develop a channel for purchasing super flagship fleets from the Eastern Commercial Union, and it is not free aid, so he naturally made money. If he had approached the Tianchi Group at the beginning, he would not only get nothing, but would probably become a joke. But no matter what, New Eden has now completely controlled the Eastern Star region, and it will not be easy for us to intervene in the future. Now that the Galeni Alliance has entered the Eastern Star region, the entire Eastern Star region is still under martial law. Side Jerusalem wants to completely make the Eastern Star region the only voice of New Eden, so it will kill any other civilizations that reach out. Now let alone the demon civilization. Even if the Justice Order of the Angel civilization wants to participate, it will be the same. Forget it. If New Eden in the Eastern Star region wants it, then take it. Anyway, we can't stop it now. Adrian Black Flag said helplessly. Originally, he was planning to take over the Eastern Star region through the Eastern Business Union to make up for the reputation his wife lost for him, but now it seems hopeless. Sarah Jones put her head tightly against Adrian Black Flag's chest and said in a very sinister tone, "There is no way to deal with the Eastern Star region, but New Eden is going to marry the angels, so we can't let them have it so easy." Listening to Sarah Jones' words, Adrian Black Flag took Sarah Jones' waist and said seriously, "Don't do anything stupid. If you destroy the marriage between the angel civilization and New Eden, I'm afraid the demon civilization will have to fight hard again. Now the demon civilization has not recovered yet, and can't stand the war. Besides, New Eden is full of lunatics. I'm afraid their counterattack will be fierce, and the price we pay will be very heavy." After such a long battle, Adrian Black Flag has a great understanding of New Eden. They are a group of war maniacs and fighting maniacs. If they are given the opportunity to start a war and retaliate, they will definitely retaliate without considering any consequences. Here, it can be seen from the fact that in order to hunt down the remnants of the L Alliance and the Northern Military Alliance, they are willing to fight a large-scale super flag war with the demon civilization head-on. Sarah Jones hooked her arms around Adrian Black Flag's neck, and her autumn eyes looked into Adrian Black Flag's eyes. "Don't worry, I just want to discuss them during their wedding, and I won't have any conflicts with them." Sarah Jones put her head on Adrian Black Flag's chest again and murmured, "Besides, some people in the angel civilization will react much more strongly to this matter than I will. I just wait and see the joke, and there's no need to do it myself." Chapter 512. Angel Civilization, Angel Holy City. Dear Queen of Angels, this is the wedding process of my lord's hometown. I came here to discuss the relevant process with you. After all, Sherman's Han and Tang-style wedding was solemn and complicated, and he himself was a little confused. After all, they were two civilizations, and he didn't know if there would be any taboos between them, so it was very necessary for Aura to come this time. If both parties were unhappy because of the taboos in this marriage, it would be bad. "Oh, show me." Faced with Sherman's sincerity, Bibble Elena was very satisfied. It seemed that this barbarian boy was not always a reckless man. Bibble Elena was also aware of Sherman's worries. After all, there were many angels who married other civilizations, and some of them had made related jokes. Ola, wearing a decent Zhongshan suit, sent Bibble Elena a detailed wedding process, and stood below with his hands folded and waited quietly. Just as Vibra Elena was about to click to check, a thin-looking man in the hall suddenly stood up with his hands folded and said, "Queen, I have something to say." Vibra Elena lowered her brows slightly, looked at the man and said lightly, "Peter, you goodies, Do you have anything to say? Peter Ugudis bowed to Vibralena, then turned his head and squinted at Aura. Queen, Her Highness Wang Yin is marrying into New Eden, and the wedding process should be based on the system of angel civilization, not New Eden. Hearing Peter Ugudis' words, Ola's originally smiling face suddenly became even gentler, but the coldness in his eyes was chilling. Ola only smiled at Peter Ugudis and asked in a tone that could not be heard emotionally, "This should be the Emperor of Carlson civilization, the husband of Angel Princess Lucy Hall, Mr. Peter Ugudis, right?" Peter Ugudis also looked directly at Ola's eyes without flinching, nodded, and said with a fake smile, "Yes, it's me. So should you also give me a salute?" In response, Ola obediently bowed to Peter Ugudis and saluted. Ola's action made the people present raise their vigilance against the Prime Minister of New Eden, who was second only to the Emperor. This is another smiling fox, who can tolerate. Then, Ola asked in a very puzzled tone, "Peter Ugudis, when you married Her Highness Lucy Hall, did you use the etiquette of the angel civilization?" Peter Ugudis smiled, and shook his head and said, "If it was a marriage, then the etiquette used was naturally the etiquette of my Carlson civilization. Then why don't you agree with my lord to use his own civilized etiquette now?" Listening to Ola's question, Peter Ugudis smiled contemptuously. "I am marrying Her Highness Lucy Hall, and you are marrying Her Highness Wang Yin, so the etiquette is naturally dominated by the host." Facing the conflict between the two, Vibralena on the throne not only did not stop them, but was interested in seeing how Ola would deal with it. After hearing this, Ola's expression did not change, and then asked, "I believe that you and Her Highness Lucy Hall are like my lord and Her Highness Wang Yin, and you are together because of love. Then why are you marrying her, and my lord is marrying her?" Peter Ugudis said without thinking, showing his white teeth, "That is naturally based on strength. My Carlson civilization is the successor of the ancient civilization Carl Empire, sitting on 10-star regions, with a fleet like the sea, and is one of the important forces of the angel civilization. It is a good match, so it is natural to marry her." Listening to Peter Ugudis' arrogant words, Vibralena frowned slightly, but did not refute. After all, it was the fact. Since Lucy Hall married Peter Ugudis, this Carlson civilization has become a major force in the angel civilization in the justice order. Although Peter Ugudis' words are unpleasant to hear, they are also true. "I understand." After hearing what Peter Ugudis said, Ola nodded and said. When he raised his head, there was no smile on his face, but a chill like winter. Ola asked Vibralena, "Your Majesty the Queen of Angels, since Peter Ugudis believes that New Eden is not qualified to marry Her Majesty Wang Yin because of its insufficient strength, it can only marry her. But the task given to me by my lord is to arrange the matters of marrying Her Majesty Wang Yin. Orders are not enough, so please agree to our request, Your Majesty the Queen of Angels." After Vibralena glanced at Peter Ugudis, she nodded to Ola and said, "You say?" Then, Ola pointed at Peter Ugudis on the side, her voice as cold as steel. "Please allow our New Eden to start a civilization war with Carlson civilization, Her Majesty the Angel Queen. Since Sir Peter Ugudis believes that New Eden is not qualified to marry the Angel Princess, and his words are mocking me, then let our New Eden respond to Sir Peter Ugudis' question with iron and blood." Jamil Salam and Chelm Solon, who followed behind Ola with a list of gifts, also stared at Peter Ugudis with a dead look, which made the atmosphere on the field suddenly freeze. Looking at the expressions of Ola and the other two, everyone knew that they were not joking, but serious. Then everyone else looked at Peter Ugudis, wanting to see if Peter Ugudis dared to accept the challenge. Facing the various looks of the crowd, Peter Ugudis' face flushed. Before Peter Ugudis could speak, Vibralena on the throne spoke. "Well, whether it is the Carlson civilization or New Eden, they are all members of my justice order. There is no need to start a civilization war because of this." After saying that, Vibralena glanced at Peter Ugudis and said, "Moreover, New Eden can make the glory of justice shine in the southern star field and the eastern star field with its own strength, which naturally proves its strength. Besides, when did my angel children choose their partners based on background and strength? Our angel civilization has not fallen to the point where we need to sacrifice the happiness of our people to maintain the prosperity of civilization. As long as we truly love each other, it doesn't matter if the other person is a powerless civilian or even a slave." Vibralena's words were very light, showing the dominance of the angel civilization, the strongest civilization in the known universe. This is the confidence from the strongest civilization. As long as we truly love each other, it doesn't matter if the person we love is a powerless person. In short, no matter what, no one is as powerful as the angels. Facing Vibralena's domineering attitude, Peter Ugudis immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. It was my son-in-law who made a mistake. But he only admitted his mistake to Vibil Elena. Peter Yagudis' expression was still full of disdain for Ola and others. And Ola and the other two looked at Peter Yagudis with an expression that could not be melted. They recorded Peter Yagudis and the Carlson civilization he belonged to in their little notebooks. Chapter 513. Finally, the discussion of this first wedding ended in an increasingly solemn atmosphere. But the Angel Queen, Vibil Elena, also gave Aura a clear answer that the wedding would be conducted in accordance with the customs of New Eden. After the discussion, Vibil Elena returned to the harem with 2 documents. As soon as she entered the door, she saw several angel princesses gathered together to play. Looking at the angel princesses who were playing, Vibil Elena felt happy, but also a little helpless, and then sat down on the chair and sighed. "Hello, teacher." Seeing Vibra Elena coming in, the playful people immediately greeted each other. Vibra Elena waved her hand, and then transmitted both documents to the terminals of the princesses. This is the wedding process that the New Eden sent representatives to discuss, and the other is the gift for the angel civilization. As she said this, Vibra Elena looked at Wang Yin and couldn't help smacking her lips. A bunch of rare things, and also combat auxiliary ship system technology and doomsday weapon miniaturization technology. I have to say, your little man is quite generous. In the angelic civilization and other civilizations, there is no such thing as a dowry. For the angels who married in the past, let alone asking for dowries, the angelic civilization itself even gave a lot of money in the past, and even the giant demonic civilization came out of this way. This is the first one in New Eden to give a dowry on its own initiative. And it was so generous when it was given. Of course, in fact, these dowries were carefully selected by Aura. Not to mention the rarity of the specialties of the Southern Star Field and the Eastern Star Field. For New Eden as the owner, these are not worth much money. The reason for this combat auxiliary ship technology and doomsday weapon miniaturization technology is that after New Eden was exposed, the angel civilization and the demon civilization had already begun researching it, and after New Eden shared the flagship shield remote recharger technology, the research and development speed was even faster. Even if Aura did not regard these technologies as a gift, the angel civilization would be able to complete the relevant research and development in 1 or 2 years at most, so this can only be regarded as icing on the cake. Of course, just 1 or 2 years more time than the demon civilization is enough for the angel civilization to gain enough advantages and benefits on the battlefield. That's why Vibil Elena was so surprised. Facing the teasing of Vibil Elena and her sisters, Wang Yan's face turned red, and she pulled Vibil Elena's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Seeing Wang Yan blushing and playing with other princesses, Vibil Elena smiled, but then slowly calmed down. Seeing Vibil Elena's face, Wang Yan and others stopped playing and surrounded her. "Teacher, what happened?" Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. Vibra Elena looked up at Wang Yan, and Lucy Hall sighed, and told them what had just happened. After hearing Peter Yagudis' words against the New Eden messenger in the parliament, Lucy Hall couldn't help but bow her head to Wang Yan. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know Peter Yagudis would do this. I apologize to you and your brother-in-law on his behalf. These sisters have been studying and growing up with Vibra Elena since they were young, so they have a very good relationship. Because except Wang Yan, the other princesses are married, so they rarely get together. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen when they finally get together." This made Lucy Hall feel uncomfortable. In response, although Wang Yan was also full of anger, she still pretended to be indifferent and hugged Lucy Hall, saying softly, "Sister, it's okay." Vibra Elena looked at the two sisters, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. She said, "It seems that some of them have seen something, and have some ideas in their hearts. Vibra Elena has been sitting in the position of Angel Queen for nearly 1,000 years, and it is time to advocate and elect the next Angel Queen. Now with the marriage of Wang Yan, the last princess, I am afraid that this time will not be too long, so it is inevitable that some people have some ideas in their hearts. After all, if his wife becomes the Angel Queen, not only will there be countless benefits, but it may even make his civilization the next demon civilization. As angel princesses, how could Wang Yan and others not know this? But this is their fate as princesses. That position must be chosen from among them, and even if they don't want to, their men will do everything they can to push them to that position." Weeble Elena looked at the princesses, gently hugged them in her arms, and said softly, "Some things are not something you can resist or stop. I just hope that if the worst comes to the worst, I hope that those who succeed in getting to this position can leave a way out for others. After all, you are all sisters." Everyone nodded silently. In a secret communication channel with the highest level of encryption, the holographic projections of several people sat quietly in their seats. Finally, Peter Yagudis, who had been very angry today, spoke first. Now that Her Royal Highness Wang Yan is married, Her Majesty Viber Elena should also announce her abdication after the wedding and hold the election for the next Angel Queen. Don't you have anything to say? The other two are the husbands of the other angel princesses, so Peter Yagudis organized such a party. In response to Peter Yagudis' words, one of the figures said lightly, "My wife has long lost the chance to take that position and is not interested in it. I don't know why you asked me to come here." Peter Yagudis smiled and said, "Although you are right, as long as you wish my wife to take that position, I will naturally give her a generous gift in return. The man who can be chosen by the angel princess is naturally not a good person. Although this man's wife lost the qualification to compete for that position due to some things, it did not affect Peter Yagudis' desire to win him over. After all, the strength of this guy in front of him is not inferior to him, and even better." Regarding Peter Yagudis' solicitation, the figure said lightly, "Sorry, I have no intention of participating in it. You can discuss it among yourselves." After that, he hung up the communication and disappeared from this channel. The other person also shook his head and said, "Although I also want my wife to ascend to that position, it should be done in an upright manner, otherwise my wife will be unhappy even if she ascends to that position. Moreover, these little tricks of yours are inferior." After saying that, he also exited the channel. Seeing the two people who exited the channel before he could express his thoughts, Peter Yagudis' face suddenly turned livid, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Then, after taking a few deep breaths, Peter Yagudis immediately suppressed the irritability in his heart, and sneered at the empty seats. "Hey, you are noble, you are all great, and I am the only villain." On the other side, Ola, who was boarding the return spaceship, looked at the angel city, with data flowing rapidly in his eyes, and a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned around and boarded the spaceship with Jamil Salam and Chelm Solon, and returned to the southern star field. Chapter 514. After Aura came back, he didn't know what he said to Sherman. He only saw that all the officials in Chongqing City held a meeting for a whole night. After that, the fleets of various forces were mobilized after the meeting, and kept on combat duty at all times. Then Chelm Solon led the Sasha fleet to visit various forces along the way to pick up the bride in a friendly manner, to prepare for the wedding at that time, so as to avoid any accidents. In addition to the actions of the Sasha group's fleet, other forces in New Eden did not mobilize. Except for strengthening the defense of the southern and eastern star regions, there was no other abnormality. This also made Viber Elena, who was worried that Sherman, a reckless man, could not stand it, and directly declared war on the Carlson civilization, feel relieved. After that, after sending wedding invitations to various forces of the Justice Order, the entire New Eden began to prepare for the wedding. The pirates, who occasionally ran to the border of the southern star field, also stopped all actions very tactfully, which also brought New Eden a rare peace. Because the wedding process was naturally prepared by Aura, Sherman also seized the time to play the game and unlock the remaining forces that had not yet been unlocked. After all, the server is not far away from being shut down. Who knows if his cheat code will still be useful after the official server is opened? Unlock it early, and rest assured early. And with Dark Blood Kratos' money ability, players who have lost interest in the game due to the end of the second test have also begun to actively run to the Blood Raider area to brush the Star Belt, which has boosted the game activity in disguise. Because the officials of the Source Realm offered real money in the first place, the players were extremely enthusiastic and efficient this time. In less than a month, Sherman unlocked the last pirate force, the Blood Raider group. It is worth mentioning that the two people who took the 4 bounties this time are familiar faces. One is Lian Shan, and the other is Mingwen Mujitu, who is currently challenging the status of Lian Shan's cross-dressing boss. And both of them were live-streamed for several days to get the results, and the live-streaming effect was directly maximized, and the two were regarded as lucky goddesses by the players. After unlocking the Blood Raider, Sherman placed it in the star field that had been prepared in the southern star field, allowing it to develop with peace of mind. After that, Sherman began to concentrate on the epic quests of the Caldari United States and the Minmator Republic, striving to unlock them before the end of the second test. 2 months passed in a flash, and in the last few days before the server was shut down, Sherman finally completed the epic quests of the 2 tribes and successfully unlocked the 2 empires. In the last few days, the game also fell into the final frenzy. A week before the server was shut down, in a low-security area, a player passing by accidentally discovered several GMs driving titans of various pirate forces, and then tentatively switched to a heavy interceptor to capture one of them. This time, the GM did not evacuate directly as in the past, but told the players to have a hearty super flag battle to be the final curtain call of the second test. Then, in less than one night, almost all the players equipped their Titans with their best equipment and drove to the battle galaxy. And each alliance also directly opened its fixed induction to everyone, allowing players from all regions to arrive as quickly as possible. For a while, the entire star map was marked with inductions. After gathering hundreds of ships of various types, and even flagships, the battle officially began as one of the Ouroboros-class Titans activated the Doomsday weapon against a Phoenix-class dreadnought. This time, there was no distinction between friends and enemies. Players poured their firepower on the original enemies, friendly forces, teammates, and even GMs. Various KMS appeared in various game channels, including GM's official Titans. The battle lasted for a whole day and night before it ended. Although the Super Flag battle was over, other carnivals were still going on. After Sherman and his two companions blew up all their flagships, they destroyed all their buildings and drove a cargo ship full of various official equipment and force equipment to Guitar on a dirt road to participate in the final carnival. At this time, various rare warships also drove out of Guitar. The Nemesis class and Raven class government type appeared outside Guitar for the first time since the second test, and then turned into ashes under various firepower less than a second after they appeared. Various strange KMS such as the officer suit Ibis, the shuttle with hundreds of large skill injectors, etc., were also created by players. Looking at the various fireworks outside the Guitar, Sherman and others also blew up their cargo ship full of officer equipment and plunged into the Guitar space station. Barbarian Lauda, let's go out and beat people up. X secretly lost TOS X and traded two special edition Markray-class ships with all number 1 officer equipment to Sherman and the others. Looking at this warship that he had never seen or even heard of before, Sherman couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, you actually have such a good thing. TSK, what's that? Let's go. The three brothers will kill the damn Lian Shan first. Ixanxikue said, as he led the two of them out of the Guitar space station and besieged the Bagran class driven by Lian Shan. Then the three special edition Markray class ships of the three of them were so cool that they turned into wreckage under the concentrated fire of the crowd before they could fire a few shots. Liang Shan looked at the remains of the three people and couldn't help but have a daily friendly interaction with Delk Ellis in the local area. In the following time, in the hands of Ixanxikue, various ancient flagships that had been stored in the Guitar space station for an unknown period of time appeared one by one, and fought hard with everyone. And almost all the players gathered in the YY channel of the Star Moon Alliance to hold a singing party. In the whole night, various songs that were either beautiful or howling filled everyone's ears. At this moment, all the grudges of the players in the past 2 years of the second test were put aside, and they cheered for the arrival of the official server. Sherman and his three companions drove the Astro-class frigate from the Guitar galaxy of Caldari, spent a night to circle all the star fields of New Eden, and then returned to the source domain. The three Astro-class frigates were docked at the star city of the Void Glow fleet, and they were stunned when they looked at this place where they had stayed for a long time. No one spoke, they all watched quietly, as if they wanted to imprint this scenery that they had long been tired of seeing in their hearts. As the countdown reminder for daily maintenance appeared, watching the countdown that represented the closure of the second test, Dark Blood Kratos said in a relaxed voice, "Brothers, the second test is over. Do you want to come to the Magic City to play around? I have inquired about it, and there are several new made shops that are quite good." Faced with Dark Blood Kuetosiex's pretended relaxed words, Sherman and Dirk Ellis smiled immediately, and all kinds of words that were like not afraid of his wife grabbing his kneeling keyboard kept stabbing Dark Blood Kuetosiex's heart, and the atmosphere became slightly lively. During the 10-minute countdown, the three of them revealed all the embarrassing things that happened between them in the past 2 years, and all kinds of laughter echoed in the channel. But as time passed, it returned to its original quiet. The server will enter maintenance in 30 seconds. The server will enter maintenance in 29 seconds. The server will enter maintenance in as the maintenance countdown counted down. It was finally Xdanchuekuecitox who spoke, as if he wanted to express all his feelings in a few dozen seconds. "Brothers, if you need help in the future, don't be embarrassed, just give me a call." Looking at the last 10 seconds countdown, Xdanchuekuecitox put down his glasses, with a little starlight in his eyes. "Brothers, I hope to see you again." Dirk Ellis stood up and saluted the two men for the first time since he retired from the army. "Brothers, take care, and meet again if you are lucky." Sherman looked at the Astro-class frigate of the three people on the screen, as if they were really in it. Finally, he stood up solemnly, put his hands together in front of the screen, and bowed his head. The star voyage is long, and the future is full of obstacles. Please take care of yourselves, brothers. The three of them looked at the last few seconds of delayed game screen and whispered, "Brothers, the road is long, and please take care of yourself." They knew that the three of them were from different worlds, and the three fate lines that accidentally intersected each other had their own paths to go. It would be very difficult to reunite at the same time in the future. Then, the three screens went black, and they exited the game and took the initiative to disconnect YY. After exiting the game, a series of system prompts appeared on the screen in front of Sherman. "Congratulations to my lord for successfully completing the second test, unlocking all pirate forces, and the 4 major empire forces, and rewarding the intelligent life drone queen. Congratulations to my lord for successfully gaining full recognition from all officials, and rewarding the hibernator battleship manufacturing technology. Detection dimension server shutdown, dimension communication shutdown." Originally, these system prompts that should have excited Sherman failed to make him happy. At this moment, Sherman's heart was filled with endless sadness. Afterwards, Ola led all the officials into Sherman's room quietly, without saying a word. Ola handed a tissue to Sherman, but Sherman did not take it. Instead, he raised his tearful face and smiled miserably. "Ola, I have no home." At this moment, Sherman was no longer as frivolous as usual, nor as majestic as an emperor. He was only as fragile as a child. Ola held Sherman's head in his arms like an old father, and said like coaxing a child, "My lord, why do you have no home? We are all your family. Soon, you will marry the mistress and have children in this world. When the time comes, Ola, I will be your loyal housekeeper and coax your young master." For a long time, Sherman looked up at Ola, then at the officials around him, wiped his tears, and nodded seriously. All the officials put their hands on their chests, bowed their heads to Sherman, and roared in unison, "My loyalty is honor. I am willing to be the blade in my master's hand, and the boots under my feet, to kill all the disobedient for my master, and to step on every galaxy." Sherman looked at the officials, lowered his head, and knelt on one knee in front of them, and said in the most solemn tone of his life, with a little sob, "From now on, you will no longer be my servants, and your fate is still in your own hands. We have the same blood flowing in our bodies, and you will all be my brothers and sisters in the future. In the future, I hope you will work hard together." At this moment, a wonderful feeling appeared in everyone's heart, as if the soul was released and sublimated, but then it also formed a more wonderful shackle. It was a bond called emotion, a contract that was far more solid than the source code that formed them. Chapter 515. In November of 2022, Sherman led 4 Dreg Euristas super flagship fleets, and the Mod Corps to the Angel civilization to pick up the bride. All forces in the Justice Order also sent representatives to attend the wedding. In just 3 days, Sherman arrived in the Angel civilization. Through the ship window, Sherman looked at the huge Angel holy city in the distance, with a slight smile on his face, and turned to Aura and said, "Speaking of which, this should be my first time to come to this Angel civilization." Allah bowed to Sherman, and smiled without saying anything. In fact, Sherman had come here once before. At that time, he was still going to the tribunal, but he was attacked halfway, and stayed in the sanatorium for half a year. Shaking his head, and getting rid of distracting thoughts, Sherman and Allah left the fleet on a luxury yacht, and entered the holy city of angels. In the princess's exclusive palace, several women surrounded Wang Yin with smiles. Mu Yunyan, who was putting the last stroke on Wang Yin, also moved her eyes slightly, then bowed and said, "Sister, my lord is here." Wang Yin, wearing a phoenix crown and a bridal robe, raised her head, her bright eyes sparkling. When the bride was picked up, the angels chose to follow their tradition. Hundreds of unmarried angels surrounded Wang Yin on both sides, scattering petals continuously. Sherman looked at Wang Yin, who was wearing a phoenix crown and a bridal robe, and couldn't help but feel tender in his eyes. After welcoming Wang Yin to the luxury yacht according to the customs of angel civilization, he also set off on the way back. After taking the bride back to Titan, Sherman looked around and waved his hand with high spirits. Return. Then, the 8 Komodo-class Titans, 4 in front and 4 in the back, circled the Titan where the bride was, and the rest of the super flagship fleet turned around and prepared to return. In order to be able to serve as the fleet for the wedding, Estamel Terrace even changed all the warships into festive red, so the 4 super flagship fleets were like a red torrent, intoxicating. In addition, Viber Elena also waved her hand, and a number of transport ships loaded with various gifts followed the transport fleet and followed behind them. This is the dowry of the angel civilization. Such a big event, the reporters of Star Vision Universe would not miss it. After obtaining Sherman's consent in advance, several reporters of Star Vision Universe also drove their own battle cruisers to follow the team and broadcast the wedding live. And looking at the live broadcast room of Star Vision Universe, there were many people from various civilizations who came to watch. After all, one side was the Angel Princess, and the other side was the New Eden Emperor who occupied the southern and eastern star fields. They couldn't help but be curious. And among them, several people looked at the leaving wedding team with a sinister smile on their faces. Then, an order came out from the demon civilization, shocking everyone. Announcement: in order to deal with the increasingly severe pirate situation on the border, our 10 army groups will conduct a 3-day military exercise in the X5 to X9 star systems. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, we hereby inform the entire universe in advance. As soon as this news came out, the spectators in the entire universe, who were immersed in the wedding, suddenly brightened up. The 2 star systems reported by the demon civilization are the 2 must-pass star systems between the Angel civilization and New Eden, and New Eden has already announced the date of the wedding. This is to make the 2 miss the deadline for the wedding. However, the demon civilization reported the military exercise in a proper manner, which made the Angel civilization and New Eden unable to find any words to refute. Asshole. The demon civilization is too much, Queen. I asked to lead the fleet to destroy these bastards. After learning about it, several princesses of the Angel civilization were furious and asked Vibble Elena to fight. The demon civilization did this, not only disgusting New Eden, but also slapping the faces of the angels. Looking at the angry princesses around her, Vibble Elena smiled slightly, gently tapped a princess's brow with a finger and said, "Don't worry, there are people who react much more strongly to this matter than us, just watch it." Vibra Elena has a deep understanding of the reckless men in New Eden. They were so bold when they were weak, and now that they have taken over 2-star regions, their strength has increased dramatically. How could they tolerate such provocation? Moreover, the provocation this time was against their master and the future mistress. God knows what kind of actions those lunatics will take. On the other side, Peter Ugoodies was also very happy after knowing the arrangement of the demon civilization. Ha ha, I said that the demon civilization would not allow New Eden and Angel civilization to get married peacefully. As he said this, a cold light flashed in Peter Ugoodies' eyes. In that case, I will give my brother-in-law another gift. After the demon civilization announced the military exercise, Aura did not tell Sherman about it. Because Sherman had long anticipated that someone would make trouble at his wedding, he had already given Aura full authority to deal with it. He did not need to tell him about any action, even if he sent the entire fleet of New Eden to start a war. He would tell him everything after the wedding. Sherman didn't want to carry Wang Yin into the wedding room with blood on his hands. Faced with this provocation from the demon civilization, the reaction of officials such as Aura was more intense than Vibra Elena expected. Aura looked at Sherman resting in the lounge, bowed slightly, turned around and returned to Changemingsing City through the quantum channel. In the combat meeting of Changemingsing City, all officials without tasks were ready, and they all looked at Aura without saying a word. The atmosphere seemed very depressing. After looking around at everyone, Aura said in a calm voice, "Everyone, now someone is challenging my lord and humiliating our future mistress. What should we do as subordinates? Slaughter these bastards, use their skulls as cups, and use their blood as wine." The Blood Raiders officials flashed bloody coldness in their eyes, and their low and hoarse roars made people shudder. "Aura, let my Sasha group handle this matter. We just need some new materials for research now," Chelm Solon said gloomily, her beautiful face as cold as winter. Other officials also spoke up one after another, all wanting to make these provocative people pay the price. Ola looked at everyone, his face was no longer as gentle as before, and there was only an undisguised murderous intent. "Very good, since everyone has no objection, then follow the order. Jamil Salam, order your entire Emma Empire army to go to X5 to X9 for military exercises. No matter what method you use, I don't want to see a warship of the demon civilization after my lord's fleet arrives." "Yes. Drakria Melon, I know that you, the Blood Raiders, need to perform now, so this time you will go out with the Emma Empire. I hope you will not disappoint my lord." "Yes." Drakria Melon's pretty face showed a cruel smile. "Sai Jerusalem, your Galeni Federation fleet should also come out. You lead the fleet to follow the position of my lord's fleet to prevent these bastards from jumping over the wall and disturbing my lord." "Yes." Cormac Waja, after the main fleet of the Galeni Federation leaves, your Serpentis group must also be prepared to suppress all unstable factors in the Eastern Star region. "Yes." Then Aura looked at the girl holding a lollipop and said in a cold tone, Shangwan Qianqian, it's been so long, it's time for your three gods to appear. Chapter 516. Less than 2 hours after the demon civilization announced that it had conducted military exercises, New Eden also announced that it had conducted military exercises at the same location. Jamil Salam led the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Crusaders to the target location with murderous intent, without any intention of concealing it. On the other hand, the Eastern Star region also announced that it had entered a first-level combat readiness state, and dozens of super flagship fleets set out from the Eastern Star region and headed straight for the exercise location. Faced with New Eden's quick counterattack, everyone praised New Eden's stubbornness and looked forward to the reaction of the demon civilization. Even though Sarah Jones was prepared for such a fierce reaction from New Eden, she still had a headache. She thought that even if New Eden wanted to use force, it would condemn her, but she didn't expect that the other party would also use the same reason. Now the two major military organizations of the Emma Empire are pressing in, and there are 4 other super flagship fleets that have never been seen before. That is a total of 28 super flagship fleets. This is not the end. There are also a total of 24 super flagship fleets in the Eastern Star region rushing towards them. This pincer attack seems to be the rhythm of completely leaving her 10 army groups here. Because they had fought before, Sarah Jones had no doubts about whether New Eden could win the final victory with almost equal fleets. After all, she was beaten and captured. Now that New Eden did this, she was in a dilemma. Just when she had not made a decision on whether to start a full-scale war, large wormholes appeared at the border of the demon civilization, and then dense fleets rushed out. This was the base that the demon civilization had placed for the Black Flag Legion. After Chelm Solon and other Sasha officials sailed out of the wormhole, they led the fleet to attack in all directions with expressionless faces, and indiscriminately attacked all the warships and space stations they could see. In just half an hour, Chelm Solon completed the control of the entire galaxy. Adri Black Flag looked at the familiar fleet outside the space station, and his mouth twitched. How did these lunatics get here? Since the attack, Chelm Solon used the Sasha suppression control tower to set off an electronic interference storm for the entire galaxy, so it was impossible for Adri Black Flag to ask for help. After killing all the outer fleets and space stations, the only thing left was the space station where Adri Black Flag was hiding. 2 choices: first, die with this space station, or come out immediately. Chelm Solon issued an ultimatum to Adri Black Flag on the local public channel. Obviously, this was to capture him to threaten Sarah Jones and force her to withdraw. Just when Adri Black Flag was considering what to do, Chelm Solon ordered a strong attack without any patience. Countless Shadow Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft took off from the Sol Revenant-class super flagship aircraft carrier and launched a noble sacrifice towards the space station. Just one round of self-detonation directly broke the energy shield of the space station, and even the external armor outside the space station was shattered. Obviously, for Chelm Solon, it didn't matter whether Adri Black Flag was dead or alive. Faced with such a strong attack, Adri Black Flag had no choice but to surrender. After capturing Adri Black Flag and the people hiding in it, and putting them into the cabin, Chelm Solon waved his hand, and the entire space station turned into wreckage under the sky full of Shadow Iron Cavalry. Before the return wormhole, Chelm Solon stopped and said to the 3 people beside him without turning his head, "I give you another half an hour. I don't want there to be a living person in the space of this galaxy." "Yes, sister." The other 3 officers took the order, and led the fleet to jump to the remaining fleet in deep space with a grim smile. Half an hour later, an urgent telegram from the rear made Sarah Jones blush. Urgent report: the Black Flag Corps' base was attacked by an unidentified fleet. The garrison fleet was wiped out, the space station was completely destroyed, and Sir Adri Black Flag was missing. Without thinking, Sarah Jones knew who did it. Such mature wormhole technology, she couldn't think of anyone else who could do it except the Sasha group of New Eden. I didn't expect that the revenge of New Eden would come so quickly, and there was really no trace left, so that people could not find any evidence of the attack. Because of this operation, Sherman's fast reaction fleet also participated in it. Under the high-intensity electronic interference, all communication data was blocked, and finally a round of data bombing was carried out on the entire galaxy, forcibly destroying all data that could prove the identity of the attacker. The wreckage left over from the battle was packed up and taken away. Not even a tri-titanium alloy was left, let alone the wreckage of the battleship. After gradually calming down, Sarah Jones ordered the 10 armies that were going to conduct the exercise to retreat without any hesitation and cancel the exercise. For now, let alone the fact that the Adri Black Flag was in the hands of New Eden, she was not sure that she could deal with the dozens of super flagship fleets attacking from both sides of New Eden. As for whether she dared to bet that New Eden would not provoke the first shot after the armistice agreement. Now people dare to run into the territory of the demon civilization and slaughter an entire galaxy. What else are they afraid of? This is a group of lunatics. In the end, in this explosive military exercise, the demon civilization ended with its withdrawal, which surprised everyone and made everyone have a deeper understanding of the strength of New Eden. With the withdrawal of the demon civilization fleet, the wedding team became even larger with the addition of the fleets of the Emma Empire and the Galeni Federation. Dozens of super flagship fleets spread across 10 galaxies, announcing the strength of New Eden. This also made Peter Yagoudis, who was watching the live broadcast of Star Vision, feel hot on his face. Peter Yagoudis looked at the huge wedding procession in the live broadcast, and couldn't help but smile. I hope you like this gift. After that, a fleet lurking in the subspace also began to move. This is an unmanned fleet, all of which are suicide fleets loaded with various bombs. Peter Yagoudis didn't think that this fleet could achieve anything, just bring chaos to the huge wedding procession, and make New Eden lose face in the live broadcast. This can also make Wang Yan, the princess, have a lower reputation. But before this fleet rushed out of the subspace, it was completely out of Peter Yagoudis' control, and all of them involuntarily started the self-destruction program and self-destructed in the subspace. The self-destruction of these warships rushed out of the subspace, setting off fireworks in the main space. Those who didn't know thought it was a fireworks show specially prepared by New Eden. Peter Yagoudis looked at the wreckage of the warships in the live broadcast room that were excluded from the subspace along with the fireworks, and his face twitched slightly, and he felt deeply afraid of New Eden. As the wedding fleet entered the southern star field one by one, a cockroach-like escort-level warship retracted the two tentacles on its head, slowly disappeared into the subspace, and disappeared. And Aura also looked deeply at the direction of the angel civilization, with murderous intent looming in his eyes. Chapter 517. The Chongqing city, as well as the entire southern and eastern star regions, were all decorated with lights and colors on this day, like a sea of red. With the arrival of the wedding procession, other invited guests also followed and sat down under the arrangement of Aura. And Sherman also stood at the door, in a red dragon robe, to greet the guests. After seeing the crowd coming, his eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to greet them. Queen, please come this way. Weeble Elena came with a group of princesses and sons-in-law. The iconic white wings made people along the way salute. Weeble Elena nodded and waved. Your wedding is today, so you should get busy first. Sherman laughed innocently, but still personally led the family members to the exclusive seat. As soon as she entered the hall, Weeble Elena was attracted by the music in her ears, and curiously followed the music to the band that played the music. Looking at the rows of solemn, but magnificent instruments in front of her, Weeble Elena was thoughtful. Seeing Weeble Elena stop, Sherman also explained, Queen, these are the instruments from my hometown. This row is called chimes, this is the zither, and this side is the zither and flute. Weeble Elena stood in front of these instruments for a long time, and it was obvious that she was very interested in them. Then Sherman said, Queen, I will give you a batch of these instruments after the wedding. These were made according to the Han and Tang wedding process given by Aura, and these bands were quickly selected and urgently trained by Jamil Salam from the Emma Empire. They are all Emma girls. Because this Han and Tang style wedding is more solemn than other weddings, only the equally solemn Emma people are more competent in this atmosphere. Thank you. I am really interested in these instruments. Weeble Elena did not refuse Sherman's gift, and accepted it with a smile. Then, under Sherman's guidance, they sat down. As time went by, the guests gathered, and then Sherman went to the inner hall to prepare for the wedding. At noon, as the music changed, Aura appeared in a festive Tang suit, and then the temporary maid selected by the Emma Empire entered in pairs holding red candles, or red lanterns, and Sherman and Wang Yin also entered holding a red silk. After the two stood still, Sherman put his left hand on his right hand, and Wang Yin put her right hand on her left hand, hid her hands in her sleeves, raised her hands to her forehead, bowed 90 degrees to each other, raised her hands to her eyebrows, and then bowed 45 degrees to the guests on the scene. After a set of entry procedures, accompanied by the solemn music, everyone present sat up and saluted the two newlyweds. After Sherman and the other stood still, Allah, who was acting as the master of ceremonies, immediately shouted loudly, The newlyweds are doing the wash ceremony. As soon as the words fell, a group of maids in red brought in a basin and a towel. Sherman soaked the towel and wiped his hands and face, then soaked the towel again and gently helped Wang Yin wipe her hands and face. This ritual of washing hands and face was to express the solemnity of the newlyweds towards the wedding, and also meant that the newlyweds would enter a new life with a pure and clear heart. After the ritual of washing hands and face, the maid took the basin away, and Ola continued to shout loudly, performed the ritual of being imprisoned together. Then, Sherman stood up and bowed to Wang Yan, inviting the bride to sit down. The man sat on the west and the woman sat on the east, and the maids fed the two newlyweds the 3 kinds of meat on the table, which was considered as 3 meals to be full. During the whole process, the two did not say a word, and the maid served them all. This ceremony means that the newlyweds eat the meat of the same animal, which symbolizes that they will share happiness and longevity from now on, and share joys and sorrows. Then the two performed the wedding ceremony, which was to drink the wedding wine and work together to splice a gourd, and the bride tied it tightly with a red rope. This gourd symbolizes many children and good fortune, and the gourd is tied with a red rope, which means that the couple will be one from now on, never separate, and should share joys and sorrows and support each other throughout their lives. Then, Sherman untied the red rope, and took a strand of his own black hair, and tied it with a red rope, and placed it in the purse as an eternal symbol and commemoration. This is called the ceremony of untying the tassel and tying the hair. Then, Sherman and Wang Yan stood up together, held hands and looked at each other. This is the ceremony of holding hands. The music on the field also changed, and songs like ancient epics came out from the children's clean throats. Hold your hand, share chopsticks with you. Hold your hand, share food with you. Hold your hand, return home with you. Hold your hand, sleep with you. Hold your hand, be happy with you. Hold your hand, grow old with you. Outside Star City, for Komodo-class Titans of the Dread Eurista's super flagship team simultaneously launched fireworks into space. As fireworks exploded one by one, a huge golden dragon and a red fire phoenix appeared in space and surrounded the Everstar City, forming a gorgeous picture of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. Everyone on the field looked at this picture, and suddenly there seemed to be a sense of solemnity in their hearts that could not be violated. Estamel Tel sat on the table and said to the officials on the table very proudly, "How about it? My gift is good." She spent nearly half a month in the laboratory for this gift, and finally made such a satisfactory product after countless failures. Looking at the amazing expressions of the people on the field looking at this dragon flying and phoenix dancing, Estamel Tel immediately straightened her back, with an expression on her face that said, "Come and praise me." As the top bootlicker, Guten naturally would not be stingy with his words, and praised Estamel Tel without paying, which made the originally proud Estamel Tel embarrassed. He had to bury his head in tea, and said vaguely to Maud, "Your cooks are good, can you give me 2? Hearing this, Maud raised his eyebrows, and replied proudly, "No problem. Then I want to be a chef of this Sichuan cuisine." Estamel Tel pointed to a plate of mapo tofu on the table, and said, Maud naturally had no objection. Because the entire New Eden belonged to Sherman, even the officials belonged to Sherman, and all the best things were in Shyman's hands, so they didn't have any good gifts to give to Sherman as a gift. Ola chose to be the master of ceremonies and decorate the scene. Estamel Tel chose fireworks, and others also had various gifts. As a person who had the same hobby as Sherman, Maud prepared hundreds of good cigarettes as gifts, and then trained a group of chefs who were proficient in various cuisines to prepare the wedding banquet. Especially these chefs, Sherman kept praising Maud, which solved a big problem for Sherman. After hearing that Estamel Tel liked to eat this Sichuan cuisine, Gutu immediately had an idea in his mind, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Maud. On the other side, after seeing the gorgeous dragon and phoenix dance performance, Vibble Elena and some people in the live broadcast room were suddenly like waves hitting the shore, and their eyes were fixed on the dragon and phoenix. Even Vibble Elena, who used to be expressionless, couldn't control her expression management. Looking at the dragon and phoenix and the authority projection, she couldn't help but whispered, "Dragon and phoenix." If Sherman was here, he would definitely be shocked by the fluent Mandarin of Vibble Elena. As for Sherman, after offering a few glasses of wine to the guests, he was already drunk and was taken into the palace by the maids. As soon as he arrived at the door, Sherman broke free from the support of the maids, and his eyes became very clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness. Just kidding, the night is short. How could Sherman be drunk? After waving his hand to let the maids leave, Sherman opened the door with mixed feelings. After pouring 2 glasses of wine and drinking the wedding wine, Sherman picked up the jade ruby on the table and gently lifted the red veil on the bride's head. Looking at the beautiful woman in the phoenix crown and bridal robe, Sherman couldn't help but stare blankly. Wang Yan looked at the somewhat dazed man in front of her, and couldn't help but smile with her hands covering her mouth. "You idiot. With a cry of surprise, the thin curtains on the bed slowly fell down. Chapter 518. The next morning, everyone, including Aura, gathered in the first ever court hall, which was actually just a larger meeting room. After Sherman led Wang Yan into the room, Aura and the others immediately stood up and saluted. "Meet my lord, madam." Seeing this, Sherman did not signal everyone to sit down as usual, but turned to look at Wang Yan beside him. Wang Yan knew that this was Sherman and the others' respect for her, as the new Madam of Eden, and then she gently pressed her hands down. "Everyone, please take a seat." Sherman nodded to everyone. Then everyone sat down. Afterwards, everyone had a casual conversation, especially the female officials such as Estamel Tel who chatted with Wang Yan. In just over an hour, they became close friends, which also allowed Wang Yan to quickly integrate into the group. At this time, Ola had to officially start the formal meeting. After all, Sherman was the leader of New Eden, and there was no such thing as a holiday because of a wedding. Aura bowed his head and said, "My lord, during the wedding, the demon civilization sent a fleet to try to exert pressure through military exercises." Aura recounted what happened during the wedding. At that time, in order to prevent these troubles from affecting Sherman's mood for the wedding, Aura handled them all. Now that the wedding is over, it is Sherman's turn to decide the follow-up. As for Aura's order to the fleets of the Emma Empire and the Galeni Federation to force the demon civilization fleet to evacuate, and even to send the Sasha group to massacre a galaxy and capture Adri Black Flag, Sherman did not blame him, but turned to look at Chelm Solon on the side. "How is Adri Black Flag now?" Chelm Solon shrugged slightly, looked at the young white-haired lowly beside him, and said, "After I came back, I handed all the prisoners to Drakria May. I don't know about the Black Flag Corps, but I received a large amount of research materials this morning." Hearing that Adri Black Flag and other prisoners were handed over to the Blood Raiders group, Sherman couldn't help but turn his head and look at the harmless white-haired lowly beside him. "I say, this guy is not dead, right? Blood Raiders group. Will Adli Black Flag still be alive if he falls into their hands?" Draclia Melon put down the milk in her hand and said calmly with a little babyish voice, "My lord, Adli Black Flag is not dead yet." "What about the batch of corpses received by the Sasha group?" "Oh, those are prisoners of war captured together. I used them for blood sacrifice to pray for you." As for the corpses, Sister Chelm Solon said that a batch of materials were missing, so I sent them over. Dracria Melon's innocent face said something chilling. But in response, Sherman just nodded and said nothing after hearing that Adri Black Flag was not dead. The Blood Raiders group and the Sasha group are the two most cruel forces in New Eden. Among them, the Sasha group studies human-machine exchange, consciousness transfer, and other technologies, so Sasha officials such as Chelm Solon often collect corpses of different races for research after the battle. If the cruelty of the Sasha group is based on science, then the cruelty of the Blood Raiders group is based on religion. They believe that blood can bring them courage and communicate with the gods, so they often drain the blood of their enemies for blood sacrifices, and some even drink the blood of their enemies alive. So after hearing that Adrian Black Flag was not killed by Delacria Melon, Sherman didn't say anything else. After all, being alive is good enough. Without thinking, Sherman said to Ola, "Contact Sarah Jones and let her bid to redeem her husband." Ola nodded to show that he understood. Then, Sherman looked at Delacria Melon and said, "Before putting it back, I don't care how you play with it, but remember to send it over intact." Hearing Sherman's words, a smile suddenly appeared on Delacria Melon's young face, innocent and cruel at the same time. Wang Yan looked at Sherman, who was handling affairs with a smile on his face, and his eyes were also a little surprised and gentle. This guy is also very handsome when he is serious. As for the cruelty in their conversation, Wang Yan did not feel uncomfortable. After all, as a princess, she had seen more cruel methods in other civilizations. The only surprise was that this young girl of 15 or 16 actually had such methods. At this time, Aura looked at Wang Yan and told one of the things. "My lord, when the bride was being welcomed, a suicide unmanned fleet was about to launch a sneak attack, but I dealt with it. The attacker was Princess Lucy Hall's husband, Peter Yagudas." Hearing this, Sherman couldn't help but turn his head to look at Wang Yan beside him. Wang Yan showed an expression that she had expected this, and then looked at everyone and explained, "This should be Peter Yagudas who did it without telling Lucy Hall. As for the reason, it's nothing more than wanting to embarrass me and damage my reputation." Wang Yan seemed very calm about this. Sherman looked at Wang Yan with a puzzled expression. "Isn't the internal harmony of this angel civilization very harmonious? Why is there someone stabbing in the back?" Wang Yan looked at Mu Yunyan, who who was handing out lollipops to Delacria Melon, and said, "Let Union explain this to you. After all, she was once a candidate for the next princess, so she should know it clearly." Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Mu Union put down the lollipop in her mouth and tried to answer in a very formal tone, "My lord, you don't know that Viber Elena is about to abdicate, and Peter Jagoutis is doing this to push Princess Lucy Hall to that position." Mu Union licked the lollipop and continued, "Among the 4 angel princesses, the other 2 princesses have no idea about this position, and the mistress didn't have much power at the beginning, so the most likely person to take that position is Princess Lucy Hall. And now the mistress is married to New Eden, and New Eden owns the southern and eastern star regions, and has warships like the sea, which makes the mistress the most promising candidate. This Peter Jagoutis naturally has evil ideas." Listening to Mu Union's words, Sherman and others roughly understood why Peter Jagoutis was so tit-for-tat. In response, Sherman just put his arm around Wang Yan's waist and said frivolously, "Wife, do you want to take that position? As long as you ask, that position is yours." For Sherman's words, Ola and others nodded as a matter of course. It seemed that the position of the Angel Queen was really within reach. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Wang Yan said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I have no idea about that position. It's better to stay by your side every day." As for Wang Yan's words, Aura said respectfully, "Madam, if you don't take that position, I'm afraid there will be a war between the Angel Civilization and New Eden in the future." Aura's words made Wang Yan fall into silence. Because Peter Jagoutis has already become enemies with New Eden, and he is making small moves at the time of the wedding, not to mention Sherman, even she can't swallow this breath. If Lucy Hall takes that position, no matter what Lucy Hall's attitude is, Peter Jagoutis will try his best to plan New Eden. After all, the ambitious Peter Jagoutis will never let go of the various technologies in New Eden that are more advanced than the Angel Civilization, and there will definitely be a battle between the two. So since she married Sherman, she actually has no way out for this matter, and the only way to go is to fight for that position. Sherman gently smoothed Wang Yan's eyebrows with his hand, and said very gently, "Wife, just follow your own ideas. I, New Eden, will not sacrifice your freedom for such a position. In the future, I will make you the most noble woman in this universe, and let the whole universe bow down to you." Sherman's words were very domineering, and this was based on the confidence of absolute strength. The current New Eden is no longer the New Eden of that time. The current New Eden not only unlocks all technological forces, but also has 2 huge star fields, with no shortage of technology and resources. It only takes a little time to develop, and by then, let alone the Angel Civilization, I am afraid that the entire universe will surrender to Sherman. Chapter 519. My lord, this demon civilization has paid the price for its actions, but because of Peter Jagoutis' relationship with the Angel Civilization, we can only wait for you to make a decision. Ola shrugged and said, "Because this demon civilization has long been a mortal enemy, Ola and others can retaliate without scruples, but Peter Jagoutis has a close relationship with the Angel Civilization after all, and because their mistress is the Angel Princess, it is difficult for them to make a counterattack plan." Hearing this, Wang Yan stood up and prepared to avoid him. Sherman held her hand and said gently, "You are my wife and the mistress of New Eden. There is nothing to be shy about." Wang Yan shook her head, held Sherman's face with both hands, and said softly, "Since I married you, you should decide these things by yourself. Even if I am the Angel Princess, I am still your wife. I cannot interfere with your decision. I only ask you to let Lucy Hall and her husband live, so that they can spend the rest of their lives in peace." If Wang Yan's current attitude can be described in one sentence, it would be that the harem should not interfere in politics. Because Wang Yan knows that even if the relationship between husband and wife is good, they still need to pay attention to this aspect. This is the measure that people of their status must know. After saying that, Wang Yan gently kissed Sherman's forehead and walked out of the meeting room to learn cooking from those chefs. Aura looked at Wang Yan and said with a smile, "My lord, it seems that the mistress is still very sensible in this regard. This is a blessing for New Eden. If Wang Yan doesn't take the right stance after marrying in, she will undoubtedly try every means to spy on New Eden, so that New Eden can be integrated into the Angel Civilization and become a subsidiary force. Although Wang Yan is the mistress of New Eden, she only has honorary title but no real power. At least the most important information of New Eden, such as the origin of New Eden, important technology, and even cloned warriors, will not be open to her. Even if Sherman doesn't agree, she can't command a warship." Now Wang Yan's attitude undoubtedly makes Aura and others feel more relieved. As long as this mistress stands on the side of New Eden, everything else is a small matter. Man nodded, and then the combat meeting officially began. Mu Yunyan, what is the process of electing the queen of the angel civilization? Man asked Mu Yunyan, and Mu Yunyan became completely formal, sat up straight and said, My lord, the election of the angel queen requires training at the border of the known universe. I don't know the specific training, but what is certain is that the stronger the candidate princess is, the greater the chance. The border of the known universe? Man shook his head in confusion, and then asked Aura, do you have any ideas for supporting Wang Yan to take the position? Yes, Man intends to help Wang Yan to that position, because it must be done for the benefit of New Eden and future strategy. Of course, Man also has a little selfishness in it. After all, the psychological effect of holding a princess or a queen in your arms is different. Aura was not surprised by Man's decision, but slowly told him the general direction of his plan. My lord, according to what Mu Yunyan said, the selection of the angel queen is based on strength, so we can definitely crush them with our absolute strength. I, New Eden, have absolute confidence in this. Of course, in order to avoid accidents, we can find a way to weaken Peter Yugudi's strength so that he can't participate. The same goes for the forces behind the other two princesses. Ola's words were very clear. Either you develop with peace of mind now, and when this election begins, you can directly use your absolute strength to crush them and compete for that position for Wang Yan. Or they could find a way to make things happen, weaken all other competitors before this election begins, and make them unable to compete for that position. These are just two general strategic directions, and the specific detailed plan needs to be made after Man's decision. Man tapped the table lightly, and quickly looked at Aura. Aura, where is Shangguan Qianqian now? Just outside the door. Let her in. Yes. Because the three descendants of the gods led by Shangguan Qianqian are the secret weapons hidden in New Eden, Shangguan Qianqian did not directly attend the meeting this time, but stayed outside the door to avoid Wang Yan's sight. Soon, Shangguan Qianqian, wearing a hooded coat and a mask on her face, entered the combat meeting room. Meet my lord. Man looked at the guy in front of him, who was wrapped in clothes, and said speechlessly, I say, is it necessary to wear the three gods' adaptive clothing? Isn't it boring? Shangguan Qianqian took off her coat and hood, and the mask slowly dissipated, revealing her charming face. She said happily, Hee, doesn't this make me look more mysterious and more handsome? Man couldn't help but roll his eyes. This three gods' descendants are handsome in their costumes, but their whole bodies are hidden in them, which makes them look boring. Then, Man looked at the long-legged lady in front of him and asked, It's been so long, how is your three gods' descendants developing now? When asked about the business, Shangguan Qianqian also put away the playful smile on his face, and replied formally, My lord, the three major armies of the three gods' descendants have been formed, and the abyss space has also been transformed, and they can go out at any time. Shangguan Qianqian was so excited when she said that. It's been so long, it's finally her turn to appear. Very good. Man nodded with satisfaction at Shangguan Qianqian's good development of the three gods. Then he said to Aura, Then let Shangguan Qianqian's three gods carry out this mission. Aura also nodded in agreement. My lord, I think so too. Now that almost all the forces in New Eden have been exposed, only the three gods can carry out this mission as a single force. The three gods are not like other forces in New Eden, who need to find a base in the main space. Their base is in the extremely harsh abyss space, so they don't have to worry about being attacked by the entire Justice Order. At worst, they can just return to the abyss space, where they have plenty of time to play with the enemy. And most importantly, the three gods can completely leave New Eden and go on missions as a separate force. No matter how sensational the three gods do, it can't be linked to New Eden. At this time, Shangguan Qianqian also said, My lord, this mission is given to me. I will definitely destroy the Carlson civilization, and make Peter Yugudi's pay for his words and deeds. The three descendants of the gods have been unlocked for a long time, but even the Sky Serpent group that was unlocked later can complete the operation of conquering the Eastern Star region, and even the Blood Raiders group has carried out several missions during the wedding. Only her three descendants of the gods have not carried out a mission, until now, which makes her very depressed. So she had to fight for this mission no matter what, otherwise she might as well return to Changming Star City, and be a clerk than to be an official of the three gods. Looking at Shangguan Qianqian, Man also showed a smile on his face, and then made a decision. Order, Shangguan Qianqian leads the three gods to implement the plan of cutting flesh on the Carlson civilization from today, and must reduce its strength to less than half before the Angel Queen election. The rest of the forces can develop with peace of mind. I hope to see the strength of New Eden be significantly improved before the election. Everyone bowed and accepted the order. Yes. At this time, Shangguan Qianqian bowed and said to Sherman, "My lord, because the three descendants of the gods are in the abyss space, the situation is complicated, so I apply for the plan of this operation to be fully formulated and executed by me." To this, Sherman agreed without any hesitation. "As long as you can complete the task, everything is up to you. If you need any supplies now, go to Aura directly to get them." "Thank you, my lord." Chapter 520. Hope Starfield, one of the 10 major starfields of Carlson civilization, is rich in resources, and is an important resource production area of Carlson civilization. It is always heavily guarded by several super flagship fleets. Hope Starfield, Van's Galaxy, Asteroid Belt Number 3. A medium-sized industrial fleet is mining in it. Because the resources in this asteroid belt are rich, everyone is discussing how much money they can get after this job, and where they will go to enjoy themselves. All kinds of jokes with color fill the fleet channel. At this moment, a wormhole suddenly appeared in the space tens of thousands of kilometers away from the asteroid belt, and the signal wave that broke through to the main space spread in all directions. Seeing this wormhole, the fleet of the industrial fleet immediately called the garrison fleet of the local galaxy to come and block it, and the industrial fleet also returned directly to avoid any accidents. Soon, a garrison fleet quickly blocked the area around the wormhole, and after seeing the wormhole, it immediately reported the situation directly to Peter Yagutis. Wormhole. In Star City, Peter Yagutis sobered up after hearing the news and asked, "How is the wormhole? Have you found the number?" Many of these wormholes are connected to independent unknown galaxies, and these unknown spaces are almost all relics of ancient civilizations. No one can explain their specific formation until now. But, without exception, if you find this kind of wormhole, you can make a fortune in it. If you encounter a brand new wormhole that has never appeared before, it is very likely that there is a legacy of ancient civilization in it, and the value is immeasurable. Soon, the captain of the Van's Galaxy Garrison Fleet sent back information. "Your Majesty, according to the quantum entanglement signal query outside the wormhole, no relevant information was found in the Justice Order. It is likely to be a brand new wormhole. Each wormhole is connected to the unknown space, and these wormholes will carry unique quantum signals in the unknown space after appearing in the main space, so it is very simple to query. Now many forces that have inherited ancient civilizations live in them, and in order to avoid unnecessary accidents, both angel civilization and demon civilization have relevant information, so if nothing can be found, there are only two possibilities. One possibility is that the unknown space connected by this wormhole has been occupied by the demon civilization sequence, so they cannot find it. The other possibility is that this is a wormhole that has just appeared, and the other side is a brand new unknown space." Thinking of this, Peter Yagutis suddenly felt hot all over. This is very likely a brand new wormhole. Even if there is no inheritance of ancient civilization in it, it will be an incomparable wealth. "Theodore Virgil, take your fleet in to check it out first. I will be there soon." Peter Yagutis immediately gave an order to the captain of the garrison fleet of the Van's Galaxy, and then did not attend the cocktail party, and hurriedly led his guards to the Van's Galaxy without stopping. "Yes, Your Majesty." Theodore Virgil immediately accepted the order. After hanging up the communication, Theodore Virgil immediately led a team into the wormhole. After entering the wormhole, looking at the surrounding environment, Theodore Virgil was a little dazed. It was seen that this wormhole was not a galaxy like other unknown wormholes, but a huge circular force field with a radius of 5,000 kilometers, in which there were several huge control towers. "Go to the periphery, and try it out to see what the situation is." Theodore Virgil immediately ordered a battleship to sail out of the border for a test. In the eyes of everyone, the battleship tried to leave the border, and saw a fierce cosmic storm suddenly swept the entire battleship. The battleship's energy shield dropped by more than half in an instant, frightening the battleship driver to quickly return to the border. After entering the border, the cosmic storm was isolated outside, and the driver looked at the storm outside with lingering fear. Theodore Virgil looked thoughtfully at the storm outside the border and the control towers erected in the border, and suddenly had a guess in his mind. Perhaps it was these control towers that supported the safe area. Before he could react, he heard a series of exclamations from the fleet. "Captain, there is a situation." Theodore Virgil immediately looked at the scanner, and saw that in the severely interfered scanner, the engines of strange-shaped warships suddenly started, shaking off the cosmic dust on their bodies, as if they had just awakened from ancient times. Looking at these warships, Theodore Virgil suddenly felt a sudden shock in his heart, and hurriedly opened the public channel to communicate. "I am the fleet of Carlson civilization under the Justice Order. I have no intention of intruding into your territory. Please forgive me. However, no matter what he said, the other party seemed to not understand and continued to rush towards him, and he did not search for the public channels of these warships. Seeing that the other party had completed the lock on him, Theodore Virgil stopped talking nonsense and immediately ordered the fleet to counterattack. At the moment of contact, the firepower of their warships hit these warships and instantly shredded their shield defenses. But after entering the armor, these cruiser-level warships began to remotely repair each other. Under the repair chain of a full 20 cruisers, their 8 battleships simply could not break through their defenses. Looking at the frowning Theodore Virgil, a teammate comforted him and said, "Captain, these warships should be logistics ships, and their repair chains are a bit disgusting after all. Their attack power is not very good. We can wear them down." Theodore Virgil nodded to his subordinates. After all, the only thing that was a bit disgusting about these warships was the logistics and maintenance chain. The rays fired by the spherical weapons of these warships did not cause much damage, and 20 ships could only barely break the defense. Moreover, they also brought 2 battleship-level logistics ships this time, which were completely able to withstand the attack. As long as they maintained the intensity of the attack and waited until the remote maintenance devices of these enemy ships had no energy to maintain, they would be able to open a breakthrough. Afterwards, Theodore Virgil decisively ordered to select 2 targets, and to maximize the firepower intensity, which could also consume more energy from the enemy's warships. However, as time went on, they found that something was wrong. "Captain, the enemy's attack intensity is constantly increasing, and it has increased by at least 50%. "What?" When Theodore Virgil heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of weapon is this? This made him feel very tricky. After all, the maintenance volume of their 2 logistics ships is fixed. Once the enemy's damage exceeds their maintenance limit, it will be bad. Chapter 521. "Captain, if we don't find a solution, we will all die here." As the intensity of the attack continued to rise, the pressure on the 2 logistics ships suddenly increased. There were even a few times when they almost failed to repair their friendly forces due to insufficient energy supply. It can be said that their team is now in danger. If someone had said in the past that 20 logistics ships could threaten a battle squadron, Theodore Virgil would definitely slap him in the face. But now, their battle squadron, which was accompanied by 2 battleship-class logistics ships, a total of 10 battleships, was actually unable to hold on. Looking at the enemy ships flying around the fleet, Theodore Virgil gritted his teeth. "Everyone, overload your weapons and thrusters, and slowly move towards the wormhole." These battleships were too weird. Theodore Virgil had never encountered such a thing in his decades of combat career, so it was better to retreat first, otherwise it would be a waste of time if they were defeated here. Watching Theodore Virgil's team approaching the wormhole, they looked like they wanted to retreat. Shangguan Qianqian, who was in the 3 God shipyard, curled his lips. "A bunch of rubbish, they can't even handle 20 Widmar-class cruisers, and I have to let them go again." As he said that, Shangguan Qianqian shut down the remote repair chains of the 20 Widmar-class cruisers one by one, and reloaded the weapons of half of the warships. Because the 3 Gods' exclusive weapon Entropy Decomposer can continuously stack power damage, but it is also based on the situation of continuous attack. Once the ammunition is replaced, it will return to the initial state, and can only be stacked again. The reaction of these Widmar-class cruisers was soon discovered by Theodore Virgil and others. "Captain, the enemy's maintenance capacity has decreased, and the firepower has also decreased a lot." As the pilots of the logistics ships, they felt this intuitively, and they didn't even need to turn on all the remote repairers to maintain it. Seeing this situation, Theodore Virgil also made a prompt decision and ordered all battleships to overload their weapon systems and attack with all their strength. Because this opportunity is very short, we must not miss it. Once the enemy's remote repair chain comes back, there will be no chance. Facing the full-scale attack of 8 battleships, one of the Widmar-class cruisers was directly destroyed on the spot, and the destruction of this Widmar-class cruiser seemed to have a chain reaction, causing the entire Widmar-class cruiser group to collapse. As the Widmar-class cruisers on the field were cleared one by one, Theodore Virgil's heart slowly fell, and the whole team began to become calm. Shangguan Qianqian, who was holding a lollipop in his mouth, said in a slurred voice, "TSK, you want to leave like this without paying a price?" As soon as the voice fell, the remaining 15 Widmar-class cruisers immediately overloaded their weapons and restarted the remote repair chain. The heavy entropy decomposer became faster under overload, and the damage became faster. The pressure on Theodore Virgil and others also became very great in an instant. The reappearance of the remote repair chain also made them feel depressed. At this time, They were already hundreds of kilometers away from the wormhole. It was impossible to retreat under the effects of a series of jump scrambling and stagnation beams. The only thing left for them was to fight their way out. If they don't advance, they will die. With no way to retreat, Theodore Virgil's team suddenly burst out with extremely strong combat power and turned the situation around. Relying on the tonnage and firepower advantages of the battleships, they forcibly exchanged 8 Wedmark-class cruisers with their lives for their lives, and they also paid the price of 3 battleships. After losing 8 Wedmark-class cruisers, the firepower and remote repair chain of the Wedmark-class group had dropped to a level that Theodore Virgil's team could accept. Then Theodore Virgil took steady steps and ate up the remaining Wedmark-class cruisers. After destroying the last Wedmark-class cruiser, Theodore Virgil and his team finally breathed a sigh of relief. Third brother, go find out if there is anything valuable in the wreckage of these warships, and take them all out. Then, before he finished speaking, Theodore Virgil saw the wreckage of the warships on the field disappear quickly, as if they were dissolved by something. Not only the wreckage of the Wedmark-class cruiser, but also the wreckage of their teammates' warships disappeared. This made Theodore Virgil look very ugly. He and others paid such a price, but they didn't get anything? Looking at the empty force field in front of him, Theodore Virgil ordered the fleet to disperse and search, and he was almost digging 3 feet into the ground. What's more, they actually found an elliptical storage cabin. Without any hesitation, Theodore Virgil used the secondary gun to smash the edge of the storage cabin, and then used the tractor beam to pick up a piece of equipment and several unknown things from it. Looking at the things in the cabin, Theodore Virgil was a little confused. He had never seen these things before. And at this moment, a man wearing a mysterious hoodie and a mask on his face suddenly broke into their public channel and made a mechanical sound. Congratulations on completing the Abyss Challenge trial in 26 minutes and 50 seconds. Do you want to leave? Looking at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, Theodore Virgil suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. He suppressed his excitement and asked tentatively, "What is this Abyss trial?" Faced with Theodore Virgil's tentative question, the holographic projection in front of him seemed to trigger some instructions, and slowly explained. The Abyss Challenge trial is a training ground for the 3 gods to train new recruits, and there is a chance to get Abyss Mutants and Abyss Fiber keys as rewards. The Abyss Fiber can open the jump track, which can help cruisers and warships below the cruiser enter the Abyss from any space for trials. Note that the trial must be completed within 30 minutes, and you will die if you exceed the time limit. As the explanation was given, Theodore Virgil's eyes gradually lit up, and he completely understood what this Abyss Challenge was. This is the training ground of a super civilization called the 3 Gods in ancient times. Not only can the soldiers' combat skills be honed here, but they can also obtain rewards called Abyss Mutant and Abyss Fiber Key. The effect of the former is unknown and still needs to be tested, while the latter is the key to enter the Abyss Challenge field. Before Theodore Virgil could ask any more questions, he heard this figure issuing a cold warning. There is still 1 minute left before the Abyss collapses. Please leave as soon as possible. There is still 1 minute left before the Abyss collapses. Please leave as soon as possible. There is still 1 minute left before the Abyss collapses. Please leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, Theodore Virgil hurriedly led the remaining people to the wormhole. He had just asked that if the Abyss Challenge was opened, it would collapse in 30 minutes regardless of whether the challenge was successful or not. When the storm outside the border rushed in, they would have no hope of survival. Chapter 522. As Theodore Virgil and his companions emerged from the wormhole in a state of embarrassment, the wormhole suddenly collapsed. Peter Yagutis, who had just arrived, looked at the collapsed wormhole in front of him and the injured team, and his heart suddenly jumped. He hurriedly asked, "Theodore Virgil, what's the situation inside? Is it a new unknown space?" Theodore Virgil took a breath and answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, there are indeed relics of an ancient civilization in this wormhole. After we go in." Theodore Virgil recounted what happened after entering the ship, and finally handed over the spoils to Peter Yagutis. "Your Majesty, these are the 2 spoils we got from it. One is called Abyss Mutant, and the other is Abyss Challenge Key that can enter it again." Peter Yagutis looked at the things in the cabin and frowned slightly. "You mean, the unknown space in this wormhole was transformed into a training ground by this ancient civilization called the 3 Gods, and completing the challenge can get the rewards of the Abyss Mutant and the Abyss Key?" "Yes." Peter Yagutis looked at the collapsed wormhole and turned to the Imperial Research Institute with the stuff. "Your Majesty, where did you get this stuff?" "It's a groundbreaking product." Less than an hour after sending the stuff to the Carlson Imperial Research Institute, a middle-aged man trotted out with a piece of equipment, his face full of enthusiasm. Peter Yagutis looked at the guy in front of him and asked curiously, How is the experiment going? It's perfect. The scientist took out the equipment in the box with an obsessed look, while Peter Yagoudis looked at the equipment in front of him and couldn't see anything. Then he said with a confused look, "Isn't this just an ordinary weapon radiator?" "Laser weapon radiator. This thing can increase the damage of laser weapons and increase the firing rate of laser weapons through heat dissipation. It can be said to be a very ordinary thing." Facing Peter Yagoudis' doubts, the scientist stroked the weapon radiator as if he was stroking the skin of a girl and said with an obsessed look, "This is mutated through the thing you brought, and it should now be called Abyss Weapon Radiator." Peter Yagoudis shrugged as he looked at the equipment that had not changed much. "Is there any difference from the normal ones?" "It is very different." The scientist couldn't help but rub his hands when he said this. This Abyss mutant should be created through some kind of quantum entanglement technology, which can mutate weapons and equipment at the quantum level and redevelop the weapon system to change the properties of the weapon. Take the Abyss Weapon Radiator in front of us for example. Although it is no different from the others, its heat dissipation effect has increased by a full 20% compared to the original, and the spectrum condensation effect on the laser emitter has also increased by at least 5%. It can be said that compared with the original, this is simply a world of difference. What? After hearing the scientist's explanation, Peter Yagoudis immediately looked at the weapon radiator in front of him with a fiery face. Just such a radiator? I wonder how much the combat power of the warship can be increased. After all, in other words, compared with the original, this thing in front of him can increase the firing rate by 20% and the damage by 5%. This is simply a magical weapon. But then, Peter Yagoudis calmed down and asked very calmly, "Does this thing have any side effects?" "If you give up something, you will gain something. If you gain something, you will lose something. Such a magical tool cannot be without flaws." As expected, the scientist explained, "This mutant is made using unknown quantum technology, and there is no way to control the mutation process, which means that the result of this mutation is unpredictable and depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can get equipment like now. If you are unlucky, you will not even get as good as ordinary equipment." Seeing that Peter Yagoudis' interest was fading little by little, the scientist suddenly patted his chest and said, "Your Majesty, although the direction and effect of this mutation are uncontrollable, as long as we can master this technology, sooner or later we can make the mutation mutate in a fixed direction." At that time, hearing this, Peter Yagoudis, who had calmed down, suddenly became hot again. If this thing can really be controlled, the benefits will be incalculable, and the combat effectiveness of his Carlson civilization can be greatly enhanced. "What do you need?" "Abyss mutants." "How many?" "The more the better. After all, you should know the cost and time of research." "Okay." Peter Yagoudis turned to look at the chief scientist of the Carlson civilization and said word by word, "Give me some time. At most tomorrow, there will be a steady stream of Abyss mutants for you. You need to do is to research them as much as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." After coming out of the Academy of Sciences, Peter Yagoudis immediately issued orders to all the army groups, ordered all the elite pilots to rush to the first star to assemble immediately. At the same time, a large number of advanced warships and equipment were also continuously transported. According to the battle record set by Theodore Virgil, this Abyss challenge is unusually difficult, and victory means life, failure means death, which is very cruel. So in order to reduce casualties, these must be prepared. Soon, thousands of experienced elite pilots arrived at the first star, and the latest warships and equipment were also transported here. After asking Theodore Virgil, an experienced person, to give relevant precautions, Peter Yagoudis personally selected the 10 strongest pilots and watched them use the Abyss Fiber Key. As the Abyss Fiber Key was opened, a jump track appeared, and they disappeared in front of everyone in groups of 5. Because Theodore Virgil and others entered through the wormhole, it was considered a bug in the Abyss trial field, and this kind of entry with the Abyss Fiber Key has very high restrictions. No cruiser or above warships are allowed to enter, and the maximum number of people entering is limited to 5. The fewer the number of people, the smaller the tonnage of the warship, and the higher the reward. Now Peter Yagoudis only has 2 keys in his hand, so for the first time in the Abyss trial, he said 5 people to enter for safety. Facts have proved that such safety is worthy of recognition. In less than 15 minutes, the 2 teams returned from the Abyss one after another, and successfully completed the trial. Although they did not get the Abyss mutant, they also brought back more than a dozen Abyss keys. Afterwards, more teams entered one after another. Chapter 523. An hour later, Peter Yagoudis called off the Abyss trial, which made everyone feel relieved. Even though they were all elite, these Abyss keys were really poisonous. The difficulty of entering the Abyss was different. Some difficulties could be passed by a single person, while some were ridiculously difficult and could only be passed by time. In just 1 hour, 13 teams failed to come out, which means that a total of 65 people died. Although it was nothing compared to their team of nearly 2,000 people, it was indeed frightening. No one knew what kind of abyss challenge they would face next time. But it was not without gain. At least after this 1-hour abyss trial, they also learned that these abyss keys are also divided into different levels, and there are different levels of abyss trials according to the keys. Level 1 and 2 are the easiest, and they can be completed within 15 minutes with their strength. Level 3 is a bit more difficult, but it can also be completed within 25 minutes. As for Level 4, only 15 teams have challenged it so far, but only 5 have succeeded, and the casualty ratio is 2 to 3. As for the most dangerous Level 5 Abyss Challenge, none of the 3 teams that have entered have been able to come out yet, and all of them have been defeated. Of course, the risk and reward are proportional. Most of the abysses of the first and second levels only reward abyss keys, and there are very few mutants. And the mutants above Level 3 are multiplied, and the mutants in Peter Yagoudis' hands are almost all obtained at Level 3 and Level 4. After such an experiment, Peter Yagoudis also knew that the safest thing for them now is to brush the Level 3 abyss, and it would be more troublesome to go to higher levels. Afterwards, Peter Yagoudis ordered the 10 most elite teams to continue attacking the third level abyss. After the other teams entered the first and second level abyss to brush the keys, he ordered people to take all the mutants to the Imperial Research Institute. 3 days later, after 3 days of abyss trials, the fleets became more skilled, and after being equipped with better mutant equipment after mutation by the Imperial Research Institute, they became more handy. Even most of the trial fleets have completed the replacement of abyss equipment. As for the keys, Peter Yagoudis guarded them strictly. Every time a team started a trial, they had to report it, and they were not allowed to leave a single key after the trial. They had to hand them all in. Only after reporting could they receive the corresponding key. However, when handing in the spoils, Theodore Virgil secretly hid a key. After learning about the relevant information about the Abyss Challenge, he could not suppress his curiosity, and started the Abyss Challenge in a top-of-the-line cruiser. Shangguan Qianqian, who had been prepared for this, deliberately let Theodore Virgil pass the challenge safely, and also gave him a lot of spoils. And Theodore Virgil lived up to expectations, and sold these mutants on the black market after completing the Abyss Challenge. The recent abnormalities of the Carlson civilization naturally could not escape the observation of those who were interested, so they were very curious about this Abyss mutant, which also made Theodore Virgil earn a lot of wealth. More importantly, the Abyss key also leaked out. Although Peter Yagoudis executed Theodore Virgil after finding out the truth, it was too late to stop it. Coupled with the secret instigation of some people, the Abyss mutants were sold at a very high price on the black market. Even the worst corrupt mutants could be sold for tens of millions, and unstable mutants could be sold for tens of billions. The benefits are tempting. Then with the death of Theodore Virgil, a large number of Abyss keys began to flow out of the black market. In addition, some people tasted the sweetness and obtained more keys from them, and scattered them into the market, making the situation even more uncontrollable. In just half a month, there were so many Abyss keys that they no longer needed to be sold on the black market, but were sold openly in stores. However, due to the high difficulty of the Abyss Challenge, the Abyss mutants were still very rare in the market, which gave Peter Yagoudis a chance to take them back. But after all, the truth cannot be hidden. The 3 gods of the ancient civilization and the Abyss Challenge were also noticed by other civilizations, and countless Abyss keys were leaked. But the good news is that the Abyss key can only be used in the Hope Star region and its surrounding star regions. In the words of the chief scientist of the Carlson civilization, only these star regions have the quantum entanglement signal that originally flowed out of the wormhole, and this quantum entanglement signal is the key to using the Abyss key. This is a blessing in disguise. Since the Abyss Challenge field could no longer be concealed, Peter Yagoudis simply opened a shop in the star fields that could use the Abyss key, specializing in selling the Abyss key and recycling the Abyss mutants, and made a lot of money. As the number of mutants increased, the relevant research work of the Carlson civilization was also completed. But unfortunately, countless experiments have proved that this mutation is completely uncontrollable, and human intervention can only destroy the mutants and mutants. Hearing the words of the chief scientist, Peter Yagoudis was relieved. After all, it has been exposed now. If it is really possible to artificially intervene in the mutation, then he can't keep it, and can only hand it over to the angel civilization, or even secretly give it to the demon civilization. Now that artificial intervention is not possible, he can still turn these star fields into the Abyss Challenge field, and make a lot of money from it. This is a situation that is beneficial to him. After all, this abyss key can only be used in his territory, and will be invalid in other places. Others have no choice but to pay him obediently. Looking at Peter Yagoudis, who made a fortune from the abyss, others could only express envy. And this situation lasted for 3 whole months. 3 months later, in the abyss space, a shipyard of the Trigods. Shangguan Qianqian looked at the 5-star fields that had reached the conditions for quantum entanglement, and couldn't help stretching. Finally, the conditions for connection have been met, otherwise my bones would have rusted. Because if the Trigods want to connect the abyss space to the main space and the abyss space need to have enough quantum entanglement, otherwise the track cannot be laid from the abyss space. Each time the abyss challenge opens, the main space and the abyss space will be entangled. This is the battle plan that Shangguan Qianqian has laid out. It is in this silent invasion of the Carlson 1-star domain that she will complete. As long as the conditions are met, she can appear in any corner of these star domains, with the 3 gods fleet at any time, and attack the enemy in an elusive manner. Just when Shangguan Qianqian was stretching her muscles and preparing to start the next stage of the plan, Estimeltel found her. Estimeltel went up to her and hugged her, stuffed a lollipop into her mouth, and said in a coquettish tone, "Qianqian, can you postpone your plan for another 2 months?" Shangguan Qianqian licked the new flavor of lollipop, squinted her eyes, and said with enjoyment, "Reason." Estimeltel said with a smile, "You made the Abyss Challenge so popular, and I also want to make a fortune from it." Before Estimeltel finished her words, Shangguan Qianqian immediately understood what she meant. "You want to sell warships and equipment?" "Yes." Estimelteris nodded and admitted, "Only the warships of my Gustas group can complete this Abyss Challenge easily, and you are secretly letting them go a little bit, which will not only make me a lot of money, but also speed up your invasion plan, right?" Shangguan Qianqian nodded, then shook her head, and opened her palm in front of Estimelteris. 50%, I want half of your profit this time, otherwise I will go to other sisters for cooperation. She has the final say on who wins, and who loses in this Abyss Challenge. Even if another Ibis comes in, she can make it complete the highest level of Abyss Challenge, and return with a full load. In this matter, she occupies an absolute leadership position. Listening to Shangguan Qianqian's request, Estimeltel immediately jumped up like a rabbit, and said angrily, "How can you suck blood better than Sister Dracria Melon? I can only give you 20% at most." Shangguan Qianqian bit the lollipop into pieces, and looked at Estimeltel with invincible eyes. 50%, not a bit less, otherwise I go find Sister Dracria Melon. Her Blood Raiders group is short of resources right now. I believe she will agree even if it's 60%, right? Hearing this, Estimeltel immediately lost his temper, and could only say angrily, "Humph, 50% is 50%, but you must cooperate. Don't worry, you make money as me making money." Chapter 524. Because of the challenge of the Abyss, an ancient civilization relic that anyone can participate in, the business of the Carlson civilization has been greatly developed, and Peter Yagoudis, in order to make more profits, almost accepts anyone who does not commit crimes within the country. Pirates, mercenaries, criminals, and even people of the free order, as long as they pay, Peter Yagoudis will accept them all. In addition, the Carlson civilization is located right between the free order and the justice order. The excellent geographical location also makes the Carlson civilization become a new commercial country in the Central Star Field in just 3 months. Peter Yagoudis has a lot of business taxes. In this regard, Peter Yagoudis sat on the sofa in Star City very contentedly, looking down at the busy crowd below, and his life was very comfortable. At this time, a person from the business department ran in and disturbed his interest. Before he could get angry, the person hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the caravan of New Eden has arrived." Since the appearance of this Abyss Challenge, Peter Yagoudis has specifically instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on the people of New Eden, hoping that New Eden can also make a fortune from it. So after the people from the Commerce Department found out about the New Eden caravan's entry request, they immediately ran to tell Peter Yagoudis. Peter Yagoudis stood up and stretched, then took a step and said, "Lead the way, I want to see what New Eden wants to sell in my territory." In the Star City Market, a store called Gusta's Manufacturing that sells warships and warship equipment opened. Because Estimeltel could not leave his defense zone at will, this time it was Gudu who volunteered to come. But Gudu is a rough man after all. In the past, when Shubai was in charge of the business. Now he is a bit at a loss after opening the store. He doesn't know how to do any promotional activities. He just puts the data of warships and equipment there and lets customers choose for themselves. But in the past 3 months, there are countless warship sales stores in this Star City. The variety of warships is dazzling. How can Gouda grab customers from others? Peter Yagoudis looked at the deserted store in the distance and almost laughed out loud. This New Eden sent such a fool here. Aren't they afraid that they won't be able to collect all the money and go bankrupt? Looking at Peter Yagoudis, who was laughing so hard that he was out of breath, the people from the Ministry of Commerce said with a charming smile, "Your Majesty, do you want us to help them get out the next day?" Peter Yagoudis looked at the people who made suggestions behind him, and couldn't help showing a very sensible expression, then turned around and left after leaving a word. "I don't want to see this New Eden store open tomorrow, but pay attention to the method and use your brain more. After all, these guys are stupid and reckless. If you want to die, I can't save you." Seeing Peter Yagoudis leaving, the guy who knew he had a chance nodded and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry." At night, Gutu, who was dozing at the door, welcomed the first customer. "Boss, how much do you sell this warship?" Gutu woke up suddenly, and after hearing that there was business, he instantly changed from being awakened by anger to being a businessman. "It depends on what level of warship the customer wants." The visitor looked at Gutu and said with a fake smile, "Just tell me, can your warship pass the Abyss challenge?" "Of course you can." Gutu pointed to the projection on the counter and introduced one by one. The Qianlong-class frigate can be equipped with a light missile launcher and uses an excellent drone system. It is the best in defense and firepower. One ship can easily clear the first and second level abyss, 3 ships can clear the third level abyss, and 5 ships can also clear the fourth level abyss. As for the 5th level abyss, there is no specific data, so I will not comment on it. This is the Poison Lizard class cruiser. The weapon system uses advanced missile systems and drone systems. It can release 2 medium-sized drones with full firepower. In terms of defense, it also adopts a powerful shield defense system, which can easily withstand the firepower of the abyss below level 3, and there is a 60% chance of coming out of the abyss of level 4. If 5 ships go in together, even the abyss of level 5 is not impossible to try. Here are the weapons and equipment of the Figuristas series, from missile launchers to shield rechargers, and the performance is very good. After all, Gutu is not a real businessman, and the introduction of these castrated warships is very honest. If when Shubai came, he would definitely use rhetoric to make the guests think that these were the original warships that had severely damaged the fleet of the demon civilization in the southern star field, and subconsciously let the guests know that these warships were very powerful, and they would not be so dry and honest. The guest did not even look at these warships and equipment, but sat on the sofa and said to Gutu, "What if your warships here do not have the effect you said?" Gutu was very honest about this. "As long as your warships are not stupidly equipped, or if you challenge the advanced abyss alone without knowing your own strength, I can guarantee that you can return safely. Otherwise, I will compensate you tenfold." The guest shook his head and added, "If it doesn't have the effect you said, you will not only have to pay 10 times the compensation, but also move out. In the future, you New Eden will not be able to come to Carlson civilization for business activities." Hearing this tone, Gutu also half closed his eyes, his body suddenly straightened, and looked at the dwarf in front of him, who was a head shorter than him. "Who are you?" The visitor did not hide at all and said, "Free order?" Hearing that it was this old rival of New Eden, Gutu grinned, and his smile looked very ferocious and terrifying. "So it's you guys who are defeated. How come you're still not convinced after being defeated from the southern star field to the eastern star field, and even the princess was captured once? I don't want to talk to you about these military matters, I just want to know if you dare to gamble. What's the price you want to pay? Same, if you win, I buy your goods at 100 times the price." "Very good deal." At this moment, Gutu smiled happily, the mission was completed in excess. Both parties quickly found someone from the business department of Carlson civilization as a witness, and soon a gambling agreement appeared, and both parties signed it very readily. While wiping the mark on his finger, Gutu smiled and said, "Since the agreement has been signed, why don't you bring people to drive the warship to try it?" "Oh, I don't want my people to suffer losses for nothing." The man stood up and walked to the door of the store. After taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, the owner of this store said that his warship can safely pass any abyss challenge below level 3, even level 4 is a sure thing, and there is even a chance to pass level 5 abyss. I don't believe it, so if you guys want to try it, I pay for everything you spend inside." But everyone looked at this slightly shabby store and shook their heads. As an arms dealer, if he has the strength, why doesn't he open a better store? They don't want to risk their lives to participate in other people's gambling. Although it's fun to get something for free, you still have to be alive to get it. Chapter 525. Although this abyss challenge is good, it is also a risk of life. so they dare not easily try this kind of ship type that they have never seen before. Seeing that everyone did not want to participate, Karan Singh also smiled. He is a logistics minister under the Black Flag Corps. After the Abyss Challenge of the Carlson civilization appeared, he came with a caravan under the order of Edry Black Flag. And just a few hours ago, the people of the commercial department of the Carlson civilization found him, hoping to force New Eden to withdraw from the Carlson civilization, and did not want New Eden to share this cake. The Black Flag Corps had a deep grudge with New Eden, so he naturally agreed to this, and then the current scene happened. Seeing that no one wanted to try his New Eden worship, Gutu immediately set his sights on Karan Singh. Hey dwarf, since no one is willing, how about we do it ourselves? Karan Singh glanced at Gutu, crossed his arms, and said in a sinister voice, I dare not use your worship. No one else dares to use it. Do you think I will joke with you with my life? Hearing this, Gutu grinned and clenched his fists. Then I will personally drive the worship in my store to start the Abyss Challenge. How about that? Okay. Karan Singh was waiting for this sentence. Then he pointed directly at the worship projected on the counter and said, Since you said that your frigate can pass the first and second level Abyss challenges without pressure, then go and try it. When everyone heard Karan Singh's request, they took a deep breath. Currently, only the special frigates of the Angel Civilization and the Demon Civilization can pass the level, and no one from other forces has heard of it yet. Of course, there are some secret forces that have inherited the heritage of ancient civilization, but they are very low-key and will not be exposed. So Karan Singh's condition is obviously to let Gutu die in the Abyss. However, Gutu agreed without hesitation. No problem. I will use this Qianlong-class frigate, and the equipment will also use the one sold in the store, and challenge the first and second level Abyss to show you. Okay, refreshing. Then, Gutu randomly selected a Qianlong-class frigate under the supervision of everyone, and then selected some equipment from the warehouse. In less than half an hour, a fully armed submarine dragon appeared in the deep space, and there were also a bunch of guys watching the fun outside. Then, in the eyes of everyone, Gutu opened the first level Abyss key without hesitation, and the warship was sucked into the Abyss. After entering the Abyss, Gutu directly ignored the several Tri-God warships around him, who were eyeing him covetously, and shouted in the internal channel, Sister Shangwan, give me more things. Whether I can make money depends on this time. Shangwan Qianqian, who was staying in the Three-God shipyard, muttered, I know, you start quickly, you have to act out the whole play. As he said that, he ordered the fleet to attack Gutu, and Gutu also opened the battle record and launched an attack. Under Shangwan Qianqian's deliberate release, the Three Gods fleet seemed to have fierce firepower, but there was no logistics maintenance. In addition, although the Qianlong class was a castrated version, the power of the missiles and drones was real, and they could destroy the Three Gods warships before the damage was stacked up every time. No matter how the Three Gods warships attack, the submarine dragon can maintain a safe shield, which is very safe. This Abyss challenge was passed quickly and easily, and when picking up the spoils, Gutu looked at the things in the period and couldn't help but give Shangwan Qianqian a thumbs up. This sister is good, she really gives things away. After getting the spoils, Gutu did not delay any longer and left the Abyss in an instant with the help of the jump track. In the main space, as the Abyss trace emitted a ray of light, Gutu's submarine dragon suddenly drilled out. Looking at Gutu's warship, everyone's eyes widened. 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Fuck, this is a record. Looking at the completion time, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. And Gutu also directly made the battle record and spoils public in the public channel. This is the battle record and spoils of this Abyss challenge, proving the authenticity of my Abyss challenge this time. Words can deceive people, but this battle record and spoils can't deceive people. With the release of the battle record, the performance of the sub-dragon in the Abyss was also displayed to everyone. This sub-dragon, with its excellent defense and firepower, attracted everyone's attention. And when they saw the spoils, everyone was shocked. There were 3 different types of Abyss mutants, and among them was a set of clothes called Three God Survival Set. Although it was very surprising to get 3 Abyss mutants in this level of Abyss challenge, it was still acceptable when I thought that this was a reward for a frigate to complete alone. Compared to the Abyss mutant, everyone was more curious about the Three God Survival Suit that they had never seen before. Sir Gutu, what is this Three God Survival Suit? What is its use? Seeing someone asking, Gutu also answered very honestly, this Three God Survival Suit is just a piece of clothing, but according to the news, as long as you wear this to challenge the Abyss, you can be exempted from the punishment of failing the Abyss once and come back safely. In other words, it was a chance to avoid death. As soon as this was said, everyone was like a pack of wolves, holding the money in their hands and wanting to buy this clothing. In just a few minutes, this set of 3 God survival set was sold for more than 10 billion. Afterwards, it was bought by the wealthy Peter Ugudis for 23 billion star coins. Looking at this situation, Gouda couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Shangguan Qianqian is still playing around. A piece of clothing worth a few thousand star coins was sold for more than 20 billion. Amazing. Peter Ugudis spent a lot of money to buy the 3 God survival kit. Of course, it was not to be good for his subordinates, but to use it to test the level 5 Abyss challenge that no one has passed so far. It's not that he didn't have people try the level 5 Abyss, but without exception, they all failed. Because they couldn't contact the outside world after entering the Abyss challenge, he lost so many people, but couldn't bring back any information. He didn't know what the 3 gods' warships were in the level 5 Abyss challenge, let alone targeting them. Moreover, Peter Ugudis suspected that the first person who passed this highest Abyss challenge would most likely obtain the inheritance of the 3 gods' civilization. Peter Ugudis did not lose out by using more than 20 billion to exchange for specific information about the level 5 Abyss. Chapter 526. Looking at the people who were regretful for not being able to grab the 3 gods survival set, Gu Tu remembered Shangguan Qianqian's words and coughed lightly. Don't worry, everyone. I also got a hint when I came out of the Abyss. This 3 God survival set everyone has a chance to get it. Hearing Gu Tu's words, everyone's eyes lit up. This thing can be sold for more than 20 billion. If you get one, you can retire and live the rest of your life. Who wouldn't be jealous? Gu Tu looked at everyone with satisfaction, cleared his throat and continued. According to the prompt, this 3 God survival set, if the frigate challenges alone, there is a 0.5% chance of getting the first level Abyss, 1% of the second level Abyss, 2% of the third level Abyss, 4% of the fourth level Abyss, and a full 10% of the fifth level Abyss. And if the cruiser challenges alone, only the third level Abyss or above has a chance to get it. As for the team, no matter what level of warship, there is no chance to get it. This thing was made by Shangguan Qianqian, in order to attract these guys to go to the Abyss alone with benefits. This will not only speed up the progress of the plan, but also allow her to make a fortune. After all, this so-called 3 God survival set golden medal of immunity, she can have as many as she wants. And doesn't she have the final say on the quantity on the market? This is her business that Shangguan Qianqian monopolizes. Everyone, my potential dragon level strength is here. I dare not say it is higher, but at least the first and second level of the Abyss challenge can be passed as long as the operation is fine. I dare not think about the high level Abyss challenge, but the first and second level Abyss challenges are no problem. I have a chance to get this 3 God survival set. After saying that, Gu Tu started the second level Abyss challenge in front of everyone. He came out safely at 23 minutes. Although he did not bring out the 3 God survival set, he also obtained several Abyss mutants, which was a great harvest. After Gu Tu personally proved the strength of his warship equipment, Karan Singh did not dare to break the agreement and had to obediently take this batch of warships and equipment at 100 times the price. He believed that if he dared to break the contract, then these reckless men from New Eden would dare to bring the super flagship fleet to collect the debt. Looking at the funds in the account, Gouda said to others happily, "Don't worry, the next batch of warships and equipment from Augustus Group will be shipped tomorrow, and the price remains unchanged." Looking at the proud Gutu, Karan Singh left with a dark face. It seems that he can only eat this batch of goods himself. After this incident, Peter Ugudis was no longer in the mood to drive New Eden out of the market, and even specially purchased a batch of warships and equipment from the Augustus Group. In the face of interests, all grudges can be temporarily put aside. The excellent performance of Augustus Group warships in the Abyss Challenge has allowed its market share to continue to expand. According to data, the Augustus Group's fine warships perform very well in the Abyss, and almost 9 out of 10 times they can return. Although the market price has dropped again and again due to the increase in mutants, it is still profitable. A fine decorated submarine-class frigate of the Augustus Group costs 500 million, and a fine decorated Poison Lizard-class cruiser costs a full 2 billion. Although the investment is large, according to the current market conditions, it can be recovered or even profitable in 10 times or as little as 1 time. Even if they curse the profiteers of Augustus, there are still many forces that grit their teeth to buy. After all, only the warships of Augustus Group are relatively secure now. After seeing that Estamel made so much money from this trade, several other officials also felt itchy and launched their own warships to the Carlson market. The Mastiff-class heavy interceptor of the Maud Group, the Demon-class heavy interceptor of the Sasha Group, and various other castrated warships. In just 1 month, almost all the battleships in the entire Abyss market were occupied by New Eden. There was no other way, because the battleships of New Eden were reliable. Now the Abyss Challenge has become much more difficult for some reason. Except for the battleships of New Eden, which are still strong, other battleships are not as easy to use as before. In other words, in terms of cost performance, the battleships of New Eden are overwhelming to other battleships. During this period, I don't know how many people became rich because of the Abyss Challenge, but more of them became a cold corpse in the abyss, sleeping forever in space. And the entire Carlson civilization has also lost its eyes in this lucrative benefit. Now the Carlson fleets in the 5-star regions are carrying out the Abyss Challenge openly and covertly. As regular troops, they are very comfortable with this. It can be said that because of this Abyss Challenge, these people have earned several years' salary in just 1 month, which makes them crazy. Peter Yagoudis did not stop this situation, and even allowed it, because these transactions can also bring him more commercial taxes, and can also train the combat effectiveness of the fleet. After all, this is the Abyss Challenge. To put it bluntly, it is a training ground. In Peter Yagoudis' eyes, this Abyss Challenge brought him only benefits, allowing him to gain several years of benefits in such a short period of time. Then, in fact, the one who got the biggest benefit was not the new arms tycoon such as Estamel Tel, nor Peter Yagoudis who counted money until his hands were tired, but Shangguan Qianqian who squatted in the abyss every day. Although the warships of the 3 gods suffered more losses in these Abyss Challenges, after all, they were in the abyss space, and all the wreckage could be recovered 100%. In addition to the warships of those guys who failed in the challenge, Shangguan Qianqian not only did not lose anything, but even earned a lot of resources. Moreover, she got half of the share of the arms trade of Estamel Terrace and others, and with the 3 gods survival set that she secretly put on the market from time to time, the profit she got was even more than that of Peter Yagoudis and others combined. She, Shangguan Qianqian, was the biggest beneficiary. Looking at the Abyss Challenges that were carried out every day, Shangguan Qianqian knew that this matter should be ended, and it was time to get down to business. Now more and more people are taking part in the Abyss Challenge. The Abyss Challenge venue she built can no longer accommodate them. Besides, these guys are all experienced. Unless she does something, it will be difficult to make them fail. The arms trade should also end. Most importantly, the quantum entanglement between the 5-star regions of the Carlson civilization and the abyss space has reached the standard. Now there is no need to use the Abyss Challenge to increase the quantum entanglement of space. Shangguan Qianqian stood up and stretched, looking at the thousands of Abyss Challenges being carried out on the monitor, with a slight smile on her face. It's time! Behind her, a giant interstellar beast was looming in the cosmic storm of the abyss space. Chapter 527. The enthusiasm of the Abyss Challenge has also attracted a large number of people to come and pan for gold, and most of them are pirates in small groups. In the deep sky of the Vans Galaxy in the Hope Star Field, 3 frigates are preparing. Boss, you have to be careful this time. Don't open the 4th level abyss like last time. Yeah, if we weren't lucky last time, we would have been trapped in it. The other 2 pilots grumbled in dissatisfaction, while Bell smiled embarrassedly. Absolutely not, it was just an accident last time. This time I brought 3 keys to the 3rd level abyss, and there is absolutely no possibility of opening the wrong one again. Last time, after they spent a lot of money to buy the New Eden warship for themselves and others, they gritted their teeth and challenged the abyss. Later, they successfully chose the highest abyss they could deal with, the 3rd level abyss. In just 3 days, they were very lucky to produce a set of 3 gods production set, which not only recovered the cost, but also made a lot of money. Then the 3 of them challenged the 3rd level abyss desperately, and last time they opened a 4th level key by mistake because of a mistake. If they were not veterans who had fought for decades, had rich combat experience, and had excellent combat skills, they would have really died in it. After hearing Bell's assurance, the other 2 stopped talking and quickly asked Bell to open the key. Now the price of the Abyss Mutant changes every day, and it can make more money if it is swiped out earlier. Their team is indeed an elite team that has fought for many years, and coupled with the running in the abyss during this period, the 3 people cooperate very well. Their team consists of 2 Qianlong-class frigates and 1 Gam-class frigate, and the firepower configuration is more than enough. The Gam-class frigate has a speed advantage and an excellent missile system, and serves as a support and supplementary firepower position, while the 2 Qianlong-class frigates serve as the main attack position. After the 3 enter the abyss, they face the Trigods frigates that were several times their size. They skillfully perform various tactical maneuvers and attacks, and soon pass the abyss. After unboxing the loot, Bell immediately shouted excitedly, "Wow, the Trigods production set is out, we're rich." "Really? Boss, Let me see it. The two asked one after another, and Bell also showed the Trigods production set placed in a box in the cabin to the two people through holographic projection. After confirming that Bell was not teasing them, but had really gotten the Three Gods production set, the two were also extremely excited. Now, each of their net worth must have increased to 10 billion. After Bell put away the spoils, he said to the two brothers, "While we are lucky, let's get the remaining 2 keys, and then we can divide the money and go home to enjoy life." Okay. In response, neither of them refused, but nodded fiercely. As soon as they said it, the 3 of them opened the key again. Then, the next spoils made them feel like a dream. The next 2 third-level abysses also produced a set of 3 gods production set, and there was no abyss mutant, but a golden key. After leaving the abyss, the 3 did not open the golden key directly, but chose to walk out of the space capsule and smoke a cigarette in the cockpit. Because the 3 times of 3 gods production set made them feel a little unreal, they were teaming up to brush, and the chance of 3 gods survival set was frighteningly low, but now they had it 3 times in a row. Reason told them that they should put these 3 sets on the space station market first, and put them in their pockets. But the feeling in the dark also told them that they should strike while the iron is hot, and use up the remaining abyss keys. Moreover, they had never heard of this kind of golden key. Even the current highest level 4 key was only dark red, not the bright gold in their hands. Bell smoked a cigarette, and his arms trembled slightly. "Brothers, what do you think? Should we sell these 3 sets of 3 gods production sets and take the money home, or gamble on this key?" "Brother, I listen to you." The second brother touched his head and said. Compared to the second brother, the third brother had his own ideas. He tried to control his emotions and analyzed, "Brother, let's take a gamble. If this is the key to the inheritance of the 3 gods, then we will really get rich. Even if it is not, at most we can use these 3 god sets. We now have billions, which is enough for us to go home and live a good life." Bell thought so too. It might be the key to the inheritance of the 3 gods. No one can resist this temptation. The 3 brothers looked at each other, threw their cigarette butts on the ground viciously, and said in unison, "Done." The 3 of them put on the 3 gods production suit directly, checked the warship several times, and made full preparations. Bell took a deep breath, put on the mask, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Then, he turned on the key. A golden abyss track different from the past appeared in front of the 3 people, and then absorbed all 3 warships. The 3 people passed through the long jump channel, and entered the abyss space after a violent shaking. Looking at the space around him, the third brother frowned and said, "It feels a bit strange." The second brother looked around and frowned. "It's indeed a bit wrong. Why is there no worship of the 3 gods?" The abyss they entered was not as narrow as the thousands of kilometers in the past. Even their shipborne scanners could not detect the specific safety boundary. The abyss was filled with storms that were different from the past. They looked fierce, but did not cause any harm to them. The overall environment showed a dark red hue, and the control towers of the 3 gods were looming in the storm. And Bell noticed one more thing. Second brother, third brother, the warp gate to leave the abyss is also open. In the previous abyss challenges they conducted, the warp gate to leave would only open after all the trial warships of the 3 gods were destroyed. If they could not be completely destroyed within 30 minutes, they would die in it. And this different abyss environment and the open warp gate are telling them that the abyss is different this time. I'm afraid this is really the inheritance place of the 3 gods. At this time, the third brother saw something and said to the 2 of them, "Big brother, second brother, there seems to be something ahead." A bright red light was seen through the storm. Bell said excitedly, "Let's go and have a look." He drove the Gam-class frigate and rushed over, followed by the third brother, and the other 2's Qianlong-class frigate. After passing through all kinds of strange wreckage or meteorite belts, the blood-red light flashing from time to time made the 3 of them shudder, but they still gritted their teeth and drove forward. At this time, a blood-red light flashed in the storm, revealing an extremely huge figure in the eyes of the 3 people. "Boss, did you see it just now?" The second brother looked at the figure that just flashed by and said in astonishment. Bell looked at the direction where the figure flashed, and finally the curiosity in his heart overcame the fear of the unknown. "Let's go, let's get closer and take a look." "Boss, why don't we retreat? I have a bad feeling." "Yeah, I feel scared too." Although the second and third brothers said this, they also had strong curiosity in their eyes. They followed Bell and approached together. Bell looked at the 2 brothers beside him and grinned. "Don't be a coward, just walk." He increased the speed of the boat, and the 2 hurried to catch up. As they walked further and further, The storm fog became thicker and thicker, but the shadow of the stunning beauty just now became clearer and clearer. As the three warships rushed out of the storm fog, a giant interstellar beast suddenly appeared in front of the three people. Chapter 528. My God! Looking at the thing in front of them, the three were shocked. They saw a giant steel beast like a planet appear in front of them. The whole thing was a rectangle, and a huge spherical body, like a black hole in the middle and lower part, was emitting scorching stability and light. The bloody light just now was produced by this thing. In front of this thing, their three frigates were as inconspicuous as dust. After noticing the densely packed warships of the three gods around this thing, Belle couldn't help but get goosebumps, and said in a lost voice, "So many warships." I saw that the three warships, which were different from the past, were quietly surrounding the steel fortress. Each warship was covered with thick cosmic dust, as if it had been sleeping for a long time. But the silent momentum made the three people breathless. Before the three people could take any action, the huge engine behind the steel fortress suddenly started, and the warships around it seemed to be awakened. The three warships of the three gods slowly started the engines behind them, and the baffles in front of the warships opened, revealing the entropy decomposer that had begun to warm up. After seeing the endless number of tri-god warships starting up, Belle suddenly shouted, "Run!" Immediately, the three of them turned around and returned. After seeing the three people running away, the tri-god warships also started their engines and chased after the three people. Entropy rays shot at them, and the three of them used the flexibility of their frigates to constantly maneuver and avoid attacks. But there were too many attacks. The second one was hit by an entropy ray first, and the warship engine was hit. The warship lost control and crashed into the tri-god control tower. Seeing the second brother's warship destroyed, the third brother was also stunned for a moment, and then he was also reduced to wreckage under several entropy rays. Even though the two brothers were not sure whether they were alive or dead, Belle did not dare to be distracted, and could only drive the warship to maneuver with all his heart. He swore that he had never performed such an excellent maneuver in his life. Even if Belle's maneuver was excellent, he was still hit by two entropy rays, and the whole hull became bumpy. But this Gam-class frigate is worthy of being known for its speed. Belle quickly rushed to the front of the jump track with its speed advantage, and quickly activated the track. Looking at the approaching fleet of the Trigods, Belle could not help but yell, "Move!" Finally, before the arrival of thousands of entropy rays, Belle's Gam-class battleship completed the jump preparation in milliseconds and left the abyss space. In the deep space of the Versace galaxy, a scarred Gam-class frigate rushed out of the abyss orbit. Belle looked at the slowly closing abyss orbit, and kept muttering something in his heart. Just before the abyss orbit was completely closed, two injured space capsules rushed out of it. Second brother, third brother. After seeing this, Belle quickly controlled the battleship to pull the two-people space capsule into the cabin. Soon, the second and third brothers came out of the space capsule with pale faces and trembled in the cockpit. It can be seen that the scene just now has not yet made them recover. Looking at the two people who were safe and sound, Belle couldn't help but said with tears in his eyes, "Fortunately, everyone wore the Three Gods production suit this time, otherwise I don't know how to face my younger brother and sister when I go home." Facing Belle's words, the third brother forced a smile. "Boss, we embarrassed you. We wasted 2 sets of Three Gods survival sets. What nonsense are you talking about? We can make more money. It's good that we are fine." Belle wiped the moisture from his eyes, and made a decision. "Second brother, third brother, let's sell all the harvest this time, and then we will go back home." The three of them had retired long ago, and married, and had children in their hometown. If it weren't for the high expenses in recent years, which made their lives a little tight, they wouldn't have borrowed money from their old employer to resume their old business. Now they have earned enough, and each of them can get a few billion when they go back, which is enough for them to spend their old age in peace. The two did not refuse Belle's decision, and both nodded with a smile. "Listen to the eldest brother, go home to accompany your wife and children." The second brother, who came to his senses, also touched his head and said. Just as the three were discussing the future, suddenly the three seemed to sense something, and they all looked at the space beside them in silence at the same time. Storms began to appear in the space, and the three of them could tell at a glance that this was the storm in the abyss space just now. In the storm, a huge figure loomed. Finally, an inverted triangle door appeared in front of the three people, and densely packed Three Gods warships rushed out of it. Gods! Looking at the Three Gods fleet rushing out like a storm, Belle's eyes were dull, and he was drowned in the fleet after uttering a few words. Shangguan Qianqian sat in the command room of the World Ark, Dazok, and looked at the world in the main space and couldn't help laughing. "I come, I see, I conquer." Sure Man, who had been paying attention to the execution of Shangguan Qianqian's plan, rolled his eyes, spit out a melon seed, and said with contempt, "You are a descendant of the three gods, not the three verses of honesty and trustworthiness, so hurry up and act. If you keep pretending, do you believe that I will let Aura take over your command and execute the plan? He has no control over other civilizations, but there can only be one king in New Eden, and that is him, Sure Man." Hearing this, Shangguan Qianqian immediately changed his high spirits and gave orders to the fleet with a pursed mouth. Then, the fleets of the three gods scattered and attacked all the enemies they could meet around them. After Shangguan Qianqian looked at the three people of Bel, who opened the door for him, he chose to spare their lives and sailed out with the fleet to other places. The three people of Bel, who escaped death, looked at each other, and then drove the warship to the Star City desperately. They knew that they had caused a big disaster, and had to leave quickly, otherwise they would never know whether the three gods would let them go again. Once Peter Yagoudis knew that the three of them had opened the forbidden key and brought the three gods to the main space, they would be killed without a complete body. Looking at the movements of the three gods, it didn't seem like a small fight. Leaving now was the wisest choice. Looking at the three gods' warships that they had never seen before, Bel and the other two also knew that what they opened was not a key to inheritance, but a forbidden door. There was something more terrifying than a demon lurking inside. Chapter 529. In the city of Vans, a garrison fleet was quietly on duty. At this time, a rapid alarm sounded in the public channel, and everyone was a little surprised. Karan Singh, who was squatting in the city to challenge the Abyss to acquire the Abyss mutants, also looked at the garrison fleet preparing for battle with curiosity. Which idiot dares to launch an attack on the Carlson civilization at this time? Isn't this trying to make an enemy of the entire universe? Now only the 5-star regions of the Carlson civilization can enter the Abyss space. It's not that no one wants to take over these territories, but all of them have been beaten back by the Justice Order. In order to avoid war, Peter Yagoudis also allows everyone to challenge the Abyss in these 5-star regions, regardless of friend or foe, as long as they can pay him taxes. This is how such a balanced situation is formed. It can be said that now even if the Angel civilization or the Demon civilization wants to interfere, they have to consider whether they can accept this heavy price. After all, the 5-star regions of the Carlson civilization have now formed a huge interest group, and one move can affect the whole body. So now that they saw someone dare to take action, Karan Singh and others were so curious. However, the next scene turned his curious expression into astonishment. "My queen." Looking at the warships leaping from deep space, Karan Singh couldn't help but murmur, and the others were also stunned. The style of these warships, as well as the iconic entropy decomposer weapons, undoubtedly told them the identity of the tens of thousands of warships in front of them. Tri-gods. How did the three descendants of the gods get out? Finally someone said in astonishment. But then, he was scolded by other knowledgeable people. The three descendants of the gods did not disappear, but have been hiding in the Abyss space. We have all been deceived by the three descendants of the gods. As he said this, he did not even enter the Star City, but drove the warship to jump into the deep space, escaping from the place that was about to become a battlefield. At the same time, all the people who were still taking the Abyss Challenge looked at the Abyss Challenge field that collapsed prematurely with despair, and was finally annihilated by the fierce cosmic storm. Shangguan Qianqian looked at the garrison fleet of the Carlson civilization with disdain. Then he ordered the Three Gods fleet to directly launch an attack. Facing the sea-like Three Gods fleet, the garrison fleet of the Carlson civilization turned into a piece of wreckage in the starry sky without making a single wave. Then, the Three Gods fleet directly attacked the Star City. The scorching entropy rays irradiated the Star City, and the damage increased with time, causing the energy of the Star City shield to drop rapidly. Facing such a fierce attack from the Tri-Gods fleet, Star City also launched a counterattack, and various fixed-point defense weapons began to bombard. But it didn't work. These Tri-Gods warships attacked and maneuvered at the same time, avoiding most of the attacks. Even if there were attacks on them, they would be remotely repaired by other Tri-Gods warships in an instant, and quickly restored to their original state. The sudden situation in the Vans galaxy was also quickly known to Peter Yagoudis, with a look of disbelief on his face. You said that the three descendants of the gods came out of the Abyss space, and now not only destroyed the garrison fleet of the Vans galaxy, but are even attacking the Star City of the Vans galaxy? Yes, Your Majesty. Please send a fleet to reinforce us quickly. The offensive of the three descendants of the gods is too fierce, and we can't stand it. Peter Yagoudis is a hegemon after all. Even though he is very shocked now, he still ordered calmly, "Hold on for a while, I will immediately order the nearest fleet to reinforce, and make sure to defend the Star City. Yes, your majesty. Then, Peter Ugoodies quickly ordered the army of the Hope Star region to assemble immediately, and sent the nearest aircraft carrier fleet to provide support. Soon, as several inductions lit up, the mixed aircraft carrier fleet of the Carlson civilization entered the field. Looking at this mixed aircraft carrier fleet, Shangwan Qianqian smiled. Finally, they are here. Then, with a wave of her hand, a Lesha-class battleship fleet quickly turned to the mixed aircraft carrier fleet, and the rest continued to attack Star City. Looking at the battle fleets rushing towards his fleet, the commander of the mixed aircraft carrier fleet was a little angry. Each aircraft carrier is very strong. Let these guys know why aircraft carriers can be called conventional killers. Then, the group of cavalry carrier aircraft that covered the sky and the sun quickly took off and headed towards the Three Gods fleet. However, when these cavalry carrier aircraft flew over, they were fiercely counterattacked by the Three Gods fleet. I saw that each warship of the Leshig battle fleet was spread out at a certain distance, presenting a huge attack surface, and then a series of lightning-heavy mutation adaptive remote armor repairer began to quickly form a maintenance chain in the fleet. Some of the Lesha-class battleships on the periphery also activated large electromagnetic bombs to destroy the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft around them. Then, this Lesha-class battleship rushed into the attack range, while carrying out energy destruction on the warships of the mixed aircraft carrier fleet, while attacking the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster. The reason for attacking the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft is that this is the main attack method of the aircraft carrier, and it carries a limited number of them. As long as they are all destroyed, the aircraft carrier will be like a plucked chicken, and it can be kneaded at will. As for the energy destruction of these aircraft carriers, it is to reduce the energy of these aircraft carriers, so that they do not have enough energy to escape through hyperspace. Because Shangwan Qianqian is not in a good position to use the interceptor of New Eden, he can only resort to this last resort. This Lesha-class battleship has very comprehensive properties. Because of the unique entropy decomposer weapon technology, the battleship can free up more space to load other weapon systems, so it also loads a part of the logistics system. This also allows the Lesha class to be equipped with remote repair devices, and the energy consumption is very low. So once the Lesha class battleships are deployed in groups, if they cannot kill instantly, they can have a long-term continuous combat capability. And the entropy decomposer weapon, which shocks the damage intensity with the attack time, can make all enemies who want to fight a protracted war with it despair. Therefore, this mixed aircraft carrier fleet that came for emergency support was first destroyed little by the Three Gods fleet in the dull eyes of the Star City commander. Then the countless entropy decomposition rays shot at the aircraft carrier like a welding gun, decomposing and destroying it bit by bit. The entire battle ended with the destruction of the mixed aircraft carrier fleet in less than an hour. Looking at the annihilated mixed aircraft carrier fleet, people from all forces had complicated expressions. If someone had told them before that a pure battleship fleet could completely wipe out a mixed fleet without any casualties, they would never have believed it. But now, they believed it, because it all happened before their eyes. And when Adrian Black Flag, who was watching Karen Singh's Battlefield Live broadcast, saw this scene, his mouth moved involuntarily, and his eyes were also shocked. Is this the strength of ancient civilization? Chapter 530. After destroying this mixed aircraft carrier fleet, Shangwan Qianqian glanced at Star City and waved his hand. Then, the fleets quickly retreated and disappeared into the vast space in less than a few minutes. At the same time, dozens of guides appeared outside Star City, and Peter Ugoodies' Hope Army arrived. Peter Ugoodies looked at the mixed aircraft carrier fleet that had turned into a pile of wreckage, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the people in Star City were also very grateful that they and others had saved their lives. If the Hope Group army fails to arrive in time, then their Star City will definitely not last long. Find them, kill them, and make them pay for their actions, Peter Ugoodies said, suppressing his anger, and the commanders behind him all bowed to receive the order. At this time, no one dared to say no, otherwise Peter Ugoodies' anger would be vented on themselves. In the abyss space, Shangwan Qianqian sat in the World Ark and gently played with her nails. After withdrawing the fleet from the Vans Galaxy, as the World Ark was activated, a warp star gate appeared, and then large and small Trigod fleets entered it like a pack of wolves. Looking at these Trigod fleets, Shangwan Qianqian smiled softly and said, I really hope you can hold on longer, don't let me down. After just over 10 minutes, Peter Ugoodies, who had just arrived in Van Star City, received hundreds of requests for help. Your Majesty, the Horus Star region, Jasper Star region, Water Star region and Spring Hall Star region have all been attacked by the Trigod's fleet, and other star systems in the Hope Star region have also been attacked. These Trigod's fleets are crazy, and they have started indiscriminate attacks on all warships in the 5-star regions. What? Peter Yagutis was a little surprised. These 5-star regions were the ones that could use the Abyss challenge in the past. In this situation, no matter how stupid Peter Yagutis is, he knows that this so-called Abyss challenge is definitely problematic. Peter Yagutis forced himself to calm down, and then ordered, "Let the army groups of each star field clear out these 3 god fleets freely, and suppress the enemy's offensive as much as possible." In the next few days, Peter Yagutis was exhausted by the elusive 3 god fleet. Shangguan Qianqian's 3 god fleets were all carried out in small teams, attacking the warships in the 5 major star fields indiscriminately. If they encountered a large target, these small teams would merge into a large fleet and concentrate their strength to defeat it. Moreover, she did not confront the main fleet of the Carlson civilization head-on, but just fought guerrilla warfare. Relying on the Star Gate of the World Arc, the fleet of the 3 gods can flexibly attack and withdraw in these 5-star regions at any time, without fear of being blocked. In just 3 days, the news that the 3 gods civilization came out of the Abyss and launched a fierce revenge on the Carlson civilization spread throughout the universe. Moreover, the 3 gods civilization did not accept any communication requests, but carried out revenge 24 hours a day. Carlson civilization and Peter Yagutis also became a joke. The increasingly fierce offensive of the 3 gods also caused other forces to withdraw from it, which also made this newly prosperous commercial civilization return to the starting point, even worse than before. Peter Yagutis has no time to care about these messy things now, and now he is in the command room every day to command and dispatch. After so many days, why haven't we found the enemy's main fleet yet? In the command room, Peter Yagutis stared at the commanders of several army groups, and the intelligence chief, with bloodshot eyes, very dissatisfied. No matter what, these 5-star regions are the territory that his Carlson civilization has been operating for many years. Why can't he find the enemy's main fleet? If the main fleet of the Trigods cannot be found, then the super flagship fleet of the Carlson civilization will be useless. When facing the Trigods fleet that appeared in these small teams, the opponent would disappear without a trace if a large-scale conventional fleet or flagship was dispatched, and it would be a waste if a small-scale fleet was dispatched. Now Peter Yagutis only wanted to fight a decisive battle with the 3 gods, and try to drive the 3 gods back into the Abyss in one battle. Otherwise, if this continues, his 5-star regions will sooner or later become a corrupted place under the ravages of the 3 gods. At this time, a legion commander stood up and gave his opinion. "Your Majesty, these 3 gods' fleets seem to appear suddenly, and there are only a few teams in each star system. Once they encounter a valuable target, the teams in the surrounding star systems will gather together to form a huge fleet to devour it. Almost all of our recently lost flagships were destroyed in this way. I suggest that we can use this as a trap." Peter Yagutis' eyes flashed, and then nodded, motioning him to continue. Looking at Peter Yagutis, who had regained his composure, the Legion commander was also relieved, and then continued, "Although I don't know how these Trigods fleets appeared, judging from the Trigods fleets distributed in each galaxy, they don't have many fleets. If they want to capture a large target, they have to gather the surrounding fleets instead of appearing directly. So we can designate a plan based on this, use a high-value bait to gather all these Trigods fleets together, and then use the super flagship fleet to eliminate them." Hearing this, Peter Yagutis also made a direct decision. "That's it, you guys discuss this plan among yourselves, and each star field must be carried out at the same time. This plan is only most effective the first time, so it is best to carry out each star field at the same time to eliminate as many Trigods fleets as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, everyone took the order and left. In the Abyss, Shangguan Qianqian stretched and closed the light curtain in front of him. In the light curtain, Peter Yagutis and his team had just held a combat meeting. "You didn't even leave the 5-star regions for a meeting, and you still wanted to bait me to fish. I don't know where you got the confidence from." Shangguan Qianqian shook her head. After the 5-star regions were quantum entangled with the Abyss, the 5-star regions had no secrets for her, and this was also the reason why her 3 gods fleet could succeed every time. Shangguan Qianqian looked at the current situation of the 5-star regions and nodded gently. "It's time to proceed to the next stage of the plan." Chapter 531. In less than half an hour, in the Hope Star field, a transport fleet consisting of hundreds of cargo ships and a mixed aircraft carrier fleet was heading towards Carlson Prime without any cover, and the same was true for other star fields. The movement of the Carlson civilization, as if it was going to transfer on a large scale, also shocked many people. Recently, let alone the cargo ships, Even the heavily armed warships would not survive for more than 10 minutes after leaving the space station if they could not form a cluster, so now even if they go out, they have to transfer in groups. Now that the Carlson civilization is making such a big move, it is undoubtedly seeking death. This mixed aircraft carrier fleet has been killed by the three gods before, so isn't this giving the three gods a chance? Some people who have seen something secretly packed their luggage and ordered their men to prepare for evacuation. After all, once the fight breaks out, the surrounding three gods' fleets will definitely have to support the battlefield, which is their best chance to evacuate. As expected, the transport fleets in the 5 major star regions were attacked by the three gods at the same time. The three gods gathered several battle fleets in just over 10 minutes and attacked the mixed aircraft carrier fleets and transport fleets. Then, their accompanying guided warships also found a good position to start guiding, and the super flagships of various army groups arrived immediately and fired at the three gods' battleship fleets. Under the absolute firepower, no matter how powerful the three gods' warships were, they were just battleships, and were immediately repelled by this saturation attack. Peter Yagoudis, who was sitting in the command room, looked very excited when he saw the fleets of the Trigod race evacuating quickly. He was furious. Order the interception fleet to stop them. Don't let any of them go. According to the calculations during this period, there would be no more than 10 Trigod race fleets in each star field, so they would attack and harass with small teams. If they could destroy so many of them in one fell swoop, it would be the best. As the interception ships desperately blocked them, most of the Trigod race fleets were stopped, and then the dreadnought fleet of the Carlson civilization spit flames at them. Facing the dreadnought fleet's strafing guns, the repair chain of the Trigod's fleet was useless, and was torn apart in an instant. Seeing that they could not escape, the Trigod's fleet no longer evacuated, but turned their bows fiercely and rushed towards the cargo ships, irradiating the heavy entropy rays on the cargo ships, disintegrating them bit by bit. Compared with warships, the defense and mobility of these cargo ships are much smaller. Seeing the Trigod's fleet launching a desperate attack on the transport fleet, the commanders of the Carlson civilization were all horrified and quickly increased the intensity of the attack. Although these cargo ships were not loaded with any supplies, they were real. If the transport fleets of their army were to be destroyed, they would be in tears. After the last battleship of the three gods was destroyed, these commanders did not feel a trace of joy. Instead, they looked at the cargo ships that were less than 1/10 of the original ones, and their mouths twitched. "We have failed, please punish us, your majesty." The 5 legion commanders did not make any excuses, but apologized to Peter Yagoudis. Using almost a transport fleet of cargo ships to exchange for 3 enemy battleship fleets was undoubtedly a big defeat, not to mention that they also sent out a super flagship fleet. Peter Yagoudis did not blame them at all, but comforted them. "Although the damage is not very good, strategically speaking, this is a big victory for us, and you did nothing wrong. Now that they have destroyed so many Trigod's fleets, it will greatly weaken the Trigod's future offensive, allowing the 5 major star regions to take a breath and recover, which is much more valuable than these cargo ships." However, is it really like this? Looking at the star regions that became empty due to the transfer of the super flagship fleet, Shangguan Qianqian's mouth curled up slightly. The fleets that had been lined up outside the world arc were quietly waiting for orders. These Trigod's fleets were not all Lesha-class battleships, but warships mainly composed of cruisers. And this was the Trigod's main fleet that Shangguan Qianqian carefully prepared, consisting of conventional elite warships composed of Ikatusa-class heavy assault cruisers and Zamad-class logistics ships, supplemented by a small number of Nurgle-class assault frigates. These elite fleets are the second hard dish that Shangguan Qianqian prepared for Peter Yagoudis. With a wave of Shangguan Qianqian's hand, these dense fleets quickly entered the 5 major star fields with the help of the world arc, and then, the 3 god conduits that had been built long ago were activated in various star systems in the 5 major star fields. At the same time, with the activation of the 3 god conduits, cosmic storms were set off in the star system. Similar to the Sasha suppression control tower of the Sasha group, these 3 god conduits also have the effects of anti-induction and anti-stealth. In addition, these storms also have a great impact on the lock system and jump system of the warships. The most important thing is that with the activation of these 3 gods conduits, it is like opening the gate of the abyss. The abyss space begins to encroach on the main space and slowly transforms the 5-star regions into the abyss environment. Once transformed into the abyss environment, the 5-star regions will be rejected by the main space and finally become part of the abyss. At that time, the 5-star regions will become the inherent territory of the 3 gods, and Shangguan Qianqian has plenty of ways to slowly deal with the people in them. In less than an hour, the garrison fleets of the star systems in the 5-star region suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the elite fleet of the three gods, and almost the entire region fell. The sudden and fierce counterattack of the three gods did not make Peter Ugudis panic, but ordered the commanders of the 5 major armies, each army should concentrate its forces, take steady steps, and clear out the star systems one by one. Yes, your majesty. But this is easier said than done. The counterinduction brought by the storm means that their super flagship fleet cannot be transferred quickly. At the slow speed of the super flagship fleet, by the time they clear out the star systems one by one, I am afraid that the 5-star regions will have turned into an abyss. The current situation is no longer something that Peter Ugudis' Carlson civilization can handle alone. Peter Ugudis took a deep breath, then called Lucy Hall, and said in a deep voice, "Wife, the situation in the 5 surrounding star fields, including the Hope Star field, is not optimistic. I hope to get help from the Angel civilization." Chapter 532. Faced with Peter Ugudis' request for help, Vibel Elena responded immediately, and dispatched a nearby conventional fleet to check. But as soon as they entered the 5-star regions, they encountered the fleet of the three gods. Both sides were elite fleets composed of heavy assault cruisers and logistics ships, so no one was afraid, and they fought together. Then, the ending ended with the Angel fleet's rapid withdrawal, which also made Vibel Elena see the difficulty of the three gods. Because the Carlson civilization suddenly suffered such a disaster, the Demon civilization was also ready to move. Vibra Elena had to send the main fleet of the Angel civilization to the border for defense, so the problem of the Carlson civilization could only be solved by the Justice Order. Then, Vibra Elena issued a call to the first echelon forces of the Justice Order, asking everyone to discuss the matter in the Holy City of Angels, and New Eden was naturally among them. The next night, Sherman brought Wang Yan to the Holy City of Angels. "My dear, I'm going to go play with some sisters. I come back to see you after the meeting." After saying that, Wang Yan pecked Sherman on the face and walked towards the palace. Whether inside or outside, Wang Yan was very sensible about this matter. In the conference hall, Sherman followed Aura. After entering the conference room, the two ignored the surprised eyes of others and sat down at the back. You know, although this justice order does not clearly stipulate where this person should sit, it is also tacitly assumed that the strong sit in the front and the weak sit in the back. This New Eden sat at the back, which made many people feel a little bit uneasy. It was not good to sit in front, because they were afraid that they would be hated for sitting in front of New Eden. After all, New Eden had a reputation of being reckless and narrow-minded. Looking at these people who were not in a good position to stand or sit, Sherman also stood up and said, "I'm not in good health recently, so I sit at the back to get some fresh air. You don't have to worry about me, just do what you need to do." After hearing what Sherman said, everyone bowed to Sherman and found a seat according to their own ability, and they also had some guesses about why Sherman did this. As expected, when Peter Ugudis entered the venue and looked around and saw Sherman sitting in the back, his face suddenly turned black, and he snorted coldly. When the other leaders of the more powerful forces saw Sherman, they did not show any strange colors, but greeted him warmly and sat down. Finally, with the arrival of Vibel Elena, the meeting finally began. "Hello, Her Majesty the Angel Queen." Vibel Elena raised her hands lightly and said in a lazy voice, "I won't say any nonsense. I believe that your intelligence system should be clear about the reason why I called you here today. Do you have any opinions?" Everyone was silent in response to Vibra Elena's words. "Are you kidding? The Carlson civilization is about to be beaten to death. What can these people do? Are they going to die?" Looking at the silent people, Peter Ugudis stood up with a gloomy face and said, "Your Majesty, these 3 descendants of gods are indeed very difficult, so I hope that my brothers-in-law can help." Peter Ugudis naturally knew the strength of these 3 descendants of gods, and he also knew that there were not many people in the Justice Order who could deal with them, and his brothers-in-law were among them. The forces of the husbands of the other 2 princesses are all heirs of ancient civilizations, and they are all in unknown space. Let's not talk about whether they will agree or not. Even if they agree, it is very inconvenient to send troops, so there is only one person who can send troops. So after Peter Ugudis finished speaking, Vibra Elena began to look for Sherman's figure, and finally found Sherman in the last row, and then said unhappily, "Little man, why are you sitting so far away?" Sherman stood up and replied with a playful smile, "Queen, my New Eden is weak, and I am lucky to marry Her Highness Wang Yan, so this position is just right." Hearing this, everyone looked at Peter Ugudis with strange expressions. When New Eden proposed marriage, Peter Ugudis used this excuse to make things difficult for New Eden. Unexpectedly, Sherman returned the favor here. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Peter Yagoudis could not help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. Looking at Sherman, who was fighting like a child, Weibel Elena said unhappily, "Sit up." "Okay." Sherman immediately stood up and walked to the first row, ignoring the fourth seat reserved by others, and walked in front of Peter Yagoudis, looking at Peter Yagoudis with narrowed eyes. "Sir Peter Yagoudis, I don't like to fight, so I don't have any idea about the first and second place. Can you please give up the third place?" Looking at Sherman, who suddenly got angry, everyone was silent. Even Weibel Elena didn't mediate, and just watched with narrowed eyes. Peter Yagoudis was a man of character. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and made a gesture of invitation to Sherman. "New Eden is the most powerful justice order. Let alone the third place, I support even the first place." Sherman directly pushed Peter Yagoudis aside, sat down on the seat, and said indifferently, "I have been humble since I was a child, and I never asked for the first or second place. This third place is just right." He said humble, but his behavior did not give Peter Yagoudis any face. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as arrogant. Peter Yagoudis sat in the fourth seat with a dark face, and his eyes seemed to want to eat Sherman. Weibel Elena looked at the two of them indifferently, and said lazily, "Have you two had enough trouble? Do you want me to give you some time to deal with it, and hold a meeting tomorrow?" Hearing this, Sherman also changed his playful smile, and sat up straight with a serious face. "After all, she is my wife's teacher and half-mother-in-law, so she should be given the face she deserves." And Peter Yagoudis opened and closed his eyes, and regained his calm. Afterwards, Weibel Elena did not discuss anything, but directly issued orders to everyone. The Carlson civilization is in crisis this time, and the demon civilization is ready to move freely. The main fleet of my angel civilization cannot go there, so helping the Carlson civilization requires your mutual help. No matter what, each faction will dispatch 3 main fleets to form a joint fleet to jointly eliminate the 3 descendants of the gods. Sherman, your New Eden warships have some advantages over the 3 descendants of the gods, and you two are brothers-in-law, so you need to let the main force be. Because of the arms trade some time ago, Weibel Elena also knew that the New Eden warships had some advantages over the 3 descendants of the gods, so she hoped that Sherman could take the lead in this operation. "Queen, this is no problem." Sherman immediately promised, then changed the subject and said, "Sending troops is no problem, but you should also know the strength of these 3 descendants of God. New Eden will definitely suffer a lot of casualties this time, so it is impossible for New Eden to bear the compensation on its own, right?" Without waiting for Weibel Elena and Peter Yagoudis to speak, Sherman continued, "Don't tell me that we are all in the same camp. Since New Eden joined the Justice Order, except for receiving assistance from the Angel Civilization, it has not received even a tritanium alloy from the Justice Order. Moreover, since the rise of New Eden, there have been countless battles, both large and small, and we have been on the brink of destruction countless times, but we have never asked for help from the Justice Order. I can send troops, which is a face I give to the Angel Civilization, the Queen and my wife. However, I cannot bear all the casualties and losses that arise from this. This is not the war of New Eden." Looking at Sherman, who was unreasonable, Peter Yagoudis said calmly, "No matter what the result of this operation, all losses and compensation will be compensated by my Carlson civilization." "Great." Hearing this, Sherman immediately showed his big white teeth and squinted his eyes, and said, "In order to respond to the Queen's call, I will send the Gustas group, the Sasha group and the Blood Raiders group." "Good." Weibel Elena was very satisfied with Sherman's attitude. Peter Yagoudis said expressionlessly, "At present, our department can no longer form an effective counterattack, so New Eden needs to face the main force of the 3 gods. Here, Mr. Sherman needs to understand in advance." Sherman turned his head to look at Peter Yagoudis, his mouth slightly raised, revealing an unknown meaning. "It doesn't matter which battlefield, I am fearless in New Eden, and I will not let you play any tricks on the battlefield to cheat you. But after the war, all losses and compensation must be given to me as soon as possible, otherwise I will send a fleet to get it from you." Peter Yagoudis was also afraid that Sherman would play some tricks on the battlefield, so he agreed with him and immediately asked Weibel Elena, "Your Majesty, please send someone to the coalition to supervise the war, so that no one will deliberately delay the war and miss the opportunity." Weibel Elena glanced at the two of them, and nodded slightly. Okay. Chapter 533. 3 days later, with the arrival of the last fleet, the entire coalition outside Carlson Star was ready. There were more than 600 conventional battleships, and they were either heavy assault cruisers or battle fleets. The formations looked like they covered the sky. In the joint combat meeting room of Carlson Star, Peter Yagoudis sat in the first seat, Under his command were representatives sent by various civilizations, and among them were several angels for supervision. Peter Yagoudis coughed lightly, shifting everyone's attention to him, and then he explained the current situation and battle plan one by one. At present, in the 5-star fields of Hope, Hollis, Jasper, Waters, and Spring Hall, our 5 major armies have all retreated to the central star systems of each star field for defense. In addition, because of the 3 gods, the induction of each star system is in a silent state, and the super flagship fleet cannot provide quick support. Therefore, I need your fleets to tear a path through these 5 star fields, break through the surface, open up a path, and liberate our 5 major armies. And when the 5 major armies break free from the constraints, they can cooperate with you to fight with absolute firepower to drive the 3 descendants of the gods back into the abyss space. Listening to Peter Yagoudis' words, Chelm Solon leaned back in his chair and said bluntly, "We have read a lot of your intelligence in the past 3 days, and we know it better than you. You should get to the point as soon as possible and talk about the battle plan." Hearing what Chelm Solon said, Estamertel and Dracria Melon beside him nodded without surprise. Looking at the 3 representatives sent by New Eden, Peter Yagoudis clenched his fists, with veins bulging. But then he returned to normal, and said to the 3 people with a smile, "Since you 3 said so, then I will say it clearly. Now the 3 gods have at least 1 fleet stationed in each star system, and most of the fleets in the Hope Star Field are elite heavy assault cruisers with great combat effectiveness, so I hope that the 3 New Eden geniuses can focus on the Hope Star Field to reduce the burden on other coalition forces. Do you have any opinions?" After hearing the mission for herself and others, Chelm Solon stood up and stretched, showing off her proud figure, and then walked out with the 2 little girls behind her without looking back. "Why didn't you say it earlier? You're dragging your feet like a woman. I take on this main attack mission in New Eden." Seeing Peter Yagoudis being called a woman by a beautiful lady, everyone couldn't help but hold back their laughter, and their faces looked very strange. Peter Yagoudis' face turned black, and he slammed his fist on the table. He didn't recover for a long time. After calming down, he assigned the other 4-star regions to attack. At this time, the 120 fleets belonging to New Eden had left the coalition camp and were heading towards the Hope Star region, and they were followed by several angel civilization warships as supervisors. In the warship, Chelm Solon lazily lay on the sofa, waved his hand, and opened the encrypted channel inside New Eden, and Shangwan Qianqian, Estamel Tel, and Dracria Melon also entered instantly. Before Shangwan Qianqian was ready, Chelm Solon said, "Sister Shangwan, this time our Lord wants us to play for real, you have to be ready. This time, Sherman intends to destroy all 120 fleets here to empty Peter Yagoudis' pocket, so this time the 4 of them are really fighting." Shangwan Qianqian sat down and rolled her eyes at Chelm Solon. "If you really want to fight, why don't you pull out the Evangelist fleet, but pull out this Nightmare-class battleship fleet?" Chelm Solon laughed and said, "How can the preacher have as many Nightmare-class materials as this one? It just so happens that a sucker has come to take over. If I can't take them all at once, I would like to take out all the reserves of Nightmare-class battleships. The regular fleet of the Sasha group has long been reorganized, and the original Nightmare-class battleships have been elite. Almost all of the Sasha fleets are elite warships of the Sasha invasion fleet. Even the Garrison fleet has become a more flexible and mobile Preacher-class heavy assault cruiser that is more adaptable to the battlefield. The Nightmare-class battleships that were originally in reserve had long been gathering dust in the warehouse, and some of them had even been remelted into materials, and the rest were also used as reserves for emergencies. As for Estamel Terrace and Dracria Melon, they were even more excessive. The warships they brought were castrated warships that were disposed of during the arms trade. These warships can only be sold to others, so it is better to just damage them here. Not only can they earn money for the ships, but they can also earn a pension for the pilots. It is simply a bloody profit. Moreover, after these warships exploded, the wreckage would still fall into the hands of the 3 gods, and be melted into materials again. This job was only 3 cents, and such good things were rare, so they were naturally happy to come. Otherwise, Sherman would not let the 4 of them fight in a real battlefield, just to make Peter Yagoudis, the employer, willingly pay the money. Chelm Solon waved his hand, and handed a map of the attack route to Shangwan Qianqian. "We plan to divide our troops into 3 groups. I will take the main attack mission and attack from the center line, while the Gustas group and the Blood Raiders group will attack from the left and right wings. You can use the main fleet to deal with it, but you have to let go of the 2 wings. The fleets of Estamertel and Dracria Melon are castrated warships, which can't withstand your attack, so as not to be exposed." Shangwan Qianqian nodded, indicating that he understood. This time, Chelm Solon brought a complete fleet of Nightmare-class battleships, whose strength is not inferior to that of the three gods, so it is worth the main force of the three gods to deal with. But the castrated fleets on both sides are not good. If they meet Shanghuan Qianqian's three gods' fleet, they will be shattered at a touch, so they have to cooperate. After discussing the delivery plan, the four began to turn the topic to other topics, and the sound of sweet talk continued to be heard in the channel. As the fleet reached the border of the Hope Star field, even the warships were able to detect the storm in the abyss space. The four reluctantly ended the party this time. Chelm Solon looked at Shanghuan Qianqian very seriously and said, "I will not hold back in the battle, you have to be careful." Shanghuan Qianqian smiled and waved her hand and said, "Come on, I'm ready here too." Looking at the two people who were just good sisters, but now full of fighting spirit, the two little transparent people, Estameltel and Dracria shrank their necks silently. Chapter 534. Soon, Chelm Solon and the other two followed the predetermined plan and divided their troops into three groups to attack the Vans Galaxy from different directions. Because Peter Yagoudis's mission to New Eden was to open up the passage to the galaxies along the way to the Vans Galaxy and destroy the anti-induction to liberate the Hope Group army, Chelm Solon needed to capture the 13 galaxies along the way one by one and destroy the three gods' conduit. As soon as she entered the Hope Star region, the debuff brought by the abyssal storm made her fleet feel like it was stuck in a quagmire. Looking at the various effects on the analyzer, Chelm Solon couldn't help but smack his lips. Wow, the jump speed is reduced by half, and the activity of the nanorobots is increased by half. It's worthy of being the home of the Trigods, the abyssal storm. If it weren't for the restrictions on the opening of the Stargate of this world arc, and it wasn't as flexible as her Sasha's wormhole, otherwise these would be even more outrageous than her Sasha's suppression control tower. You know, her Sasha's suppression control tower is now the symbol of the New Eden system. Stretching his body, Chelm Solon's eyes burst into a sharp color, and then led the fleet to jump to the three gods' conduit of the system. And Shanghuan Qianqian's Ikatusa heavy assault cruiser fleet had been waiting for a long time. The two sides almost didn't talk nonsense as soon as they met, and they immediately fought. The Nightmare-class battleship fleet turned on the afterburner and quickly deployed an attack formation, firing a round of doomsday salvos at the three gods' fleet coming towards its own fleet, but it had no effect. After these Ikatusa-class heavy assault cruisers activated the assault damage control, the entire warship was in a short pseudo-invincible state, and the small doomsday of the battleship could not break its defense. Chelm Solon had expected this, and then waved his hand, and the Nightmare fleet that had just released the doomsday spread to both sides, revealing the fleet in the middle. Then another round of doomsday salvos was fired at the three gods' fleet. This time, the pseudo-invincible effect brought by the assault damage control has ended. Facing this dense doomsday, Shanghuan Qianqian can only control the warships, letting the forward fleet overload the defense equipment to form a shield for the follow-up fleet to intercept the doomsday attack, and the Zamad-class logistics remote repair device behind him is also overloaded and hung on these warships. As the doomsday bombing ended, one Ikatusa-class ship after another rushed out like evil spirits from the abyss, biting the Sasha fleet fiercely with a trace of a sound. This gift, carefully prepared by Chelm Solon, did not cause much damage to the Trigods fleet. The two doomsday salvos only lost less than 10 warships. Although the remaining ships were injured, they did not lose their combat effectiveness. They only needed to be repaired by the logistics fleet to restore them to their original state. Chelm Solon had expected this a long time ago. After all, with the emergence of the doomsday miniaturization technology of battleships in the early years, the heavy assault cruiser used to deal with it was born. The doomsday of this battleship is okay for dealing with those small forces, but it is no longer able to crush first-class civilizations, and may even be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, Chelm Solon would not have leave the Sasha group and replace the standard warships with Evangelist-class heavy assault cruisers. Since the gift of meeting did not work, the only thing left is to compete in the hard power of the fleet. Because the deep space where the three gods' conduit is located is not large, it can only accommodate Chelm Solon's two fleets, and the number of fleets on both sides is 2 to 1. However, although the fleet of the three gods was smaller, they were fighting at home and could completely eliminate this disadvantage. After breaking through the doomsday blockade, the fleet of the three gods also spread out to the rear like a blooming flower in the center, exposing the warships in the middle, while the damaged warships ran to the rear to be repaired by the logistics ship. The whole operation was smooth and looked very spectacular. Then Shanghuan Qianqian's fleet turned around and abandoned the Sasha fleet in the middle, and attacked the fleets on both wings. While responding, Chelm Solon joked in the internal channel of officials, "Oh, not bad, I thought you would foolishly go in." Shangguan Qianqian commanded the fleet to find a breakthrough in the battle, and replied, "You want to use 2 rounds of doomsday volleys to trick me into entering the pocket formation. I'm not stupid." It turned out that these 2 rounds of doomsday volleys were both a test before the war and a trap. The purpose was to use the powerful doomsday weapons to attract Shangguan Qianqian's attention, and then lure Shangguan Qianqian to seize the opportunity to kill the central fleet that had just ended the doomsday. When Shangguan Qianqian really attacks the nightmare fleet in the middle, the nightmare fleets on both sides that have just finished the first round of doomsday salvos will continue to extend to both sides, forming a huge pocket formation, encircling Shangguan Qianqian's fleet. At that time, these encircling warships can bombard without restraint, and Shangguan Qianqian's fleet will have an unclear firing range due to the high density, and the firepower will be weakened, and it will have to let Chelm Solon cut it hard. But this trap is the kind that only those involved can see clearly, so you only need to stay absolutely calm to see it. And obviously, when entering the battle, these officials have remained absolutely rational and calm, and this trap has no effect on them. After such a test, Chelm Solon also knew that any conspiracy and tricks would have no effect on Shangguan Qianqian, who is also an official, just like Shangguan Qianqian's various tricks were useless to him. The two of them simply stopped plotting and intrigue, and both commanded their warships to attack the other side's fleets, hoping to open a path from the front battlefield and win the victory from the overall situation. The desperate fighting style of the fleets of both sides made the spectators in New Eden bite a big melon. It was almost impossible for officials to have a real fight, so Jamil Salam and Sai Jerusalem, the leaders of the 4 empires, carefully stored these as teaching materials. This is a good material for training commanders. The angels who were accompanying and supervising on a reconnaissance ship, and were forced out of the warp by the storm, could not help but swallow their saliva when they saw the 2 crazy fleets, and then recorded the battlefield holographically. Peter Yagudis, who was sitting on the first star of Carlson, was also in a mixed mood when he saw the battlefield scene transmitted. He couldn't help but wonder if he really judged others by his own meanness. The fleet of New Eden was definitely an elite fleet, otherwise there would be no such fighting spirit. This sure man really took out all the elites to help him recover the 5 major star regions. Chapter 535. In the end, Chelm Solon still won the final victory. After all, she still had 38 fleets outside the orbit, which could provide support at any time, and Shangguan Qianqian could not really fight with Chelm Solon, so she chose to retreat after losing more than half of the fleet. But when Chelm Solon led the fleet to dismantle the 3 gods' conduit, Shangguan Qianqian directly detonated the 3 gods' guide rail. The original abyssal storm rushed out of the temporarily exploded wormhole in an instant, sweeping up the 2 fleets of Chelm Solon. In less than 10 seconds, they were all reduced to wreckage, and then they were sucked into the wormhole. In this first round, the 2 sides were tied. Chelm Solon looked at the messy battlefield and couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl. Then, after leaving a fleet to garrison, Chelm Solon led the large fleet to the predetermined target galaxy. After the first star system, Chelm Solon and Shangguan Qianqian started fighting for star systems one after another. Almost as soon as Chelm Solon took over a star system, Shangguan Qianqian's Trigod's fleet seized the opportunity and rushed out suddenly. The 2 sides fought hard. Faced with the tenacious resistance and various harassing counterattacks of the Trigods, Chelm Solon was a little exhausted and only took 5 star systems in a whole week. And Estamertel and Drakriamelon, who were attacking on both sides, also fought very fiercely. After paying nearly 1/3 of the total fleet, they finally took over most of the target star systems. Compared with the slight advantage of New Eden, the coalition forces in the other 4-star regions had a very difficult time. It took them a whole week to barely gain a foothold in the border galaxy, and they had to be on guard against the sneak attacks of the fleet of the 3 gods at all times, and the casualties were extremely heavy. The coalition fleets that were responsible for the main attack were almost all annihilated as a whole, and several civilizations had announced their withdrawal from the coalition because the fleets they sent were annihilated. As a result, the coalition command had to turn its attention to the Hope Star region that New Eden was attacking. Sir Chelm Solon, the offensives of the other 4-star regions have been frustrated. Please open up the passage to the Vans Galaxy as soon as possible, and support the attacks of other star regions after liberating the Hope Army. Now all hopes are placed on New Eden, and Peter Yagudis has to bow his head temporarily. The only way for him now is to open up the passage in New Eden as soon as possible, clear out the Hope Star region as soon as possible after liberating the Hope Army, and then rush to support the other 4-star regions. It can be said that all the hopes of this joint operation are placed on New Eden. However, Chelm Solon refused without hesitation. "I'm sorry, the current offensive is the limit that our army can accept. If we attack again, our casualties will increase greatly. The warriors of New Eden are not afraid of death, but they will never accept meaningless losses. Faced with Chelmsolan's refusal, Peter Yagoudis looked at the person in charge of the Angel civilization, who was supervising the battle for help. The Angel nodded after a moment of silence. Your Excellency, Chelmsolan is right. The war in the Hope Star region is going smoothly in New Eden now. It is only a matter of time to complete the mission. At present, the casualties in New Eden are already very heavy. If you proceed according to your plan, New Eden will suffer unnecessary losses. It means that she is powerless. New Eden does have the right to refuse such a suicide mission that is not beyond its mission. Seeing the Angel supervising the battle also said so, Peter Yagoudis gritted his teeth. Mr. Chelmsolan, as long as you can open up the route to the Vans Galaxy as soon as possible, I will give you 3 times the compensation for all your losses, and compensation this time. In a hurry, Peter Yagoudis even used honorifics to Chelmsolan and made a higher promise. In fact, if these 5-star regions are not taken back to their own hands as soon as possible, God knows what these 5-star regions will become with the fusion of the Abyss space and the main space. Time is of the essence. Seeing that Peter Yagoudis offered 3 times the original loss and compensation, Chelmsolan reluctantly agreed after pretending to ask Sherman for instructions. I agree, but I hope that the offensive of the other 4-star regions must also be stepped up. I don't want the 3 gods to reinforce the Hope Star region because of your laziness. If it fails, don't say it's my fault. Chelmsolan narrowed his eyes and scanned everyone, with a threatening look in his eyes. Facing Chelmsolan's concerns, Peter Yagoudis immediately patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, Sir Chelmsolan, I will personally supervise the offensive of the other 4-star regions, and will definitely not drag down your army. It's better to do so. Then, Chelmsolan hung up the communication, a happy smile appeared on his face, and said to Shangguan Qianqian and the other 2, I heard it. Everyone has to be more serious this time. I hope that by the time we get through the Van star system, the remaining fleet will not exceed 40. Understood? Estimeltel and Dracria Melon said eagerly. Shangguan Qianqian silently raised his middle finger and deployed a new round of defense. In the following 3 days, under the watchful eyes of Peter Yagoudis and others, the 3 armies of New Eden fought more than 10 large-scale battles with the 3 gods. Although neither side sent out flagships, the intensity was very high. Countless warships fought in the starry sky, and there were even suicide attacks that activated the self-destruction program and rushed into the enemy's formation from time to time. The wreckage of the warships of both sides covered the entire starry sky. Finally, after suffering huge casualties, the 3 armies opened up the route to the Vans Galaxy. As the wounded Sasha fleet entered the Vans Galaxy, the 3 armies gathered together to attack the Vans Galaxy. After a bloody battle, they finally destroyed the Trigod's conduit in the galaxy. With the destruction of the Trigod's conduit, the cosmic storm in the galaxy began to slowly calm down, the space was no longer chaotic, and the flagship could perform hyperspace folding. Seeing that the crisis in the Vans Galaxy was resolved, Peter Yagoudis immediately ordered the Hope Army to gather for a counterattack, and the New Eden fleet was ordered to assist the Hope Army in clearing the entire territory before it had time to catch its breath. Looking at the Hope Army that had completed its assembly outside the Star City, Chelmsolan said calmly, Our play is over, now it's up to you. Shangguan Qianqian chuckled and replied, Understood. Chapter 536. Because New Eden has opened up 3 channels in the Hope Star region, Peter Yagoudis immediately ordered the 5 super flagship fleets of the Hope Army to split into 4 groups. 2 groups continued to stay in the Vans Galaxy, while the other 3 groups counterattacked the surrounding areas along the channels opened by New Eden, and the 3 armies of New Eden also cooperated. In addition, the garrison fleets in various star systems in the Hope Star region also began to take the initiative to attack and support the counterattack of the main fleet. Because of New Eden's 3-line attack, Peter Yagoudis also clearly felt that as they went deeper into New Eden, the defense of the 3 gods became weaker and weaker, so they analyzed that the 3 gods did not have many fleets in the Hope Star region. Therefore, in the expectation of Peter Yagoudis and others, they only needed the super flagship fleet to strangle along the way. After 1 or 2 battles, the 3 gods would not be able to organize a large-scale battle, and could only fight guerrilla warfare and small-scale attacks at most. Moreover, even if the 3 gods still have a fleet hidden, Peter Yagoudis is also prepared. The 2 super flagship fleets on standby in the Vans Galaxy are a backup for this situation. Moreover, the routes of the 3 super flagship fleets for clearing are all within the flagship hyperspace jump range. No matter which one is ambushed, these 2 super flagship fleets can provide support at any time. Even if the counterattack of the three gods is too fierce, they can quickly withdraw along the 3-day voyage opened up by New Eden. It can be said that Peter Ugudis has taken all the situations into consideration. Now Peter Ugudis is even planning with the staff how to liberate the other 4 star fields after liberating the Hope Star field. However, just when they were full of pride, the wind blew in the Hope Star field. In the various star systems opened up by New Eden, the 3 gods' conduits hidden in them suddenly started up, and the abyssal storm swept the entire Hope Star field again. This time, the abyssal storm was even more violent. The routes that had been opened were blocked again, and tens of thousands of Trigod warships appeared in various star systems again, attacking the New Eden fleet stationed there. In less than half an hour, all 3 routes were lost, and all the New Eden fleet stationed there were annihilated. The Hope Army, which had just assembled outside the Star City, was also somewhat at a loss, and hurriedly reported the situation to Peter Ugudis. Sir Chelm Solon, can you open up the route again? In this situation, Peter Ugudis quickly contacted Chelm Solon and asked with expectation. Chelm Solon smiled bitterly. Now the garrison fleets have lost contact, and it is estimated that they are in danger. Now my Sasha group, Gusta's group and Blood Raider group have only 20 fleets left. It is very difficult to open the route again. Please open the route, and bring out the Hope Group army. I will plead with Lord Sherman and ask for credit for you. At this moment, Peter Ugudis could not care about anything else. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. I do my best. Chelm Solon replied with a gloomy face, looking like he was worried. At this time, outside the Star City of Vans, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, and all looked at the starry sky outside the Star City. The heavy atmosphere also made the coalition headquarters outside several star regions very quiet. The abyss storm in the starry sky became very strong, and a blood-colored light appeared in front of everyone through the storm. As the storm dissipated, an inverted triangle star gate suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and densely packed Trigod warships also jumped out of it, quickly forming a battle formation outside the Hope Group army. Stargate technology, and even more advanced Stargate technology. At this moment, Peter Ugudis and others finally understood why the Trigod fleet could appear in various galaxies in a mysterious way. Before Peter Ugudis could react, huge Trigod warships slowly jumped out of the Stargate. Looking at this huge warship, Peter Ugudis' heart sank. The 3 gods' dreadnought fleet. In previous battles, the 3 gods had never deployed flagship-level combat power, and all they used were conventional warships, which was one of the reasons why Peter Ugudis wanted to use a super flagship fleet to clear out the enemy. Now the 3 gods' dreadnought fleet came out, and now he could only pray in his heart that the 3 gods did not have any super flagships coming, otherwise the Hope army assembled outside Star City would be in real danger. Seeing the 3 gods' dreadnought fleet entering the battlefield, the commander of the Hope army immediately issued an order, and the 5 super flagship fleets quickly changed from assembly to defense formation, concentrating on guarding against the enemy in front of them. The dreadnought in front of them was a triangular dreadnought, with 3 long tentacles extending out in the center, and an extremely huge entropy decomposer. Looking at the energy fluctuations emitted by this dark red entropy decomposer, no one would doubt its power. This is the 3 gods' dreadnought Zenita class. Seeing that the atmosphere in his fleet was somewhat heavy, Peter Ugudis encouraged everyone in the Hope army, don't panic, the other side only has dreadnoughts, while we have 5 super flagship fleets, nearly 100 Titans and hundreds of super aircraft carriers, and countless flagships of various types. Whether in terms of quantity or tonnage, the advantage is on our side, and it is the enemy that should panic. Listening to Peter Ugudis' words, the corps commander of the Hope army also opened his mouth to say a few encouraging words, but after seeing the next one, his tone became horrified. Gods! The things behind the Stargate of the 3 gods began to appear, and they realized that this Stargate, which was larger than the Titan, was just an entrance and exit of the behemoth behind them. When the abyss storm slowly dissipated, a steel fortress comparable to the size of a planet suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The World Ark, Dazok class, and existence beyond the Titan, appeared. Looking at this steel fortress that was as big as a planet, the entire Hope army and Van Star City had no comparison with it. Peter Ugudis, and all the people who were paying attention to this action were shocked. Is this a warship or a war star? Shangguan Qianqian sat in the World Ark, looking at the Hope army, which had become very quiet in front of him, with his feet on the coffee table, and a smile that was as short-lived as a flower. I don't have any Titans or aircraft carriers of the 3 gods, but this World Ark does have a few. Then, the entropy weapons equipped on the World Ark locked onto the Hope army. Entropy rays comparable to the thickness of the Doomsday beams quickly expanded in the eyes of the Hope army commander, and finally filled the world in his eyes. Chapter 537. As the World Arc's thick entropy rays hit the Hope Group's super flagship fleet, the representative blood red of the entropy rays filled the entire Hope Group's super flagship fleet. However, these powerful entropy rays did not directly destroy them, as the Hope Group's army commander had expected. They looked scary, but their power was not as great as Titan's Doomsday, at most less than one-third. Looking at his super flagship fleet that was only slightly damaged but not destroyed, the Hope Group's army commander breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the entropy beams as thick as the beams of doom and the Hope army bearing the attack, Peter Yagutis at the Allied Command Center breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the people around him who had become very serious because of the appearance of the World Arc and said with a smile, "Everyone, it seems that this thing is just a bit of a bluff, and its attack power is not high." Now Peter Yagutis looked at the majestic time arc on the battlefield and couldn't help thinking, that's it? Damn it, a mobile fortress comparable to a planet, but it turned out to be useless, which scared him to death. Since this thing can't effectively cause effective damage to the super flagship fleet of the Hope Group army, then it will become a living target of the Hope Group army and be smashed to pieces. Shangguan Qianqian saw that this round of World Arc's attack did not make any progress, and he was not anxious, but showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, it seems that this flagship-level entropy weapon can still cause high damage to Titans. This is just the conventional anti-flagship weapon of the Time Arkansas. The real killer has not been used yet. But seeing the effect of the entropy weapon of this flagship, Shangguan Qianqian feels that there is no need to use that weapon. It only takes a little time to leave all these guys behind. And this is indeed the case. After the Hope Group army counterattacked, they found that the high-energy reaction of the entropy rays attacking them was constantly increasing, and it increased by 50% in less than a minute. "Captain, we can't fight anymore. The attack strength of this thing is constantly shocking. If it continues like this, in 10 minutes at most, the power of these entropy rays will be increased to the strength of Doomsday weapons. By then, we will really be finished." A super flagship fleet looked at the self-check status of his Titan and said anxiously, "Entropy weapons are weapons that can increase their power as the attack time increases. Once the target is attacked for a period of time, the power is comparable to that of Doomsday weapons. When weapons with the power of Doomsday weapons continue to attack you like conventional weapons, it's scary to think about it, which is why Shangguan Qianqian is confident." The commander of the Hope Army looked at the three gods' dreadnoughts that activated the battle module and kept attacking their flagships, as well as the three gods' heavy assault cruisers that were looking for opportunities around them, and couldn't help but look bitter. Then he quickly adjusted his mentality and said with a firm face, "We can't leave. Now the entire Hope Star field is blocked by the enemy. Now we have no way back. Brothers, follow me to fight to the death. For the glory of Carlson civilization, fight to the death. For the glory of Carlson civilization, fight to the death." Seeing the Legion commander driving the Titan to the front line of the battle zone, the people of Hope Army suddenly changed their previous decadence and roared. Then, everyone gathered at their Legion commander without any prior agreement, ready to fight to the death with the Legion commander. After a while, the entire Hope Army, with huge casualties, reunited from the battlefield divided by the three gods. This made Shangguan Qianqian frown, and then his brows relaxed. "We are all good guys, but it's a pity that we followed the wrong people. Well, let me fulfill your wish and send you off." Then, with a wave of her hand, the entire fleet of the three gods gave up the division and encirclement, and regrouped around the Arc of Time. Because the fleets of both sides regrouped, the two sides also ushered in a short truce. In addition to the regular fleets still fighting, there was no conflict between the flagships in the main battlefield. The Zenita-class dreadnought was beside the World Arc, receiving remote repairs from the World Arkansas. All the Trigods fleets were resupplying and repairing beside the World Arc to regroup. The Hope Army also cherished this brief respite, and was constantly adjusting its status. Even now, Shangguan Qianqian did not send an interceptor to stop the Hope Army, because now the 5-star fields including the Hope Star field have turned into an abyss. She can quickly stop them in front of her at any time through the World Arkansas. She is now fighting at home. After seeing the methods of the three gods, the Hope Army had no intention of running away, but quietly prepared for the final battle. Peter Yagutis looked at the twists and turns of the Hope Star field battlefield, and his face became very embarrassed, but then, he could only give the Hope Army the final order in a low voice. "Warriors, I and the people of Carlson will remember you forever." The answer to Peter Yagutis was the roar of the Hope Army that filled the channel. "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" After making many promises to the people of the Hope Army, Peter Yagoudis then left the battlefield and turned to contact the armies of the other 4-star fields. Now the main fleet of the three gods has been entangled by the Hope Army, which is a good opportunity for these 4 armies to break through, and this is why the commander of the Hope Army decided to fight to the death. Fighting to the death is tragic, but it also needs to be meaningful. However, Shangguan Qianqian would not make such a mistake. She looked at the Hope Army in the distance and moved her lips slightly, uttering an invisible murmur. I didn't say that this is all the main force of my 3 gods. With a slight wave of her hand, for world arcs, and the 3 gods' fleet rushed out from the abyss space and intercepted the enemies from the other 4-star fields. Then, Shangguan Qianqian looked at the Hope Army in front of her, narrowed her eyes, and uttered a word coldly. Kill! As the world arc fired a pulse wave in all directions, the connection between the Hope Army and the Allied Forces Operations Command was cut off, and no news from the battlefield could be obtained. Then, the Star Gate of the World Arc suddenly activated, and the 3 gods' fleet appeared directly beside the Hope Army with the help of the Star Gate and launched an attack. Looking at the Trigods' fleet around them, Chum Solon and the other 2 also looked at each other, and then led the fleet to charge towards the Trigods' fleet, and then they were quickly overwhelmed by the Trigods' fleet. Chum Solon and the other 2 only had some combat power in the Sasha fleet, the Gustus fleet of Estamel Tel, and the Blood Raider fleet of Draclia Melon were castrated. Now facing the Trigods' fleet that was firing at full power and holding back no effort, except for the Sasha fleet that resisted a little, the entire fleet collapsed at the touch of a button and was instantly pierced by the Trigods' warships. After the New Eden fleet was penetrated, the conventional fleet of the Hope Army behind it also joined the battle. Then it was penetrated by the elite assault cruiser fleet of the 3 gods, and was divided into various battlefields of different sizes, and annihilated separately. However, facing the crushing on the conventional battlefield, the conventional fleet of the Hope Army was not quickly defeated, as Shangguan Qianqian thought, but launched a more fierce counterattack. They counterattacked at the scale of a squadron, which was just the right scale. Too many would easily cause chaos, and too few would not have enough firepower. Almost every time a warship is lost, another warship will come up in the rear to ensure the strength of the defense and counterattack. But that's all. Unless the warships of the 3 gods are separated and surrounded, they can effectively control the battlefield even if there is a situation of fighting more with fewer troops after the battlefield is divided, relying on the defense of heavy assault cruisers and the guarantee of logistics ships. The elite main fleet of the 3 gods, even if it is a small team, is a complete configuration of firepower ships plus logistics ships, and even has 2 electronic jamming frigates. It can be said that even among the various forces within New Eden, no one dared to say that they could win for sure. So even if the conventional fleet of the Hope Army showed great resilience in the battle, that was all. Because after suffering huge casualties, except for destroying more than a dozen Trigods squads, with the absolute firepower advantage in the local area, there was no achievement in other battlefields. In less than 20 minutes after the battle, the casualty ratio between the 2 sides reached 1:16, and it was still rising. However, such heavy casualties were not meaningless, because they tied up the regular fleet of the 3 gods and relieved the pressure on the flagship fleet. Of course, the flagship was crushed one-sidedly. With the World Arc as the main output task, the 3 gods dreadnought assisted, and the flagship fleet of the Hope Army, which had an absolute numerical advantage, was beaten to a pulp. After the commander of the Hope Army launched several unsuccessful attempts on the World Arc, he decisively turned his target to the 3 gods' dreadnought. Shangguan Qianqian did not intend to use the dreadnoughts to replace them, but the entire fleet formed a special formation. Once a dreadnought was attacked by concentrated fire, the module would be quickly stopped, and then an intact dreadnought would be used as a shield under the short-distance jump of the World Arc. After the rescued dreadnought stopped the battle module, the World Arc would put on a full set of remote repairs, allowing it to return to the battlefield in just 1 minute. This World Arc is really a mobile fortress, with information interference, firepower support, assisted mobility, and remote repairs. The flagship tactics of the Trigods were carried out around this World Arc. When the battle was going on for the 5th hour, a Carlson Civilization interceptor ship that was being chased by the Trigods patrol guards finally entered the Van's galaxy at the risk of its life. Afterwards, an order quickly sounded in the fleet channel of the Hope Army. The fall of the 5 major star regions is a foregone conclusion, and the current priority should be to preserve strength. Each battlefield fleet quickly evacuates on its own. Repeat, each battlefield fleet quickly evacuates on its own. At the same time, a personal order from Peter Yagoudis was finally sent to the commander of the Hope Army. The commander of the Hope Army looked at the order from Peter Yagoudis, and knew that the other 4-star regions were also being chased and intercepted by the main fleet of the 3 gods. The main fleet of the 3 gods was not limited to the ones in front of him. Now the armies of the other 4-star regions were also defeated before them, and the fall of the 5 major star regions had become a foregone conclusion. And it was meaningless for the Hope Army to fight to the death here. Looking at his fleet, which was less than 1/5 of his remaining, the Legion commander slowly closed his eyes and issued an order with unspeakable pain. The conventional fleet will disperse and break out in small teams. The flagship fleet, fight to the death with me and cover the retreat of other brothers. The conventional fleet is still okay, and it has a chance to break out in the face of the pursuit and interception of the 3 gods. But the flagship is too heavy, and now it is induced to be silent, so it can't leave at all, so it can only stay here to continue to contain the fleet of the 3 gods and cover the evacuation of others. And he was to be buried here with his fleet. After hearing the order, everyone in the regular fleet was furious, and no one wanted to leave. They all said they would fight to the death together. In the end, no one accepted the death order issued by the Legion commander, and they all said they would live and die together. And Chum Solon and the other 2 looked at each other, and sent a message to Shangguan Qianqian at the same time. Then, the entropy weapons of the World Ark focused their fire on the Legion commander's car of the Hope Group army in the next moment, blowing it up. Before anyone else could react, the Nightmare-class battleship piloted by Chum Solon quickly came to the wreckage, towed the Legion commander's space capsule into the cabin, and then quickly fled. Seeing the New Eden fleet fleeing with the Legion commander, the other members of the Hope Army also reacted quickly, and then the Titans and Dreadnoughts opened fire at the same time, suppressing the offensive of the 3 gods and covering Chum Solon and others to leave. The conventional fleet on the other side took the initiative to entangle the conventional fleet of the 3 gods, clearing the route for Chum Solon and others to attack and cover. Everyone from New Eden, please take the Legion commander out, please. Looking at these Hope Army soldiers, who fought back desperately to open an escape route for themselves and others, Chum Solon and the other 2 felt a little strange. In all conscience, they took the Legion commander away just to prove that they and others had fought desperately, so that Peter Yagutis could make up for the losses and compensation for them. If it weren't for the fact that the Hope Army and New Eden were completely wiped out, but only the 3 of them escaped, it would be hard to say. Shangguan Qianqian, these soldiers of the Hope Group army should try to capture prisoners. I want to see if they can become soldiers of my Blood Raiders group. Drecria Melon looked at these soldiers, who fought to the death, with inexplicable excitement in her eyes. Okay. Shangguan Qianqian nodded, and then let the attack avoid the driver's cabin of these people, and try to leave them alive. As for whether these soldiers with such a strong fighting will become Drecria Melon's subordinates, or whether they will serve as undercover or something, she is not worried at all. As for spies, there is no need to worry. After all, without loyalty, they can't even pass the cloning operation and will die on the operating table. As for loyalty and brainwashing, the Blood Raiders group is the best. After all, strictly speaking, this is a religious force. Chapter 538. As the scattered coalition forces in the 5-star regions escaped, the coalition forces returned in defeat, and the news of the annihilation of the 5 major armies of the Carlson civilization finally reached the coalition headquarters. After learning that only one of the 5 major armies could escape and the flagship fleet was annihilated, Peter Yagutis sat down on the chair weakly, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. His Carlson civilization only has 10 star regions in total, not counting the garrison fleets of each star system and his own guard fleet. There are only 10 main fleets that can be used for external wars. Now not only has half of the territory been lost, but even the fleet has been reduced by almost half. The blow to the Carlson civilization can be imagined. It can be predicted that after this battle, Peter Yagutis and his Carlson civilization will have to keep a low profile during this period of severe damage. At this time, a call brought Peter Yagutis back to his senses. Report, General Belborg and the people of New Eden are back. Hearing this, Peter Yagutis could no longer sit still, and hurriedly stood up and ran out of the command room to greet them. This Belborg is the commander of the Hope Army Group, and the commander with the longest experience and the most outstanding military exploits in the Carlson civilization. It can be said that he conquered almost half of the territory of the Carlson civilization with his fleet. He is the pillar of the Carlson civilization, and the teacher of Peter Yagutis. Belborg, who came out of the space capsule with a pale face, showed a trace of shame and pain when he saw Peter Yagutis. He knelt on one knee and whispered, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry for you and the Carlson civilization." Peter Yagutis quickly helped Belborg up, holding his hand with a look of relief. "Teacher, it's good that you can come back, and there's no need to talk about the rest. Belboard could only sigh slightly, and his clenched hands trembled. Looking at this touching scene, Chum Solon was not interested, but stared directly at Peter Yagoudis. Sir Peter Yagoudis, this time my fleet was all lost to cover our return. Should we talk about compensation and compensation? Hearing this, Peter Yagoudis' face became a little unnatural due to excitement, and then he said in a blaming tone, "This time, the coalition not only failed to complete the planned target, but now all 5-star regions have fallen, and even my teacher almost didn't come back. Do you think it's appropriate to ask me for compensation and compensation?" Chum Solon had a cold face, and hadn't spoken yet, only to hear an indifferent voice from the side. "I think it's very suitable." Looking at the person coming, Chum Solon and the other two couldn't help but kneel on one knee on the ground, with their hands on their chests to salute. "Meet my lord." The person who came was Sherman, who came after receiving the battle report from Shangguan Qianqian. After pulling the 3 people up, Sherman looked them up and down and asked, "How is it? Is everything okay?" This time it was a real fight, and Sherman was a little worried that these guys really didn't know the limit and had a big fight. Seeing that the 3 of them were fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Peter Yagoudis looked at Sherman, and his face darkened. His expression changed several times in an instant. Finally, his face was no longer the same as before, but with a little bit of misery. "Sir Sherman, now my Carlson civilization is in such a disaster. Please show mercy to us because we are in the same camp and brothers-in-law." The people around him watched Peter Yagoudis' performance, and their eyes twitched. Is this still Peter Yagoudis, who is the boss, and the second in command? In response to Peter Yagoudis' request, Sherman shook his head and said indifferently, "We are all people sitting in this position, so don't try to make friends. Whether your territory is lost or more than half of your fleet is lost, it has nothing to do with me. Now, I only ask you to fulfill the agreement you signed at the beginning." Looking at Sherman, who refused to give in, Peter Yagoudis gritted his teeth. "Sir Sherman, now that my Carlson civilization has suffered such a disaster, whether it is the resettlement of the people or the pensions of the soldiers, it requires a lot of resources. I really can't afford so much now. I'm sorry, this is your business. Besides, you only talked about your soldiers' pensions, but we can't be responsible for our soldiers' pensions, right? You have to know that, not to mention the agreement that has been signed long ago, this operation is under your full command. Now only 1 in 100 of the coalition forces can survive, and my New Eden is completely wiped out except for the 3 commanders. How can I explain to the families of these soldiers?" With that, Sherman took Chum Solon and the other 2 away, leaving a light sentence before walking out the door. "I give you 3 days. I don't care about the others, but prepare the damage and compensation for my New Eden for me, or I send a fleet to take it myself." Watching the 4 Sherman people leave, the entire command room became very quiet, and everyone's eyes were on Peter Yagoudis, hoping to give them a good response. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Peter Yagoudis couldn't help but feel powerless in his heart. He originally wanted to take down the troublemaker of New Eden, and then use this opportunity to talk to these people, delaying the damage and compensation for a while, or reducing them. But he didn't expect that Sherman didn't buy it at all. He gave him a choice, either pay or go to war, and let him choose. Now Peter Yagoudis was frantically asking questions about the family of the intelligence officer. Is he a weak person who only responds to soft actions, and not hard ones? Looking at everyone, Peter Yagoudis had to smile, and said that he would give them compensation and pensions even if he had to sell everything he had, and he would never default on them. As everyone left, Peter Yagoudis sat down on a chair, shook his head weakly, and sighed. In the future, we have to be prepared to go through a difficult period. With so much compensation and relief, the already difficult days of Carlson civilization will be even more difficult in the future. On the other hand, Drakria Melon also secretly brought the brainwashing equipment she begged from Chum Solon to the Abyss space, preparing to physically brainwash the prisoners captured by Shangguan Qianqian. The Sasha group is an expert in mental aspects. They have been studying things like the mind control tower, and have made related progress, and even created brainwashing equipment that can directly brainwash intelligent life. Drakria Melon is going to use this equipment to brainwash first, and then use the Blood Raiders Church to strengthen their beliefs, and then use cloning surgery to test and eliminate those with ulterior motives. This is a complete set of brainwashing procedures. Chapter 539. Later, Peter Yagoudis did not give up and asked the Angel Civilization to intervene, hoping to reduce the huge compensation and compensation. However, even if Viber Elena came forward, it was not effective, and Sherman did not buy it at all. Later, Jamil Salam led the Imperial Crusaders to the border of Carlson civilization, preparing to Take back the compensation and compensation belonging to New Eden. In the end, Peter Yagoudis had to bow his head and grit his teeth to take out all the compensation and compensation of New Eden. As New Eden left with compensation and relief, other coalition forces also flocked to Peter Yagoudis to get their own compensation and relief. Finally, Peter Yagoudis looked at the impoverished treasury and the pile of unpaid debts. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. People's joys and sorrows are not the same, and Sherman was very happy at this moment. You did a great job this time, and you didn't let me down. Sherman picked up the drink and took the initiative to toast Shangguan Qianqian, who came back to report on his work. In this operation, the three gods led by Shangguan Qianqian did a great job. Sherman's mission was to weaken the strength of the Carlson civilization by half, and Shangguan Qianqian really executed it without any compromise. Half of the territory and half of the fleet of the Carlson civilization were lost, and the actual strength of the Carlson civilization was weakened by more than half. It's all thanks to my lord's trust that I can lead the three gods. Shangguan Qianqian finished drinking the wine in the glass. You guys are actually good at flattering. Looking at Shangguan Qianqian, Sherman couldn't help but smile. Then he said to everyone at the table, "Okay, everyone should eat and drink. This is what Maud personally cooked. Come and try it." This time, Sherman also held a party with the officials of New Eden to celebrate Shangguan Qianqian's success, and also told Wang Yan, the mistress of New Eden, some things. Wang Yan looked at the officials who came and went in the restaurant and saluted her from time to time, and her mind was a little confused. And after hearing the conversation between Sherman and Shangguan Qianqian, she was even more dumbfounded. But after all, she was the angel princess, and her chi cultivation skills were good. Even though her heart was surging, she remained calm. It was not until Sherman pulled her to her seat that she asked, "Barbarian, these three descendants of the gods. My people are also the forces of my New Eden." Sherman replied calmly, as if it was nothing to say, and there was no need to be surprised. But Wang Yan looked at Sherman's slightly raised mouth, his feet shaking because of his boasting, and he almost praised him with his face. Wang Yan smiled, and then stopped asking questions, enjoying the delicious food on the table peacefully. This made Sherman feel uncomfortable, and he touched his head and looked at Wang Yan. "Wife, aren't you curious and don't want to ask me why I do this?" Wang Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes, full of charm. "You have your reasons for doing this. Since I married you, these national affairs should not be my concern." Wang Yan didn't want to have a gap with Sherman because of this power and secret. Everyone has secrets, not to mention the New Eden, which has become one of the most powerful forces in just a few years. Power is both heaven and hell, and now she just wants to be a good wife, even if she is just a vase. Sherman naturally understood Wang Yan's approach and was very touched. He then took Wang Yan's hand and said in a gentle tone, "Wife, after the banquet, you can follow Chelm Solon to her research institute. When you come back, you will know everything, and all the secrets of New Eden will be open to you." That's right, Sherman wanted Wang Yan to do the pilot cloning operation. Only after the pilot clone operation could Wang Yan get the authority, and Sherman would be more assured of her safety. Okay. Although she didn't know why Sherman asked her to leave with Chelm Solon, she nodded and smiled brightly. On the other side, in the demon civilization, Sarah Jones, dressed in gorgeous clothes, slowly sat in a position that symbolized power and authority under the gaze of tens of thousands of civilization leaders. The previous demon queen stood aside, took off the crown on her head, and slowly put it on Sarah Jones' head. At this moment, the new demon queen takes the throne. Looking at the surging sea of people below, and the fleet that covers the sky in the starry sky, Sarah Jones's face is very calm. This position was chosen by her long ago, and the handover was very smooth, without any obstacles, everything came naturally. Facing the cheers, Sarah Jones thought of something, looked at Adrian Black Flag below, and raised her mouth slightly, and then issued her first order after taking the throne. "Order, all fleets are ready for battle. I want those guys in the Justice Order to feel this lively atmosphere." After listening to Sarah Jones' words, the field was quiet for a while, and then a louder cheer broke out. They like war, because only war can make them earn enough benefits, let their civilization develop, and let their civilization go to a higher level. They like this man who just came to power to tear up the armistice agreement and start a war. The movements of the demon civilization and the free order naturally could not be hidden from the angel civilization. Vibra Elena quickly convened hundreds of civilization leaders of the Justice Order to start a meeting. Because the three gods occupied the 5-star regions of the Carlson civilization, the border defenses in this area were completely destroyed. In addition, The surrounding civilizations under the Justice Order have not yet recovered from the last action, and it is very difficult to reorganize the coalition forces now. Vibra Lena took this into consideration after the three gods launched an attack on the 5-star regions and began to build a new line of defense. But she never thought that Sarah Jones would be so decisive in starting a war just after taking office, and the line of defense she built was only half built. Now, neither the fortress defense line nor the defense fleet can form combat effectiveness, let alone intercept the huge fleet of the Freedom Camp. Now it is impossible to block it with her Angel Civilization fleet, and she must hurry up to organize a new coalition fleet to defend. This time, Vibra Lena did not let New Eden withdraw its fleet to participate, because at the same time, the Demon Civilization also sent a large number of Freedom Camp fleets to the Southern Star Field and the Eastern Star Field, and its goal is self-evident. Now Vibra Lena can only hope that New Eden can hold it off. Now she can't dispatch a fleet to support it. Everything depends on New Eden itself. When Sherman, who was anxiously waiting outside the operating room, heard the news, his brows furrowed. Sarah Jones is so murderous. She wants to start a large-scale war just after taking office. But now the huge fleet of the Freedom Camp is moving towards the territory of New Eden, so he can't think too much. Ola, order Jamil Salam and Sai Jerusalem to prepare their troops and be ready for battle. Other forces should also prepare for battle, and support the two battlefields at any time in case of emergency. Ola responded, and then suggested with a smile, "My lord, in this situation, I suggest that we copy the approach of the three gods and send a fleet to disrupt the enemy's rear." Sherman shook his head. If there is no abyss for the three gods, the world arc will not come out at all, and there is no way to fight. As for the other fleets, they would be finished before they reach the rear. The attitude of this demon civilization towards his New Eden is now second only to that of the angel civilization. It is extremely difficult to send a fleet in without anyone noticing. Ola smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, "My lord, in addition to the three descendants of the gods, you have another killer weapon." Sherman raised his eyebrows and immediately reacted. Freedom Drone Queen? Chapter 540. Yes, the Free Drone Queen. Aura nodded and continued, "Although this Free Drone Queen has a weaker self-awareness, her computing power far exceeds that of our officials, and she does not need to develop territory, so she can fully undertake this task. Not to mention other things, at least it is no problem to delay a little time. Free Drone Queen, one of the rewards at the end of the second test. The Kaldari and Minmater Stone Barbarians, who were rewarded at the time, have been arranged, and even the Hibernator fleet is being built, but there is no arrangement for this Free Drone Queen Stone Barbarian. There is no other reason. There is really no position for her. Because this Free Drone Queen does not have enough independent consciousness like officials such as Aura, it can only be said that she has some intelligence. Although her computing ability far exceeds that of ordinary officials, she is really unable to serve as a lord of her own side. She can only be arranged by Sherman to work in the defense of Chongqing Star City and fill in the gaps. Seeing what Aura said, Sherman no longer hesitated and shouted directly, "Snowflake Visca, come to the command room." After a while, a little girl entered the command room and saluted Sherman in a very cold manner. "My lord." The name Snowflake Visca was given to her by Estamel Terrace, and even this semi-mechanical clone was made by Chelm Solon himself to express their love for this sister. Because Snowflake Visca's autonomous consciousness is very weak, in other words, she does not have an emotional module, so her face has always been so cold, and with her small body of 148, she has an indescribable strange beauty. Looking at Snowflake Visca, Sherman couldn't help but bend down and pat her head, showing a smile. Before Sherman could speak, Snowflake Visca said in a crisp voice, "My lord, I can do this task." After all, she was in charge of the defense of the entire Chongqing Star City, so she also knew what Sherman and Aura had just said. Looking at the indifferent little girl in front of him, Sherman touched his head awkwardly. "Do you need to bring anything? Just a logistics frigate is enough." "Okay." Then, Snowflake Visca saluted Sherman and left without looking back, leaving Sherman with only the back of his head. Looking at such a cold little girl, Aura chuckled and then bowed to Sherman. "My lord, this little girl has not grown up yet. Please bear with her rudeness." "It's okay." Sherman waved his hand and smiled. "The little girl is still cute. I have to give birth to a girl in the future." Clearing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Sherman said to Aura, "While all the officials are here now, let them all come over and hold a combat meeting." "Yes, my lord." Ola received the order, and then issued a series of orders to all officials, asking them to end their vacation and return to Chongqing Star City for a meeting immediately. In less than an hour, all the officials, who were doing team building on the surface, sat in the chairs of the conference room. Except for Chelm Solin, who was performing a cloning operation on Wang Yin, everyone else arrived, and the meeting began. Sherman picked up a skewer of barbecue on the table to fill his stomach, and then took a glass of Fat House Happy water handed over by Maud and drank it all. After a burp he said, "Everyone, the Free Camp Army is currently approaching, and the defense line of the Central Star Field is in danger because of the three gods, so this time we can only rely on ourselves to resist." Seeing Sherman opening the battle, Aura added, "This time, the fleet set by the Freedom Camp has more than 50 armies, all of which are the main battleships currently in service in the Demon Civilization, and 5 of them are the main fleets of the Demon Civilization that have been upgraded. This New Eden is a rare black history of Sarah Jones, so when preparing for the frontal battlefield in the Central Star region, she also sent many fleets to the Southern Star region and the Eastern Star region, just to avenge the previous shame. And that's not all. A larger fleet is gathering later. These are just the appetizers. It can be said that Sarah Jones is really determined to destroy New Eden this time. Facing such an upcoming war, all officials are eager to try. Jamil Salam stood up and asked for battle. "My lord, leave the main defense task of this Southern Star Field to me, Emma. I guarantee that no enemy warship can enter the Southern Star Field." Seeing Jamil Salam asking for battle, others also asked for battle, and everyone looked at Sherman with expectation, hoping that they could be brought along in this war. These days, they have been preparing for battle, but there are few combat missions. Even the missions they finally got were to play a fake match with the three gods and engage in a war of shipments. They are tied up and not happy at all. This time, they have to participate no matter what, and have a hearty battle. Looking at the group of war maniacs in front of him, Sherman couldn't help but chuckle, and then gave an order. "Jamil Salam, listen to my orders. I order your troops to take on the defense mission of the Southern Star Field. Make sure to block the enemy's large forces outside the Southern Star Field." "Yes, my lord." Drakria Melon, listen to my orders. I order your troops to assist the Emma Empire in defense, find the opportunity to attack, and disrupt the enemy's offensive rhythm. "Yes, my lord." Estamel Tel, listen to my orders. I order your troops to immediately assemble the fleet and rush to the Eastern Star Field, and assist the Galeni Federation in defense together with the Serpentis Group. "Yes, my lord." Sasha Group and Angel Enterprise Consortium will serve as the reserve forces, supporting the 2 major battlefields at any time. As for Caldari and Minmater, they will continue to develop. This time, you will serve as the transport team to assist in material supply. "Yes, my lord." Because the Caldari and Minmater fleets have just been formed, and the super flagship fleet has not yet been formed, they can only serve as the transportation and supply mission. They have no objection to this. As for Sasha Group and Angel Enterprise Consortium, they are the best candidates to serve as the reserve forces because of their excellent mobility, and they have no objection to taking care of the 2 major battlefields. Of course, you have to hold back your opinions. Then Sherman looked at Sai Jerusalem, Cormac Waja, and Estamel Tel, and said seriously, "The Eastern Star region has just started to develop, and the foundation of New Eden is unstable, so you will be under a lot of pressure this time. I hope you won't let me down." Sherman is not worried about the Southern Star region. After all, the Southern Star region has been built into an iron bucket after such a long period of operation. However, the Eastern Star region has only been in the hands of New Eden for a short time, and the operation is not yet perfect. "I am willing to die for my lord." The 3 of them immediately stood up and saluted, with a determined look on their faces. Sherman nodded at the 3 of them, then glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone go down and get ready, the meeting is adjourned." At this time, only a wrong voice was heard. "My lord, what about me?" Sherman looked at Maud, who looked wronged, and smiled awkwardly, touching his nose and said, "Maud, your unit will serve as the second line of defense, clear out the infiltrating scouts, and my safety will be left to you." "Yes, my lord." Although it was not the main attack mission, Maud was still quite satisfied. After all, his Maud's regiment was just some conventional warships, not even dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers, and it was good to be able to participate in the battle now. Chapter 541. The Cobalt Blue Domain, a relatively fertile star field in the Central Star Field, is one of the most important routes for the Freedom Camp to the outside world. It is controlled by several relatively powerful forces all year round. Because of Sarah Jones's war order, almost all the main battle fleets were ordered to gather at the front line, leaving only a few garrison fleets. but they were not worried about being attacked by the enemy at all. Not to mention whether the enemy could quietly evade the defense line of the frontline fleet. Even if they really entered, the large-scale fleet that was gathering in the rear could quickly enter and wipe out these enemies. As for the small fleet, their garrison fleet is completely sufficient. So even now before the war, the entire Cobalt Blue domain is still the same except that it is a little more urgent. At this time, as a wormhole opened in the deep space, a Sasha frigate quietly appeared, and then quickly activated its equipment to hide in the subspace. Snowflake Visca operated the battleship scanner expressionlessly, and scanned the entire galaxy. As a secret signal came back, she also collected the information she wanted, and then the battleship immediately jumped out of the subspace and jumped towards a starry sky. As the jump ended, a warship graveyard filled with dense warship wreckage appeared in front of Snowflake Visca. These were the warship wreckages left behind in the last camp war. At that time, the Cobalt Blue Star region was the main battlefield for both sides. The fleets of the Free Camp and the Justice Order fought here, leaving behind many warship wreckages. After all, not every civilization has the almost lossless remelting technology of New Eden. For them, the cost of melting these warship wreckages into materials is higher than remining, which is not worth the loss, so these warship graveyards are formed. Because of the martial style of the Freedom Camp, this battleship graveyard can be regarded as a symbol of power. And now, this place will become a hotbed for the reproduction of free drones. Snowflake Visca drove the battleship and rushed out of the wreckage of the battleship, and quickly selected a suitable object, the wreckage of a super aircraft carrier. Snowflake Visca drove the battleship close to the wreckage of the super aircraft carrier, and then used the frigate's maintenance robot to carry out relevant transformation on the wreckage. She planned to transform the wreckage of the super aircraft carrier into a temporary mother nest. While Snowflake Visca was building the Freedom Drone mother nest, the Freedom Camp also went to war with the Justice Order. The Freedom Camp's main fleet bypassed Hope and other 5-star fields and launched an attack on the defense line that had not yet been built. The Justice Order had anticipated this, and immediately rushed to the front line after the fleet group had been assembled. A full-scale conflict broke out on the border between the two sides, and the battle was hard to separate. On the other hand, Sarah Jones and Adrian Black Flag, who were the main care objects of New Eden, personally led the team to attack the Southern Star Field and the Eastern Star Field, hoping to annihilate New Eden in one fell swoop and avenge their hatred. In order to prevent the enemy from entering the Southern Star Field, Jamil Salam took the fleet directly to the border to defend against the enemy. The two sides fought at the border between the Central Star Field and the Southern Star Field. This time, Sarah Jones spent a lot of money and dispatched a total of 53 army groups, a total of 265 super flagship fleets, plus other super flagship fleets reorganized by small forces. The number of super flagship fleets was close to 300. Although Jamil Salam's Emma Empire has been greatly improved due to long-term development, both the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Crusaders have been expanded several times. Even if the Queen's Guard is included, the number of super flagship fleets is only 65, far less than the enemy in number. Moreover, with the replacement of warships by the Demon Civilization, the warships of the Emma Empire no longer have an absolute crushing advantage in warship performance. The only good news may be that the super flagship fleet of the Demon Civilization only has 20 ships, but they are the main battleships directly under the Demon Civilization. Sarah Jones also knew that the warships of the Emma Empire crushed other civilizations, so she did not choose to let other civilizations be cannon fodder, but directly chose to use the 20 super flagship fleets of the Demon Civilization as the vanguard to take the main attack, and the fleets of other civilizations to serve as cover and firepower supplement, so as to minimize the warship advantage of the Emma Empire. In the first encounter, Sarah Jones did not have any idea of testing and directly chose to attack. 20 demon main fleets were responsible for the main attack, and under the strong attack of nearly 300 super flagship fleets, the 3 legions of the Imperial Crusaders, who were responsible for the defense of the Portal Galaxy, persisted for 3 days and rushed to death with the 3 super flagship fleets of the Demon Civilization. At this point, the portal of the Battlestar Field was opened by the Free Camp. Sarah Jones quickly built a forward fortress here. After leaving more than 100 super flagship fleets for defense and reserve, the other more than 200 super flagship fleets began to attack everywhere, launching an all-round attack on the defensive galaxy of the Emma Empire. Due to the lack of fleet, Jamil Salam was unable to take care of all battlefields, and fought very reluctantly, and finally the front line retreated again and again. In just half a month, under Sarah Jones's reckless attack, 2/3 of the star systems in the entire Battlestar Field fell into her hands, and the Emma Empire retreated to the last constellation. The fleet of the Blood Raider group was divided into small pieces, and began to launch harassment attacks in the enemy's war zone, trying to disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm as much as possible. Although they gained a lot during the period, they also paid a huge price in casualties. The difficulties on the front line of the southern battlefield also prompted the Angel Enterprise Consortium, which was originally a reserve force, to rush to support quickly. The Mod Corps also hunted down the scouts that infiltrated the defense line every day. At the same time, the war in the Eastern Star region was also very difficult. Faced with the overwhelming number of warships of the faraway fleet, and the fact that Adri Black Flag also bribed many leaders of forces in the Eastern Star region, these guys directly summoned their old subordinates to start a civil war. If it weren't for the desperate suppression of the Survivor fleet and the emergency support of the Sasha fleet, I'm afraid the Eastern Star region would have been directly breached from the inside. Although the civil strife was quickly suppressed, it also caused problems in the defense line. After holding on for half a month, the defense line outside the Eastern Star region was declared broken, and the war was pushed into the territory of the Eastern Star region. Sherman had expected that the two battlefields would be difficult, but he never thought it would be so difficult. This made Sherman, who had been smooth sailing since his rise, feel more pressure. In the command room, Sherman, who looked haggard but forced himself to be energetic, looked at the battle situation on the star map, and his brows seemed to be dripping with water. Let Snowflake Visca act as soon as possible. Whether the situation can be resolved now depends on her. If it doesn't work, then we can only expose the three gods. If the three gods are exposed, New Eden will also be at odds with the Justice Order. Even if he has a good relationship with the Angel civilization now, he is likely to face a situation of being attacked from both sides. So the three gods can only be used as a last resort. If it can be avoided, it will not be exposed. But when it really comes to the critical moment, it can't care so much. Yes, my lord. At this moment, Ola no longer had the calmness of the past, and took the order with a serious face. He also underestimated Sarah Jones and Adrian Black Flag's determination to take revenge. Snowflake Visca, it's up to you. Chapter 542. Wife, the portal to the Eastern Star region has opened. Every Black Flag happily reported to Sarah Jones as he watched his fleet advancing straight into the sky. He was now filled with excitement, and the flame of revenge was burning. This time, he wanted to avenge all the old and new grudges. Yes, Sarah Jones responded, and then continued to exhort. Husband, this time you have to take steady steps, don't rush, and you must pin down New Eden, and don't give them a chance to breathe. Many times they failed because they were too aggressive, and New Eden seized the opportunity to counterattack. This time, she wanted not only revenge, but also to completely break New Eden, the new strongest arm of the Justice Order. From the beginning, her target was not the Central Star region, but New Eden. It was not scientific to want to destroy the Angel civilization and the Justice Order in one battle, so her target was New Eden from the beginning. This New Eden was very strong, so strong that both the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization had to pay attention to it. But she is also very arrogant, and has a bad relationship with other forces of the Justice Order. So after she put pressure on the Central Star field and contained the Angel civilization, other people would not go to support New Eden at all, and this is her purpose. War has never been won overnight. It just keeps absorbing the enemy's nutrition until the enemy collapses. Therefore, this New Eden must be destroyed. In the face of Sarah Jones's instructions, Adrian Black Flag also nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. Now they have an absolute advantage. They only need to advance a little bit to wear out New Eden. There is really no need to take any aggressive measures, which will give New Eden an opportunity. Then, Sarah Jones looked at her fleet entering the Southern Star Field and smiled with narrowed eyes. Husband, then I wish you to capture the Eastern Star Field first. The gate of my Southern Star Field is also open. Every Black Flag grinned. Then let's see who can occupy the entire territory first. Good. My lord, the enemy has entered the Beecher Meteor Field, and the enemy's forward fortress is currently under construction. Ola told Sherman the bad news. Sherman frowned and looked at the star map, wondering what he was thinking. Who is the enemy's commander this time? Sherman asked without turning his head. I don't believe Sarah Jones has this kind of means. Sarah Jones has some command art, but she can't control such a large battlefield and deal with all kinds of means in New Eden with ease. The commander must be someone else. As expected, Ola nodded and replied, It's our old friend, Burrell Saxon. Burrell Saxon, the commander of the Demon fleet stationed in the Southern Star Field, was later driven out of the Southern Star Field by the joint efforts of New Eden and Angel civilization. Later, I heard that because of the war in the Southern Star Field, Burrell Saxon was left at home by the previous Demon Queen. I didn't expect Sarah Jones to reactivate him. It's quite interesting. Then, Sherman gave another order. Order the fleet to give up the Beecher Meteor Field, and all fleets will withdraw to the surrounding star field fortresses to stop the enemy in the Beecher Meteor Field. The Beecher Meteor Field is in an awkward position, with several constellations connected vertically and horizontally, and there is no strategic depth at all. Once New Eden fights the enemy here, it will undoubtedly be at a great disadvantage. So Sherman plans to reactivate the fortress that was built at the beginning, block the enemy in this Beecher Meteor Field, and then use the wormhole advantage of the Sasha group to attack the enemy continuously. The front battlefield and the back battlefield acted together to completely disintegrate the enemy's attack. On the other side, as the fleet of the Freedom Camp entered the Beecher Meteor Field and advanced to the base, the old-looking Burrell Saxon stood in the corridor and looked at the starry sky outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that I would be back again. Teacher, what should we do next? Sarah Jones on the side asked the old man very respectfully. Burrell Saxon was Sarah Jones's teacher, so Sarah Jones, who knew Burrell Saxon's command methods, reactivated him as soon as he took office and brought him with him in this war against New Eden. On the surface, the highest commander of the attack on New Eden this time was Sarah Jones, but almost all the battle plans were planned by Burrell Saxon, and she was just a messenger. Burrell Saxon turned around and saluted Sarah Jones, then said seriously, "This Beecher Meteor Field has no strategic depth. New Eden will not use this star field as the main battlefield, so it is very likely that the Burrell Star Field will be handed over to us. Although the Beecher Meteor Field has no depth, it has a good strategic location. It can attack the Omega Star Field in the east, the Beta Star Field in the west, and the Alpha Star Field, the base of New Eden, in the south. It is very conducive to our offensive, so we just need to continue to attack New Eden. Shouldn't we completely occupy the Beecher Meteor Field first?" Sarah Jones asked with doubt. "Shouldn't we control the Beecher Meteor Field first and then attack? As long as we rebuild the Beecher Meteor Field into a forward base, they can attack New Eden with peace of mind later. This is a steady approach." Burrell Saxon shook his head. "Queen, time is the most important thing now. We can only keep attacking New Eden and can't give them a chance to breathe. Once New Eden recovers, it will be difficult to fight later. Even this war will become a quagmire, and we will be completely trapped here. And New Eden needs a chance to breathe now, so we must not suspend the offensive, but strengthen it." He was the first demon commander to deal with New Eden, so after retiring, he studied New Eden and reviewed the war in the Southern Star Field countless times. He also discovered that the reason why New Eden could rise in the Southern Star region was that its terrifying industrial capacity was the most important. It was able to raise a super flagship fleet in just 1 year. As long as the resources were sufficient, the fleet would be like dumplings. This led to his failure in the Southern Star region. So this time, he chose to fight a quick battle, and not give New Eden a chance to breathe. It was very stupid to fight a war of attrition, and a tug-of-war with New Eden, because he didn't know how much New Eden's current strength would expand after taking over the Southern Star region, and the Eastern Star region, and how much stored materials it could have. What he had to do now was not to give New Eden a chance to breathe, and not to let New Eden use its terrifying industrial capacity. Chapter 543. The demon civilization did not digest and control the Beecher Meteor Field as expected, but quickly assembled its fleet after several forward bases to launch a fierce attack on the Beta Star Field, Alpha Star Field and Omega Star Field. This was beyond Sherman's expectations, and also exposed his little tricks. As Burrell Saxon expected, Sherman originally planned to give up the Beecher Meteor Field, and let the Sasha group conduct guerrilla harassment in the Beecher Meteor Field to delay time, and reduce the pressure on the front battlefield, and also buy time for Snowflake Visca. But now they can only rush forward. The Emma Empire, relying on the long-built interstellar fortress and sufficient war supplies, can still barely block the attack of the Free Camp. The Alpha Star Field where the Stone Barbarians are located is the focus of attack and defense for both sides. The two sides can break out superflag battles almost every day in the Northern Fortress. Often there are several or even dozens of superflag fleets fighting here every time, and the entire Northern Fortress has become a huge meat grinder. Jamil Salam, how is the Emma Empire's fleet now? My lord, I have already started the conscription order. Now every citizen of Emma who can become a clone pilot is undergoing emergency cloning surgery and related training. Just hold on for another half a month, and there will be hundreds of super flagship fleets. Now Jamil Salam can't care so much. This approach will undoubtedly make the supplies of the Emma Empire very scarce, but this is also the only way to replenish troops in a short time. I can't care so much. Now almost all the fleets of the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Crusaders have died once or even several times. Every soldier has used a cloning opportunity. According to the current enemy's offensive situation, I am afraid that future battles will be very difficult. And just now, Snowflake Visca reported that there are still hundreds of super flagship fleets gathering at the border of the Freedom Camp, and the target is New Eden. This time, the Demon Civilization and the Freedom Camp really want to completely destroy New Eden at all costs. The only good news now is that New Eden is not short of war preparations. The Emma Empire has stored nearly 300 complete super flagship fleets for war preparation, which is prepared according to the active fleet. In addition to the 5 super flagship fleets of the Queen's Guard, the Emma Empire has a total of 60 super flagship fleets in the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Crusaders, so they are all war reserves based on the 5 cloning times. In addition, the various military-industrial complexes are now fully operational, with a large number of warships rolling off the production line every day, not to mention the pirate forces like the Sasha Group, which are all controlled by officials, and the warship reserves are even greater, so New Eden is not worried about the warship problem for the time being. There is no shortage of warships, but it is limited by the number of pilots, so New Eden is so passive now. When the training of the new recruits of the Emma Empire is completed, and hundreds of super flagship fleets come out, all problems will be solved. Looking at Jamil Salam, Sherman took a deep breath and gave an order to Chelm Solon. Chelm Solon, I don't care what method you use or how much you pay, you must contain the enemy in the rear and reduce the casualties of the Emma Empire. Yes, my lord. The fleets of the Sasha Group are all semi-mechanical clones controlled by officials. No matter how many die, it is just a waste of resources. New Eden will not feel sorry. But the fleets of the Emma Empire are all living people. Even with cloning technology, it is better not to lose them. And now they have to hold on, which requires the fleet of the Emma Empire to defend. The Southern Star region has been the base camp of New Eden for many years, and there is no shortage of war supplies, but the Eastern Star region is different. Because of the time spent stationed in the Galeni Federation, and the fact that the Eastern Star region is already barren, Psi Jerusalem now has only 20 super flagship fleets. Even if the Sky Serpent group is included, there are only 24 super flagship fleets that can go to war, and there are only less than 30 super flagship fleets in war preparedness, which is completely unable to fight against the nearly 200 super flagship fleets of Edry Black Flag. Now the battlefield in the Eastern Star region is retreating further and further. Half of the Eastern Star region has fallen into the hands of Edry Black Flag. The situation is very critical. We can't fight like this anymore. If we continue, we won't have any warships to use even if we want to fight. In the command room, Cormac Vaga was smoking, and the lingering smoke covered his face, making it difficult to see his expression. But what can we do if we don't fight? Now the enemy is forcing us to fight a decisive battle with them. We have no choice but to fight. Sighing Jerusalem looked at the star map, his tone as cold as the wind. Now almost all of our Serpentis group's super flagship fleets have been replaced. Now, in addition to the 4 super flagship fleets still on the battlefield, there are less than 3 super flagship fleets in the warehouse. They can't hold on for much longer. After the outbreak of the war, the Serpentis group was at the forefront with the Galeni Federation. The losses were very heavy, and now the war preparations are almost exhausted. On the other side, Estamertel suggested, the 4 super flagship fleets of Argusta's group are still complete. If you want us to go up, let the Galeni fleet rest first. This time, the Gusta's group only brought 4 super flagship fleets, and all the stored war preparations were in the Southern Star Field, so it was a bit out of reach for the Eastern Star Field. Now all she could do was to lead the Gusta's group to take over, and let the Galeni Federation fleet rest and reorganize. After all, these were clone warriors, not officials like them, and they still needed to rest. No need. Psi Jerusalem rejected Estameltel's kindness and said, at present, Galenti's second-generation Titan will take another half a month to roll off the production line, which will be the key to our breakthrough. Estamertel frowned and said, but according to the current situation, I'm afraid we can't hold on for half a month. Then it's still the old rules. Send the fleet to disrupt the enemy's rear, attack their sailing, and disrupt their attack rhythm. Now your Galeni fleet is resisting in the front, the Serpentis group is on the left wing, and I am on the right wing. No one can withdraw the fleet. Who can go? I will go. Now my Serpentis group is still ready to complete the mission. Cormac Waja stood up and asked for a fight. Then, Psi Jerusalem and Estamertel refused without hesitation. No, now every battlefield is very difficult. Once the troops are divided, I am afraid that they will not be able to hold on. Before Cormac Wajah continued to ask for a fight, a low and free voice sounded. You will take care of the front battlefield, and the task of attacking the enemy's rear will be handed over to our foreign legion. Without waiting for the three to refuse, Gutta continued, I know that my foreign legion is not as strong as you, and can only do some work of transporting supplies. This is also your care for us. However, our foreign legion is also part of the battle sequence of New Eden, and we are also citizens of New Eden. War is not just a war between armies. I will let Winshabai organize people with driving experience to transport supplies, and leave the combat mission to our foreign legion. Gutta ignored Estamel Tel, who was pulling at his clothes, and looked at Side Jerusalem with a firm gaze. In the past, New Eden was at the forefront of the war, and now it's their turn. Side Jerusalem looked at Gutta, patted him on the shoulder and said, From now on, you are no longer a foreign legion, but a battle sequence belonging to the Galenti Federation, and everyone will be a citizen of Galenti. After the war is over, I will personally apply to my lord for your numbers and battle organization. Thank you. Gutta saluted the three people solemnly, and after taking a deep look at Meltel beside him, he walked out without looking back. Chapter 544. Gutta walked to the warship berthing port, where the densely packed warships were ready. There were not many fleets, only 5 super flagship fleets, which were all captured after conquering the Eastern Star region. Cormac Wajah looked down on them, and wanted to melt them all, but Gutta applied for them to be used as warships for the Foreign Legion. There was no way. The Tianchi group was also short of super flagship fleets, and the Foreign Legion would have to wait at least a year to wait for the replacement, so it was better to use these warships first. Old Bai, I leave the transportation of supplies to you. At the port, Gutta watched the fleet slowly sailing out of Star City along the channel, smoking and admonishing Winshabai. Winshabai pulled Gutta with a serious face, frowned and said, Let me go this time. You organize people for transportation. Nonsense, you are good at transportation, but do you know more about the battlefield than I do? Gutta blew a puff of smoke and glanced at Winshabai. The two of them have been partners for many years. Although Winshabai can command, he is only good at local operations. He is still a little naive to command a battle of 5 super flagship fleets. It is better for him to do it himself. Winshabai said coldly, Now is not the time to joke. You know that you have no chance to clone now. If you really die this time, you will really die. Don't blame me for not burning incense for you when the time comes. The blocking battle at that time pushed the cloning opportunities of all the clone warriors of the Tianchi anti-corruption fleet, including Gutta, to the limit, and they had to retire. Now Gutta wants to fight in person. If he dies this time, he will really die. His consciousness can no longer support cloning. Facing Winshubai's concern, Gutta blew out a puff of smoke and gently patted Winshabai on the shoulder. Old Bai, I'm a rough man and can't say much. But I only know that our Lord truly treats us, the survivors, as his own people. He not only gave us a place to reproduce and live, but also gave us warships to defend ourselves, and even gave us the dignity we have fought for many years. There is no good thing in this world that can be enjoyed without giving back. Even if this is the care of our Lord for us, I can't accept it with peace of mind. New Eden is in trouble now, and it's time for us to pay for New Eden. Old Gu. The clerk wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Gutta. Gutta looked at the fleet that had already sailed out of the port, and said, as he boarded the warship, The ideal we have fought for half our lives has been given to us by our Lord, and now it's our turn to continue to defend it. If I can't come back this time, please help me return the books in my room to Estamel Tel, and apologize to her on my behalf. After that, Gutta laid down in the space capsule with the help of the machine, and then drove the space capsule into the cockpit of the battleship, and slowly drove out of Star City with the fleet. Winshabai looked at the Foreign Legion leaving with the Foreign Legion, and shouted directly in the Foreign Legion's fleet channel, Gutta, return the books you borrowed yourself. I'm busy with all kinds of things and don't have time to help you. It's safe. Gutta replied, and then led the fleet to quickly hyperspace jump away with the help of induction, and disappeared outside Star City. Winshabai looked at the quiet starry sky, took a deep breath, and issued a call to the entire survivors. Order all the tribesmen with experience in flying spaceships to gather at the logistics department. Now is the moment of life and death. We must do our best to ensure the supply of the front line. We must let our Lord know that we are also an indispensable member of New Eden. Our Lord's eyes are on us. On the other side, after leaving the Serpent Prime, Gutta led the fleet through several inductions, and finally arrived at the front line. Gutta looked at the battle line on the star map, and after some calculations in his mind, he also found a suitable position, and then reported to the frontline command. Headquarters, this is the Foreign Legion. Our unit has reached the predetermined position and can act at any time. Headquarters received. The front line is currently engaged. Your unit will find a fighter plane to cut into the enemy's rear. Understood. After hanging up the communication, Gu-Tu closed his eyes, and the implant in his brain began to operate the link server, and the situation of the entire eastern battlefield front line suddenly appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at the current situation. The current situation was worse than he expected. The entire battlefield was divided into 3 parts, and the 2 sides were fighting in 3-star regions. The 2 sides were fighting almost one star system after another. Each star system was a huge mill, swallowing blood and fire. Moreover, because of the disadvantage of the number of fleets in New Eden, even if they fought bravely and tenaciously, the front line was slowly pushed forward by the free camp. This is also the open plot of Edry Black Flag. After entering the Eastern Star region, he learned from those fence-sitters the number of fleets of New Eden in the Eastern Star region, so he used his fleet's advantage in numbers to attack in 3 directions, forcing New Eden's fleet to split up as well, so as to form a better crushing situation. This is an open plot. Even though Sai Jerusalem knew that this would fall into the war rhythm of Edry Black Flag, he had to fight. Because the 3-star regions that Edry Black Flag chose to attack were very important to them. Once they were lost, the entire Galeni Federation and the Buvidan Star region and the Source region, where the Serpentis group was located, would be surrounded. Once the hyperspace jump range of Edry Black Flag's fleet will cover most of the remaining territory of New Eden, the battle will be out of control. So these 3-star regions must not be taken by Edry Black Flag no matter what. And Edry Black Flag naturally knows this, so strategically these 3-star regions are his main attack directions. Once one of them is captured, the New Eden defense line of the other 2-star regions can be disintegrated. Because he can bypass the New Eden fleet in the other 2-star regions to encircle it, making it vulnerable to attack from both sides. For this reason, Sai Jerusalem directly pushed all the fleets up, and all the war preparations were also pulled up to facilitate support at any time. Looking at the battle situation in the 3-star fields, relying on his keen battlefield sense after many years of fighting, Gu-Tu immediately locked his eyes on an intersection point behind the 3-star fields. That is the only exit where the Eastern Star Field and the Central Star Field intersect. X1 Galaxy. Then, a crazy idea appeared in Gu-Tu's mind, and after evaluation, Gu-Tu suddenly felt that this plan was very feasible. Chapter 545. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Gu-Tu led the fleet to the rear of the battle line, the control area of New Eden, without any hesitation. Then he reported his plan to Sai Jerusalem and asked for help. Faced with Gu-Tu's bold plan, Sai Jerusalem, who was already daring, agreed without hesitation. Half an hour later, the battle line, which had just quieted down after the war, became lively again. This time, the target of attack and defense changed, and the attacker became New Eden. Because of New Eden's full-scale surprise attack, the Freedom Camp could not resist even with the fleet on duty. Under this surprise attack, the battle line was pushed back by New Eden by several star systems. And Adrian Black Flag responded calmly to this situation. After urgently shrinking the fleet, he launched a counterattack and stabilized the battle line again. For New Eden's unusual counterattack, Adrian Black Flag was not surprised at all. After all, he had been dealing with New Eden for so long, and he also knew how bold New Eden was. Even if it was 1 against 100, New Eden would dare to counterattack, and Adrian Black Flag would not be surprised. Now he did not think of relying on any conspiracy, because he knew that doing so would only give New Eden an opportunity, so he still had to be upright and steady, and use the general trend to win the victory. Soon, under the counterattack of the Free Camp that reorganized the fleet, the New Eden fleet was quickly pushed back to the original defense line again. It turns out that using absolute strength to crush is the kingly way. Adry Black Flag looked at the star map and saw the battle line returning to the original one, and a smile appeared on his face. He immediately issued an order without hesitation. Order the 3 armies to launch a general attack. Don't keep any reserve fleets. Send them all out. While the New Eden fleet has just launched a counterattack and has not recovered yet, try to take it down in one fell swoop. Yes. Afterwards, the 3-star region started a bigger war again. This time, the Freedom Camp mobilized almost all the fleets that could be mobilized, hoping to break through the defense line in one fell swoop and complete the offensive strategy against New Eden. Facing this long-anticipated counterattack, Sai Jerusalem was well prepared. All fleets fought around the military fortress cluster and engaged in a bloody battle with the enemy. This time, even the Gustus fleet, which was the reserve, was sent out to assist in the defense. The transport fleet organized by Winshu also braved the attack of the enemy's infiltration fleet and carried out huge casualties to continuously deliver various ammunition and supplies to the front line, and took on the task of repairing the military fortress. At this moment, everyone in the entire Eastern Star region seemed to be extremely united. On the other side, as the battle on the front line was fully launched, after the fleet of the free camp was fully deployed, Gutu also began to take action. The reconnaissance ship that had already sneaked into the enemy's rear opened several inductions along the way to the X1 galaxy, opening a temporary passage for the Foreign Legion. In just less than 3 minutes, the 5 super flagship fleets of the Foreign Legion, led by Gutu, quickly passed the front line through induction and inserted into the rear of the free camp. The induction launched by the Foreign Legion and the rapidly moving super flagship fleet naturally did not escape the battlefield detection of the free camp, and the news was soon reported to Adrian Black Flag. "Are you trying to carry out a decapitation operation?" Adrian Black Flag looked at the 5 rapidly moving super flagship fleets and frowned slightly. The purpose of the Foreign Legion coming to the X1 galaxy, where he was located, was also easy to guess. Hearing Adrian Black Flag say this, the others also reacted and advised, "Sir Adrian Black Flag, you should avoid it first. These guys are all desperate people who are about to die, so you have to be prepared." What a joke. Adrian Black Flag glanced at the people around him coldly. Although the main fleets are on the battlefields of the 3-star fields, the X1 star field also has 3 armies and a full 15 super flagship fleets for defense, not to mention the defense chain of the forward base. "If I can't hold on for the frontline reinforcements, I'd rather die here." The X1 galaxy is only 2 hyperspace jumps away from the battlefields of the 3 major star fields. Even if it is now in the middle of a battle, it only needs to withdraw the fleet at the rear for support, which will take less than half an hour. Besides, the foreign army coming towards him was from the Serpentis group, not the main fleet of New Eden. If they could penetrate his 3 armies, and the forward base chain within half an hour, then Adrian Black Flag would have nothing to say. It would be better to die here than to lose face. Soon, Guta led the foreign army to the destination with the help of the induction, and what caught his eye were the 3 armies that the enemy had prepared long ago. Looking at the enemies who surrounded him, Guta's face did not change. He immediately led the foreign army to deploy a battle formation and launched an attack on one of the enemy's army squares. "For my lord. For New Eden. For my people. Kill! Kill!" As the Titan where Gutu was located took the lead in activating the Doomsday weapon, the Foreign Legion launched an attack like a lone wolf. The battle began, and the Doomsday weapon mixed with laser missiles flew on the battlefield. The Foreign Legion still used the old tactics, protecting the combat auxiliary fleet in the center of the fleet, the Titan dreadnought as a shield, and the aircraft carrier as the second line of defense. It's just that the tactics originally used as a defense were used by Gutu in offense. Because Gutu and Tel are good friends and scientific research mentors, they have received great support from Tel. The shield system and weapons system of the entire Foreign Legion's warships have been improved by more than 1 level. After all, they use Gustus's shield defense system, and even the Python A-type Doppel shield distribution device can be used as a standard shield defense equipment. The defense is really great. So in the weird expression of Adrian Black Flag, the performance of these foreign trade type force demon-class titans equipped by the Foreign Legion far exceeds the combat effectiveness of the original ones. The original laser weapon system was transformed into a missile weapon system, and the shield system became very powerful, just like a Komodo-class titan in the skin of a Limo-class titan. Because this time all the super flagship fleets that were upgraded were placed on the front line as blades, and the 3 armies used for defense were still the original warships, and they were not upgraded. So there was no surprise. Even if they had a numerical advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. If the situation continues to develop like this, I'm afraid these 3 armies will not be able to stop these crazy guys. Looking at the Foreign Legion that would detonate the backup energy capsule to carry out suicide attacks even if they died, Adrian Black Flag was silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, these guys who were once considered worse than slaves have become different now. Looking at his own fleet being beaten back step by step, Adrian Black Flag gave orders expressionlessly. Order each of the 3 battlefields to withdraw an army group that has completed the refit to return to defense, and leave these guys here completely. Yes. Chapter 546. Looking at the retreating fleet of the Freedom Camp, Sai Jerusalem also knew that Gutu and his men were about to succeed. All fleets should launch a charge immediately to entangle the enemy, and not let any of the enemy's warships go back to help. Then, a bigger battle broke out in the 3-star regions. At this moment, both sides had no defense, only offense. Because of the counterattack of the Galeni Federation fleet, the Serpentis fleet, and the Gustus fleet, the fleet of the Freedom Camp had to stop its steps to return to defense and put all the upgraded army back on to withstand the attack, otherwise the entire front would collapse. There was no other way. Adri Black Flag also knew the priorities, so he did not summon the elite fleet again, but summoned the fleet behind the front line. He hoped that he could use more fleets to kill the Foreign Legion here. As the battle progressed, Gouda panted and looked at the wreckage scattered across the starry sky in front of him, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. After a great battle, he finally defeated the 3 armies defending the X1 star field, but his Foreign Legion now only had less than 3 full-strength super flagship fleets. There was no time for him to think about it. After defeating the defense fleet, Gutu immediately led the fleet to jump to the forward fortress in the local galaxy. Watching the movements of the Foreign Legion, Adrian Black Flag frowned slightly, and then urged the fleet to come back for support, while muttering, "You don't really want to do a decapitation operation, right? Even if I give you 3 times the fleet, it's impossible to destroy my forward base in a short time." The forward base where Adrian Black Flag is located is a military fortress of the Star City level. Moreover, there are dozens of large military fortresses around Star City that can provide mutual fire support. The defensive firepower is more than enough to resist the Foreign Legion, not to mention that his 3 groups have only been defeated, and there are at least 4 super flagship fleets. Relying on this ironclad defense, it is completely no problem to hold on until the arrival of reinforcements. As expected, after Gutta led the fleet to leap over, it was immediately counterattacked fiercely by the military fortress cluster, and its defensive fleet also attacked under the cover of the military fortress. With just one tentative attack, the fleet of the Foreign Legion was annihilated under the joint stranglehold, without raising any waves. Gutta looked at the iron wall-like defense and narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he ordered the fleet to launch a doomsday salvo at a large military fortress on the outermost periphery. The dense missiles flew like meteors and hit the energy shield of the large military fortress fiercely, making the energy shield dim. However, it was only dim, and the energy shield was not shattered. But this also gave Gutta hope. Fortunately, the anti-doomsday weapons of this demon civilization have no effect on missile-type doomsday weapons. There is still hope. The Titans that just launched the exploratory attack were the Force Demon-class Titans that had not been fully modified. Their weapon system still used laser weapons, so when they launched the exploratory attack, the doomsday weapons they launched were directly neutralized and disintegrated by the anti-doomsday weapons of the military fortress. When they hit, their power was only slightly greater than that of ordinary flagship guns. Now that he saw that the missile-type doomsday weapons were useful, Gutu immediately had a solution in his mind. "Brothers, it's time to test our courage and loyalty. Look at these military fortresses. They store the enemy's fuel, ammunition, and various supplies. As long as we can destroy them, we can at least delay the friendly forces for half a month. Brothers, I will take you to these targets in a while. When you start the doomsday weapon, you will detonate the energy cabin. We will use our lives to smash these things." From the beginning, Guta's target was not every Black Flag, but several large military fortresses that stored supplies to maintain the fleet's attack. He had never thought about carrying out any decapitation operation. After all, after so many times, every Black Flag cherished his life more than anyone else, and he would definitely protect his safety tightly. Besides, even if every Black Flag was really killed, it would be useless, and it would make the demon civilization invest more fleets. After all, the commander demon civilization could send more at any time, and the delay of these few days would have no effect. On the contrary, if these military fortresses with various supplies were destroyed, it would disrupt the enemy's offensive rhythm, greatly delay time, and buy enough time for Sai Jerusalem and others. After all, the Freedom Camp dispatched hundreds of super flagship fleets, and the fuel and ammunition consumed in the battles launched every day were a huge number. If Gutta could really destroy these supplies, then every Black Flag would not be able to launch large-scale battles for at least half a month, and could only wait until a new batch of supplies arrived. Otherwise, if the fuel was insufficient, the super flagship fleet would have to stay on the battlefield. Loyalty is honor, for New Eden. With roars, the warships of the Foreign Legion launched attacks on the 3 military fortresses storing supplies. The first to jump to the Foreign Legion were the regular fleets of the Foreign Legion. After arriving at the jump site, these regular fleets quickly overloaded their weapons and attacked the military fortresses. The battleships also activated small doomsday weapons. After the weapons were overloaded, they did not evacuate, but continued to overload the thrusters and crashed into the military fortresses and detonated the energy cabins. These foreign legions that detonated the energy cabins once again formed fireworks one after another, madly attacking the energy shield of the military fortress, and quickly consumed the energy of the shield. As the flagship of the Foreign Legion arrived, the shadow cavalry of the super aircraft carrier instantly took off and launched a charge towards the military fortress. Facing the shadow cavalry's clustered assault, the military fortress, which had already consumed a lot of energy, could no longer withstand it. Its energy shield was immediately broken, revealing the outer armor. Looking at these armors, Gutta first continued to let the shadow cavalry destroy all the defensive weapons on the surface of the military fortress, and then ordered all Titans and Dreadnoughts to activate the Doomsday weapons. This time, the military fortress without anti-Doomsday weapons could no longer stop it. I saw that the Doomsday beams quickly melted through its outer armor, and the special missiles drilled into the depths of the military fortress under the powerful kinetic energy, and then exploded directly. Accompanied by countless explosions, the military fortress began to slowly decompose, and looking at the hangar containers ejected from it, Gutu waved his hand. Then the conventional fleet quickly dispatched and destroyed these hangars instantly, and various raw materials in them were scattered in the starry sky and drifted around. Seeing the actions of the Foreign Legion, Adrian Black Flag also understood immediately. No, these guys are not targeting me, but the army's supplies. Order all fleets to go forward. Even if the whole army is annihilated, they must be driven out for me, otherwise if there is a problem with the supplies, the entire defense line will be in trouble. Seeing the crazy appearance of the Foreign Legion, Adrian Black Flag was immediately anxious. Gutu and others ignored the enemy fleets that attacked them, and set their sights on the next military fortress. The Foreign Legion was forced to engage them just now, otherwise they could not move. Now that they have entered the target range, there is no need to engage in battle anymore. Destroying these supplies is the most important thing. Moreover, the enemy's support will come at any time, and they have no time to clean up these guys. So facing the 4 super flagship fleets that are attacking them crazily, all the Foreign Legion members are indifferent, but continue to launch suicide attacks on the military fortress. Once the soldiers of the Foreign Legion find themselves being targeted, they know that they can't withstand the concentrated fire attack at all, and they always detonate the energy cabin before being destroyed to exert the last bit of strength. Half an hour later, as the last military fortress storing supplies was destroyed, Gutta smiled as he looked at the weapon system that had been completely damaged due to overloading. 3 military fortresses storing a large amount of supplies were destroyed, and the price was paid by the entire Foreign Legion. Now there are only 13 Titans left in the entire Foreign Legion. The rest of the conventional fleet, aircraft carrier fleet, and dreadnought fleet have been annihilated by the joint attack of the military fortress cluster and the super flagship fleet, and because they all actively detonated the energy cabin, all the pilots were dead. There was not a single space capsule of the Foreign Legion on the battlefield, but only charred, cold, and incomplete corpses. Gutta walked out of the space capsule, sat weakly on the chair in the cab, lit a cigarette, and blew out a smoke ring with great comfort. Because of the fierce attack just now, the weapon systems of the 13 Titans have been overloaded and broken, turning into a huge iron coffin, so Gutta did not attack again. Because of the high-intensity combat, Gutta's spirit has collapsed a little now, and his whole body is no longer as strong and upright as before, and now he is like a weak, sickly person. The other 12 Titan pilots looked at the enemy ships attacking them, and said to Gutta with a smile on their faces, "Boss, we go ahead, we wait for you at the base." "Yes, clone back and continue to fight these bastards. 5 minutes later, we be heroes again." Listening to the laughter in the fleet channel, Gutta said with a smile, "Hurry up, I still have to finish this cigarette." Then, with the 12 Titans detonating the energy cabin, the energy generated immediately swept the entire battlefield, destroying all the scattered materials on the field. Gutta threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and crushed it, then saluted solemnly to the Southern Star region. He looked at the battlefield where Estamertel was, smiled and lowered his head. Then, a violent explosion accompanied by blazing flames engulfed him, and the huge explosion destroyed all the supplies within thousands of kilometers around. Looking at these foreign legions that were annihilated, the soldiers of the Freedom Camp did not feel any joy, but only felt waves of indescribable shock and fear. Adri Black Flag looked at the wreckage scattered throughout the starry sky, sighed, and then shook his head and issued an order. Order the frontline fleet to withdraw from the battle in an orderly manner, retreat 2-star systems to rebuild the defense line, and wait until a new batch of supplies arrives before continuing the attack. Chapter 547. Watching the enemy fleet withdraw like a tide, Sai Jerusalem and others knew that Gutta had succeeded. When Estamertel contacted Gutta with a happy face, and was ready to celebrate his success, he found that his signal had disappeared, which made all officials silent. Order the entire army to launch an attack and leave as many enemy dreadnought fleets as possible. The battlefield is a battlefield, there is life and death, today is him, tomorrow is me, there is nothing to say, only to kill more enemies to commemorate friends. After not seeing Gouda for a long time, the foreign legionaries, who came out of the clone warehouse, also knew that their boss would not come back. When Shu Bai saw that the icon representing Gouda's consciousness signal turned gray, and he walked to the corridor in disappointment, looking at the boundless sea of stars and smoking for the first time. Good luck, old friend. Because the 3 large military fortresses storing many supplies were destroyed, and as the battle line of the free camp was reorganized, the New Eden fleet also stopped the crazy pursuit, and the Eastern Star region also ushered in a rare period of peace. Afterwards, both sides were seizing the time to build defense lines, like hungry wolves, silently licking their wounds and waiting for the next battle. While the two sides were confronting each other, Snowflake Visca finally completed her preparations. In the center of several super-large battleship graveyards in the Cobalt Blue Star region, the scene of the wreckage of the battleships had disappeared, replaced by a huge spherical body. There were countless strange-shaped battleships densely attached to it, and their long tentacles made people feel a little indescribable, and they felt cold all over. Snowflake Visca reports that our unit has built 13 drone nests in the Cobalt Blue Star region. The free drones are now ready. Please give instructions, my lord. Snowflake Visca's words were so timely in Sherman's ears. Order your unit to attack the surrounding enemy warships indiscriminately. Don't let any supply fleet pass through you. The Cobalt Blue Star region is the most convenient star region for the Freedom Camp to move south and east. All supplies are transported from here to the 2 battlefields, and a large number of fleets are assembled as reserves. This also made Sherman unable to find an opportunity to let the Sasha group raid the star region countless times. Now everything depends on Snowflake Visca. Yes, my lord. Snowflake Visca took the order very seriously, and then as she closed her eyes and lay in the coffin-like Operation Command cabin, the entire drone nest began to slowly disappear in the main space, and all dived into the deep space. Afterwards, the densely packed free drones spread their tentacles and took off from the nest, gathering into huge waves and leaping towards the detected target. In the Cobalt Blue Star region, huge transport fleets, loaded with fuel, ammunition, and various supplies are sailing in the interstellar space. There are countless escort fleets around them, and there is a super flagship fleet on duty every few star systems. Once the transport fleet pre-attacks, dozens of super flagship fleets will arrive within a few minutes, and the fleets of the entire star region will arrive within half an hour. So this is why Sherman did not let the Sasha group attack its transport fleet, because it would only cause unnecessary casualties, and there is no guarantee that the enemy's transport fleet can be destroyed. At this moment, the transport fleets suddenly scanned a dense mass of warships rushing towards them. Urgent alarm sounded in all the warships, and the news was quickly reported to the headquarters of the Cobalt Blue Star region. Then the escort reconnaissance ships in the transport fleet quickly started induction, and the titans of the surrounding super flagship fleets quickly built bridges to allow the regular fleet to enter and organize defenses first. New Eden, or the fleet of the Angel Civilization. The commander-in-chief of the Cobalt Blue Star region looked at the scan results sent by the transport fleet, and was a little confused about this huge fleet that suddenly appeared in his heartland. How did such a huge fleet sneak in without being noticed by themselves and the frontline defense? Soon, as everyone was on high alert, countless fleets swarmed in. Looking at these strange warships, everyone couldn't help but frown, because they found that this fleet was very strange. It not only had the main battleships of their demon civilization, but also the main battleships of the angel civilization, and even some unnamed warships. And these warships seemed to be forcefully stuck together, with tentacles extending from their broken hulls, like ghosts from hell. Looking at this huge warship, the commander-in-chief of the Cobalt Blue Star region was unsure. While continuing to assemble the fleet, he called on the public channel, "Inform your forces and purpose." Then, he was answered by the fleet of free drones. The free drones rushed to the transport fleet with a roar, and their tentacles emitted high-frequency rays. In just one round of salvos, dozens of our transport ships were destroyed, and countless supplies were exposed in space. Looking at the free drones that suddenly launched an attack, the commander-in-chief of the Cobalt Blue Star region immediately issued an order. Damn it, the logistics fleet should pay attention to repair the transport fleet, and other fleets should immediately counterattack. Because these free drones rushed directly into the transport fleet, they could not use doomsday weapons, and could only use conventional weapons to attack. Otherwise, under the Doomsday Beam, not only these free drones, but also the transport ships would be destroyed together. So in the face of such attacks by free drones, the Free Camp Super Flagship Fleet can only shoot at dreadnoughts and aircraft carriers, and the Titans cannot move at all. The sky was full of Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft and Freedom drones chasing in the transport fleet, and the dreadnoughts strafing guns fired intermittently. However, facing these attacks, the Freedom drone's target was very clear, that is, these transport ships. Under the concentrated fire of a large number of Freedom drones, even with the continuous maintenance of the logistics fleet, the high firepower penetrated the hull and turned it into wreckage. Soon, in less than half an hour, less than 1/10 of the entire transport fleet was left. The targets of the free drones also turned more towards the Free Camp's super flagship fleet. Under the command of Snowflake Visca, the free drones quickly engaged in a fight with the enemy fleet. Even though they were at a disadvantage overall, they managed to crush them locally. Relying on their numerical advantage, they completely wiped out the conventional fleets of these super flagship fleets, and even the dreadnought fleet suffered considerable losses. In the end, the battle ended 2 hours later with the annihilation of the transport fleet and the retreat of the free drones. If the loss of the transport fleet is not counted in the subsequent battles, the casualty ratio between the Freedom Camp and the Freedom drones reached as high as 1:15. It can be said to be an absolute crushing defeat. However, if the loss of the transport fleet is counted, the mood of the Cobalt Blue Star Region Commander is very gloomy. At this time, the transport fleets, industrial fleets, commercial fleets, and even garrison fleets in other galaxies were attacked by a large number of Freedom drones. For Snowflake Visca, these Freedom drones forcibly glued together by the wreckage of warships are as many as he wants. In the territory of the Free Camp, the most abundant thing is the wreckage of warships. Moreover, after each battle, Snowflake Visca can obtain a large amount of wreckage from it, and thus manufacture a large number of warships. These warships may not look good, but they are in large quantities. According to the free drone mother nests that have been built now, as long as there are enough materials, each mother nest can produce thousands of warships. Even if it is 10 for 1, or even 20 for 1, Snowflake Visca will make a profit. Besides, the enemy loses not only the warships, but also the warship pilots. No matter what he does, Snowflake Visca will make money. In less than a day, all the star systems in the entire Cobalt Blue Star region have been ravaged by free drones. All stargates, channels, buildings, and even mining areas have been indiscriminately attacked by free drones. Queen, the Cobalt Blue Star region has been attacked by unknown enemies. The transport fleet suffered heavy losses, and the infrastructure of several star systems was completely destroyed, and 13 stargates were destroyed. Currently, the Cobalt Blue Fleet is encircling and suppressing them with all its strength. The Commander-in-Chief of the Cobalt Blue Star region lowered his head and reported the situation. Currently, the Cobalt Blue Star region has become a mess due to the rampage of free drones. Now, let alone the transport fleet passing through, even the super flagship fleet will be bitten off. These guys don't need any fishing enforcement. As long as they encounter a target, they dare to go up, and they don't know what death is. Sarah Jones listened to the report, and her slender white fingers gently tapped on the table. After a while, she spoke. Which force is the other party from? I only know that the fleet that attacked us is called Freedom Drones, and I don't know anything else. Could it be New Eden? My queen, I am stupid. Looking at the guy who didn't know anything, Sarah Jones waved her hand helplessly. Go down, you make arrangements later, and make sure to ensure the safety of the follow-up supplies. If there is a problem with this batch of supplies, you can commit suicide. Yes, Queen. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Cobalt Blue Star region retreated, Sarah Jones looked at the battlefield in the Southern Star region with a little worry between her brows. The war in the Eastern Star Field suffered a setback, and the war in the Southern Star Field has not made any progress. The two star fields have become a huge meat grinder, forcing her to invest more resources. And now the so-called free drones have appeared in the rear. Everything is beyond her control. This feeling is very bad. She always has a bad premonition. Sarah Jones rubbed her eyebrows and sighed. Order each fleet to consolidate the existing defense line, and do not take the initiative to launch an offensive for the time being. Wait until the subsequent supplies are gathered. Chapter 548. Just when Sarah Jones thought that the Cobalt Blue Star region was only sent by the enemy to disrupt the fleet in the rear, and would soon be quickly extinguished by the combined attack of the Cobalt Blue Fleet and the fleet assembled in the rear, reality taught her a harsh lesson. In just 1 week, under the various sieges in the Cobalt Blue Star region, the free drones not only did not decrease, but became more rampant. For a week, no transport fleet could pass through the Cobalt Blue Star region safely, and even the nearly 100 super flagship fleets assembled in the rear were caught when passing by, and their 3 super flagship fleets were destroyed. Moreover, these free drones are just like locusts passing through. Once a galaxy is occupied by them, the mining areas and buildings of the entire galaxy will become their breeding ground in a very short time, and free drones will be continuously produced. There is even a tendency for the activities of these free drones to spread outward. Cobalt Blue Star Region, Central Star City. Sarah Jones and others looked at a captured escort-level free drone in the mechanical workshop. They spent a lot of money to capture it alive. As the mechanical arm cut and disassembled the free drone bit by bit, its internal appearance was also displayed in front of everyone. After a while, the entire free drone was disassembled, and the report was handed over to Sarah Jones. Queen, there is no control cabin in this warship, and the weapon system is also very simple, with only a few laser cannons. It doesn't look like a war, but more like a drone. The scientist in charge of this research said very respectfully, and Sarah Jones nodded while reading the report. Go on. The scientist paused, and after preparing his words, he continued, this is a battleship-class drone. After the introduction, Sarah Jones quickly understood what the scientist meant. You mean, there is a very large computer cluster behind these free drones, and it is in this Cobalt Blue Star region? Yes. The researcher affirmed with certainty. According to the existing intelligence, the number of free drones scattered in the Cobalt Blue Star region is very large, and if you want to control such a large number, you can only do it in this star region. Moreover, if you want to run such a huge amount of data on an unmanned warship, its computing power must be at least 5-star city-level computer cloud servers. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief of the Cobalt Blue Star region could not sit still and retorted, impossible, there are 5-star city-level computer cloud servers in the Cobalt Blue Star region, I can't not know. Although the situation is very serious now, I still have scouts in every star system. Let alone a star city, I can find even a frigate. Now I have destroyed 13 of these free drone nests. It is impossible that these 5-star cities are hidden deeper than these manufacturing nests hidden in deep space, right? 5-star city-level computer cloud servers. How could he not know that the enemy has built so many star cities in the Cobalt Blue Star region, where he is stationed? If this is true, the only explanation is, someone in the Cobalt Blue Star region has rebelled. So he can't help but be excited? Sarah Jones waved her hand lightly, motioning for him to sit down, and then turned to the researcher and continued to ask, can these computer cloud servers be tracked through data? Since it is an unmanned warship, it must be commanded by data, so it is possible to directly track it in the opposite direction. As for the rebellion of someone in the Cobalt Blue Star region, Sarah Jones has never thought about it. In response to Sarah Jones's inquiry, the researchers just smacked their lips. Queen, these unmanned warships are commanded by some kind of quantum link, which we have not yet deciphered. And although these unmanned warships have no pilots, they have a set of action instructions inside, and they will act on their own even without human orders. What action order? Indiscriminately attack all enemies you can see. Sarah Jones took a deep breath, and then her eyes became very sharp. The Cobalt Blue Fleet continues to clear out the free drones and destroy their nests. As for the escort of supplies, I will ask the fleets of several surrounding star fields to come and clear a safe route. In the current situation, the Cobalt Blue Star field is a bit powerless to carry out the mission on its own, so Sarah Jones is ready to draw fleets from surrounding star fields to come. However, the Freedom Camp has now opened up 3 major battlefields. The battlefield in the Central Star Field has now become a meat grinder, while the Southern Star Field and the Eastern Star Field are in a confrontation stage. The troops in the Freedom Camp are almost exhausted, so even if the fleets from the surrounding star fields are transferred here, the number will not be too large. In the deep space of a galaxy in the Cobalt Blue Star Field, a cockroach-shaped frigate lies there quietly, and its 2 tentacles on its head keep moving, as if receiving some news. Inside the battleship, Snowflake Visca looked at the content of the meeting of Sarah Jones and others, and there was no fluctuation in her calm eyes. In front of this cockroach, all intelligence is open to her. And the so-called 5-star city computer cloud server is actually the shipboard computer of this cockroach. This cockroach is a special type that is biased towards logistics electronic warfare, so Sherman handed this cockroach to Snowflake Visca, and this warship will play a greater role in her hands. After learning the specific data of this cockroach, Snowflake Visca decisively stopped the free drone data center under construction and put it in the cockroach. Moreover, with the assistance of the cockroach class, Snowflake Visca's control range of the free drones is not just 1 star field, but a full 8 star fields. So after learning that Sarah Jones was going to draw fleets from surrounding star fields, Snowflake Visca instantly found an opportunity. Since Sarah Jones was going to draw fleets to extinguish the free drones in the Cobalt Blue star field, she would now take the free drones to attack other star fields. When the surrounding star fields are drawn over, her internal forces will also become weak, which will be her best opportunity to open up the situation. Following Sarah Jones' orders, fleets from the surrounding star regions began to gather at the border, and Cobalt Blue began to launch a frantic offensive against the Freedom drones, searching for the Freedom drone's mother nest hidden in deep space. And under the command of Snowflake Visca, the Freedom drones began to gather silently. Chapter 549. In just 3 days, the fleets that Sarah Jones had mobilized had all reached the Cobalt Blue star region, with a total of 6 reorganized armies and 30 super flagship fleets. Now the 3 major battlefields need fleet replenishment, and each star region also needs fleets to garrison. It is already the limit to be able to mobilize these fleets. Of course, based on the weak combat effectiveness of the free drones, Sarah Jones felt that these 30 super flagship fleets plus the fleet of the Cobalt Blue star region itself were enough. In a remote galaxy in the Cobalt Blue star region, densely packed free drones covered the entire starry sky. Among them, the free drone fleet in the most central square array was the most eye-catching. Different from other warships that were glued together by various races, the warships in this central square array were all warships that had never been seen before. The whole body was in the shape of an octopus, and the tentacles that were thicker and more numerous than other warships looked chilling. These warships, which were floating like duckweed with tentacles gently, were truly free drones, more powerful and difficult to deal with. The original ones were just cannon fodder at most. Snowflake Visca looked at the dense fleet in front of her. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and then reported to Sherman. "My lord, the soul-binding fleet has been assembled and is about to start the battle plan. Please cooperate with me in the war in time." Listening to the emotionless words in his ears, Sherman nodded and turned to Aura and ordered, "Aura, order the southern star field and the eastern star field to launch a surprise attack immediately and attract as much enemy attention as possible." "Yes, my lord." Ola bowed his head and accepted the order. And Snowflake Visca also bowed his head and said, "Thank you, my lord." Hearing this emotionless thank you, Sherman waved his hand indifferently. "Now it depends on you whether you can break the situation. Just don't let me down. Go!" Hearing Sherman say this, Snowflake Visca's tone finally showed some emotion. "I will live up to my lord's trust." "Queen," Lord Edry Black Flag called, and New Eden launched a large-scale attack. "At present, due to insufficient supplies, our fleet cannot organize a large-scale counterattack and is forced to retreat. At present, New Eden has reclaimed 2 star regions. Lord Edry Black Flag requests more supplies from you for counterattack." "Queen, there is a situation on the front line. Half an hour ago, the fleet of the Sasha group appeared on our flank and launched an attack, and the fleet of the Emma Empire also launched an attack from the front. Our frontline fleet was attacked and lacked supplies. At present, the front line has been pushed forward by the enemy by several star systems." The sudden attack of New Eden made Sarah Jones a little confused. She understood that New Eden must know that there was a problem with their logistic support, and the current situation was not good. Sarah Jones responded without hesitation. "Order the fleet to gather the remaining supplies, and build a defense line on the spot. Send the fleet to plunder the various colonized planets, civilizations and forces in the occupied area, and solve the urgent problems on the spot. The same is true for the Eastern Star region." In other words, Sarah Jones planned not to occupy step by step. If plundering is carried out during the war, it will undoubtedly cause trouble for the post-war work. After all, war is only a means, and conquest cannot be achieved by force alone. So in general, whether it is angel civilization or demon civilization, unless it is really impossible to recover, the war is limited to the army, and there are few direct attacks on civilians. After all, in this era, most battlefields are in the starry sky, not on planets. After Sarah Jones issued this order, it was really a complete and mortal enemy with New Eden, and there was no possibility of mediation. Although neither side had thought of mediation, this was tantamount to completely tearing apart the last bit of cover between the two sides. "Thank you, Queen." Upon hearing Sarah Jones's order, the commanders of each fleet suddenly showed a hint of greed in their eyes. This meant that they were to plunder and massacre the occupied area. Sarah Jones's order was actually an interstellar version of a city massacre. The free camp was a group of people who came together for profit, and the war was for profit. Now, because the war is stagnant and there are problems with the supply routes, morale is somewhat low. This order can not only solve the current problem of material supply shortages, but also improve morale in the shortest possible time. It will cause unnecessary killings. After Sarah Jones issued the order, she looked at the fleet that was spreading out in all directions, with a trace of pity in her eyes. But as her eyes closed and opened, there was no more pity in her eyes, and instead, there was a look of determination. As the Freedom Camp responded and built a defense line to block the attack of New Eden, the surrounding civilizations and forces suffered a devastating blow. At the same time, Snowflake Visca also launched an offensive. The soul-bound fleet took the lead in attacking the 6 armies that had just been dispatched with countless cannon fodder. These 6 had just entered the Cobalt Blue Star region and were beaten to death by a larger number of Freedom drones before they could even catch their breath. Because the cockroach-class electronic suppression of the battlefield and no enemy was let go, even such a large battle-level battle did not cause any waves. Even after attacking the defense fleet of the Cobalt Blue Star region, the enemy did not know that the 6 armies that had lost contact had actually been annihilated. Relying on the soul-bound fleet, Snowflake Visca quickly captured the enemy in the Cobalt Blue Star region, and then before Sarah Jones could react, she led the fleet to raid the surrounding star regions. In just 1 week, the other 7 star regions, with only a small number of fleets stationed, fell into the hands of Snowflake Visca. A large number of free drones filled the 8 star regions, and every starry sky. Since then, the supply lines of the Freedom Camp to the southern and eastern star regions have been completely cut off. Faced with the current situation, the commander-in-chief of the Cobalt Blue Star region did not make any excuses, but chose to commit suicide to apologize. The logistic supply line was completely cut off, which made Sarah Jones completely uneasy. She couldn't understand why the war had such a big reversal in just 1 week. But the situation was already like this. Now the life and death of nearly 500 super flagship fleets in the southern and eastern star regions depended on her thoughts, and she could not afford to think too much. The supply line was cut off, and the battle could not continue. The most important thing now was to think about how to evacuate. At this moment, Sarah Jones felt her mind was calmer than ever before. In just a few minutes, Sarah Jones had an idea. Ordered each fleet to plunder the territory of New Eden and collect all available materials at any cost. 3 days, I only give you 3 days. After 3 days, the Southern Star Region fleet will immediately move eastward to join the Eastern Star Region fleet, then head to the Central Star Region war zone, and then end all the wars and go home. It is impossible to return the same way now. Their fleets lacking supplies are a big piece of fat meat in front of those guys of the Justice Order. So they must merge and directly enter the main battlefield of the Central Star Field, directly resupply at the frontline base, and then use the advantages of these merged fleets to retreat and end the war. Yes, Queen. The commanders of each fleet also knew the priorities, and immediately left with solemn expressions. Chapter 550. Sarah Jones divided the fleet into 2 parts, one of which was placed on the front line with most of the supplies to block the attack of New Eden at all times, while the other part was plundering the surrounding star regions. Because of the fleet blocking the way, Sherman was powerless even if he knew that his star regions were being plundered on a large scale. After the last attack, the fleet was exhausted. If it was forced to fight, it would most likely cause heavy casualties in the fleet, and eventually lead to a complete collapse. Sherman couldn't afford the gamble. So he could only watch helplessly, as one star field after another was plundered by the fleet of the Freedom Camp. 3 days later, the fleet of the Freedom Camp evacuated from the Southern Star Field in a tactical formation. The tight defense left New Eden with no chance to take advantage of it, and they could only watch it leave. After reaching the border of the Eastern Star Field, the fleet of the Freedom Camp joined up with the fleet attacking the Eastern Star Field. Wife, this Eastern Star Field is really poor. I plundered 10 star fields, and didn't find much usable supplies. It's really unlucky. As soon as they met, Adrian Black Flag kept complaining. Although he was saying bad luck, there was no disdain on his face. Instead, he had a sense of vengeance. Looking at Adrian Black Flag with a smile on his face, Sarah Jones stepped forward and took his hand, leaning on his shoulder, and asked, "How is your fleet? Is the fuel enough to reach the Central Star Field, and is the ammunition enough to fight a large-scale battle? Because this time, they will pass through the territories of several civilizations of the Justice Order and finally reach the forward base on the front line of the war, and it is very likely that they will fight a battle with the Justice Order during this period." So she couldn't help asking. I saw Adrian Black Flag patting his chest and answering with a proud face. "I broke through a star city yesterday and got a large amount of ammunition from it. Now all the warships are full of fuel and ammunition, and they are fully capable of fighting." The Star City that Adrian Black Flag broke through was a star city that Side Jerusalem had just built on the border. It was originally used as a defensive fortress, but he had just transported the ammunition and fuel in and had no time to stockpile warships. Adrian Black Flag led the fleet here, which was a bargain for him. Then give me some of your fleet's fuel and ammunition. In the Southern Star region, New Eden is implementing a scorched earth policy. I ordered the fleet to plunder for 3 days, but I could only get some valuable small items. The warships have very little fuel and ammunition, Sarah Jones said helplessly. At the beginning of the war, Sherman ordered the fleet to let the Sasha group use the wormhole to pull all the supplies to the rear, and the battlefield was within the scope of New Eden, so Sarah Jones was so short of supplies. Otherwise, if Sarah Jones could capture a few industrial space stations, she wouldn't have to worry about the supply of her fleet, and she could just fight to support the war. It can be said that Sherman's plan of clearing the countryside was to cooperate with Snowflake Visca's actions in advance. Seeing the helplessness on Sarah Jones's face, Adrian Black Flag hugged his wife distressfully. Okay, I give the order to distribute it immediately. After the two of them had been together for a while, with the supply redistributed, the fleet took a short rest, and then the mighty fleet moved towards the Central Star Field. The fleets of both sides added up to more than 500 super flagship fleets. Such a huge fleet looked very spectacular. As the fleet of the Freedom Camp retreated, New Eden immediately reported the situation to the Angel Civilization and its Justice Order, which were fighting in the Central Star Field. On the front line of the Central Star Field, Viber Elena personally commanded the battle in the frontline base. She has not left here for nearly half a month. During this period, the attack of the Freedom Camp was very fierce, and with the 5 major star fields of the Carlson Civilization becoming Tinja, the original defense line of the Justice Order became full of loopholes. In the past half-month alone, there have been 78 weak attack points on the entire front line, and each time it took a huge price to drive the enemy out. Now that the defense line has become more stable, it is much easier to deal with it. Just as Viber Elena picked up the water cup and prepared to drink a sip of water, a telegram interrupted her action. Report, New Eden is calling. New Eden? Has New Eden been breached? Viber Elena couldn't help but think worriedly. The attack on New Eden started with about 300 super flagship fleets, and Sarah Jones later added more than 300 fleets, which meant that New Eden had to resist the attack of nearly 600 super flagship fleets alone. It was really difficult for New Eden to resist alone. Thoughts flashed quickly, and Viber Elena drank the water in the cup, put down the cup, and said, "Read." The angel opened the light curtain, and after entering the encryption code, a secret message on the special channel for New Eden to communicate with the Angel Civilization was displayed. The enemy fleet that is currently attacking the southern star field of New Eden has already joined the fleet in the eastern star field. According to analysis, the enemy fleet had to give up the battle and evacuate because the supply line was cut off for unknown reasons. The enemy has now joined the eastern star field and is now advancing towards the central star field. In the fierce battle, we have destroyed a total of 112 enemy super flagship fleets with huge casualties, but the number of enemy super flagship fleets is still less than 500. Please respond in time. Please be informed. New Eden. Hearing this information, Viber Elena was both happy and surprised. She was happy that facing such an enemy, New Eden was not only not breached despite being at a disadvantage, but also destroyed more than 100 enemy super flagship fleets, which made her very happy. After all, the stronger New Eden is, the greater the help to the Angel Civilization. She was surprised that Sarah Jones would be so bold that she dared to lead the fleet directly to the central star field. You know, this voyage has to pass through the defense zones of several civilizations of the Justice Order. Isn't she afraid that she will gather her fleet and eat up her fleet? But soon, Viber Elena thought of something, and after opening the star map, she understood the purpose of Sarah Jones's doing this. No wonder. Although this route will pass through the defense zone of the Justice Order, it only takes 2 flagship hyperspace jumps to reach the front line. After entering the central star field, these 500 super flagship fleets can directly enter the main battlefield within a few minutes. Even if she organizes the fleet to intercept now, it will be useless, because the enemy on the front battlefield will definitely seize the opportunity to launch an attack. At that time, the Justice Order fleet will be severely damaged by the pincer attack.